Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 6 Decigrams 176 The strongest man in the world of Hokage. This place is the Valley of the End of the Hokage world. Two of the most special battles have taken place here. One is the one fought by Naruto Sasuke. The place blew up and the matchup was unprecedented, culminating in Uzumaki Naruto's victory. The most glorious battle before this was Senju Hashirama vs Uchiha Madara. One is the first Hokage who is unmatched in power, and the other is the mighty Uchiha Madara. The two are both rivals and friends. They have been fighting very fiercely, you come and go. Now they are in the middle of a duel. On one side is a terrifying nine-tails fox, burning orange-red fire all over his body, and a giant stands beside him. Needless to say, the giant is the legendary Susanoo 07, whose whole body is shiny, blue and holds 2 knives in his hands. A single knife can split mountains and moons, and cut off everything. Uchiha Madara is Susanoo, but the full body plus the power of 9 tails will become stronger, and on the other side is a super huge Buddha statue. This is the Buddha statue of Senju Guanyin, also looks very powerful and amazing. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Advertisement. When this name appears, it is enough to see the horror of Senju Hashirama's supernatural power. The Senju Buddha statue kept roaring, each of his arms could be stretched out, and there was a violent impact in front of him. Under the endless and terrifying bombardment, there are broken stones of destruction everywhere. Nothing can resist this power at this moment. This is the most powerful blow of this ninjutsu, and the countless palms of the Buddha on the top were directly shot here. Bai Ye wanted to watch a show. Some of the arms came towards him. Without Bai Ye's action, Ōtsutsuki had already floated and jumped, hanging in the air. In an instant, there was a cold light, and a huge frost shield appeared in the air immediately after using extreme freezing. Hitting the fist on it didn't shake the pair at all, because even Ōtsutsuki added some new abilities to it. For example, the iron body skill in the marine unit can make the body as hard as iron. Although that is not hockey, power is also a kind of use of physical strength. Ōtsutsuki just keeps condensing more ice to imitate iron body skills, adding thickness and density in some places. Advertisement. Ōtsutsuk's ice shield is the strongest defense. When the opponent's unparalleled and powerful attack is launched, this frosty shield does have extremely high defensive performance. After parrying the opponent's attack, it's Senju Hashirama's turn to prey. With such powerful strength, he couldn't help being a little surprised that he didn't defeat the opponent when he finally launched an attack. What a powerful guy. My strength is considered powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to resist who you are. 897 Senju Hashirama jumped over and said that Uchiha Madara who fought with him also recovered from that Susanoo state. Susanoo is Uchiha Madara's most powerful force. He is now gradually turning into a human form, with a fan on his back and a sickle in his hand. Facing Bai Ye, the two top players in the Hokage world, he seemed very calm. If it was the past, he would have asked everyone to be careful and attack the world slowly. Every time you defeat some strong players, there is always a way to plunder more from the opponent. At this time, it was completely different. At this time, Bai Ye and his subordinates were strong enough, and if they really wanted to fight with each other, they would not be weak. 177 The declaration of war begins. Senju Hashirama, don't bother, this woman's defense is very strong, much stronger than imagined. Uchiha Madara came out at this time. After all, he is also a person who has seen big scenes, and he has the aura of a strong man who is fearless. Who are you? Why did you come to the Valley of the End? This is where he and I will fight, and the power you use is so special. Are you from the Snow Country? This Uchiha Madara is well informed, in his impression, a person who can instantly summon the power of ice. That is, the ninjas of the Snow Country, the same guy is already very cool. It's not that their ninjutsu must be strong. In the Hokage world, these people's skills are definitely very good. We are not from that Snow Country, it is still a distant place, and we will send more people here in the future. I don't know how powerful you are, but in short, we will gradually bring down the entire world, and we have stronger power. Bai Ye said coldly, this kind of declaration of war is still unheard of, never seen before, and the blindness at this moment is particularly strong. The person on the opposite side was already a little angry. Uchiha Madara took out his sickle and jumped over to Ōtsutsuki bravely, blocking the blow for the first time. Advertisement. Your Highness, it's too impolite for you to start before you finish speaking. After Ōtsutsuki finished speaking, he used absolute freeze, which is the most powerful frost skill. In an instant, the surrounding area was covered with ice, and frost was exposed in the freezing space. Uchiha Madara was frozen directly, but fortunately he was also very smart, and the one he sent directly was just a clone. What a powerful freezing power, you are really extraordinary. Tell me, what are your identities? My name is Bai Ye, the man on the throne. I will declare war with you now. I managed to find a group of powerful subordinates. It would be bad if I didn't do it. I heard that your Hokage world often has top world wars, then you just wait, I will send my own people to fight the entire Hokage world. This declaration of war is amazing. The two in front of you are the two monsters at the peak in the Hokage world, and one is the man who directly created the peaceful era by Senju Hashirama. The other is Uchiha Madara, not much weaker monster. Ōtsutsuki, it's time for us to leave. Bai Ye said to the girl next to him. The two of them turned around and left, two strong men in the Hokage world. Extremely weird expressions. That his Uchiha Madara wanted to do it, and directly assassinated Senju Hashirama to stop him. Advertisement, Madara. Today is the beginning of changing the whole Hokage world. You keep saying my method is impossible to create peace. The appearance of these two people should be in line with your idea. Senju Hashirama said so, and Uchiha Madara also let out a long sigh. The two have been fighting openly and secretly over the years, and they have reached the point where they are fighting each other. Hashirama. What are you going to do? Do you want to train the army with several other countries? Will they listen to, have you, or say that Konoha Shinobi Village is going to organize everything to create the strongest army? Let me tell you, even if all the ninja countries cooperate with you for a while, they will be in disarray in the end. I have my own way to go, and I will use my way to protect the world. Uchiha Madara, speaking with great momentum, his eyes flickering, Senju Hashirama let out a long sigh. The two departed separately, going in different directions. This is also the beginning of change in the world of Hokage. 178 The change in the world of Hokage begins. Quinn had been waiting by the side, but he didn't expect those people to actually walk over. Your Highness, have you come back so soon? I saw that you went inside for a while, but you returned to the original place in the blink of an eye. Did you already win there? Quinn said this guy very obsequiously. Those eyes were already invisible, and the fat cheeks looked even more ridiculous. Of course, Quinn's appearance made people speechless, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but this appearance was more interesting. Are you guys trying to escape? Recently, Marine 3 Admiral has been frantically looking for someone outside, if you are not hiding here in the resort. It's probably been killed long ago. I need to send you crooked melons to the world of Hokage to learn things. 637. The most effective way is to make you a group of victims, so that you can get help from some ninja powers inside. Show yourself enough. It should be possible to complete this. I borrowed some newest pacifists. Bai Ye clapped his hands beside him, and the latest type of pacifist had already been delivered. A total of 40 huge pacifists, all with special marks on their bodies. Advertisement. The pacifist is Vegapunk's most ultimate creation, with a strong fighting force. They have a sturdy body of steel and the ability to shoot laser attacks from the palm of their hands. And this latest type of pacifist can even create huge bubbles and turn them into a kind of defensive shield with a strong effect. These powerful pacifists have become the strongest fighters here, and with their help, many things are quite good and can be solved easily. All the pacifists that Bai Ye recruited stood here with great momentum. On the other hand, Quinn didn't understand that so many pacifists could fight a battle, and it was not easy for the 4 Emperor's pirates to deal with so many things. Your Highness, what did you ask them to do? Did you ask them to help you attack as the vanguard? Bai Ye looked at this and Quinn patted him on the shoulder with a slight smile on his face. In the next second, only wailing was heard in the palace. Quinn and the others didn't want to fight here, and AHCD, the boss Quinn is a cowardly person who fled in a hurry after being attacked by these pacifists. This is simply the most ridiculous scene. You must know that this guy has the name of challenging Marine Lord Admiral outside. Advertisement. This guy's reputation is already unparalleled in the world. I didn't expect to be beaten by a group of robots in this place without knowing what to do. Quinn finally escaped through that door. He entered the world of Hokage with a large number of people, and when he went out, he was surrounded by the crowd, and he was completely dumbfounded. A large number of ninjas from the Hokage world have appeared here, and each of them is eyeing, powerful and extraordinary. When I saw them, I was already frightened for a while. These ninjas are standing here and there, armed with unusual weapons compared to the world of One Piece. The weapons of these guys are obviously completely different. There are sharp blades in their hands and all kinds of weird weapons. What's more, these guys are watching. They actually came directly to the country of Thunder, which is a country that advocates force very much. It is Raikage-sama who currently controls the land of Thunder. First Raikage is not like the later Raikage, who always chooses some strong and terrifying monsters. Now Raikage is a man with an explosive head. 179 Quinn came to the land of Thunder. He has excellent commanding ability, and has lived in this Yunlei Gorge for generations. Recently, he heard that the Kingdom of Fire has frequent actions, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he specially led a group of troops to act here. Encountered so many opponents and powerful enemies without even thinking about it. Are you the invaders? I recently heard that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have encountered some powerful enemies. I didn't expect to meet you. First Raikage looked curiously at the fat Quinn in front of him. I always feel that this guy is not as powerful as in the legend, and the other party looks very embarrassed. Don't think about it. We also came here as refugees. The world we live in is now a mess. There are new powerful forces occupying that place, and we were also beaten out. Quinn quickly put on a miserable appearance there, which was very pathetic, and of course the people on the opposite side had some doubts. The pacifist who appeared behind immediately brought them back to reality. Most of the creatures in the Hokage world have very ordinary bodies and shapes, and some are very strong, but a few. It's just that there will be some different marks on their faces or bodies, that's all. Advertisement. The people who appeared at this moment are very different. These guys are obviously more imposing. Especially those pacifists. Their legs are so tiny, but their bodies are so huge, they really look like a huge meatball. When we met, the pacifists didn't care that they attacked Quinn and the others just now, and now the target is these ninjas from the land of Thunder. The target has been locked and launched an attack. The pacifists raised their hands at the same time, looking at these huge palms hanging in front of them. A group of ninjas were a little curious. In the next second, endless flashes burst out, and lights flickered everywhere. Immediately afterwards there was an explosion. After all, the power of this terrifying explosion was also extraordinary. The sudden arrival of the pacifists made the ninjas in the Land of Thunder panic instantly, and they immediately used powerful ninjutsu. However, the ninjutsu of the Kingdom of Thunder is based on a strong body as the ultimate. Most ninjas in the Kingdom of Thunder like to use laden chakra mode, that is to say, gather Layden's power on the body to increase their attack or destructive power, and lightning-style shadow. The body is trapped. When this avatar is broken, it can release powerful lightning, causing paralysis to the opponent. Advertisement: a large number of lightning-style ninjas have all appeared, so attack together at this time. First use the lightning-style thunder armor. 0. Seeking flowers. By covering the body with the powerful Layden chakra, activating the body can greatly improve the defense. This is the first defensive attack. Under the laser attack, many people were blown out, but fortunately, their defense energy was not weak. They flew into the distance, some fell silently, and some looked surprised. First Ōtsutsuki is faster than them, turns on Layden chakra mode, and strikes forward like a knife with the palm of his hand. There is a sharp lightning blade on his arm, which is a much stronger effect than others, and it can use the original ninjutsu. Hell Spike 4 hands. This is the most powerful Thunder Shield ninjutsu he has ever created, combining his hands together, each time adding stronger strength. His first attack knocks a pacifist down, created some big bubbles, super shield to block the second wave of attacks. This kind of level made First Ōtsutsuki couldn't help it, already the opponent was really strong, and the power he displayed was even more terrifying. 180 The Shoei Quinn. The ninjas from the Land of Thunder used lightning-style ninjutsu to attack continuously, but they didn't expect the pacifists in front of them to be tyrannical. Even a strong new world like Quinn, the top cadres under the 4 emperors would be terrified when they saw these monster-like existences. It is said that Vegapunk has another combat model called Seraphim. Every time I think of the powerful combat power of that blazing angel. This Quinn felt guilty from the bottom of his heart, but fortunately these guys were in a defensive state before the 790. A large number of pacifists jumped over directly, like a city wall, firing lasers forward at the same time. All spread out, use the shadow clone technique to disrupt the opponent. Group, use the lightning-style ninja method to force a breakthrough. First Ōtsutsuki issued a request for everyone to spread out, some people to use shadow clone technique. Want to disturb the pacifists, but unfortunately the pacifists are not people, but machines. At this moment, they raised their hands one after another, the brilliance flickered and flew around, and they just blow up the surroundings. A group of young people in the village of the Country of Thunder were very afraid when they saw this scene. Advertisement: what do you have to be afraid of? If you need help now, do it as soon as possible. The soldiers are fighting outside. Only we can protect the village. Let those old and weak women and children leave first, as well as those big names. Send a team to rescue these people first. An imposing man shouted there. He has a long beard and looks very domineering. No one else knows his specific identity. In fact, he was chosen by the First Ōtsutsuki now, and a good candidate is also his successor. At his request, the entire ninja village in the Land of Thunder acted quickly to protect those daimyos. These bamboos are very important, although ordinary knowledge is all about noble titles. Now they must get the best protection, hundreds of times stronger than those ordinary people. During the battle outside on the other side, the sound was shocking and terrifying. This guy Quinn threw out his arm. That arm made of steel is very powerful, and there are many sea stones embedded in it. The things made by sea stone pose a terrible threat to all fruit-capable users, and these sea stones themselves have excellent performance and are very hard. Quinn threw out his arm and smashed the things in front of him. Advertisement: unexpectedly, the pacifist stood up suddenly, still making a ball of air. The air mass turned into tentacles and trapped his arm. When Quinn saw this virtue, he couldn't do without real power, and the next moment he immediately transformed into a terrifying Brachiosaurus. This is Quinn's fruit ability, making himself extremely terrifying, extremely terrifying. A ninja from the Land of Thunder was startled when he suddenly saw a monster appear. They thought it was another tailed beast, and they knew all the tailed beasts in this Hokage world very well. How did this monster come here? It seems that they really came from other worlds. This is not summoning but the method of transformation. First Ōtsutsuki immediately makes people move. He can only launch all powerful attacks now. A large group of ninja 4.3 each flash to a different place to control the thunder. Spread out and wrap them right up. First Ōtsutsuki ordered a group of ninjas to scatter in different directions, and saw them forming seals at the same time, swinging their hands, and a powerful thunder burst from it. Lightning-style 4-pillar bondage technique. All pacifists are wrapped in it. This powerful ninjutsu is to use powerful lightning force to form a barrier to trap the opponent. 181 Konoha under attack. They also combined Earth-style's enchantment technique in it, and it became invulnerable. The pacifists inside were stunned for a moment. Quinn took advantage of this time to pursue fiercely, knocking down and overturning many enemies, and after turning into a human form, he used the earthquake. It's a pity that this move happened to destroy the defensive barrier created by these people, but the power is definitely not bad. After some shaking, the barrier shattered, and a large number of pacifists were shaken into the air. Quinn knocked the opponent into the air, coupled with this powerful energy, stunned all the ninjas in the Kingdom of Thunder, and those pacifists also received Bai Ye's order and left in an instant. 07 But they have another mission to attack several other ninja countries. To accomplish this, Bai Ye also brought in more ordinary pacifists from Marine HQ, who are powerful and destructive. And after mass production, there are a lot of them, and the destructive power is only required to meet the standard and nothing else. These powerful destructive pacifists are amazing when they appear. Several other ninja powers have been damaged to varying degrees, and even the Konoha shinobi village has not been spared. You must know that the current Konoha still has Senju Hashirama as the first generation, and Hokage has the strongest combat power, although there are also a group of elites underneath. Advertisement, they're pretty much to the max. Senju Hashirama is very angry when he sees the enemies from outside the village. He has a strong momentum and is fearless. It is even more brave when fighting with them. Everyone block these strange enemies, and let those old, young, women and children transfer as soon as possible. I also got information that other ninja countries are under attack. Use the greatest possible to solve these enemies first, and then go to help others. Senju Hashirama is still so indecisive. Uchiha Madara standing on the distant mountain can only feel helpless at any time. He wanted to help, but seeing these people disgusted him. Do you also want to join the war? Maybe if you want to do it, there is always this opportunity. After all, you are also the real founder of this village. While Uchiha Madara was in a daze, a voice came from behind. He suddenly turned his head in surprise, only to see the man he had met before was opposite. Bai Ye confronted the opponent without fear, then found a stone and sat down quietly. The people on the opposite side also saw that this terrifying monster had the intention to talk to him. Advertisement: did you not take the woman from before? He seems to be very powerful. Without his protection, you may be in danger. Uchiha Madara knew that this man was also very strong, and it was just a pretense. Bai Ye looked very calm. Acedes is training in another place. As for the troops, these pacifists are the elites of our world, and they are the machines we created. Say 343 in advance that we can create countless pacifists. And you ninjas are hard to resurrect once you die. Bai Ye is right, One Piece is special, they can make a lot of pacifists. This war machine pacifist is much stronger than those average ninjas. Although some ordinary ninjas have different attack methods and various ninjutsu. In terms of sheer destructive power, it's hard to do damage to a pacifist who can fire lasers. The opponent is already hard, and then there is laser bombing. The entire Konoha village was bombarded by this kind of laser, and the flames exploded everywhere. 182 The choice before you. Uchiha Madara didn't really stop here, but started in a flash. He made Susanoo's. The attack body was wrapped with a special layer of bone, and the arm made of bone was thrown over. At the same time, he has already prepared ninjutsu, fire-style Hao Huolong technique. He has reached the point where he does not need seals. A large ball of flames was blown over by him. The same ninjutsu has absolutely different powers in the hands of different people. Under his endless flaming attack, a forest instantly entered into a sea of flames and was forcibly ignited. Bai Ye sat in the midst of countless flames, but looked very calm. His vision did not change. There was even a sarcasm in his eyes for all of this. Ridiculous thing, do you think such skills can beat me? And this arm? Bai Ye pinched the arm made out of bones, and made a move with ease. Hearing a click, this thing was crushed to pieces, and it was broken in an instant, and the opponent couldn't react in time. Advertisement: this powerful destructive power is astonishing and shocking, and it has reached the most brilliant level. Bai Ye's attack made Uchiha Madara very afraid of the opponent, and decided to open a more powerful Susanoo. There is always a way to fight against the guy in front of him. Just as he was preparing, Bai Ye came suddenly. Bai Ye just jumped over, stretched out his hand and pressed Uchiha Madara to the ground. Don't think about those useless things, you are not my opponent at all. You are also the real body now. I just need to pinch your throat and it will shatter, and you will die. So in the Battle of the Valley of the End, you got something different, but now you should have no way to change back. What Bai Ye said is that the other party got the cells of Senju Hashirama, which is the best thing in the world, enough to make this Uchiha Madara stronger and can open Rinnegan. Make yourself better and more. Uchiha Madara was taken aback and got the news of this Senju Hashirama cell himself. He didn't talk to anyone. The opponent in front of him always seems to be a prophet, very powerful. I know everything, including the distribution of interests in your Hokage world, to tell you the truth. The strongest in this Hokage world is far from you and Senju Hashirama, but the big civil engineering family behind it, and some talented young people who have not yet arrived. Advertisement: you can plan well. In short, I will send more fighters to attack in the past few decades. They will continue to come to the Hokage world and use their own power to defeat all enemies. I hope you can resist it. Bai Ye laughed, turned around and was about to leave Uchiha Madara, saying that he was unwilling to buy anything. Why do you insist on attacking this world? What is your purpose? When Bai Ye heard the other party's question, he laughed, but turned his head again. What kind of purpose do I have? Can't you figure it out? We are 10 types of people. I am the king who rules the world, and although you are inferior, you still have your own abilities. I believe that you really hope to change the world, become a real king, and make everything usher in real peace. Senju Hashirama can't do it, and your idea may be able to come true. There is another kind of power that rules the world and oppresses everything, and this power is eternal. An existence far stronger than Senju Hashirama, standing eternally on top of this world, can usher in true peace, so think for yourself. By the way, the only possibility to fight us is in the forbidden area of the Uchiha family. 183 Thoughts of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was shocked when he saw the opponent leave with his own eyes, and his powerful attack was resolved by the opponent with one hand. Moreover, this person is really powerful, and the attacks he uses are completely unpredictable. Uchiha Madara thought about what the other party said. In the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, there was something that he jumped away and rushed into the room, but he didn't know that the whole process was already doomed. Bai Ye was also staring at all this from another place, and the reason why he said this on purpose was to lure the other party over. And the handwriting on it has also been modified 660. The best thing about him is that he almost explained everything behind him. First of all, there is some information about the reincarnation of the son of Sage of Six Paths, and even the name of the person is clearly stated. And there is the Ōtsutsuki Kagaya that hides behind. The Uchiha Madara was also taken aback to hear that he could be used at any moment. It never occurred to him that there was a pusher behind all his schemes and plans. Some of the above is just intentionally written wrong. And the truly most powerful era has yet to come, AHBB. There is also how to open Rinnegan and enhance the power of Rinnegan. The Ōtsutsuki family outside the sky are all recorded. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara is a very religious person who believes in the change brought about by pure power. When he knew that there was an even more incomparably powerful existence on top of his head, his whole body was shocked, and he was amazed that what he was thinking in his heart was looking at the other person and even intending to change his mind. It turns out that there are such powerful guys behind it. If you find them, will you have the ability to change the world? Uchiha Madara was thinking, but then saw what was written on it. This sacred tree was not a gift from the gods. Absorb the power of the whole world to cultivate the fruit, and return it to the Ōtsutsuki clan. Seeing these, he felt angry in his heart. These human beings were played by the other party as if they were real monkeys. Uchiha Madara vowed to destroy him at all costs, waiting for that era to come. Your Highness, it seems that this guy has really changed his mind as you said, and he will do exactly what you want, and directly become the most unstable factor, a rebel in this world. Your Highness, do you think this Uchiha Madara will fall into your arms? You just said that he can be your subordinate, open up territories for you, and attack the enemy. Asides doesn't trust the person on the other side very much, but Bai Ye at this moment is full of confidence. Estesh, you don't understand this guy. He wants to win more than anyone else. He wants to win, and he wants to use his own means to change the world. Now I send a group of pacifists. Let these countries unite for the time being, and after a while I will remove all the pacifists. Short wars are not going to make these guys really grow, then it's going to be a ninja war. And Konoha is weakened so much, Senju Hashirama is damaged. This war will wreak terrible devastation, and by then I know very well that Uchiha Madara will rise out of this troubled world. Time flies faster here. Let's see what will happen in 10 years or decades. I'm curious that it will be different in that glorious era. 184 Unrest. Wano Kuni Bai Ye has returned to One Piece world. Recently, Marine has been sending news, asking if Agent CP0 has any new discoveries. This guy Quinn has become a person who stirs up the situation, causing the entire Marine to lose face. None of Marine and Admiral could catch each other, so they asked CP0 Agent. In terms of absolute intelligence, CP0 Agent can also be said to come out on top. But without Bai Ye's permission, Quinn's identity and position will not be shared. For this Buddha Sengoku came several times. Your Highness, Sengoku, the Buddha, has been here many times. He just wanted to ask if you could provide us with the exact location of Quinn. These Marines have been looking for each other but can't find them. I guess they are beginning to have doubts. Nan Lixiang is very clever, saying something important in one sentence. There is nothing to care about. This guy is very smart, but he is useless. The current Marine is always a unit of the world government. They are not qualified or have the ability to decide all this. We don't have to worry about it. Let them stay there for now. Have any huge and amazing things happened in the pirate world recently? Under Bai Ye's questioning, Nan Lixiang shook her head. The world of pirates can be said to be unusually peaceful. Since the death of Kaido of the Beasts, there has been no major change in One Piece world. The only thing that may have changed a little is Wano Kuni. Before Kaido of the Beasts was Wano Kuna's. Since the destruction of the Beasts' pirates, Wano Kuni has no leader, and someone took the opportunity to make trouble. It was a group of warriors before, that is, the original power of Wano Kuni, who wanted to take back their country. When he heard this, Bai Ye just laughed. He was really not interested in them. It's just some nasty samurai, and these guys are not good things. Advertisement, Kazuki Oden was a disgrace back then, and they're still hanging on to it. What a bunch of ignorant guys. Bai Ye thinks of many wonderful characters in Wano Kuni, and the Guangji family is the most unique group of people. These guys don't have brains or thoughts, which is really ridiculous. Fortunately, their family has basically been wiped out. If it is still alive, it is almost a joke for everyone, but it is said that not everyone in the Kazuki family is dead. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Now the head of the Guangyue family is Momosuke, a very bad child of the second ancestor. If this guy can achieve anything, it is really the sun coming out of the west. The CP0 agent investigated some information about the other party before, but no matter how you look at this child, he is a waste, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Oh, unexpectedly, this child entered an abandoned laboratory in Vegapunk, accidentally swallowed a man-made devil fruit, and now he can turn into the green dragon form of Kaido of the Beasts. This terrifying situation made people startled, and one couldn't help but wonder, what exactly did his experience count as? Your Highness, this Momosuke, who is said to have transformed into a real flying dragon, appeared among Wano Kuni and defeated some opponents. There are some beasts in Wano Kuni, and the remnants of the pirate group are basically eliminated by this guy. He claims to establish Wano Kuni's rule again. The information Nan Lixiang gave is very important. This guy is much more powerful than I imagined. I want to go to Wano Kuni for myself. 185 to Wano Kuni. Aestus didn't quite understand. Your Highness, are you really going to Wano Kuni? That's not such a good place. We asked Quinn to clean up that place first. He didn't have time to do so much. Although it is regarded as Quinn's base camp, the marine troops are always moving around trying to catch Quinn, but Quinn went to another world, and they have been returning without success. Although 387, Stasis is usually arrogant and clear-headed, he deeply knows that the current Wano Kuni is actually a chaotic battlefield. For Bai Ye and the others, it is a very meaningless location. Bai Ye had already thought of these things, and he was leading people to prepare to walk there. No matter what he encountered, it didn't matter. They found a warship and set off for Wano Kuni. The most special grid in the entire pirate world is also hailed as the center by some people. Wano Kuni's ancestors are deeply related to the legendary Joey Boy, and Joe 181 is a god identified by some people, the sun god rebel. The other thing about Wano Kuni that really makes it important here is that the whole of Wano Kuni is in a more elevated area surrounded by huge towering peaks. Therefore, Wano Kuni is a very difficult area to enter. Even the world government has sent people to investigate many times before, but it has always been difficult to enter and returned without success. Now this matter has ushered in a turning point. Since this Momosuke made a storm here, everyone has more and more, and they are moving forward unimpeded. Advertisement: when they drove the warships to the vicinity, they only saw the high place, which actually had a kind of magnificence. Everywhere I look, I feel that it is extraordinary, and it is amazing and shocking. This is Wano Kuni. I've heard the name here before, and it doesn't look very good. Why don't we go to Hokage World for a while, Your Highness? I feel so good. Acides has such a temperament, and he really finds it extremely boring. Don't think about it so much, we're going to watch a show in this place first. It's enough for you to take a closer look. There is a large area in front of you to go. There is nothing to worry about, and it is said that there are some strong men here. Those warriors have integrated the local combat forces, and there are some guys with very good combat effectiveness. Bai Ye finds it funny every time he thinks of those so-called high-ranking guys. There must be many top and powerful people in this world, and some of them are even more terrifying, like monsters. It is said that among those warriors, there are such powerful people, and their combat power is astonishing. Bai Ye and Acides have already started to fly upwards, and after a while, they landed quietly on the border of Wano Kuni. The rushing water in this place is quite imposing, and the bursts of flowing water give people a sense of surprise. Here is the editor of Wano Kuni. There was a battle near here before, and the Kaido of the beasts made a scene here, and something earth-shattering happened. Right now, the whole country of rivers is still in ruins. Let's first find a place to log into 3.0. It is said that there are many different villages here. You can just find a place. Bai Ye appointed the location, and the two descended. This is a very lively and prosperous place. When you look forward, people come and go, and you don't have a feeling. The two walked forward together, and after a while, they saw 10 teams in the distance. This team should be the warrior army, and what they escorted was a group of remnants of the beast's pirates. 186 armed corps. Once a group of warriors crushed a few dejected guys. The remnants of the beast's pirates who were walking were no longer as domineering and powerful as before, and now they all looked like prisoners with their heads bowed. We were locked in prison before, but this time we are locked in and locked up for the rest of our lives. A samurai next to him was talking excitedly, as if he thought he could be called a winner. But they didn't know that their victory today was brought to them by another man. After all, these warriors were unworthy things. 07, Your Highness, are these those warriors? I've seen some of them before, but they don't seem to be capable of fighting. Moreover, they look like a group of guys performing. They are definitely not very fierce people. Acides can tell at a glance how good these people are. They seem to have some fighting power, but compared with the real top powerhouses, their abilities are far behind. They definitely don't have that kind of super top fighting ability, let alone there is no high-level ability that penetrates the sky. This is very normal. These people in front of me are indeed very low-level existences, but let them be rampant. Bai Ye didn't want to talk to these people, but these people just noticed. When he saw this Wano Kuni, which was originally quiet and distant, suddenly there were some customers, and the people standing next to him seemed to sense something was wrong. Change. Who are you guys? I've never seen you guys before, and I've given my names. One of the strange samurai with very long hair was talking there. He didn't seem to know how ridiculous his appearance was, but he was here to pretend to be strong. This guy rushed over as soon as he spoke, and his appearance looked ridiculous. When he rushed forward, he swung a knife and wanted to put it on Acides' neck. Acides gave him face very much. A knife was placed on the opponent's neck, several times faster than the opponent. It was a cold blade of ice, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. Advertisement: this flickering ice blade directly cut off the opponent's throat, and blood spurted wildly in a moment. When the pause came, the opponent's throat had been cut directly, and when all the blood spewed out, only a moment of dead silence remained. All the samurai witnessed the death scene of their companions with their throats cut off and blood sprayed wildly. When they saw this scene, they were terrified. What's more obvious is that this moment of death alone is not enough. Acids didn't give them face, it was a burst of frost and freezing, until everyone turned into ice sculptures. He was willing to stop and look at these guys who turned into ice. Acedes's face was full of sarcasm. When you 650 find the wrong opponent, it's already damned. By the way, isn't what I did a little too much, your highness? Acedes turned his head in embarrassment. Bai Ye understood his temperament very well. It's not too much at all, what should be done must be done. Bai Ye didn't blame the other party, but just comforted him. Then he walked forward and saw several characters that he hated. At this time, there was another samurai running away in a hurry, very frightened. He struggled and ran towards another place. Bai Ye had no interest in this kind of Wano-kuni people, but he still pulled him over with a wave of his hand. 187 things to do in Wano-kuni. The people who were caught were always terrified when they saw the two monsters in front of them. The whole person was shaking in fear, and in the blink of an eye, he peed his pants. This man peed his pants directly in front of Bai Ye's eyes. The smell was very irritating. Bai Ye threw him away. Aren't the people in Wano-kuni very tough? The samurai spirit is very strong. Why did you pee your pants in front of me? Don't worry, I want to know something if I don't kill you. Is there anything special about Wano-kuni recently? Who is behind you? Bai Ye asked this guy coldly, kowtowed repeatedly, and explained everything he knew. The figure behind it is the armed forces led by Momosuke. It also includes some fur tribe fighters, as well as some pirates at sea. It is said that Momosuke made many good friends after walking around the sea. These people all respected him very much, and they didn't know why, so they regarded this little child as their boss, and they must follow when they got together. No matter how you listen to this matter, you find it ridiculous. The reality is like this, a child who is obviously not good at anything has actually become a harbinger of a glorious personality. Bai Ye found it funny when he heard this. If we really say that the most eye-catching pirates are just Straw Hat Luffy and others. From the beginning to the end, they all have the ability to unite people's hearts. Yu Taojiju, Hida Hineng, the story of his dead father is not so touching. Advertisement. It just happened to get so many people's attention recently. You guys are so interesting. By the way, what is Momosuke doing? When Bai Ye asked, the other party's eyes suddenly brightened. Your Majesty Momonosuke, you are very powerful now. If you are here to challenge His Majesty Momonosuke, be careful. This guy kept saying Momosuke. Everyone basically knows what kind of skills that little guy has, but relying on the brilliance of his ancestors, he was able to thrive. His Royal Highness Momonosuke can now become a dragon flying in the sky, possessing the most powerful power. He is now able to control the entire Wano-kuni. If you are going to challenge, I think you should give up. This person's eyes suddenly flashed, probably because he admired Momosuke very much. That kid really got a powerful power. It is said that he was really created by Gapunk. This old guy has caused a lot of problems in this world. Really? Then I'm even more interesting. I'm going to meet this kid. Everyone says that he is very strong, has attracted everyone's attention, and has been recognized by everyone. I just want to see if he is a complete waste. If he is really a waste, I feel that he should try his best not to live in this world. Bai Ye said sarcastically. The guy next to him wanted to refute, but was too frightened to speak after being glanced at. You don't need to be so afraid. I said I won't kill you. People like you are not my opponent. Show me the way. I'm going to Nuo Jiaohao, the nearest town to go around. Under Bai Ye's request, this guy had to lower his head and lead Bai Ye to walk towards the city. He was careful not to provoke the people in front of him, for fear of being slaughtered by this strongman. Some of the ills are very angry and are constantly being remodeled. The hateful Kaido of the beasts has become the object they must eliminate. From the front to the back, even the traces and stories left by the other party will disappear forever. This is their choice. 188 Wano-kuni's strong Bai Ye walks in Wano-kuni. This place is very spacious and lively. Those people rejoiced and were all happy. These cheerful people are of course very excited. They have gone through so many things, and they are full of luck and blessings for this place in their hearts. Also feel how harmonious and beautiful Momosuke's rule is. Although in Bai Ye's eyes, Momosuke can be said to have done nothing. These people are really ignorant people. Wano-kuni was a closed area from the beginning. Because of this, these people simply don't know how vast the outside world is. Bai Ye has a low rating for this place. Acids doesn't care. 447. Your Highness, or else the country will be destroyed. Advertisement. If anyone here dares to offend you, let them all die. It seems that this Momosuke, who took control of this country when you were away, does not know what he has, but he has this ability. Acids doesn't know who Momosuke is. Bai Ye knows it. Don't worry, let's go to the small village next to it. There are a lot of people around. No matter what happens, let's deal with it first. Bai Ye went straight into the village, and the people were all happy and excited to celebrate here. Everyone laughed, everyone was very excited, and the faces of each guest were different. When they were celebrating, there was always a strange sound, as if someone was moving around. Sure enough, a large group of pirates boarded here, and they came to the village to rob. A large group of people walked around with knives, and the blades were terrifying when they were moving forward. There is a group of powerful people in Wano-kuni, and they found Bai Ye and others when they walked here. It was a group of very powerful warriors, walking slowly with knives in hand. They were fully on guard against outsiders. Who are you? How did you get here? Advertisement. The guy opposite was talking coldly, very alert, looking at outsiders. AHFF, in their impression, most of the people who came to this country are pirates, and pirates are exactly what Wano Kuni hates the most. We're here to have a look. By the way, let's find out what that kid Momosuke should be doing recently. Bai Ye said calmly. As for Momonosuke Mitsuba, he is indeed in the capital now. As a general of Wano Kuni, he wants to issue orders to control the overall situation. Shut up, did you say the name of His Majesty Momonosuke? He is our king. The guys in front of them roared angrily, and they all moved forward together like a powerful armed force. They came over to Asides with knives, showing face, acting at will, and their figures flashed, freezing the bodies of these people into ice sculptures. These warriors in front of them died too fast. In a moment, they turned into ice cubes and stood there, just statues one after another, which looked ridiculous. Your Highness and these people dared to offend you. I'm sorry, I will deal with them directly, because I hate D. Asides dealt with the opponent, but suddenly there was a swift and fierce wind and waves galloping, and there were still some powerful men coming out here. Amidst the whistling wind, the opponent came very quickly. Riding the wind came a monster-like powerhouse, 189 Crazy Death Lang. A tall and slender man came like riding the wind, and he shot an astonishing flash of light in his swift blow. It can only be said that this man's attack was powerful and swift, very powerful. In just a short moment, he played an astonishing destructive power, and his attack power was quite domineering. Asides stretched out his hand to block it, even so it felt very painful, but he had the power of frost attached to his hand, so he was not hurt by this blow, turned around injured, and looked at the man who made the attack in surprise. You are a very powerful guy, fast and powerful, and the speed of the knife in your hand is really fast like a fierce wind and waves. Asides said in surprise. Crazy Dead Wolf was much more frightened than the opponent. No matter what he was considered a strong man, he was forced back instantly by the opponent, and there was no possibility of fighting at all. My name is Quangshiro. Who are you guys? Why did you come to Wano Kuni to make trouble here? You can't come to Wano Kuni. All outsiders are not welcome here. No matter if they are pirates or anyone else, we all not welcome. Kushiro was the prime minister of Kazuki Oden before, and after Kazuki Oden died, he followed the Kurozumi snake incognito. After so much time has passed, he has gotten used to this two-faced haze. Our Highness wants to come here for a while. I don't care who you are, as long as the people around you make a move, I will kill them all. Asides said calmly. The powerful arrogance and invincible power like a pool of water are very surprising and awe-inspiring. Quangshilong didn't dare to fight anymore, knowing that he was no match, but Bai Ye walked out at this time. He just had a small question, and he wanted to know the answer in his heart. You're that mad wolf under Kurozumi Orochi, aren't you? I have a question. Advertisement. I really want to know where Kurozumi Orochi is now. After Kaido of the Beasts was killed, Kurozumi Orochi wanted to become the unique king of Wano Kuni. He should have his own strategy. As long as you hand him over to me, I will spare you from dying, or you will be the first to die. Bai Ye said calmly, and Quangshi Lang didn't dare to answer. He would never betray his master. This Kurozumi Orochi, but Momosuke's enemy, is the one who killed Kazuki Oden, and his master's enemy cannot be handed over to the other party anyway. 0. Seeking flowers, but he looked at the person in front of him with full fear, which was a kind of death threat that was constantly approaching. You have no chance to choose, otherwise you will die immediately. If you tell us the news, we can still give you time to send reinforcements. After saying this, the planner in Quangshi Lang's mind immediately gave an address, which was Wanokuna's prison rabbit bowl. That place is the biggest prison in Wano Kuni. When the former Kaido of the Beasts and Kurozumi Orochi were in power, they turned it into their own private monitoring place. Anyone who offended them was held there, and they couldn't escape. The prisoner included the Murloc Hisong. Hisong is a very powerful existence among Murlocs. His personal combat prowess is quite good, and a large group of so-called rebels, including some relatively powerful warriors, were also imprisoned. In other words, there is a group of very powerful guys in that place. It turns out that in that prison, I just heard from the people under your command that I want to go there. If this is the case, then I will go around, but I said in advance that if you lie to me, I will kill 100 people. Wanakuna's 4. 190 Funny Kurozumi Orochi. I won't lie. Quangshilong gritted his teeth and said silently, although he is not a real good man and believer, but deception is something that only existed in the past and does not exist in the present. Bai Ye didn't care if this guy had any loyalty, and he didn't care what he was going to do next. He went to deal with the situation of that Kurozumi snake by himself. This time it aroused the curiosity of Asides again. Is there any importance to this? 627? Kurozumi Orochi, your highness? I have heard some people say that he is a general among Wano Kuni, but he is not a very good ruler and has a strong fruit ability, but the combat power is not enough. Ace's evaluation of the opponent was very accurate. Kurozumi Orochi has an amazing identity. He is a descendant of the Kurozumi family in the background, so it can be said that he has some prestige and fame. It's just that the Kurozumi family existed as traitors before, so the Kurozumi family did not receive much attention. Kurozumi Orochi, and then followed this Kazuki Oden to play all means by his side, constantly acted, betrayed Kazuki Oden, and gave him a head-on blow at an important time. He deceived many people, discredited Kazuki Oden, and quietly usurped the general position of Wano Kuni when Kazuki Oden left Wano Kuni. The current Kurozumi Orochi is a master, but it is a pity that he also messed up miserably. After Kaido of the Beasts came, Although he killed Kazuki Oden together with him, he also became the real king of Wano-kuni and controlled everything in Wano-kuni. On the contrary, this Kurozumi snake became a servant. He couldn't run away and could only obey order. Advertisement Bai Ye felt ridiculous about such things. This Kurozumi snake was not a good thing, and it made him feel that his performance was poor. Kurozumi Orochi is not a very good fighter, and definitely not a so-called strong one, but I need this Kurozumi Orochi to help me out to fight this Momosuke. Once any news spreads to this place outside, it will become a place of contention for those pirates. People will come over constantly, and we will be among them and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Acid sounded a little curious, but this highness just likes to play with all these things, that's all. He's too powerful to do anything wrong, and he doesn't care what he thinks about these pirates, just because he's so powerful and terrifying. Acids obeyed the order and followed the other party to the prison. At this moment, the Rabbit Bowl prison was very lively. There are a large number of captured prisoners in the prison, including some members of the Beast's pirates, and the rest are characters such as Kurozumi Orochi. He was originally a high-ranking and powerful person, but it is a pity that now he is wearing shackles and being sent to the front by everyone, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The wailing sound made everyone's scalp numb. Please let me go, I've realized my mistake, don't kill me, I'm just trash, I'm an idiot. There are two people guarding him here, one is Shudenmaru under Momosuke, and he has a name of 1.3, Ashura Boy. This person's ability is also considered good. Under Kazuki Oden is a top-ranked strongman, and the other is Momosuke, his subordinate Kanjuro, who has followed Kazuki Oden for many years. Speaking of which, he is an extremely loyal warrior, but he still seems to have other thoughts secretly, and no one will know by this time. 191 Hokage World Comer. When Bai Ye came here, he saw a large group of people celebrating, and they kept mocking the Kurozumi snake. As a not very wise monarch, Kurozumi Orochi has been scourge of the whole Wano-kuni. Of course, the reputation is not very good. This is the Kurozumi Orochi. Acids rescued him for me. There's a Kanjuro beside him, don't kill him. Following His Royal Highness's order, Acids flew out, and the Ashura boy felt that the frost was coming, and he couldn't resist it at all. The next second was flying to the distance, and when he reacted, a sword of frost was placed around his neck, preventing him from escaping and reacting. Acidus's fighting power is not bad, even against the most powerful 07 in Marine. Buddha Sengoku has the power to fight, of course others can easily deal with it. Who are you? Boy Ashura raised his head and looked there, but he didn't quite understand. Ace Deslin's nonsense until an ice bird was thrown out. Ashura boy was hit by this thing, and fell out of this space abruptly. When he fell there, he also had a splitting headache. When he looked at the prison again, the gate was completely frozen. Boy Ashura was very smart, he knew that he was coming, and of course the unstoppable strong man was nervous, so he immediately chose to go back and report. Only when Guang meets Momonosuke and responds in advance, can he save face. And all the prisoners in the prison saw a pretty remarkable scene. A door appeared before everyone's eyes. This door is Bai Ye heading to the world of Hokage. I don't know why the door suddenly opened. Advertisement he had planned for a long time, hoping to continue to act in the Hokage world, and even threw this Quinn into it. The time of the two worlds is different, and Quinn should have stayed there for several years, and after a few decades, they can still witness the growth of a new generation of protagonists. A man came out abruptly from there. This man looked young, but his eyes were flickering fiercely. He was holding a sickle and looked strange. This was Hidan from the Akatsuki organization. This time it was Bai Ye's turn to be dazed. This person named Hidan is not bad at fighting. He is a cultist drilled as a sacrifice. After being created by people, he can use evil power to curse others. He can bind his life to the other party. Hidan has a body that is almost immortal. It can constantly look at itself and penetrate the heart. Although it feels endless pain, it can still survive. As long as anyone is stained with blood by him, it will undoubtedly die. Bai Ye looked at the other party curiously. This person actually still had the logo dedicated to small organizations, and wearing the clothes on his body, he looked very remarkable at this moment. Where is this place? Hidan 957 was also dazed. He was obviously acting in the forest, and was going to follow the order to hunt the tailed beast, but he came to a strange area in the blink of an eye. When Bai Ye saw this, he understood that the two worlds had some gaps due to his intrusion. And this small organization belongs to a group of guys who don't care about it at all. They have been chasing tailed beasts and killing enemies. In addition, Uchiha Madara, after being stimulated, continued to develop the power of Rinnegan and Sharingan. It was because he discovered the true meaning of space travel that he sent his people to this world. Although all of this is accidental, the fusion of the two worlds must be terrifying in Bai Ye's view. 192 Frost Invincible, Frozen Queen. Why are there so many people? Where is this place? Hidan stared at everyone curiously. His eyes were dazed. This was a world he had never seen before, and a group of strange-looking people also made him very curious. Kakuzu seemed much calmer. Although he didn't know where this place was, he was always on high alert, with murderous intent in his eyes. I didn't expect them to travel in reverse. It's really interesting. While Bai Ye was talking quietly, Aestus had already pounced forward, wanting to freeze the two of them before speaking. The Hidan duo came to this world, exactly out of Bai Ye's expectation, but it also gave him a new way to play. Hidan's legs were frozen and screamed in pain. You must know that he is still somewhat famous in the Hokage world. In anger, he swung his sickle and slashed, but couldn't hit the opponent. Acids succeeded easily, but just when he felt that the opponent was too weak, a tall and strong man with a strange appearance appeared in front of him. His eyes were always shining with green light, and his body was shrouded in a wide robe, which made him look different and full of vicissitudes. When he appeared, he used a group of powerful fire abruptly and launched a strong counterattack. Advertisement: a black monster jumped out of his body. Fire style head hard. When he released his ninjutsu, the monster that appeared swooped over, opened its mouth, and spit out a flame. The ferocious galloping fire was so powerful that it ignited the surrounding area. Most of Hidan's body was frozen, and the part that was not frozen was burned by flames, screaming in pain. He jumped out of it, his body was in extreme pain, but he had a very strange and sickly smile on his face. "You be ********* woman. You almost froze me into an ice sculpture, and my legs are sore right now. Don't let me catch you. As long as a drop of blood on your body, I can kill you." Hidan didn't lie. As long as he got a drop of blood, he could kill even the most powerful enemy. The power of the curse from the Shinigami is terrifying. Bai Ye was well aware of the terrifying specialness of the opponent's ability, but he had great confidence in his seeds, and he didn't say anything to remind him. "You're so fragile, I think it's stupid for a weakling like you to appear here." Advertisement: Acids kept mocking, and the ice-long sword in the opponent's hand exuded bursts of brilliance. Acids couldn't see the power of devil fruit and taijutsu from the opponent, and it was far inferior to the two top ninjas he met before. The cold and sharp ice blade is extremely powerful here, coupled with bursts of chill. This Frost Queen is indeed terrifying. She has an arrogant temperament and can control the strongest Ice Emperor. Everyone's confrontation is already about to fight. Bai Ye suddenly came over at this time. He looked at Quang Shilang while looking at the duo. Among the people present, Quang Shilang still has some confidence. He is a guy with schemes and not weak in fighting power. Backquote. "You bring information to Momosuke, I'll wait for him here with two trash." Quang Shilang, Ma Zhao, saw that he was definitely not an opponent, no matter the other man, woman or those two. He was definitely not an opponent, so he could only let the young master come in person. Cautiously, he waved his hand and led the people under him to stay away from this area and find a safe place first. When Crazy Wolf was in action, the two ninjas on the other side were also the ones who started the action. It's just the angle. Hidan has some thoughts in his mind now. The two of them are not from this world, so the first thing they think about is how to get out of here. 193 fearful subordinates. The words of that subordinate made people feel weird, and they didn't know what they meant. Unexpectedly, Aestus blocked them as soon as they moved. "His Highness already regards you as his subordinates. You two don't do anything and don't leave." When Acids spoke, she was a proud queen, aloof and not to be underestimated, and Hidan approached her with a smile on her face. "What's the matter? Don't you dare to fight me. I still want to kill you. It's not just the person next to you, I also want to mention his head for sacrificial offerings. If you want to kneel down and beg for mercy, you can still be spared." This guy was very shameless, and he didn't expect to be greeted by Acids with the whip in his hand. And it's not the kind that is beaten to pieces, the kind that kills people. 493 The whip in Acid's hand was like a raging storm, constantly whipping at the opponent's body, with a dodge. The other party received hundreds of whips on his body, blood was flowing, and he was already crying in pain. For a moment, the guy screamed in pain. This is also the evil person's own torture. After taking so many whips, Hidan felt like he was being torn apart. But the only difference is that he doesn't care about it. Advertisement: His body is stronger, and he can be regarded as a powerful and extraordinary figure. Hidan raised his head, his eyes were bleeding, and his whole body was even more ferocious. "Ahea! You can't kill me. As long as I live I will kill you." Under the irony of the other party, Aestus still has the desire to kill. She took an extra step forward, and the whip in her hand suddenly turned. It was like a violent wind and huge waves swept across the opponent's body abruptly. Kakuzu was already ready by the side, and he summoned several masked monsters in his body. Kakuzu used to be the elite of Takigakure village. He fought against the first Hokage when he was young, and fought against it for a while, although it ended in a disastrous defeat. He also has experience and has seen top people, and his own special ability is to use evil ninjutsu to capture the opponent's heart. He can store up to 5 hearts in his body, which can be used to extend life, even immortality. Advertisement: Each heart can give birth to a powerful black monster with black hair on its body, which can use some of the ninjutsu power of the deceased. If he is allowed to capture a very powerful character, this guy's future is limitless. Bai Ye is not interested in meeting other people. Not everyone in Xiao's organization can attract him. This undead duo really made him very fond of it. One is Hidan, who has an immortal body. He can't be killed no matter what, and he can continue to survive even if he is blown to pieces. The other has a special ability and has a bright future. Forged in Pirate World, he may have great achievements. I like you both very much. Don't go back to the world of Hokage, fight for me here. Train yourself and improve before returning to the Hokage world to recruit subordinates for me. You two are still qualified to be my servants. Bai Ye's words made the two keep looking at each other. There is something wrong with you. How can we be your subordinates? Hidan took out bloody eyes and stared at him with the scythe. Kakuzu didn't say much and summoned 4 masked monsters in his body. Including himself, there are 5 powerful fighting bodies, each of which looks weird, but their fighting power is not bad. 194 continued to entangle, Earth style Earth Spear. Wind style Harm. Lightning style False Darkness. Fire style Head Hard, Water style Water Curtain Tent. Kakuzu used different ninjutsu in turn, and himself, first rushed to his arm, and the dark Liwang covered with Shikong was actually very similar to armament hockey. Bai Ye raised his hand to block the opponent's fist, it was indeed extremely hard. The strengthened fist has the effect of a physical powerhouse, it can easily smash a wall, and can also cause incomparable top damage. Even if he is attacked by the explosive power, this move alone can guarantee that he can survive. It may be a bit too much to say that he is safe and sound. But at least within this blow, it can still last a few points. Bai Ye stretched out his hand to block the blow, but the opponent's 4 other abilities instantly released the seal. The attack is to create a large-scale gust of wind in an instant, and it can even explode the ground. During the shaking, this attack actually had the effect of Whitebeard's bursts of fruit, shaking the mountain in an instant. Needless to say, the lightning-style attack is directly a powerful thunder that strafes from a distance. The thunder gun can easily penetrate the enemy, which is in line with the forced exchange effect of the lightning-style attack itself. The fire-style attack creates a sea of flames instantly, burning everything to ashes. The last thing to come is the water style. At this time, the attack is responsible for creating uzumaki around and entangles all the enemies. The powerful effect can make people have unparalleled power in a short time. Kakuzu has shown his true skills. However, he still has some things that he hides, such as combined ninjutsu, which is what he keeps at the bottom of the box, and it is extremely powerful. Kakuzu hits with this barrage of attacks. He was in a better mood, even if the other party was a monster, he would definitely be injured. Advertisement. It's a pity that they will always miscalculate Bai Ye's combat power. The smoke dissipated and the flames ceased. Bai Ye came out of it again, with a faint, imperceptible smile on his face. It was the smile of a strong man, much more terrifying and powerful than anyone else. Kakuzu, the attack you just played is very good. In this world, there are many people who have tried their best and are not necessarily more than you. The skill, especially the use of the immortal body, is somewhat beyond my imagination. Although it sounded like a compliment, Kakuzu was already trembling, which was exactly the same feeling as when he saw Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is an absolute monster, it makes people feel guilty, it is a terrifying demon. The most terrifying thing is, no matter how much power you use to fight it, you will definitely not be able to win. Kakuzu felt this kind of thing again, as long as the man looked at himself, he felt very afraid and panicked. Don't be so scared, I still say that, you won't suffer from being my subordinate. Uchiha Madara should have promised you a high reward, but you may not know his plan. He should have created a special world in his own way. If he is going to succeed, you won't have a chance to speak in it. Let's get down to business, follow my words, you can feel more of the ultimate of undead life here. If you want to meet some masters, they will come soon. You definitely can't beat me, why not try with those masters, win if so, I'll put you back. Kakuzu was not stupid, he knew that he was going to be used as a gunman, but before he could speak, Hidan next to him laughed. Okay, we can try, I don't care about anyone anyway. 195 Undead Duo. Hidan is a very arrogant character, so far he is full of interest, no matter how many enemies come to him, he has no fear. Kakuzu didn't expect to overturn here. Do you really think so? The other party obviously wants to control us and manipulate us as slaves and fighters under his hands. If it is true that he thinks that we will not be able to escape in the end. Kakuzu asked here. What's the matter? I think there are many powerful guys in this world. Since we are all here, we can kill as many as we can. Isn't this a very pleasant thing? Hidan speaks evilly, he is a cruel and domineering character, if given the chance, he is even willing to kill all creatures with his own power, this is his fierceness and weirdness. Kakuzu didn't speak at this moment. After all, his identity was the same as that of fighting in the past. He had sacrificed many things and betrayed the village directly. His goal was to win the Senju Hashirama. Advertisement. If a person has such a desire in his heart, he will fight for it all his life. He has indeed done these things. Over the years, he has been more determined than anyone else. 0. Ask for flowers. Okay, then do as you wish, but I still care a little bit about myself. If the goal cannot be achieved here, and there are other trap threats, I will do it immediately. Kakuzu turned to Bai Ye and said, feeling that he has great power and is extremely confident, but his confidence may not be of much use in the eyes of others. After all, his combat power is in the general realm, not the strongest. While they waited, a large crowd soon arrived. The leader was Momosuke, and brought a small team left for him by his father. Asterisk 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 as the son of Kazuki Oden, the young man has certainly improved a lot. He has loose hair now, wears a wide coat like Wanokuni, and when he walks back and forth with clogs on his feet, he seems to be moving like the wind. It is said that he was a child before, but he turned into a young man in a short period of time. You're here to make trouble, pirates out there? I'm Koyu Momonosuke Wanokuna's general. This person is not ashamed to say that he is a hero. You are Momosuke. I remember that your father Kazuki Oden also died here. He also claimed to be a hero back then. His death was really aggrieved. How do you feel that you have the right to retrieve all this for him now? Bai Ye asked the other party calmly, but put on a fierce look, not because of fear, but with extreme anger. Don't mention my father, he is a great hero, he has paid a lot for the people of Wano Kuni, it is not something people like you can understand. Yes, because of those people, there are obviously ways to save people, countless ways, but they choose the weakest way to turn themselves into clowns. The people in Wano Kuni are also clowns, which is very ridiculous. Under Bai Ye's irony, the other party was angry, so he sent someone to act. The Ashura boy he met before was the first to jump out, with a strong body and powerful blade strength. He slashed out, but was blocked by a red sickle. Sorry, I'm just playing, your opponent is me. 195 Undead Duo Rinnegan is a very arrogant character, so far he is full of interest, no matter how many enemies come to him, he has no fear. Kakuzu didn't expect to overturn here. Do you really think so? The other party obviously wants to control us and manipulate us as slaves and fighters under his hands. If it is really what he thinks, we will not be able to escape in the end. Kakuzu asked here. 937. What's the matter? I think there are many powerful guys in this world. Since we are all here, we can kill as many as we can. Isn't this a very pleasant thing? Rinnegan speaks evilly, he is a cruel and domineering character, if given the chance, he is even willing to kill all creatures with his own power, this is his fierceness and weirdness. Kakuzu didn't speak at this moment. After all, his identity was the same as that of fighting in the past. He had sacrificed many things and betrayed the village directly. His goal was to win the Senju Hashirama. If a person has such a desire in his heart, he will fight for it all his life. He has indeed done these things. Over the years, he has been more determined than anyone else. Okay, then do as you wish, but I still care a little bit about myself. If the goal cannot be achieved here, and there are other trap threats, I will do it immediately. Kakuzu turned to Bai Ye and said, feeling that he has great power and is extremely confident, but his confidence may not be of much use in the eyes of others. After all, his combat power is in the general realm, the strongest. While they waited, a large crowd soon arrived. Advertisement. The leader was Momosuke, and brought a small team left for him by his father. As the son of Kazuki Oden, the young man has certainly improved a lot. He has loose hair now, wears a wide coat like Wano Kuni, and when he walks back and forth with clogs on his feet, he seems to be moving like the wind. It is said that he was a child before, but he turned into a young man in a short period of time. You're here to make trouble, pirates outside? I'm Koyu Momonosuke Wanokuna's general. This person is not ashamed to say that he is a hero. You are Momosuke. I remember that your father Kazuki Oden also died here. He also claimed to be a hero back then. His death was really aggrieved. How do you feel that you have the right to retrieve all this for him now? Bai Ye asked the other party calmly, but put on a fierce look, not because of fear, but with extreme anger. Don't mention my father, he is a great hero, he has paid a lot for the people of Wano Kuni, which is beyond your comprehension. Yes, for those people, there are obviously ways to save people. There are countless ways, but they choose the weakest way to turn themselves into clowns. The people in Wano Kuni are also clowns. It's ridiculous. Under Bai Ye's irony, the other party was angry, so he sent someone to act. The Ashura boy he met before was the first to jump out, with a strong body and powerful blade strength. He slashed out, but was blocked by a red sickle. Sorry, I'm just playing, your opponent is me. 196 Undead Duo and Red Sheath 9 Heroes. Rinnegan took out his scythe and stood fearlessly on the ground in the forefront. The sickle in his hand is very sharp, cutting the body is like cutting meat. Seeing the opponent coming, he waved his sickle and slashed towards the opponent's shoulder. Such a fast speed is indeed amazing, but the fat man on the opposite side is just as flexible. Ashura boy didn't know the opponent's specific attack method. But he was surprised to see that the opponent's sword skills were not fast. At the moment of the attack, his blade flew over the opponent's throat in an instant, and blood spurted wildly in the blink of an eye. In order to be able to settle the battle with one hit, he even cut another knife in the opponent's chest. After this move, the opponent 07 was almost cut into two parts, and even saw a beating heart at this moment. The people around were all surprised, this astonishing strike was very powerful. Shudenmaru, keep working hard to kill this guy, don't let them think that we Wano Kuni have no masters. It was Kanjuro who shouted loudly. Advertisement before, he was still there to guard the entire prison, but now he suddenly appeared, and he was here waving the flag and shouting, constantly cheering. But he himself has no desire to do it, which is very weird. Hearing his voice, Kakuzu next to him gave him a gift. At this moment, Kakuzu gave more face, using a tentacle attack. One of his arms broke and flew over, with black wires inside. These black lines formed a structure of his body, giving his arms the ability to attack from a distance. In addition, the arm is completely covered by black energy, which makes people think it is something similar to armament hockey. This man is a master of gymnastics. Kinnaman shouted. As Kazuki Oden's subordinate, he occupies a considerable proportion in it, and is known as an expert with absolute resourcefulness. He was a little flustered now, the opponent's shape was too weird, armament hockey was covered in the arm that was shot out. This arm is still connected by a black thread, which inevitably reminds him of a person, that is Doflamingo who once appeared in this world. The opponent can also use silk thread as an effective and powerful attack method, which also shows extremely weird. This guy's attack power is so strange, don't bother with him, find a way to attack from the side. Advertisement. While speaking, Jin Wyman drew out the knife in his hand, and there was a ball of fire on the blade, which was considered extremely powerful. The flames were burning, and he fiddled with the knife and lunged forward. After one cut, he wanted to burn off the black silk thread, but he was obviously thinking too well. Kakuzu is no ordinary person. The black silk thread in his hand comes from his own most special ninja secret art. This ability allows the silk thread in his hand to change ever-changingly, allowing the palm of his hand to shuttle freely, and the power is even more impressive. In a moment of confrontation, he had already gained the advantage. Kinemon was about to cut him off with a single blow when he was slapped on the ground. When he was trying to struggle, he felt that his head was about to split, and the opponent's counterattack was so swift that he was caught off guard. "You weak guy is not qualified to fight me." While Kakuzu was talking, a real master came, and a beast-like thing flashed beside each other. They looked vicious but powerful, and they pounced but showed the aura of kings. These are the two admirals from the furry kingdom. The Duke of Inuarashi and the treasurer of the cat-bellied snake launched a general attack at the same time, which was powerful and terrifying. The two ferocious beasts arrived in an instant, making people frightened. 197 Bai Ye at the theater. A cat and a dog are two strong men. They are both top physical masters, and they are equally heroic and powerful when using weapons to attack and fight. Bai Ye is a theatergoer. Staring at the actions of these people in front of him, he felt very funny in his heart. Seeing so many people leaping forward in action. So much so that in the end, I was just staring at their actions here, which really aroused a little curiosity in my heart. Actually, if your highness asks me to do it, these people can solve it. The only one who is stronger is that Momosuke, but he should not have Grandmaster's various combat skills. Asides can tell at a glance that Momosuke's combat power is the most terrifying among this group of people. The opponent is young and energetic, coupled with the help of powerful fruits and energy, it is enough to make his combat effectiveness unprecedentedly improved. It's not necessary, we just watch a show here. I also didn't expect Hidan and Hidan to come to the pirate world so quickly, and the effect of passing through each other is stronger than I imagined. It seems that in the Hokage world, Quinn and the others have brought them for many years, and it's time to call them back. I don't know what these bastards have learned. I also sent more pacifists there to fight and infiltrate. I don't know what level the pacifists have evolved over the years. There are so many things that can be done, so there is no need to worry about what will happen. Bai Ye is a character who watched all this quietly. As he thought, another portal opened in Wano-kuni, and it was still led by a group of vicious pirates. That was Quinn. At present, he fled in embarrassment and left here. Now that the king has returned, his aura is different from before. He escaped before, but now he wants to come back. You guys come back to Pirate World this time, and we have to make some contributions. By the way, it's time to find that highness. Now I am different from before. Advertisement. Quinn grinned and said that the fat body seemed to bring him new strength. This dead fat man is really different now. Not only did he learn some so-called secret techniques from the Land of Thunder, he also took actions in other ninja countries, and was even given the title of a goodwill ambassador by the Hokage world. Quinn finally returned to Pirate World, and now he saw that his arms became stronger and stronger, and his subordinates had been there for more than 10 years, and the group of people under him also learned a lot of skills. The ninjutsu used by those ninjas is also available. At least when it is used, it is very powerful and easier, and the average fighter can learn a bit of an army. Boss, we seem to know each other too well in Wano-kuni now. A younger brother next to him could immediately see that the capital of Wano-kuni was in the distance, with towering buildings and amazing weather. It turned out to be back to Wano-kuni. I don't care who is in charge of Wano-kuni now. Let's go to the capital to make a big fuss. I don't care who stomps them under their feet first. Quinn spoke excitedly, leading a large group of men to Wano-kuni. They learned a lot of things in the Hokage, Mono's, world, and now their clothes have changed. Most of them are ninja costumes, and they were taught by the 5 major ninja countries. Everyone's ninjutsu is different, although you can't learn the top things, there is no limit to blood succession. It's okay to barely learn some powerful kung fu. When they came to the side, they saw red flags fluttering in the entire capital of flowers, and a sea of flowers. It turned out that this place was actually occupied by people, and it was in the midst of celebrations. 198 Shinigami curse. Quinn ignored it and led people into it. The boys ruined this place for me, let them know who is the master here. 11. The place was in a mess, and many people rushed over and beat the place violently. The entire flower city was in chaos, and these people who appeared suddenly began to destroy and kill everywhere, causing the sound of wailing here and there. Quinn returns again, and the 4 emperors of this world will add another title. The battle of Bai Ye's group of people is very fierce, but it's a pity that they are facing an undead duo. During the battle, the Hidan even got the blood of Ashura Boy. Although she was constantly being cut by the opponent, the sickle in her hand was not very sharp. What's more, many people in this pirate world rely on their powerful 377 physique to fight, and they can quickly recover from any injuries. After slashing with a sickle on his back, he didn't care at all, and the Ashura Boy even roared wildly. Knocking the opponent out, unexpectedly Hidan jumped to the side. Advertisement, you're finished. Now that I've got your blood, I'm going to kill you. Hidan pushed back, and it was in the eyes of this kind of person, drawing some strange and complicated lines on the ground. He is doing the weirdest thing, drawing a special formation. Every movement is weird. The Ashura Boy didn't charge up to kill him but looked curious. After the other party finished, he actually stood behind and took out a very small wooden stick and turned it into a spear with a casual flick. From now on, I will make you pay the price. It was the scar you left me just now. It's time for you to die now, but I'm going to torture you. While speaking, Hidan actually pointed at his thigh and directly stabbed it. The spear pierced his calf at once, and the blood was dripping. Just when everyone thought this guy was an idiot, unexpectedly Ashura Boy's thigh was also dripping with blood, and there was an extra scar. Hidan's cursing power makes one's scalp tingle, and everyone thinks it is a kind of fruit power. Advertisement. The well-informed and extremely powerful Esters couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, the other party seems to be a strange character, but his ability is so outstanding. AHCF. Your Highness, this man is really amazing. Is this a kind of wonderful fruit power? It should be quite good among the people I have met. According to Aestus, there are some similar forces in their world, which are very powerful. But this kind of curse hurts itself to fully exert the advantage of immortality, which is indeed a bit magical. Bai Ye nodded. That's right. This curse power comes from a certain mysterious force in the Hokage world. Ordinary people can't even see it, let alone control it. Hidan can perfectly display the power of the immortal body. Once he is seriously injured, he can be repaired by others. The only thing he fears is that his body cannot fully recover. It's as hard as being beaten to pieces, but these people certainly don't know, and he has helpers. Kakuzu flew around and summoned several masked monsters who could fight people, and the anger continued to burn. In the blink of an eye, a huge blue dragon appeared in front of everyone, looking majestic and domineering, with a monstrous momentum. The dragon that appeared was Momosuke. It turned into a dragon shape, opened its mouth to breathe out, and spit out flames to burn all powerful enemies and ignite endless things. The blazing fire is really harmful. 199 Long Way and Deficiency. Momosuke turned into a dragon, and there was only one target to attack, which was the man opposite. He opened his mouth and spit out endless flames. This group of fires can burn everything. It is terrifying and terrible. Bai Ye has seen the brutality and terror of Kaido of the Beasts, but when he saw Momosuke at this time, he felt a little nostalgic. Kaido of the Beasts is obviously stronger than this idiot. There is more of a raging flame to destroy the sky. He is really very powerful. There is an obvious and precise gap between the two, which can be said to be earth-shattering. Bai Ye stretched out a hand to block the front, and the endless fire turned into clusters of sparks in front of his eyes. Not a single bit of flame could reach his side. Seeing this scene, he punched him. Invincible's fist carried a strong shock force, and it smashed the opponent into the distance all at once. Bai Ye looked at this weak man. Even though he possessed the fruit of 100 Beasts' regular script, his ability was still a fragile existence, making people disgusted. If at some point this guy had the desire to fight as a lover, as well as fighting skills, he might be considered a strong man, but he is still a waste now. If someone else heard such an evaluation, they would definitely work hard and continue to fight again, but those who heard this before their eyes didn't need to say much. Advertisement. Or even you, Momonosuke, a so-called weak person, looks very sad, let alone has no power to resist. Momosuke seemed to be working hard again with a kind of momentum, a kind of resentment. He flew back again. This time it seemed to be a little bit stronger. I will not lose to you. This is the country that belongs to my father. As the general here, I will protect it. This sentence was very powerful. Bai Ye gave Seeds a look of absolute ice, and a huge icicle froze on the opponent's body. Momosuke couldn't move in the blink of an eye, and his whole body was covered in ice, like an ice sculpture, which was pathetic. Momosuke, although you have a powerful fruit, you don't have the majesty and momentum in it. It's a waste to give this fruit to you. Bai Ye commented on the other party, Momosuke, and his anger rose to the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dragon flew to a high place again, and he actually carried countless flames. Groups of raging fires continued to operate in the air, and they descended, which was extremely terrifying. 0. Seeking flowers. This might be his strongest blow, but there are still people standing up next to him, constantly jumping around. There are some extraordinary characters inside the 9 heroes. Cats and dogs are very nice. Advertisement. There is also the boy Ashura. Unfortunately, he is about to have a thigh cut off now, and he can't move. The flames fell on Bai Ye under various circumstances. Suddenly, he found that there was an odd guy next to him, and at the same time, another person was stabbed in the chest and fell to the ground vomiting blood. 0. It's only now that I find out that I'm actually a spy. Kanjuro suddenly yelled that he pierced Kiku with one knife, and then put the knife on Kinemon's neck next to him. This sudden change made everyone startled. Kanjuro, what are you doing? Kwangshilong shouted angrily, very surprised by this guy's betrayal. What am I doing? I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I've never been more than a traitor among you. I exist only to wipe out the Kazuki family. I was born to be the best actor, and my life has been playing such a role, and now it's finally time for me to do it. 200 Memory of Blackfire. Kanjuro is indeed an acting school. In the whole pirate story, he is the best acting master. He can completely bring himself into the role, and even die with a person he hates. Kanjuro posed next to him, suddenly waved his paintbrush and drew a crane. The crane flapped, its wings fluttered, and it rushed to a high place in an instant. This crane can also release flames, and clusters of black flames descend from the sky. 553. Kanjuro's betrayal instantly disrupted the entire rhythm of the Red Sheath 9 heroes. When Kakuzu saw this scene, He thought of the Black Amaterasu fire, which was also used by the very powerful masters in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi is also a legend in the organization. In terms of combat power, Kakuzu thinks he is no match for the opponent. Seeing the black flames suddenly made him feel nostalgic. Seeing the black flames, Bai Ye couldn't help but think of the Uchiha family, including Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha family is full of monsters. If they are willing to surrender, maybe their actions to conquer the world will be faster. While the two of them were in a daze, someone had already pounced on them, much more violently than imagined. Advertisement Momosuke is now very angry and wants to catch the traitor, but thinking of the person in front of him, it is even more difficult to deal with. A divine dragon dashed forward, with its huge dragon head in sight. Acides flew up into the sky, extending a 100-meter icy blade in his hand, and placed it on the opponent's head. Momosuke was knocked back again. He was injured in the first confrontation, and now the whole dragon's head is bleeding. The falling dragon's blood instantly turned into red ice dust and danced in the air, with a unique sense of miserable beauty. After Aestus finished his blow, he jumped on a high place, stepped on the iceberg and looked at the opponent. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you are really weak, and don't cry. Acides kicked out, a disproportionate kick, but with a huge kamui, the opponent was kicked far away. Momosuke got up again. At this moment, he flicked his tail, even wanting to imitate the Kaido of the Beasts and use some new powerful power and offensive. It's a pity that the power of Kaido of the Beasts was learned by a halfway monk like him. Real age Momosuke is definitely enough. Advertisement. He is completely lacking in survival experience, but he was brought into this state abruptly. There is still a huge gap in combat experience and ability. I will not admit defeat. I am the son of Kazuki Oden, the general of Wano Kuni. If I don't defeat you, this country will be destroyed by you. He made an excuse for himself, wanting to get up again. Bai Ye smiled and took an extra step forward. Although he didn't intend to do anything, he wanted to make fun of the child. You child is really caring. I'm just curious now, why do you think you have the qualifications to protect the people? If your Kazuki family really wanted to protect the people back then, how could they have allowed these people to suffer for so many years? A lot of things are not caused by that Kazuki Oden being too stupid. If he really guarded it carefully, he would have defeated the enemy long ago. He neither believes in the power of the people nor the power of his companions, but also overestimates his own ability by 43,000. Kazuki Oden's death is a matter of course. As for protecting this country, does this country need you trash to protect it? There is no kindness in Bai Ye's words. It is the deepest blow, but it is almost the same as the truth. If Kazuki Oden had made even a few correct decisions back then, maybe he could have saved the country. But every step he takes is wrong, which is also a talent. 201 Wano Kuni Chaos. Of course Momosuke didn't want to believe it. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Shut up, my father is a hero. Momosuke is very convinced that his father is a hero. He never knew how stupid his thoughts were. Bai Ye stared at the other party mockingly and continued talking. Is your father really referring to a hero? I have nothing to say now, but the current Wano Kuni must have been attacked and destroyed in some way. As General 07 here, don't you even notice it? There is thick smoke billowing in the capital of flowers, and you didn't even take a second look. You keep saying that you want to save the people, but you have never paid attention to them. How sad it is. Bai Ye's words drew everyone's attention to the City of Flowers, which is the most prosperous place in Wano Kuni, but now it is full of smoke and flames. The capital of flowers was on fire, and the terrifying flames soared into the sky, making everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the flower city on fire? Is there anyone guarding it? Advertisement Kinnaman shouted loudly, his eyes widened, not understanding how this incomparably terrifying fire came about. Bai Ye had long noticed how fiercely the flames of the flower capital were burning. It seemed to be completely ignited there. The flames were soaring into the sky, but they were also as colorful as fireworks. It's just that many people focus on this, ignoring the real people in the country that should be protected. Momosuke saw the capital of flowers being burned by flames, and remembering his responsibility, he left the battlefield and rushed over without hesitation. Bai Ye wasn't surprised at all. This person didn't understand the truth, and he didn't understand how to deal with the priorities. After all, the other party is only a 5-year-old child, and he always puts his own mind first when encountering things. Acides, don't continue to entangle here. Come back. This battle does not belong to us. There is no need to continue fighting. Acides always obeyed Bai Ye's words, and after falling from a high place, he threw out the ice sword in his hand to block his eyes. No matter what the wind and waves, they were equally fearless. Your Highness, tell me what to do. Continue to let me deal with them, or is it useful to keep their lives? Acides is here staring at the battlefield to clean everything up. I'm going to Hokage world to see the latest time changes. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he was about to go to the Hokage world through the portal. Acides was staring here piously. Advertisement. There are many portals now. The most important one is Red Line. As for Wano Kuni, it's not too far from Red Line. Bai Ye traveled through the sky and came to the Red Line in a short time, the King's Landing. A group of soldiers around knelt down one after another. The CP0 agents are also 803 here. All of them knelt down in reverence, looking at their king. CPO agents, prepare for war. First bring out a team of people and follow me to the world of Hokage. The CPO agents nodded one after another, and at the same time brought some pacifists. These are the most elite fighters now, and there are a few seraphs who are particularly eye-catching. Seraphim looks like a child, but their combat power is terrifyingly strong. They have the highest level of combat power output. There are many models of pacifist. The most common model is to launch the beam attack in the hand to bomb the distance. The more advanced models are Seraph and New Pacifist. The former focuses on attack, while the latter focuses on defense. 202 Konoha trial without delay. Bai Ye entered the portal with CP0 agents and pacifists. After the light flickered, everyone passed through and appeared in a forest. The surroundings are very chaotic, giving people a different momentum from the past. Bai Ye glanced over the surrounding area, thinking about where this place is. Here, the mountains are high and the forests are dense, making it very quiet. In the entire Hokage continent, there are not many such forests. He activated his perception, scanned the surroundings, and there was a small team about 2 kilometers ahead, which was in action. And not far from them, another team was preparing for battle. These people don't seem to be fighting for life and death, or else they wouldn't show up and fight in a wide field. Let's explore first. Bai Ye said that the CPO agents walk through the air, and they all have the moonwalk skill, very fast. These people jumped up and down in the forest, and soon reached the distance, and saw that in a large open field, the two parties had already prepared. On one side is Uzumaki Naruto and on the other side is Uchiha Sasuke. They are divided into 2 teams, ready to fight at any time. This is a test. Advertisement. Of course the CP0 agents didn't know each other, they just watched from a distance. These ninjas did not learn any real kung fu at a young age, their observation and insight were limited, and they did not notice that someone was peeping. While Agent CP0 was staring at him, a figure suddenly appeared. He launched an attack from behind, with thunder in his palm. This is quite famous ninjutsu Reikiri, and Kakashi is naturally the one doing it. Hitaki Kakashi is a powerful ninja, and Reikiri is his most proud attack method. The lightning gathered in the hand is like a sharp blade that can penetrate the opponent's body with a single hit. This CP0 agent is Kaku. Seeing the opponent suddenly appear, he called Kaku with an electric light in his hand, and a knife appeared in his hand with a wave of his hand, forcing the opponent back. Kaku's combat power is not bad, he has reached the awakening stage after obtaining the fruit ability. Although I have been in the world of pirates, I have not been able to learn anything from the world of Hokage. Even so, Kaku can be considered to be among the ranks of strong masters. When the opponent arrives, he is easily retreated by him. Kaku forced the opponent back and stood on the tree with a knife, while Kakashi stood opposite. Where did you steal the monitors from, to watch Konoha's trial? Advertisement. Kakashi showed no signs of fear. This time Kakashi was blind in one eye, and it seemed that what should have happened could not be avoided. I don't care who you are, we are here by order. If it is exposed, we are stupid, so we can't disclose more information. While Kaku nodded, several CP0 agents left as soon as possible to report the news, and Kakashi started again. Kakashi ran forward with lightning in his hand, and when he got close, he used lightning-style ninjutsu again. Kakashi jumped away, stood in the distance and threw out the kunai in his hand. This is their special hidden weapon, very easy to use, and can also be used as a fighting weapon when entering and exiting. He gathered the powerful lightning chakra into it, making the kunai amazingly powerful. With a blue electric light, there is a hidden weapon, Wang Wang Jiao, who flew over with a whoosh, and Kaku took out a knife and stretched out his hand to block it. With a bang, the knife was almost out of control, even though he didn't use any skills. He also admired the opponent's attack, and a thunder and lightning force spread on the knife, making half of his body paralyzed. Powerful skills, but unfortunately the opponent you meet is quite special. I am a zone fruit capable person, N. Kakashi didn't know what a zone fruit ability user is, but found that the other party had turned into a beast form. 203 Konoha. After transformation. Kaku likes this transformation effect very much. Zone fruit ability users can transform their bodies into beast forms, as well as half-orc forms. In this form, he has stronger combat power and destructive power. The most important thing is his strong physical fitness and continuous recovery. The battle between the two started immediately, but there was not much noise in the battle, it was just silent. They seemed to deliberately not want to affect the students below. On the ground below, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke led the team to fight. Deep in the forest, Bai Ye saw his subordinates who had returned. As soon as they said, "This is a group of students fighting under the forest of Konoha village." It's interesting, it seems that our early appearance has had a great impact on this world. I don't know if people like Senju Hashirama are still alive. You are responsible for monitoring those children. I will go and see that Kakashi, he is very interesting. Bai Ye was walking in the middle of the forest. A group of his subordinates had already been scattered everywhere, and beside him were 2 seraphs. One is the Eagle Eye when he was a child, and the other is the Empress when he was a child. These 2 blazing angels are already strong, and the terrifying Eagle Eye will use the blade to fight. And this Empress can also use the power of petrified fruits. Advertisement. The Marine Admiral with average fighting power of the 2 seraphs is difficult to deal with. Senju Hashirama, AHBB, and others' fighting power is not much different from Marine Admiral. Perhaps with the blessing of some special secrets in local combat, they can surpass the General Marine Admiral. Obviously during normal combat, At least in this forest, there will not be such a high level of combat power. Bai Ye came here and looked into the distance, and Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto fought fiercely. They all have their own teams, and Uchiha Sasuke is mostly women. There is also Uzumaki Naruto, for example, Hinata is in Uzumaki Naruto's team. And his big brother-in-law is also in it, which is Hyuga Neji. Also great are Shikamaru and Xiao Li. These people are not bad for their brains and fighting power. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto's popularity is not bad. But it is also possible that many male classmates are jealous of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is most obviously surrounded by Ino and little Sakura. The two girls are very beautiful among the current students. Advertisement: the two of them are good sisters. There are also fights over men, and the main target is Uchiha Sasuke. Now the sisters are both together to assist Sasuke in this situation, which is very curious. When Tsuyi was watching, he saw that they were fighting very fiercely, completely simulating a real battlefield. And more powerful ninjutsu were used. This Uzumaki Naruto actually uses multiple shadow clone. Uzumaki Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique is a very terrifying forbidden technique. Ordinary people using this kind of ninjutsu will greatly deplete their own chakra, and may even collapse to death. Only Uzumaki Naruto, who got the power of 9 tails, can use this ninjutsu for a long time. It can be said that Uzumaki Naruto is cheating from beginning to end. Although the Uchiha family also has cheats, the other party's cheats are really destiny. After Uzumaki Naruto opened and hung up, countless clones were jumping. Although the current Uzumaki Naruto is very young, his combat effectiveness is still remarkable, at least stronger than usual. Uchiha Sasuke opened the Sharingan of the Three-Hooked Jade, and the progress is much faster than in the plot. His eyes can lock on the opponent with a fierce flash of light, and he also has illusions to assist in combat, which proves that Sasuke's current combat power is really quite amazing. 204 Strong and terrible power. Bai Ye has always admired the strong in the Hokage world. There are some really good guys out there. There are not a few strong young players, such as Uzumaki Naruto and Zebo Sasuke. The young team fighting below is the future ultimate of Konoha village, and the name of the 12 Shaoqiang can be resounded all over the world. These young people are really good, and it seems that they are strong in the future. Bai Ye admired them very much while speaking. He turned his head and looked at the two people at the base station beside him. Indeed, they had their own style. Kakashi is worthy of being a strong man with rich experience, and he directly uses various ninjutsu to fight against the opponent. He is not the strongest in the Hokage world, has briefly taken over Hokage's position, but only for a short time. He is talented and capable, and the only thing that gets criticized is that chakra rarely struggles to sustain a long and strong fight. But his Sharingan is strong enough. Hokage World Kamui is a terrifying, powerful space-based skill. Hitaki Kakashi has been fighting that CP0 agent Kaku. The lightning-style avatar technique he uses is very powerful, and when several figures appear at the same time, they all look like real people. Advertisement: Kaku has a good observation haki but can detect the other party, which one is real and which one is fake. In desperation, he could only use armament haki, wrapped around the long knife and spun around for a while. Then he made up another move, Tempest Kick Bai Ye, kicking a clone to pieces. Hearing a click, he turned over and was broken, but Kakashi suddenly appeared behind the avatar with a thunderbolt in his hand. The opponent's Reikari also missed a hit, and Kaku's body was wrapped with armament haki's defense. Just when Kaku was about to fight back again, the opponent's eyes suddenly lit up. Kaku instinctively felt that something was wrong, and quickly retreated to the place where he was standing just now, as if there was more power in the void. Part of the blade in his hand disappeared without a sound. The power of the Uchiha clan resides in Kakashi's eyes. The ability he uses now is called Kamui. This Sharingan skill can penetrate the power of space and transfer one thing to another area. Even a powerful explosion or other things are fine, but life cannot be easily converted. Uchiha Obito's eyes are indeed all strong. Seeing that his sneak attack didn't work, Kakashi pulled back and threw more kunai. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 Advertisement. On the other hand, he jumped onto a tree and looked at the other party quietly. He thought he could rest temporarily, but suddenly found that Kaku's body was spinning. His whole body came like a windmill. This is his special knife attack. The blade is even more powerful after spinning. Kakashi didn't fight recklessly, and used ninjutsu directly when he jumped off. I don't know what kind of move it was, and all the trees flew over at once. 0 A ninjutsu attack is to stop the opponent. Kaku cut off all the trees standing in front of him. When it stopped, Kakashi had gone elsewhere. Don't run away, you are a good opponent. Kaku looked at the opponent with a kind of enthusiastic expectation in his heart, so the attack of the two people would be very interesting. Although the knife in his hand was somewhat damaged, he suddenly made a gesture. 4 Knife style. Ni Lin. Accompanied by his powerful attack, this move was indeed very strong. The blades in his legs and hands erupted instantly, and an extremely terrifying turquoise light flooded out. The surrounding rock fragments instantly knocked him into the air. 205 Battle of Mighty Blades. Kakashi can only use summoning technique during the crisis. His summoning technique can summon 8 ninja dogs that he is proud of. These hounds have different shapes, some are huge, some are small. The 8 hounds are often used for searching, but the main attack has limited effect. After 8 dogs suddenly appeared, Each dog was still wearing special clothes. Kaku was slightly surprised, but the blade in his hand was already approaching. 730. Did not expect the 8 puppies to jump to different places. Some were whining and barking all the time, and some were rushing towards themselves. Since these dogs were very agile and short in stature, they were hard targets to hit. Kakashi hid behind and directly used the powerful Earth-style ninjutsu to come up to the Earth-style Earth Flow wall. He directly implements all the chakra into the ground by means of mudra, forming a thick wall of mud. In order to be able to strengthen this ninjutsu, he even directly upgraded to become a multiple Earth Flow wall. Ordinary ninjas can only use one kind, but he uses it one after another. The wall smashed past, and the loud bang sound was very shocking. Advertisement at this moment, the place where the other party was standing was going to be broken. Kaku pushed back, watching this scene in surprise, and there were puppies constantly moving around here. Nasty person, you do have amazing skills. Tempest kick, whirlpool white blade. Kaku uses a new skill, the whole body jumps forward violently, and the body also rotates. As the muscles became tense like a spiral, his body also began to explode. Surrounded by those rotating blades, the momentum was endless, and all the mud walls were smashed. When they stopped, they couldn't find the other party's trace. In the smoke, I saw that Kakashi jumped out of the ground. Earth-style cracked teeth. What he was waiting for was this moment. He was hiding in the underground world, and he had already waited for the opponent to arrive and hit him with an astonishing punch. It looked like an ordinary fist, but it exploded with the momentum of a galloping impact. The ground trembled, and his figure was even more proud and independent, flying high. This ultimate move really made people feel an incomparably powerful feeling. Kakashi's attack has amazing damage. While charging upwards, the iron fist comes out, which is indeed powerful. He thought that this move would be able to accurately hit and kill powerful enemies, but sometimes he was still overconfident. Advertisement Kaku didn't even move at this moment, using iron body skills and armament hockey reinforcements. His whole body seemed to have the strength of steel. Although he was punched, his whole body remained motionless. Instead, in an instant, he immediately grabbed the opponent and threw Kakashi to the ground. The 8 hounds rushed out directly, and after catching Kakashi's move with their bodies. Before the 8 dogs could do anything, all were badly injured. Kakashi had to return his hound to another place. His body has been injured now, although he has other ninjutsu and has the power to fight, but he doesn't know if he can win. Kaku, don't fight anymore. His helper has already arrived. If this group of Xiaoqiang fight together, you are not an opponent. Bai Ye's voice sounded from the side. Kaku glanced at 3.1, and many figures jumped forward. He looked again, and His Highness stepped aside respectfully. There are 2 seraphs next to Bai Ye. Of course, the eagle-eyed empress beheaded these people. But Bai Ye didn't come here to kill people. He looked at Kakashi and smiled slightly to make him sit down. Kakashi felt the strength of the opponent, especially the 2 guys behind the man, which made him feel fearful just by looking at it. 206 I declare war on Konoha. When Kakashi saw the other party, he felt a kind of uneasiness in his heart. He is not the opponent of the person in front of him. If there is a real fight, it is absolutely impossible for him to win. Just say what you want to do. I am Konoha's ninja. Bai Ye smiled. Looking at these ninjas is very interesting. You are Konoha's ninja cloth armor. What is the difference in my eyes? Konoha looks very powerful, but it is full of loopholes and fragile. As for the profession of ninja, it is ridiculous. You are acting for your employer, but you have a so-called big name on your head. To put it bluntly, it's as if 07 is the celestial dragons in another world. The nobles and many of them are a group of evil people. Your lives are not in their concern at all. Okay, let's not talk about it. I came here to fight you before you should actively prepare to deal with some enemies. We are your enemies. Advertisement Bai Ye said coldly that the astonishing and incomparable murderous aura on his body seemed to be eternal. Don't you want to kill us? We're here. You can kill us as long as you do it. We are not your opponent. Kakashi moved deliberately, as if he wanted to delay time, and at the same time, the back of his hand was making some movements behind him. The meaning was very clear. He was signaling the others not to approach directly. Kakashi is the author who is so dedicated, but the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang still rushed here one after another. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke came first. The 2 stood beside Kakashi on the left and the right. Now it seems that the 2 sides are confronting each other. But Bai Ye is still too strong here. A seraphim nearby can kill all these people. I have something to ask you. As long as you answer truthfully, I can let you go. Uzumaki Naruto seemed very unconvinced, and was about to make a move, but Kakashi quickly stopped this stupid guy. Don't do it, you are not his opponent. Advertisement. Kakashi called Uzumaki Naruto, but he still rushed over, but with his strength, he wanted to hurt the person in front of him, almost like a dream. His doorbell was completely inadequate after all. Bai Ye watched the other party rushing over with Rinnegan. He was obviously a so-called ninja who knew all kinds of powerful ninjutsu. He had to choose such a stupid way of melee combat. I really don't know how to evaluate it. It's as if some people have the most advanced technology in the world, but choose such a stupid way of close combat, but they don't know the importance of powerful firepower. Bai Ye didn't need to make a move. The little empress next to him did it directly, just seeing the powerful force with one eye, and directly defeated the opponent. Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan attack is useless for 003. When he was hit in the distance, fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke caught him, which was a blessing, otherwise he might have been killed directly under this attack. Don't be so anxious. Young people are here. If you are so anxious, you may cause yourself some trouble. You may die here first. I am very merciful, and I am not here to kill people. Bai Ye said coldly, just in time to see Uzumaki Naruto being lifted up. This is also his greatest luck, at least he didn't die under this blow, which is not bad. Come on, I'm here to declare war, but I also want to know something about the village of Konoha Shinobi. 207 Konoha's story. What Bai Ye wants to know now is what happened to Konoha Shinobi village. Tell me about what has changed here over the years. Why did you bring the team to this place for confrontation training? And you guys are obviously doing high-level life and death confrontation-like training. It's not normal for a group of children to be trained so strictly by you. I took a look at the village by the way. It's far away. I can feel a formidable aura inside, as if someone is ready to fight again at any time. This feeling is very wonderful. Bai Ye seemed to feel the terrifying and amazing feeling there while speaking. After all, the distance is very far, but I know there must be some people who are constantly training hard, in order to do better. You asked us to tell the village that intelligence is stupid, and the profession of ninja cannot betray the employer no matter what. We also cannot disclose information about the village. Bai Ye smiled. Really? Then what are these children around you? If I kill them all and let you go back, will you feel guilty for the rest of your life? Hitaki Kakashi's awareness of protecting the village's information with his own life. But he couldn't bear to hurt the people around him. Advertisement. His father, Hitaki Mausho, did something similar, and in the end he chose to commit suicide without being understood. Kakashi originally felt that he should stick to that path. But up to now he doesn't know what kind of path is correct. He already has a bit of hesitation, helplessness and thoughts in his heart. What's wrong? Don't you dare to make such a promise now. They will die one by one before your eyes. These 12 children represent the future of Konoha Shinobi village. Some of them are very talented, and some of them should be descendants of Hokage. There are also descendants of the Uchiha clan. If they die here, you will not be able to absolve yourself of the blame, but you will not be able to fully protect the village. Don't worry, you have explained everything in the village, no one will punish you, just report my name. My name is Bai Ye, I come from another world, and I want to invade the entire Hokage 5 big country including conquering all countries. I brought with me mighty warriors called Seraphs, and I brought some valiant soldiers myself. You have already investigated my information, tell me about Konoha. Knowing that he had no choice, Kakashi explained the changes in Konoha Shinobi village over the years. Since the news that the other world will invade appears in the Hokage world. Advertisement. The first Hokage at that time used all its strength to maintain peace in this place. He made appointments with people from several other ninja nations. It happened that the Land of Thunder received help from some outsiders during the turmoil. That's the fat Quinn. In this way, they asked a lot about the pirate world through Quinn's mouth. The world of pirates is full of powerful people, with war machines, those with fruit abilities and hockey. Quinn must have leaked all that information. Although it doesn't make people feel good, after all what he leaked, Lee's good, is not something very important. But even so, he told the other party everything he should know. After these people knew about it, they felt that they had to step up the training of troops immediately. At that time, first Hokage proposed to use their own strength to form guard troops for each village. And learn some methods from Quinn and others to deal with the fighters of the Hokage world. There is no doubt that they are also considered hardworking and successful, except that there is not much room for this person to dig deep. 208 Hokage world changes. Recently, you have indeed done a lot of things. Your dedication and hard work are really amazing, and you have even begun to contact other ninja powers to organize a powerful armed force. But you are far from success. Bai Ye knew how powerful the troops organized by these ninjas were, with a large number of people and strong combat effectiveness. Each country has a different attack and fighting style. It is precisely because they have too many countries and are very strong with each other, it is completely difficult to form a harmonious whole. It has been decades since I was last here. Kakashi, bring all these news back to the high level of Hokage Ninja Village and say that we will send troops here, and after 3 days, I will send my Hokage to fight with you. This Eagle Eye is not the original powerful Eagle Eye, but a Seraph. They are very powerful and have good fighting power, so be careful yourself. Little Hokage stood up from the side, although he looked like a child of 7 or 8 years old, but he also had a knife on his back. Advertisement. The whole person is very indifferent, and the strength of the fighter is fully revealed. Kakashi looked at the other party and knew that the other party's ability was not bad at all, it was a feeling of fear. I can see that you are all powerful existences, but we have no fear, we will wait and see. Since you don't kill us, then we have to leave first. Kakashi led the people under his hand, and gradually withdrew, and when they were a little further away, they bounced and disappeared without a trace. Their figures are always looming, constantly floating, at an astonishingly fast speed. Little Hawkeye watched all the enemies leave. He kept his hand on the knife, but in the end he didn't move on. Let's rest here for a while, and you will attack the Konoha Shinobi village later. Little Hawkeye obeyed the arrangement and was very firm, retreating to the side and not speaking. These blazing angels have part of the IQ of human beings, as well as powerful fruit abilities and fighting skills. Advertisement. But they also have something, AHAA, that they didn't have, or lost. These serifs don't have much emotion, so each of them is like a cold rock, with an extremely plain and ordinary look on their expressions. Your Highness, what should we do? We can mobilize the army, and we can also monitor the village at all times. As long as you give an order, the army can directly enter. The CP0 agent on the side asked directly. Bai Ye had no intention of letting them fight in. You don't need to do anything, just keep watching for a while and don't move forward. I want to see how these ninja countries or villages will deal with the coming crisis. Whether the first Hokage is dead or alive is temporarily unknown, but I believe he will continue to live in some special way when he knows that someone is always threatening the world. What Bai Ye said was a judgment on first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The other party is an extremely capable person, who has inherited some of the power of the Sage of Six Paths, allowing him to be among the strongest kings. Also, he almost single-handedly created a peaceful era, which only a top talent can do. According to normal history, Senju Hashirama would have died. Few people knew why he died, but death fell on the strongest man in the world. 209 Konoha Village. Jittery Konoha really felt tremendous pressure at this time. There are two people in power now, 3rd Hokage and 4th Hokage, who are actually side by side here. Due to the existence of Uchiha Madara, and the arrangement of Senju Hashirama has changed a lot. 3rd Hokage has retired and passed all powers to 4th Hokage. As Hokage's son, Uzumaki Naruto is certainly having a good time. Also because of the absence of subsequent disputes, Uzumaki Naruto now does not have 9 tails on him. This is also a helpless move, but who knows what will happen in the future. As for Uchiha Sasuke, his family is still alive, and the Uchiha family now has a kind of loyalty to the village. It's just that Uchiha Madara doesn't know where he is a very tolerant guy. When Kakashi came back, everyone was surprised when he told all the news, especially 3rd Hokage. Advertisement, have those people made a comeback? They even brought stronger combat power, which is hard to deal with. When I was with 2nd Hokage before, I told him about this. Master 2nd Hokage is very afraid of those people. 3rd Hokage touched his chin here and said that everyone understood what it meant. When 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama encountered such a strong enemy, it was not even easy to deal with. Not to mention the current lineup, the current Konoha village may not even be as strong as 1st Hokage and Yamato. Except for some cheating characters who can reach a very high level, others definitely can't. All the historical and cultural memories behind this Konoha shinobi village, some things have become more profound and more important. 4th Hokage was also silent beside him, as if he had thought about it for a long time, and his heart was already moved. He is looking for his own answer. Minato, what do you think? 3rd Hokage asked Namikaze Minato, but the other party was the real person in charge of the entire Konoha village of 4th Hokage, and he should make some decisions. Advertisement, I think I should go to investigate first. To investigate my Flying Thunder God technique, I should be able to get closer to the opponent, quietly. As long as I don't startle the enemy, I should be able to find out more information. We only know that the other party is coming. His name is Bai Ye, and he comes from the world of pirates. And there is a powerful seraph beside him. We don't know all the other information. These are all problems, so we need to investigate as soon as possible, and we will know what to do when we have the answer. Namikaze Minato has this in mind. Many people in the Hokage world have absolute and firm personal heroism. When encountering things, they always hope that they will be the first to jump out and try. Zero, especially people like Namikaze Minato, who believes in his own power very much and has absolute persistence. The Flying Thunder God technique he possesses is a very powerful ability. If it can be used flexibly, it can indeed help him complete the task. Minato, if you really have this idea, then try it yourself. We will support you, but we hope that you must protect yourself as much as possible during this crisis. When the other party said this seriously, Namikaze Water, the door nodded naturally. He is a smart person, and he will never put himself in any dangerous situation. Don't worry, I know what I have to do. I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to move faster and use the shortest time to go back and forth. As long as I can complete this investigation mission, many things can be done. 210 Namikaze Minato decided to use his very powerful Flying Thunder God technique to investigate nearby. This kind of extremely fast speed technique makes it impossible for anyone to trace his trail. He came to the outside of Konoha Shinobi's village, and every time he jumped, he was traveling outward, flashing with speed, which was really amazingly fast. Flying Thunder God technique is a special and powerful ninjutsu. It puts a mark of oneself on some special objects, and then can teleport itself there. 950. The powerful Flying Thunder God technique allows Namikaze Minato to have a strong, fast, and invincible ability, which is difficult for ordinary people to compare. Under this power, his figure is always flickering and rising in an instant. Soon he entered the forest, which is a large forest that Konoha Shinobi usually uses for training. There are many requirements in the forest, and there are also traces left by many warriors. They fought here, and some people fought without fear. Surroundings are traces of people's pioneering, and a large number of trees were cut from it, and the instigator was actually a child. Namikaze Minato watched carefully. This child was much stronger than he imagined, although it was in the usual posture of wielding a knife. His appearance was so powerful that it exploded. Advertisement immediately, the child took out a knife with a strange shape, facing the front, and slashed the blade in a burst, and the place it passed could be called not a blade of grass. The power to cut everything off suddenly is very powerful and amazing. Even just looking at Namikaze Minato, he realized that the child's fighting power was beyond imagination. In his own knowledge, there were only a handful of people with such strong fighting power. What a terrifying blade, I never thought there would be such a powerful person. While Namikaze Minato was speaking, the child seemed to have discovered his existence, and stared at him with a pair of eyes. There is a powerful aura in the eyes. Namikaze Minato found out that he was being watched, and there was a kind of fear in his heart. The seemingly ordinary child is so powerful that he is terrifying. After he carefully weighs it, it may not be easy for him to deal with it. The legendary ninja kept aiming at the bottom. He looked, and the kid seemed to have noticed the sharp blade in his hand. The powerful fluctuating power directly hit the vicinity of Namikaze Minato. This attack was powerful, violent and terrifying. Advertisement: a simple move brought unparalleled powerful energy, which startled people. Namikaze Minato reacted and quickly retreated. Namikaze Minato's fighting power is not bad, but in the face of the strong wind, ordinary attacks are still fearful and dare not approach. When it fell below, the child had already come to the side, and he took out his knife and was about to chop it over. But when the knife was in the middle, it stopped suddenly, as if the other party had suddenly figured it out. It's not time to fight yet, so I won't do it. This kid stopped suddenly. Namikaze Minato definitely has a way to deal with it. His flying thunder god technique is a very good skill, which can let him dodge a fatal blow in an instant. When he was about to start, he saw that the opponent had no desire to move at all, which aroused deep curiosity in Namikaze Minato's heart. The child in front of him seemed to stick to his principles when fighting. You and I are not friends at 1.8, if you want to do it, please do it. Namikaze Minato said coldly, facing the opponent without any fear, just waiting for the moment when the opponent made a move. Unexpectedly, little Hokage's desire for fighting is indeed very low, and he has no intention of directly getting started. Instead, he turned his head and walked in another direction, feeling very indifferent to the things in front of him. 211 shocked Namikaze Minato. I said that now is not the time to fight. I will obey His Highness's orders. Under Namikaze Minato's doubts, his eyes locked tightly, and he dared not relax in the slightest. During his tenure, he must see through his eyes, and even more so, find the truth. Namikaze Minato held the weapon in his hand, prepared carefully all the time, not daring to relax or forget. Hokage is indeed doing a good job. There is no need to do anything, but you have to show something. Bai Ye's voice sounded from the side. Hokage immediately looked over, and then respectfully knelt down on one knee. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato knew that the person who came was the strongest monster, the existence that could make the weird guy in front of him bow his head and surrender. Namikaze Minato took out the bitterness in his hand. Wu 07 has a special mark on it, which is also his weapon and combat power. Seeing the other party's nervous appearance, Bai Ye found it very funny. Namikaze Minato, you are always considered the top person in this village of Hokage Konoha Shinobi. We are so scared when we see me. There is no need for this. Bai Ye walked over slowly. He had a sense of sarcasm towards the person in front of him. He was so scared the first time he met, so why hit him? Advertisement: Namikaze Minato sees through the horror of the person in front of him, and the standing man seems to be able to control the ocean, abyss and everything. Who are you? Are you the master of these people? Namikaze Minato's low-pitched questioner was very alert, and he would immediately rush forward to solve the problem if there was any trouble. Indeed, I am Bai Ye from the world of pirates, where I am the supreme king, but in this place I am just a very ordinary place. The word, ordinary, came out of Bai Ye's mouth. It was a bit shocking. This person is indeed ordinary, so ordinary that the whole pirate world would kneel at his feet. I don't know what the pirate world is, but you have come to Konoha and want to attack. I must guard this place, and I must not escape even if I try my best. Namikaze Minato took out his weapon. Bai Ye always feels that many people in the Hokage world may never understand what he said, so he has to add an episode here to prove that his life is valuable and meaningful. If these people can choose fewer fighters, they may feel that the world is peaceful, but they are far away from the peaceful days. Hokage, just play with him. Remember to know restraint. Don't really hack the other party to death, it will be boring. Advertisement: Little Eagle Eye nodded when he heard this. He is a powerful fighter, and when he puts on a combat stance, he has a sense of arrogance and invincibility. The Little Eagle Eye was there, looking at the other party with an absolute killing intent in his eyes. Even without moving forward, you can suppress the enemy. Namikaze Minato looked more and more wrong, and the next second Hokage made a knife. 653 Little Hokage's saber technique is astonishing, as if there is an incomparably gorgeous light flashing in front of his eyes, with a power to burn everything and penetrate everything. After a burst of dazzling light, the other party saw this scene, and was a little surprised from ear to ear. Namikaze Minato ran away again and again, not daring to fight himself recklessly, as if staying here for a second longer, he might die tragically in the opponent's hands. He can only run back and forth, looking for opportunities. But every time he went to a place, a burst of blade impact hit that area. The trees in front of him were chopped off in half, and the ground next to it was also damaged by the impact. This is too scary. Namikaze Minato felt fear for the first time in his life. 212 The enemy that Hokage fears. Namikaze Minato really felt a little more afraid in his heart. For the first time in many years, this made him feel uneasy. Is the little guy really that powerful? When the other party was standing, those sharp eyes were like an eagle. Namikaze Minato is not stupid, and being able to take Hokage's position proves that he is young and experienced, but he is powerful. He is enough to have such arrogance and self-confidence. Namikaze Minato looked there, always on guard against Bai Ye, but didn't have much desire to do anything. With Namikaze Minato as Hokage, you can compete with this little guy next to me. But I still say that, don't come when it's not fighting. Are you going to play a game around here? Or change places? I can find some venues for you. Bai Ye spoke quietly. Namikaze Minato looked at a secluded forest next to him and jumped over immediately. He had his own thoughts. Near this forest, I should be able to get some opportunities. Advertisement. As soon as Namikaze Minato arrived, Hawkeye also arrived nearby. Moreover, Hawkeye hadn't moved since it landed on the ground. Xiaoying's eyes are sharp and powerful, and Joju is a top fighter. He seemed to have no extra changes in his breath, and he was always so calm. Little Hawkeye really doesn't speak now. He stared coldly, his sharp eyes swept around, looking for signs of death. Namikaze Minato jumped onto a tree. His movement was somewhat similar to that of Itachi Kakashi, standing on a high place and waiting for the opportunity. Although he had a good idea, he didn't know if he would really have the time to complete the counter kill. Kakashi waited for a while and locked down firmly. Little Hawkeye didn't move from the beginning to the end. The huge sword was a bit too much for him, and he was always calm. Doesn't this little guy want to do it? It was terrible when he used a knife just now, much stronger than the samurai in this world. Namikaze Minato thought in his heart. He already had a bit of determination. He suddenly jumped high. This time Namikaze Minato has already started his own attack. He wants to see how strong the opponent is. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato moves forward with speed that is the ultimate of everything. Although he hasn't used Sage Mode yet, his fighting power is still very strong. The first thing that came up was the Flying Thunder God technique, and he threw the kunai with that imprint written on it in all directions. This ninjutsu is very magical. It is used to attack and shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupting the transfer of surprise attacks. It can even be used to avoid danger in a critical situation, and it does not need to seal when the escape is activated, which is simply a super magical skill. Namikaze Minato is extremely skilled at using this skill, and he can do it very well. There are kunai with his marks in all directions. When these kunai were poked on the ground, they had already given him some special marks. The other party gasped for the first time and started to act at the crest, Wyman, who directly used the powerful shadow clone technique. More Namikaze Minato appeared in an instant, but the moment the first clone, Nuo Dahao, appeared, it had already been cut off with a single blow. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. His turning over was instantly resolved by the opponent. This speed is really too fast. Surprised, he immediately summoned more clones. It's a pity that every avatar that appeared was killed by the opponent with a single knife, which was unparalleled. Fortunately, one avatar finally approached. This time the warrior used kunai to stab the opponent's eyes. Little Eagle Eye directly solved it with a blade. .213 cutting the sword of March. The knife in Little Hawkeye's hand is indeed extraordinary. This knife is a miniature version of the Black Sword Knight. Hawkeye in One Piece world uses the legendary, Supreme Sword, Black Sword Knight. That is a very powerful blade, possessing the power of invincible and cutting everything. Ordinary people have never seen the Supreme Sword, but the knife in front of them is controlled by the strongest swordsman in the world. The knife of Little Eagle Eye has a somewhat similar shape, and it is also as peculiar as a cross. When it is used mysteriously, this knife has an amazing momentum. The Little Eagle Eye aimed at the front again, and directly attacked Namikaze Minato's body. Namikaze Minato has been beaten many times. During the process of his astonishment, he always felt that the opponent's attack was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't give himself the slightest chance to breathe, so it could be seen that the opponent's attack was quite fierce from beginning to end. Namikaze Minato saw that the opponent's sword technique was so precise and powerful. He kept backing away to find the opportunity to continue fighting, because Namikaze Minato knew that he didn't have many choices. Although he has a sharp blade in his hand and various ninjutsu as combat skills, it is not easy to defeat such a special character. So Namikaze Minato has been looking for an opportunity. If he finds this opportunity, he will have absolute confidence to defeat the enemy directly. There is always a gap between the ideal and the reality. AHEG. Just when Namikaze Minato was full of confidence, Little Hawkeye suddenly jumped over and got very close. Namikaze Minato was taken aback, but he immediately saw that strange cross-like blade in Xiaoying's hand, which seemed to have no weapon, was thrown in another place. Advertisement. I don't know what the Little Eagle Eye is going to do, but the whole person stops halfway, and Namikaze Minato is on guard instead. Suddenly Little Hawkeye raised a hand, and this hand turned into the shape of a blade, which was very sharp, and came in an instant, slashing towards Minato. Namikaze Minato has fought many powerful people before, but today's body changes really opened his eyes, and he doesn't know what ability the opponent is using. Could it be the fruit power that Quinn once said? The powerful blade came to Namikaze Minato's side. Out of a judgment and feeling, Namikaze Minato chose to escape instantly. He wants to escape from the dangerous place and look for a chance of survival. Namikaze Minato avoided the blow with the Flying Thunder God technique, and when he retreated to the back, he was still terrified. This child was terrifyingly strong, surprisingly strong, so strong that he was at a loss. He didn't know what kind of method the opponent used to fight. Sometimes it was very fast, sometimes it was crazy and powerful. Now is not the time for you to leave. We haven't played the game yet. Little Hawkeye finished speaking directly, and then bent his body, as if his whole body was going to bounce up. This is the continuation of his fault energy. The fruit on his body is called dice fruit. It is to turn any part of the body into a sharp blade. The power is naturally quite strong. This kind of amazing slash is unusual and powerful. Hawkeye was originally a master of swords, but when his whole body is covered with blades, he becomes a more ultimate player, so the way he walks is destined to be extraordinary, and the attacks he makes are even more powerful. Territory. Namikaze Minato didn't dare to take it hard now. This kind of attack could only flee in a hurry, looking for an opportunity to continue fighting. He hoped that he could complete the feat and avoid everything. But sometimes that's just a luxury. Point 214 Battle of Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato is looking for a ray of life. Maybe he retreats quickly to find an opportunity, and at the same time the weapon is already ready. In addition to the kunai in his hand, he is also ready to use Rinnegan and other attack methods at any time. The Rinnegan is also a very powerful attack. It can know the powerful energy in an instant. When the waves spin up, the power is of course amazing. It can be said that the man who controls the Rinnegan is also very powerful. When Hawkeye arrived, Namikaze Minato immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to get to the opponent's side. And in his hands already has a Rinnegan, which is a swirling chakra energy, very tyrannical. If some of the attributes can be improved again, an invincible attack can be launched in just a short moment. When little Hawkeye saw this scene, he seemed a little surprised, probably because he found that the opponent's attack method was a little different from just now. But all of this is no different to little Hawkeye. He still only has an expression of absolute indifference. Seeing the opponent's attack coming, even if it is not in a hurry, it is still waiting there. When the opponent's power came instantly, Hawkeye directly turned an arm into a blade. After little Hawkeye's arm turned into a blade, he waited for the opponent's energy to hit a nearby one, and the blade was covered with armament haki. Armament haki contains a sharp and powerful will, and the black energy gathers with the light of the knife flashing. The two forces collided together, triggering a series of explosions. It was completely unexpected that the confrontation in the blink of an eye would have the feeling of life and death fighting between you and me. Advertisement. In fact, even Bai Ye didn't expect this scene. The opponent's Rinnegan could directly repel the arm covered with armament haki. You must know that this is still the arm of Lil Hawkeye, but the other party has a very strong fruit ability, which is the strongest peace warrior created by Vegapunk. But it's normal when you think about it carefully. You must know that the opposite is fourth Hokage. In the whole Hokage story, Namikaze Minato does not have an amazing performance. It is mainly Flying Thunder God technique, plus other Rinnegan ninjutsu. The reason why he didn't perform too amazingly is because he is not as earth-shattering and unparalleled as first Hokage, nor is it like some special characters can be created, and ninjutsu has a lot of good fortune. 0. Seeking flowers. The only thing that can be determined is this Flying Thunder God technique. The opponent uses it very skillfully, coming and going without a trace, and when it reaches the level, no one can chase it, no one can see it. The collision between the two reached the most intense level. Little Hawkeye's attack was blocked and Rinnegan on the opposite side was split open. Namikaze Minato disappeared instantly, and he retreated directly at this time by virtue of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even so, his eyes, there is always a kind of surprise written all over it. For Namikaze Minato, he is unforgettable. The little guy he met today looks young, but his fighting power is terrifying. If this will be Konoha Shinobi's opponent in the future, he must be very difficult to deal with. Namikaze Minato, who returned to the village, is still full of thoughts, which is in line with his temperament, and he is always thinking about certain things. When he couldn't find the answer, he would keep thinking, but his reaction was quite fast. He returned to the meeting room very quickly, saw the previous third Hokage, and when the other party was dealing with various situations as his senior, obviously hotter. You're back. How is Minato doing? 215 Tension in the village. When I heard the question, I could only shake my head helplessly. The mission failed. I met a very powerful guy. His combat power is unparalleled. I was almost defeated by him. Third Hokage was finally a little shocked. An outstanding young man like Namikaze Minato was considered a top existence in the entire Konoha Shinobi village, but he was almost killed unexpectedly. What should I do? How much power does the other party have to the extreme of 3 zeros, and they have such amazing abilities? Third Hokage was suspicious and wanted to know the answer, but Namikaze Minato couldn't give him the answer. Since you can't deal with each other, many people in the village are not their opponents. I decided to transfer the people in the village first. When they go out, they can enter the deep mountains and live there for a while. If there are no other problems in the village, they can come back later. If the village is destroyed, these people will become the last fire, so we must use this method to continue everything in the village, including destiny, including future. Third Hokage spoke his own language, and he had concluded that it would be difficult to keep the village under such an attack. Fourth Hokage also maintains a pessimistic feeling. If they really fight, it will be difficult for them to win. This is the reality. Minato now exercises. You're right under the Hokage to order everyone to transfer, and it is best as soon as possible. We must not delay. When Namikaze Minato heard Third Hokage's order, he was already ready. Even he was a little impatient. He wanted to transfer the personnel as soon as possible. Advertisement. Then I am here to buy time for everyone. After all, there are many ninjas in this village. They are pure fighters, and they exist to complete tasks. The village of Konoha Shinobi fell into an astonishing terror for a while, and even smart people like Shikamaru and his son knew that the whole village was under a huge threat. They wanted to break the game, but no matter how they calculated, they couldn't find any answer to break the game, so they were very helpless. There are still a large number of ninjas who are carrying out various tasks to be transferred out, and it is not easy to guarantee the basic life of the people. An astonishingly large amount of supplies are needed here every day, and the lives of those people are even more crucial. In order to be able to accomplish all this, all the ninjas are dispatched, searching the surrounding places, preparing all available materials, and at the same time speeding up the steps of their actions. Shikamaru, what do you think is the probability of victory in this war? How can Konoha break this situation? Shikamaru's father asked him. Both of them are members of the staff, they can touch the core secrets to make some special plans, but now they both find it very difficult. Father, I can't think of any way to solve the problem right now. The opponent is aggressive, and there is such a huge fighting body. We don't know the name until now. The name that has been circulated seems to be a pacifist. Even if so, it is impossible for us to fully grasp the movements of such pacifists. Under the current situation of 0.4, we have been struggling in a disadvantageous situation. To change all this, we have to do something amazing, maybe fight, maybe try something, because we don't have many opportunities. Shikamaru is right, it seems that they really don't have much opportunity for trial and error, so for the current Konoha Shinobi village, retreat is the best choice. 216 Konoha village first battle of the day has finally arrived. At this time, the outside of Konoha village is thriving, the sun is shining, and the flowers are colorful. Bai Ye sat on a roof, looking at his soldiers. Little Eagle Eye and the Little Empress were at the forefront. Followed by a large number of CP0 agents. Behind the agent is the pacifist, including the initial model with only attack power. There are also new models that can provide defensive capabilities. A large number of pacifists surrounded the outskirts of the village of Konoha Shinobi. These powerful individuals just wait to hear the order to charge forward and kill with one blow. 07. Agent CP0 acted first. They are all nimble fighters, jumping to the wall of the Konoha Shinobi village, and felt slippery as soon as they went up. On the wooden fences they were standing on, there had long been some substances like lubricating oil. It feels unstable when you step on it. Among these CP0 agents, there are only elites like Kaku, who can use moonwalk flexibly. What's more is a group of weak people with insufficient combat power. Advertisement as their feet slid, they descended from heights, each covered with powerful armor for defense, and before them was a mighty gust of wind. All Konoha Shinobi players use wind-style blades at the same time. This is a medium to short-range offensive ninjutsu. Use 3 fingers as the center of a circle to form a very thin disc with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. To be precise, it was a gust of wind blade thrown at the opponent. The attack of the windshield is fast and strong, and the CP0 special attack is not the strongest. They couldn't react for a while, and many people were beaten to pieces and fell there. There were also people who suffered severe head injuries and were immediately seriously injured. Among these people, only Kaku reacted extremely quickly and immediately used Tempest Kick Bailey. With one kick, a burst of dazzling flash hits the opponent directly. Unexpectedly, some of these ninjas use the Earth-style Earth Flow Wall technique. A huge mud wall stood in front of him. Although this kick was powerful, it was firmly blocked by the other side's wall, unable to move. It can be said that the opponent's ninjutsu is used by many people. And a ninja can master at least 2 chakra attributes. Ninjas with the same attribute can also increase the same ninjutsu, multiplayer cooperation. Advertisement this gives them a lot of flexibility in their battles. At least in the first wave of contact, they were still at a disadvantage like CP0 agents. Some people were severely injured, some fell into the trap below and couldn't get up for a long time. Seeing this scene, Kaku jumped high and used Tempest Kick to attack from a distance in the air. Every time he kicked, there was a dazzling flash of light hitting the opponent's wall, and he beat the opponent very badly with several consecutive moves. Just when he was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, someone always came out to disrupt the situation. The man who just appeared is called Sarutobi Asuma. He is the son of 3rd-generation Hokage, one of the best fighters in the village now. Witness the powerful attack brought out when the opponent kicks. Sarutobi Asuma jumped very high, and slashed the ninja sword in his hand towards the opponent's throat. Sarutobi Asuma is relatively flexible, and he inherited his father's ability to use a variety of ninjutsu. Seeing that he missed a hit, he immediately formed a seal in the air, and used the second move of ninjutsu fire style. The smoke and dust are constantly flowing around, and the temperature is extremely high, and people who come into contact with it will be injured. What's more frightening is that they will continue to produce damage, and will explode after a while. Kaku saw the strength of the opponent, and he landed from a high place and stood on a building. 217 The difficult battle. Kaku landed on the building and looked into the distance, his whole body was highly concentrated and very alert. Just as he was looking for the enemy, the opponent's surprise attack came again. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, which comes up with Golden Glitter, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique also has the ability to be the best in the world. In the blink of an eye, he came to the back of Kaku, and the kunai in his hand pierced past. If Kaku was hit, he would be injured naturally, and he jumped high, his whole body spinning in the air. It turned into the shape of a giraffe again, and the huge long neck rushed out in an instant. Kaku's long neck hit the ground, and it seemed to become a support point. He turned around in the air and landed in the distance. Everyone was dumbfounded watching the whole process, especially those people in Konoha Shinobi Village, who have never seen such weird people. They speculated a lot, and felt that this ability was more like a blood inheritance limit. Although they found it difficult to deal with, they still sent follow-up strong men. There are a large number of ninjas, including the police force of the Uchiha clan. After these people appeared, they got together and used the fire-style fire dragon technique. Advertisement: the fire dragons they made fused together, and they chased Kaku desperately, hitting the opponent very hard. Squad C continues to operate, use numbers to suppress the current enemy, and Squad B prepares to create defense near the gate. 4th Hokage's war plan can be said to be very appropriate at the same time. In his team, there are also those specially used to disseminate information. As for the commander-in-chief of battlefield operations, it is Shikamaru and his son. Shikamaru father and son are indeed not weak. They're brave and powerful, ready to gain a decisive advantage in this war at any time. Kaku didn't expect that CP0's subordinates who attacked him in the first wave suffered a lot of losses, but failed to gain an advantage, and saw the opponents continue to attack. These people's ninjutsu is very strong, and Kaku can only be strengthened with armament haki. He started to turn the saber in his hand, the two sabers flickered, and he shot out a long dragon, repelling many people at once. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the building next to him instantly shattered a huge meatball and turned around with great force. Kaku is powerful, but he can't react in time, so he can only defend with his body. Even so, this attack is knocked into the distance, which is exactly the Ino Shikacho combo. Advertisement: this combination is one of the trump cards of the ninja village, and they are the techniques of the three major families' coordinated attacks. This huge meatball is one of the exclusive skills of the Akamichi family. Members of their clan can use the expansion jutsu, which transforms themselves into a giant meatball form with a powerful forward slam. The attack of the meat and egg chariot is very effective, completely defeating the opponent with such powerful power. It made Kaku even more embarrassing for a while. When he was about to be injured, several pacifists appeared. Enemy units arrived for full defense. Namikaze Minato yelled loudly to get his men together and not to continue attacking. Bai Ye watched the war with interest from afar. This war is so fierce. The most powerful thing is that some fighters in One Piece world are difficult, Li Jiao, to deal with it. There is a problem of underestimating the enemy. This Kaku at least has some skills. Kaku didn't show his strongest ability to hit it, which also proves that he didn't do well enough. This world is really interesting. It seems that it is not easy to have some strong people in the Hokage world. This is the case with the first Hokage last time. The current Konoha Shinobi village is not bad. While speaking, 10 pacifists arrived, floating down from the air in the middle of the village, raising their hands one after another. Laser bombing, destroying the world, 218 sweeping the universe. Once a pacifist appears, it is a powerful pacifist that the opponent cannot resist. With an extremely powerful attack method, it will sweep the world after it comes up, and its power is considerable. Pacifists have powerful flashes in their hands. To attack them, just raise the front of your palm to be attacked by lasers. Every gleam of light is transformed by the power within Marine Admiral Kizaru. The pacifists swept across the front, and the whole village was reduced to a sea of flames and exploded, with endless destruction. Bai Ye fully saw the strength of the pacifists this time. The General CP0 special attack combat effectiveness is far inferior to a pacifist. The former is the elite trained by the world government, while the latter is the real terror. This kind of war machine that can be mass-produced is naturally good in combat effectiveness. They can put on various appearances and bombard the front indiscriminately, attacking continuously. All the pacifists, let's blow up each other to death. This is a battle for your victory. It may take a long time for you, but I would like to see your strength. For pacifists, Bai Ye is still very confident, just like the value of pacifists themselves. They are the most powerful fighters and destroyers in the world. The pacifists follow orders and attack. The village of Konoha Shinobi and the others were surrounded by a round of powerful bombing, which had already been destroyed, and many places were hardened, turning everything here into ruins. Near the gate of Konoha Shinobi village has been bombed, and a row of high walls of buildings can't stop the destruction of pacifists. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato made a decisive decision and asked all the soldiers to transfer as soon as possible. Even the ninja troops could not fight recklessly. Advertisement: the 4th Hokage's order was transmitted directly to the deer. Maru and his son also ordered the army to retreat, so don't get entangled here. But at this moment, a powerful man stood up. He is the most unique Might Guy in Konoha Shinobi village. The reason why Might Guy is unique is that what he practiced is a very rare body art in the whole Hokage world. Body art is also a powerful ability. Once cultivated to ultimate, it also possesses the power of invincibility and destruction. Might Guy once made a big splash in the Ninja War. With his powerful and invincible power, he almost instantly killed such a powerful person as Uchiha Madara, which is of course terrifying. Might Guy suddenly entered the battlefield. He was roaring Konoha's beast, and he lived up to his reputation. He charged forward, almost with extremely fast speed, and then faced some places in front of him with a burst of the most powerful offensive. Might Guy's destructive power has reached an unimaginable level. After he appeared, he just punched out with a constant roar. Several pacifist units were directly smashed under the force of Might Guy. This scene is extremely shocking. The little Eagle Eye and the little Empress have been watching, and they are all pleasantly surprised in front of them. The power possessed by the other party is too domineering. It's no wonder that these two beings are so surprised by each other's performance. It's really Might Guy who showed transcendental energy in this second. What a strong guy, Your Highness, he is so powerful. It seems that there are so many strong people in this Konoha village. Someone beside him whispered, but Bai Ye didn't take it seriously. Don't think too much, the opponent's combat power is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that there is only one blue beast. 219 The strong attack of the blue beast Might Guy is still too strong. His speed was getting faster and faster, like a billowing giant wave, and he kicked out several pacifists, and it was a powerful blow that directly smashed it. The strength was astonishing. The pacifist couldn't even hold on anymore. The first pacifist he hit had his body smashed into pieces and exploded into countless pieces. The second pacifist was also crushed with one arm, and when the opponent got up, one arm was raised and continued to shoot laser. Might Guy is absolutely impossible to hit, he's too fast, too powerful. The war became increasingly fierce, and there were flashes of gusts when going back and forth, extremely fast and fierce. During continuous battles, you can see the opponent's powerful strength constantly erupting. The pacifists couldn't even hold on, they could only shoot and blow up the surrounding buildings. But Namikaze Minato himself took a large number of soldiers away. So what if the area is bombed clean? All they have left is ruins. As long as the people of the Konoha Shinobi village are alive, they can rebuild the area and create a powerful village again. Advertisement Namikaze Minato watched from afar. Shikamaru. Immediately give me an order to let Might Guy come back as soon as possible. If he continues to fight, he will inevitably suffer some injuries. His 8 inner gates will seriously injure himself. Namikaze Minato understood the effect of the 8 inner gates very well. It was a special attack method to forcibly increase his strength. It was extremely powerful and shocking. If you can open the 8th gate, even the legendary king will be killed. It is impossible for a person like Uchiha Madara to defeat such a strong person and will be cleared up in an instant and defeated directly. At that time, Uchiha Madara was also able to hold back in an extremely dangerous situation and turn defeat into victory. If it is a living person, in normal times, it may even be crushed by the opponent's punch. The Might Guy was moving back and forth again, with wind and waves and swiftness. He was already flashing a blue figure around him, and suddenly fell down like a fierce tiger, waiting at any time. As he was slowly preparing, a puff of smoke came out of him, and when he saw the signal, Might Guy was about to leave. He knows what he is doing, and he must act according to the mission of the village. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Don't leave so quickly, this battle is not over yet. Bai Ye spoke directly, he jumped over from other places, and looked at Might Guy coldly. The other party is a crazy and intense person, and he is waiting at any time or preparing to be faster. 0. Are you the leader of the opponent? I remember that your name is Bai Ye, and you have sent out a challenge before to capture the entire village of Konoha Shinobi. I can truly tell you that you will never succeed. Konoha Shinobi village is a village established by Master First Hokage. There are more strong people here. I am far from the strongest among them. I know that I will definitely be able to withstand you Konoha Shinobi village, and I will definitely win, and you will lose. Might Guy still spoke firmly, but unfortunately some of his ideas were ignorant. At that moment, before Kaku came nearby and he was about to make a move, Bai Ye gave him a gift. Don't do it yet, this is a piece of tegu, a scarf left over from the previous world. 220 Kaku's tegu. The warriors of the Hokage world stand out as a kaleidoscopic. Even a low-level ninja may have 2 unique skills. The combination of many different ninjutsu may have unlimited special effects. The world of Hokage is different. The skills used by a strong person are often easily remembered. Just like fruits, abilities and skills are limited. Although it can be continuously developed, it does not depart from the fundamentals. There is nothing to say about some physical skills of 690, which are nothing more than strengthening attack power, defense energy or speed of travel. The sword that Bai Ye took out was called Moonlight Dancer. It is a so-called wind-edge sword, very light in the hand, more like an ordinary machete. When holding this weapon, Kaku felt that the opponent didn't seem very powerful. The so-called scimitar could not bring him stronger ultimate power, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. There is a kind of energy called vacuum wave on it. When using it, just wave it with your hand, it can bring a powerful impact and endless blades. When Kaku uses it, he feels that his whole body is immersed in a powerful and intoxicating force, which is a subtle and magical feeling. Advertisement. Is this the weapon your highness gave me? This weapon is so strange. When I hold it in my hand, I feel that there is a kind of energy constantly flowing through my body, and even the whole person becomes stronger. Kaku was a little unbelievable when he spoke. A weapon has become so powerful, amazing. This weapon is just like that. It is a magical weapon from another world. It can display 100% of its power in real time under the moonlight, and it can also turn the accumulated moonlight power into crazy shockwaves in normal times. Remember that during the full moon, the combat effectiveness of this weapon is the strongest. As for how you use it at what time, it depends on yourself. No matter how good you are, it can be as good as a sharp knife. There are many powerful weapons in the pirate world, and the most powerful weapon must be the Supreme Sword. The 12 Supreme Swords are all legend-level magic weapons, each with the strongest power, extremely terrifying and indestructible. Kaku didn't have a supreme large knife in his hand, and this moonlight blade gave him a wonderful feeling. The previous Kaku was constantly injured, and after he got this weapon, he put it in his hand. I have to say one more thing, in fact, you can use the three-sword attack. When Kaku heard this, he looked at Bai Ye curiously. Advertisement, Your Highness, the three-sword attack may not be suitable for me. I have always used the two-sword attack. The opponent is still a little ridiculous, and he has always insisted on his heart, but he must be strong enough to stick to it. You are a little ignorant now. You must know that the attack of the three-sword style is more suitable for you, because your neck can be infinitely extended, and you can hold a third knife in your mouth. After the fruit ability is awakened, you can also turn the knife in your mouth into a sharper blade, so if you want to learn, you have to find a way by yourself. Kaku immediately understood what His Highness said. He began to try the tactics of using these three knives as Zoro did in 4.8. Might Guy was unable to gain a decisive advantage in this battle. After hitting for a while, he looked here fiercely, and then flew into the air with one glance, and ran wildly into the distance. Might Guy still knows very well that his physical ability can only be used for a limited time. If you open the highest level, you will die very quickly. 221 smash mark before IE came to the city gate, he looked at the entire village of Konoha Shinobi, which looked majestic, moving forward indomitably. He looked towards the mountain in the distance, and there were only two huge heads. One is first Hokage and the other is second Hokage, they are both kings leading the village. Did Hawkeye see those heads? Do you know what to do? After Bai Ye finished speaking, Little Eagle Eye stood up to the head in front of him, waving the knife in his hand. It was 1,000 meters away from here, and the bloodline of the world's #1 swordsman was too strong. After one strike, the world collapsed, and those huge heads at a height of 0.7 in the distance were cut off from it. This scene made people dumbfounded. The escaped Might Guy was almost shot, but when he looked, he saw his head falling in the mountains and rivers collapsing. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised by the opponent's attack, and there was also the Namikaze Minato whose eyes were shining with a powerful aura. Namikaze Minato stared at it from a distance, and when he saw this scene, he was genuinely surprised, shocked, and even a little bit on fire. He was very angry, and the world that was destroyed there looked so easy. Advertisement. These people actually took action on our mountain, where the past of Konoha Shinobi village was recorded. It is our most glorious past, and the most powerful people are among them. Under this move, it turns out to be destroyed and disgusting. Namikaze Minato said angrily, and third Hokage patted him on the shoulder. Don't think about these things. As long as people live, our village will always exist. As long as these people live, everyone can continue to fight. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was angry though, but I also know that I can only endure, but I still have some anger and hatred in my heart. This is a fact that will not change. I get it. Where the hell did that Danzo go before he acted? Namikaze Minato is curious about that annoying man. It is said that this person is very powerful, he has been undertaking some tasks, and has become the dark place of the entire Konoha village. He has already gone to deal with some other situations. You don't have to worry about it. As long as we wait here, other problems can be solved. I just don't know if the people he sent will be successful, and I have already invited my companions from other ninja kingdoms, as well as the Land of Thunder. Advertisement. The partners in the Kingdom of Thunder were the first to be attacked by the enemy, and I think they will also help. Third Hokage was full of confidence, but he overlooked one thing. In this world, there are not only people from the Hokage world and these opponents who launched the attack, but also a large number of people who have long been eyeing them with a bit of evil. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito are on a distant mountain. When they saw the village being destroyed, they had different expressions on their faces. Uchiha Madara is a kind of carefree and nostalgic for those Uchiha people who are like lackeys, he doesn't care. He was even happier to see the place was almost destroyed. As for Uchiha Obito, only 647 had this kind of emotion. Everything here confirms the story in his heart. The girl he loves the most once gave her life to protect the village. Obito, do you still have nostalgia for this village? This place should be destroyed, it's best not to leave any of it. It's really ridiculous if you miss this place. Uchiha Madara looked at the young man next to him sarcastically, wanting him to wake up as soon as possible. Uchi and Obito really did as he thought, put away the last nostalgia in his eyes, and looked fiercely towards the south. I don't have any mercy for the people here. I wait for the destruction of this world and let them die too. 222 Akatsuki's gaze. Uchiha Madara looked at the front. He was looking for a familiar figure, that is a strong man whom he remembered infinitely. After so many years, the other party is still so elegant. It's that man. His name is Bai Ye. I have met him before. This man's fighting power is unfathomable. He is the biggest threat to this country and the world. If this person does something, Konoha Shinobi village will probably be destroyed. I think that guy Hashirama wants to climb out of the grave to guard the village. Uchiha Madara laughed. His tone was full of absolute sarcasm. After all, Uchiha Madara had worked hard for the peace of this village, and he also admired first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and was willing to follow. Their stories have long since vanished with the death of each other, and even the peaceful and prosperous world created by Senju Hashirama in these years will gradually turn into ashes. If one person has absolute power when he is there, no one else dares to resist. Senju Hashirama created an era of peace, but he didn't dare to use his power to carry out some rule beyond imagination, and slowly he was abandoned by this era, and his so-called glory became a passing cloud. Shall we get out of here now? Or do we have to do it? We've collected a few tailed beasts, but the missing Kakuzu and Hidan haven't spoken back. These two people may have defected, or they're hiding in other places, I don't know what they're planning. Uchiha Obito knew the mystery, and still guessed something, but he was neither willing to admit nor say more. Some things he was not qualified to change. These two people should not be betrayed. The people in the organization are basically loyal, except for that Uchiha Itachi. Since they are loyal, there is no need to worry about what they do. Maybe they're carrying out some special missions in the distance normally. Advertisement: the two still have plans, but they don't know that this little trick of theirs can't hide Bai Ye. Bai Ye's insight is the strongest. He has long seen that there are many spoilers, but Uchiha Madara is still alive and healthy, which surprised him a bit. It seems that this man has used a secret method to keep himself alive. I really don't know what he is thinking. Maybe he is waiting for the final battle. While Bai Ye was speaking silently, large troops had already entered Konoha Shinobi village. They were advancing rapidly in this place, and the powerful troops became the most terrifying existence here. There are not many teams in the village of Konoha Shinobi, but they have unquestionable combat effectiveness. Little Hawkeye was at the forefront, fiddling with the knife in his hand, ready to strike at any time. This is exactly the power of Little Hawkeye. The knife in Little Hawkeye's hand is a powerful weapon, with an idea that makes any creature fearful. Walking ahead and encountered a large group of opponents. It seems that although Namikaze Minato knows that sticking to Konoha village is a stupid choice, Qian Zhaohao, he still recruited a large number of helpers to act around here according to his requirements. Namikaze Minato recruited many helpers, including the previous Ino Shikacho combination. That Akamichi Choji's father is preparing. They can be said to be a father and son bureau. Both of them are waiting for the ridge. At that moment, the opponent bumped into it, a huge meat and egg chariot with unimaginable destructive power. In the blink of an eye, the world is almost destroyed, only a strong force. 223 breakthrough rolling the meat and egg chariot is indeed very fierce, and its powerful power makes anyone feel a lingering fear. Little Hawkeye slashed, and even though it was just a very easy cut, it possessed the airflow that penetrated everything. The other party's body was beaten into the distance abruptly. When Little Hawkeye wanted to make another move, he suddenly couldn't move. He looked at his feet again, and at some point there was a shadow connected to his body. This is the shadow slashing operation of the Yamanaka clan. The shadows can be connected to each other, and the body of the other party can be controlled through the connected shadows, and any action can be fully controlled. After being controlled, you can even stand there and face the opponent's ultimate scarletness in person. And if that's the case, ordinary people can't have any resistance at all. For example, the meat bomb chariot turned around and 677 hit back again. This time it was even more violent, and it was still a father and a son. Akamichi Choji's meatball chariot does carry the most power, and his father's turn is even more violent due to his larger size. They are like two strongest cannonballs, trying to smash everything into pieces, and when they hit, the sound is shocking and shocking. Advertisement: just when everyone thought they were bound to win, Little Hawkeye had other changes. He was originally left-handed. This posture has no defensive power, but suddenly he turned his left hand into a knife. At the same time, the cover, AHBG, is armament hockey, which helps to enhance the attack and defense. All powers can be achieved, which is also extremely perfect and quite powerful. The meat and egg chariot hit the left hand, in fact, it hit the blade, and there was a burst of flames bursting out there with a click. Unexpectedly, Akamichi Choji's father was blown away, and he spit out more blood again and fell to the side. Akamichi Choji was even worse. The moment he turned around, he was slashed by a knife, and he was seriously injured. It is amazing and terrifying that the other party's skills are easily cracked. The war is still going on. The Battle of Little Hawkeye is just one of them, and the Little Empress followed Bai Ye all the way to the tallest building. This is the highest place in the entire Konoha Shinobi village, like a tower overlooking the whole city. On the highest floor, there is also a very open room with large glass, which can look at the scene below. There are photos next to it, as well as some special head portraits. This is the area that Hokage once ruled in the past dynasties. Advertisement: there have been top-level powerhouses like first Hokage Senju Hashirama in this place. There are others Hokage who have made amazing memories. This place is the area where those Hokages were. I believe that Konoha didn't think that the first war was the ninja country that started with them, and many of them suffered disasters beforehand. Bai Ye was sitting by the side quietly watching the little empress, but when she found something, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. There is an enemy, isn't it? What do you think? The little empress shook her head when she heard this. She didn't care about this enemy. It might be powerful, but it must be boring. In the next second, many explosive symbols flew in the whole room. These charms exploded immediately, and there were horrible explosions and flames everywhere. The impact in just a short moment is so amazing. After the explosion, there were pieces everywhere, and even the door was not kept. And several ninjas have already lurked around. After the explosion, they gathered momentum. 224 ambushed Bai Ye and the little empress stood in the middle of this room, and were blasted out by the powerful explosion without doing anything. The opponent used the explosive talisman, a very common equipment in the Hokage world. Even people who don't have any powerful ninjutsu can use it, but they just need to spend money to buy it. However, the power of the explosive talisman is relatively small. The moment the explosive force came, the two were covered with armed colors, and Haki was unharmed. It's a pity that the whole building was blown to pieces, and the two of them fell from a height to the next floor. When the little empress fell, she sprinkled a pink bow and arrow. Hitting enemies with these pink arrows turns them into stone. Surrounded by smog, the little empress accurately hit several figures around her. Those few figures quickly turned into stones and fell to the ground to shatter. Ninjas who can do this kind of assassination are generally not bad in combat effectiveness. They have not been able to get close to the two of them. Bai Ye took a look. These people are all wearing strange clothes and are supposed to be Anbu members of Konoha Shinobi Village. This force is a force in Konoha that is responsible for various secret tasks, and the strong ones include Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. Directly under the senior leadership of Konoha, they possess great power and are responsible for the secret affairs in the entire village. The remaining ninjas quickly jumped and hid in the distance. Looking at the way they stare at each other, they do have some ideas. Advertisement. A lot of people have come, but it's a pity that they are all weak. Bai Ye spoke quietly, and as soon as he finished speaking, several ninjas jumped forward and took out all the attacks. They have already put on a posture, which is not bad, and all kinds of hidden weapons are thrown out one after another. They used a large number of hidden weapons to harass first, and then used ninjutsu. Flame gusts erupted around. Bai Ye didn't move, but Hancock kicked to block the powerful energy. These people basically use long-range attacks, which are not very useful. The world of Hokage also has a group of samurai who use melee combat. They have knives in their hands, and they use chakra instead of haki to wrap them, and their combat effectiveness is not bad. It's a pity that in the powerful area where ninjas are like clouds, they're far behind. Several ninjas saw that their attacks were useless, so they could only use body replacement technique to avoid danger. After arriving at the back, a few of them were still trying to find a way, and the Lord finally arrived. Danzo's figure looms over a distant building. He used wind-style ninjutsu when he came up, blowing a gust of wind. Under the blowing of the strong wind, all the surrounding things were blown away, and he revealed his true face from the smoke and dust, full of murderous aura. Bai Ye, I already guessed that you would break through the outer defenses and directly attack the central building. Our Konoha village ninjas are extremely capable of scouting, and your every move cannot escape our eyes. I will kill you here for the sake of the village. Danzo stood opposite, talking arrogantly. He is an old man who looks very frail, especially with half of his eyes covered. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. You're the Danzo, right? One person made Konoha Shinobi Village so many things. If it wasn't, you'd probably go to a lot less struggle and hassle and everyone would live and work in peace. Danzo has no idea what Bai Ye is talking about. This is a changed historical era, unlike the original plot. In the original plot, Danzo was destroyed, and the entire Uchiha clan was still trying to make a move at the Five Cages conference. He can be said to be the sinner of the village of Konoha Shinobi. Although his starting point is only for the village. In the history of change, the Uchiha clan is also the warriors and policemen of the village. Many people hate the Uchiha clan, but fear their powerful terror. Seeing the confused look in the other party's eyes, Bai Ye shook his head with helplessness. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was talking about another story, another group of people. It has nothing to do with you, but you will always be a jerk. Did you send Uchiha Itachi undercover? Did he bring you important news, and did you assassinate many of the Uchiha clan? When these things are made public, you don't have to live. When this sentence came out, Danzo was taken aback. He did send Uchiha Itachi out to Ōtsutsuki to hide. He also watched Uchiha Itachi's absence and assassinated many people from the Uchiha clan. 225 Danzo's conspiracy. Danzo knows that his secret is known to him, and there is only one solution, which is to kill him. He sent members of Anbu again, as well as members of his closest root organization. The root is the organization that is deeply cultivated in the entire Konoha Shinobi village, and it is the roots under the big tree that form the most basic strength. Danzo is a jerk and has a knack for plotting assassinations. The combat effectiveness of the trained people is not bad. Many people around were sent by ordinary ninjas to die. As soon as they approached, 970 was squeezed and kicked by Hancock. Every time they are hit by the same attack, these people will die tragically. Batches of ninjas have been harvested, but there are still people who continue to succeed. Danzo sent others to attack with hidden weapons from all directions. He hid in a faraway place and continued to wait for the opportunity. Seeing his companion die, he didn't have the slightest concern on his face. This person is really cruel. As soon as Hancock kicked away, a group of people Danzo jumped out and used the prepared wind-style ninjutsu. Gusts of wind spewed out from his mouth. Hancock tried his best to defend but was blown to the damaged city wall. Fortunately, Hancock's reaction was extremely fast, and his speed was also fast. He jumped to the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and did not give the opponent a chance to pursue. Danzo is not discouraged. Wind-style ninjutsu is his favorite skill. Advertisement. The power is very strong, and with the help of a group of subordinates, he can accurately hit and deal terrible damage. Danzo still wants to repeat the same trick, but Hancock uses Mero Mellow. A breeze floats, and the pink peach heart flashes. Many fighters were turned into stones, and those of the same level were destroyed. The other party is just a little girl, and her combat power is too strong. In the blink of an eye, everyone turned to stone. Most of the fighters in the team have been instantly killed. Danzo was taken aback. Although his subordinates are not considered top fighters, they are also considered to be number one among Konoha, and they were all defeated in an instant. You people are too weak, you are simply a bunch of waste. Danzo cursed loudly, thinking that it would be helpful to say a few more words, but unfortunately those subordinates who fell to the ground and turned into stones did not have any consciousness at all. They've all been turned into stones. No matter how impatient you are, it's useless, but you can also smash them, so that they won't suffer the pain of being turned into stones. Bai Ye came out and spoke. Danzo was very angry, but he was not in a hurry when he saw that the little empress continued to deal with them. Danzo wants to look for opportunities, and he has a magic weapon in his hand. While looking for an opportunity, the little empress rushed over to deal with the remaining opponents. The little empress kicked out with a thunderous kamui, her voice trembling. Advertisement: the power of this kick is really powerful, almost kicking everything to pieces. The power cannot be underestimated. The little empress kicked Danzo, who had already prepared a counterattack. He is different from ordinary ninjas, and there are still many people who can use them. I don't know when he can use fire-style ninjutsu to come up, open his mouth and spit out raging fire. Several ninjas in life also acted together with him, playing fire-style ninjutsu, urging its power. The fireball shot out is magnificent and incomparable. The huge fireball can be called the brightness that illuminates the world. Under the opponent's spit, the fireball came here in an instant and continued to burn. There was the sound of explosions in the air. The little empress was not afraid of these people, wrapped hockey around her legs, and kicked it out. The flame collided with this foot, bursting out bursts of sound. The flame was kicked to pieces, and the little empress was not damaged at all. Danzo, you can give up kneeling 3.2 to beg for mercy, and let you live a few more days for the time being. Bai Ye's voice came over. Just as Danzo wanted to refute, he suddenly found that the power of petrification being hit in his chest was spreading continuously. It's turning into a stone statue. Taking advantage of the moment of attack just now, the little empress actually shot a bow and arrow. Just when the battle was thought to be over, a gust of wind blew out, blowing away the haze. A figure emerged from the smoke, and Danzo was unscathed. 226 Izanagi technique. The little empress was very surprised that Danzo was unscathed, not knowing what tricks the other party used. The fruit ability is similar to the power of law. It should be very scary. Bai Ye stood by, watching quietly. He knows where Danzo's ability lies, and the other party also has mysterious ninjutsu. Danzo possesses powerful ninjutsu, unimaginable abilities. At this moment, he was able to save his life only because he used a pupil technique called Yinki. This is an ability exclusively possessed by the talents of the Uchiha clan. They can forcibly reverse reality at the cost of one eye, which is the ultimate ninjutsu used by 07 on themselves. The Sharingan of the Uchiha family has a strong ability to confuse, and can use illusion to manipulate the opponent, making the opponent unknowingly at a disadvantage, and it is not uncommon for them to be controlled instead. Those people are powerful and have amazing levels, and of course they also have this ability when they reach ultimate. And their ultimate pupil technique is Izanagi. You can completely change all the things that are not good for you, so that all the reality becomes good for you. Although it will cost one eye as a price, it can reverse life and death, be powerful and unpredictable. This can be regarded as their communication ability with the Zebo clan, but it is relatively seldom used in normal times. Advertisement: once you use this kind of ninjutsu, you will permanently lose your sight in one eye, which is definitely a very dangerous situation. It's hilarious that none of your doses are what you're used to. Bai Ye said unhurriedly. He didn't have the slightest fear in his heart towards the annoying person in front of him. I will not let you destroy Konoha Shinobi village. This is the value and meaning of my existence. Danzo has been living in the dark. He does not think he is such a great figure. At this moment, Danzo yelled and charged forward. He came with faith in his heart, and his wind-style ninjutsu was not bad. He jumped on top of the building, finished in one breath, and spit out countless blast blade. Danzo's ninjutsu is not bad. The countless gusts of wind are like real blades sweeping, and the surroundings are rattling. There is an earth-shattering feeling that Kamui is there, and the countless fragments are floating here, and the surroundings are scattered, which is extremely shocking. Facing the onslaught of the opponent, Bai Ye had already thought of a countermeasure, as if he leapt high and rode away with the wind. His speed was also unparalleled. If you have the ability, you can use some more powerful power. I am waiting for you now, otherwise you will fail miserably. At this moment, you will die here. Bai Ye said coldly, as if the opponent's life was just a moment, something that should disappear. At this moment, Danzo on the opposite side was still insisting on 460, and he finally started to use his own wood-style ninjutsu. On his right arm is a transplanted first generation, Hokage's cells can use wood-style ninjutsu, and on his left arm are 11 Sharingan with extremely strong spiritual power. The spirit and body are constantly combined to achieve balance, so the power is strong. At this moment, he directly uses the wooden shield blasting spear technique. This power is very astonishing. The entire right arm turned into a big tree and smashed to the front, and in the entire Hokage world, their purpose is the most terrifying, the most amazing, powerful and unimaginable. A big tree suddenly fell over. Bai Ye was very calm, only the little empress kicked the tree into a stone with a volley. 227 Danzo's squad. When Danzo had a big tree in his hand, he was powerful and mighty, completely possessing his own personal demeanor. As for this big tree, after all, it was also created by first Hokage's cells, and it was equally powerful. When it hit it, the sound was huge and trembling. A big tree smashed the remaining buildings to pieces. Danzo fell from the height after saying hello, and found a group of his own men to wait here. At this time, several of Danzo's men came nearby, including warriors of the Aburame family. Their extraordinary ability is to feed parasites, so that the insects can attack, detect and defend. Unfortunately, when facing a powerful force, some small insects are of course only limited in power, so the opponent is more of a support, rushing forward. Chong is not very good. But besides them, there is someone else, a ninja named Yamanaka Wind. He is an expert of the Yamanaka family with a taidao on his back, and he can use the hard-to-turn technique. Strong mental power is very useful. His goal is that the little empress can control the opponent and manipulate the opponent's body through this kind of ninjutsu. Once successful, it will be very scary. As soon as this person appeared, the little empress saw the other party and immediately kicked her out, making the other party meet Hades. This man was a little prepared at the beginning, but he couldn't resist the kick with fruit ability. The last person is called Zuo Jing, who is also Danzo's subordinate at a young age. He has a unique scrolling technique, which is comparable to Kanjuro in One Piece world. The abilities of the two are very similar. Both can use paintings to make some things, but one is very simple in fruit ability, and the other is to use various painting scroll techniques to make other flying birds and beasts. Although his ninjutsu seems to be unrefined, when it is actually used, it is also ever-changing and diverse. Advertisement Sai appeared to use his powerful ninjutsu one after another. Let him attack while flying, and ignore the surroundings in the high altitude. The flying man in front of Hancock is more troublesome, it is better to kill him first. W. After hearing the master's words, the little empress didn't have much doubts at all, and the red bows and arrows flew randomly towards the sky. In just a short moment, the big bird made by the other party was indeed turned into a stone, and the strong man on the other side fell from a height. Sai can't do anything to a person like the little empress, but to affect this strange creature he made himself, it is even more difficult to support falling from a high place. Maybe it will turn into dust in an instant. Danzo was very angry when he saw this scene. For him, he has a careful plan and various actions, but now he has to endure the possibility of failure, which he cannot accept. I saw that he used Izzy again in the blink of an eye, and the land of Naki collapsed. Everything was destroyed, everyone fell from heights, and even the area they stepped on was shattered. Danzo is still too brave and fierce. The Izanagi technique he used this time can turn everything around him into ruins, and he can't hold back, nor ease, at all under his power. The powerful force is a kind of strange place. The earth collapsed and everything was destroyed, and it fell from a high place to the bottom in a short time. As for the entire Konoha Shinobi village, most of the area was destroyed under constant attacks, and the team led by Asuma was not the opponent of Kaku and others. Especially when Kaku took a new knife to fight, he could always emit a dazzling flash of blade strength, but instead suppressed a group of people. That's the benefit of powerful weapons. 228 Fury Warrior. Kaku's opponent becomes Kakashi again, who is also an old friend. Kakashi led the team to act beside, and there were strong figures in all directions. At this time, Kakashi certainly didn't care about the opponent's strategic ideas. He only wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, so when he led the charge, he was very heroic, and the ninjutsu in his hands was ever-changing. Kakashi's clone technique does a good job, especially his eyes can also use the ability of Kamui. As soon as Kaku gets close, he begins to open his left eye and directly uses Kamui, one of the most powerful ninjutsu. Kaku felt another change in front of him, and suddenly found a strange space where he knew it was the space ability of Fang 483, and it was the most difficult among all abilities. Some people in One Piece world can use space ability, such as CP0's Agent Blueno. That person can use the power of space as a means of attacking and fighting, which is very powerful. Blueno hasn't personally participated in any battles during this period of time. He belongs to a special combat force and can only do other things around him. Advertisement. It is undeniable that with Blueno in the lineup, everyone is more at ease in many cases. Facing the power of Kakashi's Kamui, Kaku reacted very quickly and then waved the knife in his hand. This knife is worthy of the legendary Tigu, and it only needs one easy and casual movement. It can cause a terrible storm. When the blade is running, the power is too strong. In a moment, the knife flew out to kill the powerful enemy. The power of this knife was really terrifying, it was amazing. After avoiding the opponent's blow, Kaku waved his hand in the distance, using Tempest Kick. This power is very good. The crescent-like light blade hits the opponent. Kakashi retreats quickly, avoiding the fatal attack. The whole person is still panting heavily. The combat power and difficulty of this powerful enemy coming from the pirate world far exceeded his previous predictions. Don't run away. I am confident that I can kill you. If His Highness gave the order, I would have already slashed across. Kaku smiled coldly. He had already found the opponent's trace. AHFJ, his observation hockey was not bad. After locking the position, he directly rotated his body and turned into a giraffe windmill. This powerful attack method is also eye-catching. The speed of the continuously rotating body brings gusts of wind, which is really as fast as lightning. Advertisement. After he arrived, his body spun wildly, and then he saw a vertical and horizontal invincible knife. Kakashi had no choice but to take it hard with a weapon, but he was still sent flying. Fortunately, someone always came to help at this time. There are very few warriors among ninjas who use katana swords. The more famous ones are the Mist Shinobi ninja swords. They are well known and capable. They can be regarded as the most powerful group of knife masters, and the others are far behind. This master who suddenly appeared is Zabuzan among them. The opponent is not a member of the Konoha Shinobi village. When I was on a mission a few years ago, I got to know Kakashi by chance and the two have a good relationship. Zabujan had already defected all these years, left the village and walked his own way, no matter right or wrong, whenever a friend was in trouble, he came to help. No longer slashing the big knife in his hand, this knife has a strange shape, but its power is not bad. It can absorb the opponent's blood and constantly use the blade to regenerate, even if it is damaged, it doesn't matter. When the big knife blocked it, even Kaku on the opposite side felt weird. 229 No more chop combination. The big sword that does not cut again is a very powerful weapon, absorbing blood and launching a strong counterattack. He kept rushing forward to Kaku with a knife, using the blade in his hand to entangle with the opponent. At the end of the fight, he found an opportunity to jump forward suddenly. Kaku's attack and counterattack is also quite powerful. He does not lose the wind when dealing with the opponent, and even makes a move with the opponent at an extremely fast speed. It can be seen that the enemy on the opposite side is very special. Zabujan will use various water-style ninjutsu. He also has a helper named Bai. When Bujan comes nearby, use the powerful water-style ninjutsu to come up, the super powerful water dragon bomb. This ninjutsu lies in powerful destruction, using the power of water to attack the enemy around, and it will be more powerful if it is near rivers and lakes. The water dragon suddenly awakened and rushed towards Kaku, extremely fast and powerful. The powerful water dragon is extremely fast and powerful, and it arrives in an instant, showing the extreme demeanor of a crazy dragon here. When Kaku understands the strength of the opponent and fights with the opponent, he also slashes the two and directly collides with each other, causing a powerful explosion. Destroying everything here, Kaku himself was blown away, and he went out to watch this duel dumbfounded. He didn't believe that he was actually the suppressed party. After all, I have obtained so many things from your highness, and now I am in close combat. How could I not be able to defeat the enemy on the opposite side? Advertisement. He was always surprised in his heart. In fact, the enemy was more shocked, and he didn't feel that his water shield was already very strong. Here he strikes through a fountain in Konoha village. Not to mention being blocked by the other party, my own hand was even injured. I was also holding a knife, but the other party was fine, and my hand was already torn to pieces. Bai, who had been caring about him all the time, moved closer if he didn't retreat to the back. Why did you come here suddenly? This battle is beyond your reach, leave quickly. Zabujan is very concerned about the opponent and doesn't want Bai to be involved in the battle. Bai seemed to be a weak child, but at this moment he was very firm. I have a special blood inheriting limit, and I will definitely be able to repel the opponent, as long as you trust me. At this time, Bai said very seriously. Although Zabujan refused, the opponent was very firm and jumped out to use the water-style secret technique directly. Bai's attack mainly lies in the very powerful Ice Escape ninjutsu, which is a powerful ninjutsu composed of wind style and water style. Ice Escape secret art magic mirror ice crystal. After the opponent used ninjutsu, countless large mirrors made of ice appeared around Kaku. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers 0. This kind of mirror can block one's own field of vision, and can also make the other party move quickly. This child named Bai suddenly appeared in a mirror, holding a steel needle. This is the opponent's attack, and it is quite swift and violent. It is somewhat similar to that Bluno, who opened a door in an instant, and moved back and forth very quickly. The powerful ninjutsu allows him to come and go freely, and no one can detect it. This white shuttled through various mirrors, and when he suddenly appeared, he directly pierced with a steel needle. Bai hoped that his attack would be effective and kill the opponent with one blow. At least this could be regarded as the strongest counterattack he had prepared. Under Bai's assumption, it would definitely succeed, but Kaku first used the iron body skill to defend his whole body. Then I immediately counterattacked his counterattack force to 10 points. At such a short distance, the 6-style finger pistol is used first. It is to use one's own fingers to continuously shoot out bursts of shockwaves, and the effect is remarkable. At such a close distance, it's like holding a pistol and shooting constantly. And this impact is very violent. With the continuous sound of breaking, the surrounding mirrors couldn't resist it. 230 Bai Ye shot on the other side. Bai Ye's target is Danzo. If he takes a few more steps forward, the enemy on the opposite side will feel a little scared. It seems that you really want to kill me. I remember that there is no enmity between us. Why do you have to kill me? Do you hate me that much? Danzo was so frightened that he kept talking loudly here to give himself courage. This kind of cowardly person is really sad to say the least. The group, 193, hid so many things from you. Even the eyes of the Uchiha clan on your arm are enough to kill you 8 times out of 10. However, after thinking about it carefully, the entire Konoha executives also acquiesced in your behavior. Your cooperation with someone like Orochimaru is itself a mistake. Now that these things happen again, I want to see if you can stop my blow. The moment Bai Ye spoke, Lil Hancock had already jumped to the side. He heard His Highness's words, so naturally he didn't want to do anything. I saw that His Highness slowly approaching and several ninjas appeared from the side. Before approaching, it was knocked away by a strong and sharp gust of wind. Advertisement: the person at the front is simply torn apart. Another person came stepping on a flying bird, and was instantly torn apart, and the flying bird fell from a high place. This fierce battle was simply terrifying. In a short period of time, countless people were killed, and the other side continued to die tragically. Bai Ye flashed to Danzo's side. I saw Bai Ye stretching out his hand to that hand. It was unparalleled in the world. He grabbed the void, the air was stagnant, darkness fell, and the sound of explosions was everywhere. Danzo was so scared by this move that he almost used Izanagi technique to retreat again. It would be a waste of an eye though, but he will not die here tragically, he is doing his best to try. Why are you so scared? I don't mean to kill you with one blow, I just want to see how far you can run. Are you almost scared to use those eyes? If so, then you should use them. Su Yi raised one hand and stabbed forward with one finger, a sharp wind pierced through the heart. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's chest was pierced. Advertisement Danzo clutched his chest and backed away. When he used the next eye to activate this eye again, he would not have any problems in a short time. The injury on Danzo's chest healed instantly, and he jumped far away to prepare to use powerful ninjutsu again. Danzo steps back and uses wind-style vacuum wave again. The wind that he spit out from his mouth was like a terrifying sharp blade, quite powerful, coming forward fiercely. Bai Ye moved to the left, dodged the most powerful blow, and looked at the opponent with great interest as he punched out. Obviously simple, but an ordinary punch carries extremely powerful power. Between the sudden arrival, half of the opponent's body was smashed to pieces. Danzo kept howling in pain. Fortunately, he was still in the medical period, and his body recovered instantly, and he used the vacuum hookup again. The power of the wind-style vacuum wave is much greater, releasing a powerful airflow for 1.7 consecutive times, and he also summoned his own summoning beast at the same time. His summoning beast is called the Nightmare Taper. The summoning beast spit out a strong wind in an instant and combined with its power. When it was sprayed, it was so powerful that it blew everything up, countless fragments flew horizontally, and the blades crisscrossed. Bai Ye was not injured, but was hit by countless smoke and dust, feeling sick and out of breath. 231 Danzo's despair. When Danzo faced Bai Ye, he only had despair, and he was no opponent anyway. Every time Bai Ye took a step forward, Danzo felt a little afraid. The gust of wind just now didn't hurt the opponent, but he spent almost the same amount of energy on his own. Why is there any other way? If not, I will break your eyes one by one. When Bai Ye watched, the other second eye had also slowly closed. Danzo has 11 eyes in total. The amount of energy that exists in each eye is different. Of course, the time of Izanagi period is also different. Powerful eyes can open Izanagi for a longer time. Different eyes have different abilities, but only strong eyes can have more powerful pupil technique and ninjutsu 07 effects. Bai Ye doesn't care about the other party, the next eye will start to play a role. I saw Bai Ye's fist swept across the wind, and Danzo's body was cut in half. Danzo can only use Izanagi again to ensure his immortality. Repeating it over and over again, he spent so much time and energy trying to keep trying, it was a disaster. Advertisement After a while Danzo has become very weak. Backing back, the time he can last at this moment is only a few minutes at most. Bai Ye jumped up his body lightly, and slowly slid down. It looked like it was chopped down with a hand knife, and the speed of the whole person was very slow. Didn't you become a target in the air at this moment? Let me kill you? Danzo sprayed into the air excitedly, spitting out more powerful wind blades. The violent wind and huge waves continuously attacked, and the impact was so powerful that Bai Ye's body was attacked 100 times. But he was hairless, and when he got down in the air, he chopped out with a knife. Boom! Earth-shattering destruction of everything. Danzo's body once again turned into countless pieces of meat and died tragically. Danzo's body was crushed. Although Izanagi saved his life this time, his strength was depleted at a very fast speed. Fortunately, he survived again, otherwise he would be instantly killed. After taking him out one more time, Danzo went into high-speed mode, and he kept turning on some Izanagi techniques. Floating out of death many times, but that's it, there is no way I can sustain it. Advertisement It is a natural disaster between life and death to escape here continuously. After dozens of times and hundreds of times, he has experienced a lot of this unlucky guy, and he is still trying, but it is useless. What else can you do next? I'll kill you. Bai Ye said quietly, with the intention of killing the other party, taking one more step forward with a strong momentum, making any creature fear the light. It is unbelievable to meet the other party this time. I won't be forced to death by you, even if I die. I can drag others, but I still have one eye. I can let you be at the mercy of my 503 forever. Danzo finally started using Uchiha Shisui's eyes. This eye has the ultimate pupil technique, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. This special ability can directly and completely confuse the opponent, hypnosis the opponent, make the opponent completely at the mercy of him, and become his own lackey. This is the most powerful pupil technique in the world, and it is also the ability with the most remarkable effect. Danzo only waited for the opponent to approach and use this ninjutsu instantly. Bai Ye finally arrived, and when he was approaching in an instant, Ri-Eyes Tien. After one move, the opponent can be smashed to pieces. The Distinguished Heavenly Gods finally activated, and the illusion was so strange. 232 Danzo Doom Distinguished Heavenly Gods is the most powerful illusion in the entire Hokage world. This terrible illusion can make people completely fall into their own control and become their own slaves. Danzo once used this ninjutsu to control many people. In the plot, Uchiha Itachi also used this ninjutsu to make Sasuke wake up. The powerful Distinguished Heavenly Gods technique seems to plunge people into a mysterious world. Bai Ye is already very strong, and he feels that he has entered a strange and weird spiritual world, and when he sees anything, it seems blurry. In this world, it is difficult for the whole person to distinguish between front, back, left, and right, up and down, and things. It is not a good thing to fall into this wonderful world. At this moment, he felt it quietly, and found that there were powerful and strange forces in this wonderful world. Some things are more astonishing than curses. Feeling it, he roared abruptly, and at the same time released the Conqueror's Hokage on his body. The symbol of the truly strong in the entire pirate world is not some powerful fruit ability, but the Conqueror's Hokage. Advertisement: this is the aptitude of a king, a magical ability that only the supreme king can master. Only the real king can master this thing. Conqueror's Hokage brought a burst of powerful impact, causing everything around to shake continuously, hitting the powerful wind and waves, and almost destroying the world. A burst of powerful light waves hit the surroundings. Danzo fell out of the pleasure of manipulating others, and the whole person panicked. Danzo was fairly strong, but he felt that he was directly hurt by the opponent's powerful deterrent force. The arm was cut off again in the next second. Izanagi technique was the ultimate he launched last, and escaped life and death for another moment. Even so, his eyes are getting smaller and smaller. The last thing he can rely on is his own combat power, but he doesn't dare to imagine how much he can do. Danzo seems to have escaped from death, and he himself doesn't think it's easy. The time of death always seems like a disaster coming in a flash. And he is just doing his best to try to make a living here by chance, which is already the greatest luck. Seeing Danzo's efforts, Bai Ye admired him a little. In fact, the real Xiaoqiang of immune to death is this old B****************. Advertisement: is there still a need for Danzo to continue fighting now? You are definitely not an opponent. Maybe you will die in the next moment. How about now? Is this game going to continue? Bai Ye continued to ask the other party quietly. Under the questioning, the other party suddenly changed his appearance. It was a murderous strong man, with a bit of madness and bravery. Danzo strikes again, and he may be about to use his ultimate ninjutsu. This is a man who has acted for the benefit of the Konoha Shinobi village all his life. He is even willing to sacrifice himself now, so he can use the Lisishang seal. Such an extremely powerful sealing technique can instantly spurt out the blood in one's body, completely freezing everything, and the freezing effect is even more remarkable and powerful. Good job, Danzo is going to use this kind of self-exposure ninjutsu to completely seal everything on the opposite side. He has already made this preparation, and at this moment he has amazing confidence. Are you finally planning to use your own death to pave the way for all of this? If the distinguished heavenly god's technique is useless, then you should die here. Bai Ye watched the opponent explode directly in front of his eyes, and a large amount of black blood spewed out. This moment is immortal. 233 Death of Danzo. Danzo uses a powerful self-destruct ninjutsu at this time. It is crazy. His powerful sealing techniques make everything around him look terrifying, weird. The worst villain among the Hokage ninjas was finally done for now. What he himself walked was a stupid and ignorant path, and now he is finally going to perish himself. When Bai Ye watched all this, there was only calm in his eyes, perhaps a little more calm. He was finally dead. I didn't expect to spend so much effort, and the enemies around the little Hancock were cleaned up for me. When Bai Ye gave the order, little Hancock certainly didn't mean to stop. Little Hancock started to act on his own, and the other ninjas were no match for the little Empress. As soon as they appeared, they would be easily and directly defeated by the so-called power. Even a momentary flash of light has already decided the other party's death. Little Hancock sprinkled more arrows around, completely turning other enemies to stone. This round of attack is obviously effective and powerful. Advertisement: the enemies after turning into stone can move at this time, they have completely turned into stone statues. At this moment, there is no way to move anymore. Bai Ye watched silently as the upper floors and large areas of Konoha were destroyed. Is this war going to stop? He continued to walk down with little Hancock, but he didn't go far when he met a very tall figure. This is a tall and thin man, his eyes are gray with indifference, and his hair looks a little messy. But at least he has a murderous look in his powerful eyes. Also most powerful is his cold but morbid feeling. There was another man beside him who also looked very powerful. This man was not young. He looks like he has shark gills, sharp teeth, and gray skin. This looks weird. After Danzo's death, a little different people appeared. This is Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. As members of the Ōtsutsuki organization, the two are also very powerful characters. They are a powerful combination. Their combination is much stronger than that of Kakuzu Feiduan. The main reason is that Uchiha Itachi is also a person with strong offensive and defensive capabilities. Advertisement: if it wasn't for his own serious physical condition, he could have done better. When Uchiha Itachi looked here, his expression was indifferent, and he saw a pool of black bloodline on the ground. His expression has changed a lot, the things shown in those eyes seem to be a little different. Did you guys kill Danzo? This man is not a good man, but his death will set off a series of reactions that may even endanger the entire village of Konoha Shinobi. Uchiha Itachi said quietly. He is clearly a member of the Ōtsutsuki organization, but he misses this village more than anyone else. Uchiha Itachi, aren't you obviously a member of another organization? You even fell out with your own family, and it's ridiculous to say such things here now. No one in the Uchiha family thinks you are an outstanding person, and they often hold a kind of resentment towards you. Actually, if it weren't for me, the Uchiha clan would have been extinct long ago. Bai Ye did prevent the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and it is because of his appearance that the Uchiha clan survived. If it weren't for his race, it would have been reduced to ashes early on. These things, I know one thing: you are very powerful, you may be able to change everything, but to protect the village, I hope the war stops and my life is yours. Uchiha Itachi said something like this. 234 The refuge of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi actually wants to seek refuge with these people in front of him. It is really hard to figure out what kind of thoughts he has. Of course, he may also exchange his own life for the so-called peace. Do you want to exchange your life for the safety of this village? Yes, I will stop the war here immediately, and you can also go to another place with me, where it is equally interesting, and there will also be life and death battles. I just want to know what you think. Do you think that you can buy a village with your own life? But in fact, this village doesn't feel sorry for you at all. Do you know that those high-level officials in this village have always wanted to wipe out all the Uchiha clan? In their view, the Uchiha clan has no need to exist, and they even really want to destroy all of them, but you fight it is only your younger brother who is doing everything to protect him. When he said this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes kept changing. He was actually very angry. The younger brother he tried his best to protect had actually become the opponent's bargaining chip. If I have a little bit of resistance, my younger brother will be killed by them. He is well aware of this, but it is precisely because of this kind of coercion that everyone can continue to contact and make this so-called transaction. No matter what, I am firm in my heart. In order to protect the village, many people have given their lives. At this moment, I am also willing. Uchiha Itachi actually said such words again. It seems that this person is regarded as a lunatic for no reason. Advertisement: once upon a time, he was really strong. This kind of person is already strong enough to control his own destiny. But in the end he chose to give up the right to control his destiny, which is what makes him the most ridiculous and saddest. Since this is the case, then I will let this village go for now. You will be my servant from now on. When you come to this world next time, you will have no chance to choose. At that time, even if I ask you to kill your brother, you must do so. What do you think? Uchiha Itachi thought and nodded because he wasn't sure if he would see his brother yet. Maybe when we meet again, he has already turned into a corpse. After all, his body has a very serious illness. Of course, Uchiha Itachi didn't know that there was always someone who could cure his ailments. After all, in the world of pirates, there are still many genius doctors, and the most terrifying one is Trafalgar Law. 0. Seeking flowers. It is absolutely no problem for Trafalgar Law's scalpel fruit to heal other people's diseases. After all, he is very great in his own right. Uchiha Itachi came to seek refuge, and now there is a meaning of returning to his heart. Bai Ye has allowed the other party's actions. Advertisement: at this moment, Bai Ye shouted to the outside. All men, stop fighting. 0. When he yelled out, the voice was powerful and shocking. That incomparably astonishing sound wave almost shocked everything. Even people far away could hear clearly. All wars stop instantly. Kaku had already completely suppressed Kakashi. Just as he was about to make up a knife, he heard this sound, and naturally he stopped moving. Hokage on the other side was just about to smash the mountain in front of him, but he didn't expect this war to stop. But Hokage didn't care. He himself is an absolute strong man. Everything is done by his own mind. At this time, Hokage began to back away gradually, only to find a huge ball bumping towards him in the distance. It was Akamichi Choji's father. When facing the ball, Hokage cut out the ball without stopping. 235 Terror War. When the blood was splashing, the other party wailed and fell to the ground in an instant. His body was seriously injured, dripping with blood. This heavy blow was enough to kill the opponent directly. No one thought that the other party would receive such a heavy blow of blood. Other fighters still wanted to act, and news came from the village of Konoha Shinobi that they stopped fighting. Golden Flash 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato arrives instantly. He immediately came to the opponent's side when 337 appeared. Seeing his seriously injured companion, he felt a bit of pity in his heart. Immediately, he flashed a flash, took him away from him, and sent him to the vicinity of the medical class in the next second. There are a large number of medical ninjas here, responsible for saving people. These medical ninjas are naturally very efficient. They immediately treated the man and recovered his wounds. However, things were not so easy. Akamichi Choji's father was severely traumatized. When he received a heavy blow, it was naturally blood, and Piao Shan no longer had the strength to continue fighting. At this point even the struggle becomes very difficult. Advertisement: he looked into the distance at this moment, with a kind of sadness in his eyes. He too was nothing more than a casualty of the war, when Akamichi Choji finally rushed back too, albeit only a few minutes short. These few minutes are enough to decide a person's fate, but Akamichi Choji still failed. Seeing his father die, this little fat man also felt anger and hatred in his heart. I'm going to kill them. Akamichi Choji wanted to make a move, but was indeed stopped by Namikaze Minato next to him. This is the Konoha Shinobi village war. Stop it, you shouldn't do it, I'll go and see. Namikaze Minato is indeed golden, and when the flash disappeared in an instant and reappeared, it was already in the village square. He looked at the little eagle eye in the distance, full of hatred in his heart. Since the opponent entered the village, dozens of ninjas had been beheaded, and Fang's mountain had been cut in half. The heads that symbolized the glory of the entire Konoha village were also destroyed a lot. This is a powerhouse without a doubt. Advertisement. But the damage and destruction caused by the other party are so serious that I don't feel that he is a child at all. Do you want to fight? The Namikaze Minato war has almost stopped, and I have a request for it. I found a subordinate here. He is Uchiha Itachi. He is willing to sacrifice his life in exchange for the temporary safety of your village. Whether you are willing or not, you are saved by a betrayed ninja. When Bai Ye spoke quietly, Namikaze Minato's face was shaking constantly, as if he was filled with incomparable resentment. The child does not need to be rescued by this kind of person. He is the ninja who betrayed this place. Namikaze Minato took out kunai and wanted to do it. After all, some companions died because of this, but of course Bai Ye would throw the bombshell. Are you sure this Uchiha Itachi is really a ninja who betrayed your village? It's just that he didn't use all his power for the village? He entered the Ōtsutsuki organization only as a spy, and acted in it for the sake of the village. In 0.1, he was even more determined to reach ultimate, not daring to forget or betray him in the slightest. So have you thought of the answer? You regard a soldier who has given heroically and worked hard for your village as a traitor, and now his efforts are being reset to zero. Can you afford this new war? Namikaze Minato's face trembled, and finally he put down his weapon and dared not move. 236 Returned to the pirate world. Namikaze Minato didn't dare to make a move, but looking back, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came out. I, 3rd Hokage, can speak here. If your excellency is willing to withdraw our troops, we can restore peace. If you have any conditions, just say so. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the old man, and actually opened his mouth again to find out some plot of the other party. Bai Ye laughed. I don't want anything. This is just a temporary truce. It is very likely that I will bring people to kill again in the near future. It is hard to say. As for this war, I can tell you clearly that even if I don't fight, there will be many strong people from the One Piece world coming. 07. That is a huge army, with countless kings, and it will eventually conquer the world of Hokage. Do you think you can stop it? Only a few words from Bai Ye startled the other party. If there were more people coming again. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it could only directly open up the scale of ninja war. The Ninja World War must gather all the countries, and all the people are here to use the absolute numbers to defeat each other. I'll give you enough time to continue preparing. I'm going to take Uchiha Itachi and leave first, and let me say that Konoha Shinobi Village among your Hokage owes a lot to the Uchiha family. I am not friends with the Uchiha family, but the evil things you do will naturally have an end. For the sake of the so-called stability of the village, you continue to kill more ninjas and loyal people in the village, and force these people how ridiculous it is to die. Bai Ye laughed and led the people away, and the surrounding ninjas unconsciously made way. They do understand that they are far from the current opponents. Advertisement: if the fight continues, they may die in this battle. It is better to make way for them to act on their own. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched them leave with a kind of lament in his heart, a kind of disrespect. The person in front of him is definitely not an opponent to fight with them. It is just a waste of time, and he will definitely lose. Does Lord 3rd Hokage really want to let them go? I really want to do it now. Someone has already been killed by them. Namikaze Minato said beside him that many people died tragically, even that Danzo. When Yuan Fei Rizhan heard the name Danzo, he was not surprised at all. The other party once told him some plans to destroy the Uchiha clan, or to completely control the Uchiha clan and use various amazing ninjutsu to make them become a slave. This is what Danzo is going to do, but 3rd Hokage has not explicitly refused or agreed to it all the time. 3rd Hokage speaks with a kind of sophistication. But just following the trend, he has the title of God of Ninjutsu, but his ability is completely lacking. Especially these political strategies and tricks are simply ridiculous. They always want to achieve a so-called balance, but they don't know how many things Danzo has done secretly. Danzo deserves to die. He's done a lot of stuff before, and the best spy he sent out was Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi took refuge this time. The other party should buy his time to restore his identity as a Konoha Shinobi village ninja from now on. However, it must be restored in secret. When the next war starts, let's shout out all this. We will strictly guard the house of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, and what will happen to them? Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking, but his ground shook. 237 Nine Tails attacked Konoha in the world of Hokage. Nine Tails is the most terrifying tail beast, possessing extremely powerful power, and its roaring energy can directly penetrate everything. It is difficult for anyone to fully control Nine Tails. At this moment, the powerful tailed beast bomb was used for a long time, and it exploded towards the most distant Konoha village. Fortunately, most of the villagers of Konoha village have been transferred. At this moment, a cloud of mushrooms appeared among the leaves, and a powerful explosion shook the world. Bai Ye watched this scene from a distance. His expression was dignified but calm. He saw the changes here. He saw something amazing. Uchiha Madara finally couldn't take it anymore and launched his own troops to attack. Uchiha Itachi, what do you think of all this? When hearing Bai Ye's question, Uchiha Itachi's face was calm. This person will never stop. He is a small organization. The real leader leads a group of strong people to act in this world. The Ōtsutsuki organization has become extremely terrifying because of him. If you want to defeat the opponent, you need more planning and preparation. Advertisement: Uchiha Itachi doesn't like this Uchiha Madara. The other party is a crazy destroyer, and he has never been on the same side as himself. Uchiha Itachi, who knew all of this deeply, looked calm and calm. Of course he knew what was coming. That's very interesting. You don't want to kill this person, you should have a deep hatred for him. It's Uchiha Madara who drove you to this corner. It's ridiculous that you don't have any feelings for him, but don't worry, I won't do it rashly. Uchiha Madara is a nasty guy, but I don't want to fight him right now. Leave all this to Konoha Shinobi, and let's go back to another world. Bai Ye ignored them and continued walking. Their goal is obviously to return to the pirate world. After opening the portal, everyone finally entered the world. One Piece world. They are now appearing in Wano-Kuni, which is a very special country on the sea, which is a remote place. Advertisement. There seems to be a new customer here at Wano-Kuni, and there are several ships in the distant sea. It includes quite a few different characters, Straw Hat Luffy Kid and Trafalgar Law. I really didn't expect that these three people would also want to come here to share a piece of the pie. They are all famous top powerhouses in the world. Among them, Straw Hat Luffy has his own unparalleled special talent. Straw Hat Luffy looks young but very powerful. Among the trio, he is the youngest but the strongest. When he stood there, he had a kind of strong air without hesitation. Looking at everyone in front of him, he looked calm, that kind of ugly power emperor. Of course it's different, and on his boat are all members of the protagonist group. The so-called protagonist group, of course, has extraordinary special abilities. The most powerful forces are controlled by them, and the Straw Hat Luffy is the most powerful among them. Needless to say, the kind of life. Nuo Wangs. The three of them want to go up as soon as possible. It seems that this is a special war. I didn't expect so many young pirates to come. You can try Uchiha Itachi with them. If you can defeat the guy with a long knife and a hat, you can cure your illness. You can live if you beat him, otherwise you will die soon. It's that simple. 238 Battle of Uchiha Itachi. Before Uchiha Itachi never imagined that he could survive. He tried his best to find a way to heal himself, but he failed. It's not that he hasn't thought about healing himself. If the man in front of him can restore himself, he will be very happy. As long as he has a longer life, he can complete the feat in his heart. He has put in so much time and effort for the village. If he can accomplish this, he will be able to obtain real salvation, and it is also possible to die for this village. Go ahead and try it. If you can get that person's approval, you can tell him Bai Ye and ask him to give him a chance to challenge. Uchiha Itachi jumped forward directly. These Konoha ninjas are strongmen who move extremely fast, jumping back and forth and flashing. I saw 583's figure flickering between several ups and downs, and then he reached the distance, and then slowly fell from the tall trees. The three captains had long noticed that the other party was facing this sudden figure. Although they don't know the specific identity of the other party, they can feel that the other party has an aura that cannot be described in words. Advertisement. My name is Uchiha Itachi, and Bai Ye asked me to come here, saying it was a chance for me to challenge one of you. When they heard Bai Ye naming, several people on the opposite side were startled. They all know that this Wano-Kuni has been enveloped by Bai Ye's influence, and that Quinn is said to have a deep relationship with the other party. But the three captains never imagined that this Bai Ye is here. That is the supreme pirate. The strongest person in the world possesses the most powerful and terrifying things. Seeing the person in front of him, that Trafalgar Law was the first to come out, because he knew exactly who the other party was looking for, but it was himself. The one you want to challenge is me. My name is Trafalgar Law. I can be your opponent. Do you want to start? Trafalgar Law showed no fear when facing the opponent, and even stood at the forefront, with a strong and powerful aura on his body. Uchiha Itachi looked at this man named Trafalgar Law. This is a man who surprised him. Advertisement. Trafalgar, AHCG, Galgaro looked very thin but very tall. The knife in his hand was almost slender than his body. The most powerful is Trafalgar Law's eyes, very sharp. Let me do it, I have been resting for a long time. Straw Hat Luffy took the initiative to speak, but was stopped by someone. The Straw Hats, this is my own battle. The Kaido of the Beasts no longer exists here, but this battle must belong to me. I want to see what my skills are here. Trafalgar Law said calmly. Maybe he really has this desire and idea, and wants to challenge himself. Trafalgar Law made a gesture, and that Uchiha Itachi pointed to the side, which can change the battlefield. Of course, Trafalgar Law wanted to give the opponent a bad start. He hooked his fingers and directly used the very powerful but powerful slaughterhouse skill. This slaughterhouse skill is one of the most powerful skills he can use, and it can be transformed within a huge space. And he first used this trick to let the other party see his ability and make the other party feel a kind of oppression. After the skill ended, Uchiha Itachi found himself in an open field, facing the enemy. 239 Operation of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi admires this powerful mobility, and it is an extremely clever space technique. In Hokage's world, he had seen similar abilities, but he never thought that the other party was really so powerful. Surprised, he still made a gesture. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was concentrating on it, and the first thing he did was to blink his eyes. Trafalgar Law felt something was wrong. The moment the other party blinked, he could only withdraw and back away, but he still saw the other party's eyes. Trafalgar Law felt that his spirit suddenly became very poor, although he escaped the first wave of attack. The whole person's action efficiency and speed are high, and he hides beside him in a hurry, but he is still hit by the opponent's blow. Uchiha Itachi approached quickly. Although he didn't have the space technique, he could let himself come and go like the wind, but when he approached, he took out the kunai in his hand and stabbed the opponent's arm. This move accurately pierced the opponent's shoulder. The other party's shoulder was bleeding, and he was injured in an instant. Fortunately, this person still reacted very quickly and was quite capable of persevering. Trafalgar Law was stabbed in the shoulder, and at the moment, blood was flowing. Advertisement, but he reacted quickly. After all, his spirit suddenly shook after being hit by the knife, and he used the slaughterhouse skill in the next second, trying to change the opponent's position. Uchiha Itachi went directly to another place, and Trafalgar Law swept over with a horizontal knife, cutting the opponent in half with a powerful airflow, and even cut off several surrounding trees. Trafalgar Law's blow was very fierce, showing an extremely domineering momentum. But when he stopped, he still had the same eyes and stayed there without moving. Because he found that although he was hit with a knife, the other party did not die. Trafalgar Law couldn't imagine that he should be a precise move, hitting the opponent or even beheading the opponent. Unexpectedly, under this blow, the opponent not only could sustain it, but could also instantly counter-kill the powerful air current blade. The opponent's kung fu was already very good. This time, he instantly noticed that this person was coming and going with a flickering ferocious figure, which was actually the clone used by Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's clone technique is very powerful. When the opponent slashed with a knife, he let the opponent dodge instead, and his eyes flickered immediately after the blow, and he used Amaterasu directly. Advertisement: this is a very powerful special ability among the Uchiha clan. It can release a black flame in the blink of an eye, and it will burn there even more. 0. Seeking flowers. The beings attacked by the flames of Amaterasu can never escape this terrible flame, and always have a burning effect on the body. Amaterasu's black fire began to spread across Trafalgar, and Luo backed away again, thanks to his special slaughterhouse ability. 0. He arrived in the distance in an instant, but the black flame never stopped and spread towards him. The ability used by Uchiha Itachi is strong enough, the opponent cannot escape. As long as he is burned by this black flame, he will pursue him forever. There are some problems with these Amaterasu flames though. Even if it can burn continuously, it will not be able to kill people in the first time. The Amaterasu flame itself only has this effect. Trafalgar dodged a blow and drew his knife as he stood by, compelled to wait for his chance to strike the next blow. You are such a formidable opponent. I didn't expect to meet someone like you outside this island. I admire and amaze me. Advertisement: 240 changes in the pirate world. Bai Ye watched the battle of Trafalgar Law from the sidelines. Trafalgar Law is really a powerful person, at least in the world of pirates. This guy is also one of the strongest. But what is more valuable to him is the invincible fruit ability on his body, and the scalpel fruit is also a terrible thing. A woman appeared next to Bai Ye, and it was Ōtsutsuki who saw Bai Ye and hadn't come back for such a long time. Ōtsutsuki missed his master very much with 160. Your Highness, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You have not returned for so long and you have caused countless chaos in this world. However, many things will be easy to deal with after you return. When Ōtsutsuki said this, his face was full of emotion, and it was not easy for him to experience many things during this period of time. Ace Day, you should have been working hard for a while, and you are a bit tired. What happened to Wano Kuni? Why are the three young pirates here? Has Wano Kuni changed? When Bai Ye asked, Ace Descendant said that something happened to Hijiguo. This incident can only be said to be not big or small, but it is also very surprising. After Bai Ye left, Wano Kuni had a tough fight. The main character of the fierce battle is the Kazuki clan that appeared before, and their opponent is the Quinn. No one thought that this Quinn had really ascended to the position of 4 emperors. His combat power is 10 points strong, leading a group of subordinates who don't know what ability to use. They really defeated Momosuke. Not to mention, he even subdued Kakuzu and Hidan, who had just arrived in this world. In other words, this fat man was a blessing in disguise, and his combat effectiveness has improved a lot. Advertisement: hearing that the other party was able to subdue the strong duo, Bai Ye was also surprised. This guy is really good. He actually turned those 2 people into his subordinates. I know that those 2 people are not very obedient masters. Bai Ye really admired Quinn that the opponent was really chosen by fate. This luck is too good to be true. According to Ōtsutsuki, this Quinn not only simply got these 2 subordinates, but even advertised his sovereignty here. Said that whoever comes must defeat him. From now on he is the king of Wano Kuni, and so on. No one expected that Quinn would become the king of Wano Kuni and declare that this is the return of the king. And the marine headquarters under the world government is on the verge of a formidable enemy, and the fat man led people to attack the marine headquarters just before. Everything about this matter was led by Bai Ye, but even the marine headquarters really didn't know the truth of this matter, so when Quinn returned again, the ground was already shaken, and everyone was shocked. The influence caused by Quinn is far more than that. The marine headquarters sent a marine admiral to continue to drift in the nearby sea, eyeing him, and a large number of C-4.5 thieves were drawn out. There are too many of them, and these pirates have already come nearby. And because Quinn had just sat on the throne of the 4 emperors, some young pirates felt a challenge to him. Hoping to kill this guy before their strong Luffy, Trafalgar Law and Kid are here to do just that. Their team is indeed fast and capable. .241 Arrogant Quinn. In the highest bedroom in the capital of flowers, Quinn is very happy now. He recently recruited 2 new admirals, namely Kakuzu Hidan. When he was in the world of Hokage before, Quinn knew that the 2 of them were considered powerful members of the organization, but he did not expect to come to the world of pirates. Quinn wanted to treat these 2 people as his subordinates only after he knew their names. The fact is that he also did it quite successfully. These people are quite loyal to him. After the two of you joined my team, I am really happy. With your help, my team has grown stronger. When you were in the Hokage world before, you were very powerful people. It is really not easy to meet now. Disappoint others. Quinn was talking to the two excitedly, but the two people on the opposite side just smiled slightly. Of course, they are both very profound and powerful characters, deep and restrained and not talking nonsense. Being able to follow the captain is also a good thing. We had some battles in Pirate World before, but today we are all comrades in arms, so there is no need to worry. Kakuzu was the first to speak, and there was a bit of truth in his words. Quinn next to him was very happy. Needless to say, such subordinates joined his team. After all, their combat effectiveness is remarkable, and they are number one in the world of pirates. It is definitely good enough to have two people joining. By the way, a group of young pirates came here recently. I hope you two can also help. I know that you two have always acted alone, but this time you must bring more people. These young pirates, the thieves, are not bad at fighting, and it is said that they are all strong. Advertisement, Quinn said quietly. Of course, the two of them didn't have any color of fear. They came to this place to carry out the mission, and when they heard all this, their expressions were indifferent. Don't worry, Captain, we know what to do. There are certain things that are our duty. Hidan was the first to speak. He now has a desire to kill in his heart. It has been a long time since he was able to kill some strong men, and he is completely unable to satisfy the murderous flame in his heart. As for Kakuzu next to him, he seemed very silent from beginning to end. He only knows that what he is doing now is to continue hunting and fighting like in the Shao organization, but if he doesn't think about it and use his brain, this kind of hunting and fighting is not good for him. This is what he cares most about. He doesn't want to continue to exist as someone else's slave, but wants to win some possible things by himself. He wants to turn himself into a master. Well, I will leave this matter to the two of you. Remember to deal with all those enemies as soon as possible. I hope that you can complete the task as soon as possible. This is what I am most looking forward to now. Like a king, the other party has clear eyes and delicate thoughts, but at this moment, one of 440's subordinates came to report, saying that there was another fierce battle near the coast. And the one who did it was Trafalgar Law, one of the three captains. It turns out that the battle has already started here, and it was the guy named Luo who started the fight. This time I will send someone to watch the battle. You two continue to wait here, don't worry about anything. Wars will always come, but with strong strength, we have enough possibilities to deal with strong enemies. I still have unlimited confidence in myself. Quinn was very open-minded, and continued to drink, lamenting and having fun, but he didn't know that his master would come soon and teach the fat man a lesson. 242 Powerful Pirate Trafalgar Law uses the ability of his scalpel fruit. His scalpel fruit is a very powerful existence that can reach a state of controlling everything. From surgery to fruit, it can have the most flexible ability to move within a space, as long as one thought. The power of this fruit can explode, and it becomes even stronger in his hands, very powerful. He looked for an opportunity to slash out again, hoping to kill Uchiha Itachi directly, but at this time, Uchiha Itachi couldn't kill the opponent directly with his ordinary strength. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi chose a path of terror. He no longer uses the fire of Amaterasu, nor uses various illusions. Instead, a purple flame was burning on his body in an instant, and Susanoo appeared here? This is one of the scariest spells of the Uchiha family. The mighty Susanoo has terrifying powers. Generally speaking, a layer of special armor is arranged around a person, and the armor gradually becomes a human form. The Susanoo conjured up by each of the Zebo clan's powerhouses is completely different. The mighty Susanoo can pierce through the heavens and the earth with unparalleled power, such as Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with two swords in hand to split the mountain. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo has the ability to attack from a distance. She can use a powerful bow and arrow to carry out long-range damage and directly detonate everything in the distance. Advertisement A Madara can be seen in all its horror, and apart from such power, this Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi is even more special. Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi has these two weapons in her hands, one is the 10-fist sword and the other is the 8-foot mirror. The former can seal everything, very powerful, just a little touch will turn them into nothingness, while the latter has the ability to rebound all ninjutsu. After possessing this ability, he has almost reached the state of invincibility, and he can reach the peak of attack and defense. Uchiha Itachi punches Susanoo, on a frantic frenzy, the fearsome Susanoo, who may have legendary powers. The huge Susanoo showed an incomparable figure, tall and strong. Kamui was infinite, and then came to control an invincible and terrifying Excalibur. Although Bai Ye was only a spectator, he was shocked by the opponent's creation, which seemed to be the most powerful display. Your Highness is such a terrifying power. The opponent's energy seems to have penetrated the world and is extremely terrifying. Asides felt the opponent's strength, and he really had an extraordinary ability. Enemies who could reach this level were rare. And the opponent will use top-level ninjutsu, and the powerful cycle of constantly exploding energy is also scary. Asides watched with his own eyes, seeing the giant slowly wriggling forward, but Bai Ye felt bored. Just look at it. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo is very strong, but by no means the strongest one, so it's still far from that feeling. I hope he can try to come up with some more, Wang Zhao, strong skills. Bai Ye looked there with deep eyes, already knew what was going to happen, and sure enough, this Susanoo suddenly slashed at Trafalgar Law with a sword, and the knife in his hand was covered with armament. Power, completely blown away. Trafalgar Law blocked the blow, but found that he flew directly into the distance, his palm was even in pain, and the knife in his hand disappeared instantly. 243 Three captains Shock Cao Mang Luffy watched the battle from a distance, and what he saw shocked him. The opponent who he thought he could easily deal with, unexpectedly broke out with amazing fighting power. Although this Trafalgar Law shouldn't be inferior to him with such extreme combat power, he is also a not bad powerhouse. Unexpectedly, he was suppressed by the opponent in an instant, and he was unable to deal with it from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Trafalgar Law used his powerful high-frequency scalpel again. This skill also gathers lightning in his hand to release a powerful blow. Once the lightning in his hand hits the opponent, it can prevent the opponent's cells from reorganizing, and after he comes up, he will suffer heavy injuries and fall to the ground. The skill of high-frequency scalpel will be very explosive, and of course it is extremely powerful. This precise move really has the power of a tiger roaring and a dragon singing. The high-frequency scalpel hit the giant Terra 847 Falgaro, and I thought I would succeed. But at this moment, the giant raised the shield in his hand to block his blow. This huge mirror has invincible defense power, and the lightning in Trafalgar Law's hand cannot penetrate it at all. And he himself was about to be hit by that huge divine arrow, falling from a height like a meteor. Trafalgar Law reacted extremely quickly, wanting to use the slaughterhouse skill to cover the opponent's body. Advertisement: no matter how strong this giant is, it will be cut in its own slaughterhouse. Seeing that his captain has no weapons, the people next to him will act, Abba. But the combat effectiveness of the crew under Trafalgar Law is not very good, not top-notch at all. But before those people had time to move, a knife flew down from the sky again. Take your weapon away, and it looks like you're helpless, so I'll give it back to you. This knife is the weapon of Trafalgar Law, but it is also the greatest insult to him. Trafalgar Law walked towards the knife, picked it up, and looked at him fiercely. You seem to have infinite hatred, but without hatred, this kind of thing can't bring you any strong fighting power immediately, and you should surrender to the strongest force at this moment. It was a calm voice, with an undeniable momentum. When Uchiha Itachi looked at each other, his eyes were full of contempt. Advertisement: at this time, he seemed to have seen the other party's actions in live broadcast, and came again with a big hand and a big hand. Trafalgar Law is using his very strong knife. Within this huge space, Trafalgar Law's knife had the effect of cutting everything, and in the blink of an eye, Susanoo's arm flew out. Susanoo's arm flew to the distance in an instant. This astonishing blow was of course quite extraordinary, and it could not be stopped while flying there. Trafalgar Law's powerful attack shows that Madara's opponent is extremely ferocious and imposing. To be able to achieve such a state is already an extraordinary person. When Bai Ye was watching from the side, he just savored silently. These young people really have some skills. When they attack the Hokage world in the future, they should be of great use. Bai Ye is thinking silently. There are indeed many people who are on the way. A large number of strong people are coming, especially these so-called pirates. The top pirates have extraordinary power. Of course, they feel that their abilities are already high, and when they reach a certain level, they are naturally terrifying. Some of the powerful pirates can even have amazing reputations and pass them down, with extraordinary energy. All this also attracted the attention of the pirates in the capital of flowers. 244 Quinn arrives. Quinn got the news again, and the people who did it included Bai Ye, and a large group of other characters. And those young captains were all among them. Thinking of Bai Ye's help to him, it was a real kindness. Quinn thought about it, and decided to go and have a look, and more importantly, send these two masters there first. They were recruited by Bai Ye before, and they were regarded as Bai Ye's subordinates, so now they should talk to their master about how they cut themselves off. Quinn came near the battlefield with such a small mind. As soon as I passed by, I only felt that there was a huge sound, the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and there were thunder rolling everywhere, which made people amazed. This place can be said to be very lively, not to mention the loud sound, and there are all kinds of strange thunder. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be the attack launched by Trafalgar Law. He was wearing a lightning bolt on his hand, and he could cut open the arm of that monster with ease. When Kakuzu Hidan saw this scene, surprise was written in his eyes. He didn't expect Uchiha Itachi from an organization to come. The two Uchiha Itachi are very familiar with each other, although the other party is young, but in fact he is carrying a powerful force. Especially the various top techniques of the Grandmaster Uchiha family, which made his combat power soar all the way to an incredible situation. Advertisement: in the previous organization, there were still people who challenged him, but failed miserably. It can be said that this very powerful Uchiha Itachi is also a strong person in the Akatsuki organization. And this Susanoo was so powerful that the two of them had never seen before. Even Kakuzu on the side stared straight at him. What a powerful force. I usually don't see him so powerful. I didn't expect this meeting to be so terrifying. Kakuzu had a kind of admiration, but Hidan next to him immediately took over. He's brought his own helper, too. The two looked at the dried persimmon ghost behind them at the same time. Uchiha Itachi's group is also very powerful, so it is also just two people. But both are powerful and terrifying. Kakuzu didn't have the intention to go directly, but just watched from a distance. Although they were obviously watching a play, they knew well that there might be danger after the past. Let's not get too close, just let this war go on, and I feel like it's better not to get involved. Advertisement: Kakuzu gave a summary. 0, seeking flowers, 0. Quinn was watching from the side smoking a cigarette. Now this big fat man is very majestic. He even learned a lot of amazing speed from the village of Konoha Shinobi, such as the expansion jutsu, which he learned. He can also turn directly into a meatball like Chu to Choji's family, turning forward and turning around. His men have also learned various ninjutsu, and Quinn also has some bottom-of-the-box stuff. 0. If you all say that you can't do anything, then don't do it for the time being. Your Highness is in that direction, but it's not good if we don't go there. I'll go there first to find out. 17. Then the fat man really used expansion jutsu to make his body suppressed and twisted, turning into a meatball, and used the meat bomb chariot to hit it. His speed was unexpectedly fast, and the smoke and dust along the way was terrifying, but under this strength, he arrived in an instant. With a bang, he arrived at the designated position. Bai Ye covered his mouth and nose, waved his hands to disperse the smoke and dust, and saw the big fat man appearing in front of his eyes with a look of sincerity and fear. Your Highness, I'm so happy that you're here. Do you want to be a guest? It's in the capital of flowers. 245 deterrents. Quinn, the big fat man, kept his head down all the time, looking very respectful. He really came here to find the boss, so he didn't dare to make any mistakes. Bai Ye could tell at a glance that during this period of time, Quinn, the fat man, had been doing well, with a somewhat fierce look on his face, but he also had a certain imposing manner, and he looked quite comfortable. It's been a good time, Quinn. I heard that you have really become the top, March 17th, pirate in the sea, and you have recruited a lot of soldiers and horses under your command, and you are going to break out a battle. Fansai, do you want to play Red Line in the future? Quinn was nodding his head. He was very happy to get the boss's compliment, but when he heard that the Red Line was about to be called, he was completely stunned. Your Highness, you can't say that. How dare I call Red Line? There are many unpredictable crises in that place, and I will never pay my attention there anyway. This fat man is also smart. He didn't say what was in his heart right away, but he was really terrified and afraid of most of the pirates in the Red 10 continent. The Red Line is the core area controlled by the world government, where there are countless guardians. What kind of pacifists? The number must be countless. It can be said that Quinn is now constantly recruiting troops, as if he finally wants to be the so-called king of the world and become the leader of the Red Line. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many people have tried this, but very few have succeeded. Looking at Quinn's current appearance, he really has this kind of thought. As for whether he can achieve it, that is another matter. There is always a dream in life. Your Highness, I have been strictly adhering to your teachings during this period of time, constantly recruiting troops and building up a team with stronger combat power. As long as you give me some more time, we will have a very strong army. At that time, it will not be a problem to do anything you want, as long as you are willing to do anything. Advertisement. This fat man seems to be very confident, and it is no wonder that he has become the most famous 4 emperors in the sea in a short period of time, and he is truly a top figure under one person and above 10,000 people. This allows the current people to have unlimited self-confidence, and they have everything at that time. Quinn, I ask you to make some contributions here immediately. In short, gather all the teams around you. I still have a lot of requirements for them. What I want is not a group of lunatic fighters, but a group of soldiers who obey orders and are very staunch fighter. Hearing the master's request, Quinn nodded again and again, but he didn't dare to have any extravagant thoughts. As long as the master is happy, he can do anything. Anyway, he doesn't dare to think too much. Quinn, because I have some other requirements, I hope you will remember them well. You can continue to collect your subordinates. As for the group of young pirates who come here, you can catch them as much as you can. Remember that Kaido of the Beasts has caught this kid before, right? The last time Kid escaped from his prison when Kaido of the Beasts died tragically, he had extremely amazing luck and ability. Yes, Your Highness, I caught this guy last time but he escaped. I don't know what he's going to do this time. Anyway, he hides very deeply and his ability is not bad. Quinn saw with his own eyes and grabbed the opponent, but at this time, this guy was coming and going freely, very fast, hiding even deeper. I really don't know where he went, and this person's ability is indeed strong. Catch him again this time. I will be very happy if I can harvest him as my subordinate, and then I will let this person attack the Hokage world for you. 7 decigrams 246 future tasks. When Quinn heard that the world of Hokage was going to be attacked, he was stunned. He had been to that world, made friends with many people there, and possessed a powerful force of his own. But now he saw whether he was going to fight back. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence this would become. What's the matter? Seeing that you still have doubts in your heart, don't worry, the battle with the Hokage world is inevitable, and we will always fight them. Before you established a good relationship with them and learned a lot from them, then this time you will not be the real main offensive player, but will continue to wait for a while. 07. I will name this kind of main player. Give it to others. There are so many powerful pirates in this sea. Many people can do it. Let them do it first, as you have your own important tasks. When Quinn heard these words, he couldn't help admiring the man in front of him for his endless creations like whimsical ideas. He admired the wolf from the bottom of his heart. Your Highness, as long as you have an order, I will obey it without any rebellious heart. I just ask you to give me this opportunity to prove my strength. When the other party speaks and takes the initiative, it can be regarded as an expression of his own intentions, but what level this person will show after that is another matter. Don't worry, I will give you this chance. You will prove that you are a lonely and proud fighter, but with a strong fighter, you can also prove that you have enough strength to do more things. Recently, these two groups should be okay by your side. They are two powerful fighters. Although they are not very loyal, they are also very capable when doing many things. Let these two continue to accompany you. With you, let them do more of everything by your side. Bai Ye's words are still very interesting. Let the people in front of him work hard and know how to advance and retreat. Your Highness, I will completely obey your orders and requirements, and do whatever you ask me to do, but now I am very curious about something, or I am a little bit confused. Do you still want me to be a spy in the Hokage world? I don't have the qualifications. Advertisement, I'll go to the Hokage world again. If they find out, won't something big happen? If that's the case, maybe something will go wrong. The other party was terrified and didn't dare to say anything. By this time, the other party was already scared, and no matter what, there seemed to be a kind of panic. You can go if you were told. What is there to be afraid of? Do you still have these worries in front of my eyes? And you have always been a guest of the Hokage world, including the ninja villages. You have a group of crooked melons who have learned different ninjutsu. Do you think I don't know what you are doing in the world of Hokage? Quinn rubbed his big head embarrassingly. In the Hokage world 340, he really mixed up and down, and taught the people there some fighting skills. But they can learn Haki. Plus people in the Hokage world will similarly condense chakra on their body to fight. So after learning and learning, these people have not learned the essence, and some fighting skills require different bodies to master different effects. Quinn still has some science and technology, such as the means of making poisonous gas, but he didn't teach them. This is his own little thought. In short, everyone still had some cooperation in the end, and several ninja powers still showed some concern for him. 247 Trafalgar Law Fiasco. On the other hand, Uchiha continued to use Susanoo to fight. Although an arm was cut off at the beginning, he also used the weapon in his hand to seal the opponent's knife directly. Now throwing the knife back at the opponent, Uchiha Itachi continued to sneer as the giant Susanoo moved forward. Trafalgar Law is going to repeat the old trick, cut off the opponent again, this time aiming at the opponent's chest. As long as he can kill this thing, he can cut the opponent's body in two. Of course he thought very well, and the will of the blade exploded, with infinite power, and it came in an instant. Just when Trafalgar Law felt that he could accomplish this, he suddenly stopped, and he entered a state similar to hallucinations again, in which, the electric man of the TV university was still moving forward. It's just that the figure shrunk and ended up halfway there, but the man jumped out from the side. Uchiha Itachi has an incomparable special action power and uses Amaterasu again after appearing. This group of black flames began to pursue the opponent, and the raging fire pursued endlessly, without giving the opponent time to react. This group of flames began to follow the Trafalgar Law, and the opponent's arm was directly ignited. Immediately after half of his body was in pain, Trafalgar Law used the slaughterhouse skill again, but he was mentally affected by the powerful illusion when he wanted to transfer out. You must know that Trafalgar Law must concentrate when using the fruit ability. This time the spirit is affected, so naturally it will be half a beat slower and the dynamic will not come. When I stopped, my whole body seemed to be trapped there, and it was very uncomfortable. Trafalgar Law was restricted again this time, and it didn't do what it wanted at the beginning at all. When I was trapped, I felt a splitting headache. Advertisement. When Trafalgar Law couldn't hold on, Uchiha Itachi directly launched the second wave of attacks there, and Amaterasu's flames squirmed on the ground and entangled the opponent's legs again. Under the burning of the flames, Trafalgar finally passed out from the pain. His body is still being burned, and if he is not rescued after a while, he will turn into a mass of ashes and disappear from this world. Straw Hat Luffy couldn't bear it and rushed up directly. He changed into the fourth gear in the air, ready to punch. He felt that this super huge giant was very fierce. At that moment, another oversized giant appeared directly. Uchiha Itachi knew that someone was going to do it, and made it ahead of time. A Susanoo giant, but he uses more of a clone performed by chakra. So the giant was crushed with a single punch, and this Nachie Itachi himself appeared beside him. He appeared next to Trafalgar Law with a nonchalant face. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were bleeding continuously. He had a long history of illnesses, and it was not easy to support him now. But at this moment, he still walked there, with a knife resting on the opponent's neck. From now on, he is already my prisoner. If you do it, I will kill him. If you don't want him to die, you'd better stay away. Zhao's department. Uchiha Itachi said coldly. The other party's life was completely in his hands. At this moment he didn't need to worry or care, only had that kind of calm expression, the last and ultimate daughter-in-law. Everyone really dare not approach. Kid seemed to be interested, and saw that he used the fruit power, and the bitterness in Uchiha Itachi's hand flew over. The Straw Hat Luffy attacked again, but was blocked by Susanoo, and someone from the other side made a move, and the Frost Ice Bird knocked him away. 248 The power of the three captains. Straw Hat Luffy is very powerful. He can turn into a fourth gear, and there is even a possibility of going further. As for Kid and Trafalgar, although they are far behind him, they still have the strength to fight again. In the current moment, Straw Hat Luffy is flying, brave and super fast. He punched Shuzuo Nengu directly, but was blocked by a powerful force. At this moment, that place was actually endless explosions, and the invincible Susanoo blocked the opponent's most ultimate attack. When this battle stopped, it was extremely powerful. You can deal more absolute damage when you come and go. Such a powerful and valiant attack is really extraordinary. Bursts of cross-currents exploded out. Bai Ye just watched the show and admired their fighting power, especially characters like Straw Hat Luffy. The Straw Hat Luffy in the fourth gear is really powerful, especially this punch has a strong destructive power. Back then in Dressrosa, he could have knocked Doflamingo out with ease. At that time, The Straw Hat Luffy was so powerful that he almost destroyed an island in an instant. And in the 4th gear form, its defense power is greatly improved. Advertisement. Although it is difficult to compare with him, the top emperor also has a way to deal with it: Conqueror's Haki Entanglement, various more powerful armament Haki, and so on. This is where they are strong. However, the Straw Hat Luffy is also amazingly talented, and soon learned the ability to entangle Conqueror's Haki. As long as you have an idea, you can wrap the Conqueror's Haki around your body, greatly increasing the power and controlling the opponent's fruit effect. This is simply an invincible posture that is amazing, and there are very few in the world that can be compared. At this time, the grass-haired Luffy rushed forward bravely. He has even shown extreme power, and after he came up, he punched an astonishing punch. As for Uchiha Itachi knows that mental power has little effect on them. The only choice is that Susanoo can't bear it, but the next second, the endless water rushes up. Hoshigaki Kisame is finally here, stronger and stronger. As Uchiha Itachi's partner, the opponent's ninjutsu and attacks are also extremely powerful. And, AHFG, he can also fuse with his own big knife. Hoshigaki Kisame's big sword can absorb chakra energy infinitely, devour everything of the opponent completely, and can also sense chakra. Advertisement. After he fits together, the whole person is like half a sharkman in the eyes of people in the pirate world. This should be a shark fruit ability user. This guy looks so strange. Is he a fruit capable user? Kid said, dumbfounded, only feeling that the other party's shape was weird. After all, there has never been a real fish fruit ability user. Some mermaids can become fruit capable users, which is no problem, and they don't even have to worry about being drowned in water. Unlike those fruit ability users on land, once they fall into the water, they will undoubtedly die. But the other party is a person with the fruit ability of fish, and they are extremely surprised to see it, but the next attack of the dried persimmon ghost shark is really quite violent. I saw him condense chakra. The condensed power was made into ninjutsu by him, water-style exploding water and shocking waves. His condensed power was all concentrated near the throat, and then violently towards the ground. Spraying leaves in an instant was enough to form a lake with mighty power. The endless water flow spread directly around, and even soared into the sky in an instant due to the powerful impact. A large amount of water has turned this place into a sea of death. However, those with fruit abilities are affected by the water flow, and their combat effectiveness is immediately reduced. The Straw Hat Luffy was thrown into the water, and he could not drown for a while, but he felt limp and weak. 249 strong versus strong. The ninjutsu used by Hoshigaki Kisame is quite powerful. It can push people into the water in an instant, surrounded by large waterfalls and strong flowing water, which can kill people in the blink of an eye. A large amount of water washed the surroundings, and everyone fell into it one after another. You must know that the 3 captains on the opposite side are all Logia fruit capable, and they will definitely not be able to hold on at this time. The strong current envelops all 3 people on the opposite side, in it. No matter how strong the combat power is, it still looks weak, and there is nothing to do now. Straw Hat Luffy can only unleash the incomparable Conqueror's Haki before drowning. This kind of powerful force shook the sky and the earth, and the power was infinite, which was simply amazing. This is the top common sense of Straw Hat Luffy. The powerful Conqueror's Haki almost shocked all the 2 of them. A person who is strong to a certain extent actually has no feeling for Conqueror's Haki. For example, when you are the strongest, although your body will react, it will not just fail. The powerful Conqueror's Haki can only suppress the weak in groups and make them faint directly. If it is the strong, it will not have this effect at all. Advertisement. Straw Hat Luffy's Conqueror's Haki is not meant to completely stun the opponent, but to pursue another thing, which is naturally very important. There is no doubt that this matters for the people under him to do it, and the first one to appear is that Zoro. The opponent also came with extremely fast speed, as if he could ride the wind and move with unparalleled speed. This is Zoro, and the others are completely incomparable. And this Zoro made an astonishing blow as soon as he appeared. The blade in his hand swung towards the front suddenly, with a powerful momentum. Zoro's attack exploded, and the water flow was cut off one after another. Luffy, the straw hat that fell into the water before, fell out directly. At this moment the Straw Hat Luffy is still safe and sound. At this moment he is still holding on. When the Straw Hat Luffy crawled out, he was panting heavily, while Zoro faced the enemy with a desire to fight. He was ready to dash forward at any time, and beheading powerful enemies was naturally a no-brainer. The captain didn't expect such people to restrict you. You still underestimate the enemy. I am going to kill him myself. You should stay away. Having said all that, he finally planned to do it, and the others were naturally surprised to see this scene. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. You must know that the current Zoro does have a forward-moving, powerful and unpredictable fighting spirit, and other people are just inexplicably surprised after seeing it. Zoro was finally ready. He took an extra step forward, and the dried persimmon ghost also swam out of it. I didn't expect it to be a strong enemy, but I won't lose to you so easily. I still have a lot of very powerful ninjutsu here. Let's see if you can hold on. Zero dried persimmon ghost shark was talking quietly. He naturally transformed directly. After transforming into Sharkman, he is ready to act in the water again, and at the same time he can swing the knife in his hand when necessary. All these transitions are very fast. Just when he was about to make a move, the 2 people next to him slowly descended. How can this kind of war be without us? I can try it now. It was the very strong Hidan who came out to speak, with flowing white hair and a little bit of evil. Now Hidan looks very different, his whole body is full of cold and powerful aura, giving people a kind of unease that is extremely terrifying. On the other side is Kakuzu. The two-person team also entered the field immediately, and half of Xiao's organization was among them. 250 The Great War Begins. Bai Ye originally thought that he was just watching a show here, but he didn't expect that all the powerful fighters would appear on stage. It must be a very fierce final duel. Both squads have great strength and are always ready for battle. Acids was also watching the show while sitting by the side, but he found it very interesting. They all showed extremely brilliant skills in this fierce battle. It's really amazing. I saw a lot of 010 fighters here, and they are ready to strike forward at any time. Acids found these fighters very interesting. They are about to fight very fiercely, although they are just watching the show quietly, it makes people full of curiosity. Your Highness, it seems that a war is coming. They are all very powerful existences with names and surnames. I am really surprised. Maybe there are many people in there who have the power to fight me. Although Acids was just watching the show, he deeply admired the warriors in front of him, many of whom had the power of legend. Of course I know about this, but I don't have to worry about it. After all, there is a gap between these people and you. In fact, I am most surprised and happy. There are some strong people among them, and they really have extremely high mobility. Bai Ye watched quietly, his eyebrows flickering, and he had thought about it for a long time. He decided to try this game with the other party. Acids, wait by the side. But what I'm most curious about is when that Momosuke came over. I heard that Quinn had defeated this B************* D and made him flee in a hurry. Straw Hat Luffy has a good relationship with them, and these people should also land. Advertisement. Acids decided to search around, acting around for his master. Your Highness, I will take actions in the surrounding area to find those enemies, it doesn't matter where they are. Acids decided to look for those people, and he moved in another direction with confidence, now that he had this kind of mind. Of course it won't stop, and its speed is really very fast. A huge iceberg in the air, constantly flashing bursts of cold, flew towards the distance with Acids. When they stopped, they had already reached the place and looked down at a piece of land below. A group of people gathered there are all samurai from Wano Kuni 0. These Wano Kuni warriors are all gathered there. Momosuke is their leader. This Momosuke, in their cognition, the status can be called very high. You are all here, right? We suffered a disastrous defeat in the last war, but this time with the strength of all of you, we will surely succeed. Our target is those enemies. Momosuke looked quietly, with a look of surprise and curiosity in his eyes. What he thought was really different from others. Did you find a lot of people? Far beyond imagination. I thought you only had these people under your command, but you couldn't do anything. Acids suddenly appeared on the battlefield, looking at all 1.3 enemies coldly. It is a kind of king's contempt for ordinary people. The enemy in front of him, there is no one who can be the opponent of Acids, so he does not think highly of them from the beginning to the end. There was a sense of contempt and insult in those eyes, but when the person in front of him looked at him, his expression changed a lot. It was the fear and uneasiness towards the king. 251 The smashed Momonosuke. Of course, Acids has the most powerful power. In fact, as soon as they meet, they will feel extremely afraid and panic. When Momonosuke saw this brave woman right in front of him, he would inevitably be a little scared. After all, the powerful power of the eyes at that time was simply a terrifying thing in Momonosuke's heart. After thinking about it, he only felt fear, and when he looked at the other party, his heart was always disturbed. What's the matter? Don't you even dare to do it? Let me tell you the truth. I will never allow you to disturb His Highness's 07 Yaxing in the past. No matter who it is not qualified. Acids said coldly. In fact, Momosuke used to only attack those pirates, people like Quinn, and he was not that interested in other people. But the current situation is not what he can settle down. He is not qualified to say anything. I will never admit defeat. Those people drove us away before. They did so many things for their own interests. If we leave now, we are a group of weak people, and I will never be able to fulfill my father. Mission, I want to guard this place. Momosuke is still very determined, thinking that he is a patron saint, but he is always a stupid person. He can't protect others, and he can't protect what he wants to protect. He is always doing things from his own point of view, but ignores the ability of the person himself. At least his ability is completely insufficient. Momosuke wants to hold out even more, now that he has sent the leader. The people next to him have already appeared here. They are the two furry leaders who died before the cat and the dog, and they are also the two most powerful characters under Momosuke. After they appeared, they possessed the momentum and powerful ability of ultimate. Advertisement. At this moment, at least Yamato is much stronger than other creatures, and their mobility is also very high. The two powerful men pounced together, each using their own weapons. One was Duke Inuarashi with a blade in his hand. The other is the Cat Viper shopkeeper, holding a strange-shaped weapon, and it is very powerful and feels very powerful when attacking forward. The attacks used by these two are very powerful. They have always been Momosuke, very trustworthy subordinates. Maybe these two can settle the matter. Their combat effectiveness, after all, is remarkable and very powerful. Momosuke is full of confidence in these people and hopes that they will achieve something as soon as possible, which is the best, but the facts show that his ideas are completely superfluous. Acids danced with Frost for a while, forcibly creating a powerful wall of ice in front of him, Any attack was completely useless. It was difficult for the opponent to advance any further when he was directly blocked by Acid's powerful power. After being blocked, Acid launched another frost attack, pointing forward an extremely powerful and unparalleled ice blade, which has the effect and possibility of piercing through everything. You must know that this ice blade is even more powerful when it moves forward, and it has infinite power when it penetrates everything in the flickering frost. This is the ultimate damage and effect of this ice blade. In this instant, there is cold and frost everywhere. Of course, it appears incomparably. The cold frost pierced through everything directly, and the effect was that the two strong men on the opposite side retreated one after another. 252 Shadow of War. Bai Ye heard the sound of fighting in the distance, and after thinking about it, it should be Momonosuke who came again. However, his attention was completely attracted by the battle in front of him. Straw Hat Luffy directly confronted the Uchiha Itachi. When the two fought, it was extremely fierce. Kid on the other side is fighting against the Kakuzu duo. The fighting power of these two people is also not bad. After all, they have unusual flexible ninjutsu, and there is an existence that can instantly kill each other as long as they see each other. But in this case, Zoro has already dragged the man over. Although Hidan is rampant, his fighting power is actually insufficient. During this period of time, he has learned a lot of new things in One Piece world, and Quinn, the fat man, will also transform it. He transformed this Hidan for a certain period of time, and added some seastone equipment to him. For example, some seastone armor is inlaid in his skin. Only a few people in Wano Kuni can do this kind of seastone processing. However, Quinn had studied here for a long time and learned certain processing techniques. Advertisement in this way, Hidan's defense can be said to rise in a straight line. Although there is no way to fully learn that Haki ability, it is still very powerful after transformation. There are also some other body structures of his, which unexpectedly have a variety of strong toxicity. When Hidan attacked, Zoro was carrying a fierce poison on his body, which made it impossible for Zoro to fight in close quarters. After all, for a person with a knife, if there is only long-range combat, it is also restricted. Hidan has improved on range defense. As for Trafalgar Law, this time he faced Kisame alone. The opponent created a large water body, and he swam in it. The existence of water strictly restricted the display of all fruit abilities. Plus they're just off the coast with more seawater gushing in. These four people fight against the four powerful players of One Piece world. It was a tie all of a sudden, which surprised Bai Ye. In the Shao organization, although they are all elites. In fact, their overall combat power is not the highest level in the Hokage world. Advertisement. What is surprising is that they can fight each other back and forth now. You must know that the Straw Hat Luffy is the best candidate for the four emperors at sea in the future. Others also have the qualifications to compete for the title of Emperor of the Sea, that is, the future top figures of the pirate world. It's amazing to see this. However, the biggest possibility is that the Straw Hat Luffy and others suffered from being unfamiliar with ninjutsu attacks. The opponent's various abilities caught them off guard. For example, Kid, although his own combat power is powerful and his steel arms are infinitely mighty, he will always be controlled there. Kakuzu can use his own avatar, or use different ninjutsu flames, lightning and even water to suppress the opponent all the time. Face off against a warrior who can use the elements of nature with multiple abilities. Of course, this kid is a bit restrained, especially the electric current. Its steel arm is very afraid of this kind of thing. Got it? This battle has highlighted the strength of those people in One Piece world. Although people from the Hokage world have all kinds of strange skills, it is not easy to limit them. Kid, it seems that you are really unworthy. You are a so-called supernova. Under the threat of this kind of lightning, you have been defeated. You are indeed a little pathetic. Bai Ye was making his own evaluation beside him. Kid was of course very angry, with killing intent in his eyes. 253 Kid's struggle. Kid's heart was filled with incomparable hatred, and the strength on his body began to explode continuously. When he made a move, his own ability was indeed very strong, and the attack speed was very fast. In fact, under his actions, there are very few people who can fight him. After all, this kid has always controlled extremely powerful power, and his own experience and cultivation have also reached an extremely high level. Kid's steel-like fist hit out directly. There are countless steel parts in his hand, which are very strong. When he punched forward, he was extremely fast and powerful. I'm afraid this kid has also developed the fruit ability to the state of awakening, and his own combat effectiveness is indeed not bad. Kid's fists kept pounding forward. The momentum was astonishing. He was probably preparing to exert all his strength to the limit, hoping that he could have this effect at 137. Although Bai Ye came here to watch the theater, such a powerful guy is indeed rare, so this feeling is already good. This battle was going on in an extremely fierce form. Bai Ye took a step forward, and felt gusts of wind blowing on his body. Of course, the incomparable wind and waves are also powerful and extraordinary, and they have an extremely terrifying feeling of destroying the world in just a short moment. At this time, the violent wind and huge waves have become the most terrifying weapon. Under the continuous blowing of the wind and waves, the surrounding things are most strongly affected, shaking and flying. When Bai Ye stopped, he, saw the opponent's figure. That kid had already rushed over, and even used the most powerful steel arm to sweep up. Bai Ye didn't want to fight this monster at first, so he just stretched out his hand to block the opponent's steel fist, but it became even more ferocious. It seems that this kid knew his own ability a long time ago, so he used the most powerful and terrifying attack when he came up. Advertisement: the explosion of his power swept across the world, and he slammed his steel fist in the vicinity abruptly. Bai Ye just stretched out his hand to catch it, but he was still amazed at the other party's creativity. This place is shaking and the voice is trembling. It's all because of the shocking momentum created by the current person himself. It's really good to have such power. But this round of powerful and terrifying storm also made people dumbfounded and extremely surprised. Kid, it seems that you still have some skills. I thought you came out after being praised by the outside world. In fact, you do have some skills. Kid should be happy to be praised by the strongest person in the world. But he doesn't have the time. Kid is crazy, rushing forward with more clones, various activities. Wind-style thunder shield ninjutsu erupts instantly, especially a terrifying thunder. The power is unparalleled. This burst of powerful thunder, with incomparable momentum, shook the heavens and the earth, and rushed away. Kid has been making money all these years. He was originally a crazy pirate. He has the title of Supernova, and he is the most watched existence in the sea. So at this moment, he is rushing forward desperately, fighting desperately, the Holy Land. With a strong will, Jide rushed to the forefront, and his whole body became more and more fierce and powerful. It was terrible that he would not admit defeat. Even if the opponent was flaming and powerful, he would definitely defeat him. I don't care who you are, when you meet me is the day of your doom. Here you have to see how powerful my fist is. I will let you die miserably here. With the will to fight, Kid's desperate charge was indeed more heroic than anyone else, and he directly pressed the opponent to death. Even with several clones, Kakuzu's war seemed to be very difficult. .254 What I see before my eyes. Bai Ye kept walking, and the explosion on the road seemed to have nothing to do with him, and he came straight to another building that had been burned down. This place used to belong to the Kazuki clan. They have survived and multiplied here for hundreds of years and passed down to the present age. Of course Kazuki Oden is dead, it was abandoned decades ago. But so far it still looks different. It is said that after Kazuki Momojiju came to power, he did some repair work here, and it is not known how much he did. But this person is still quite attentive. After all, it is to face one's own home, one's own roots and one's past memory. He is still here very hard to handle the restoration work properly. However, the entire city has not yet been fully constructed. This Momosuke has already left in a hurry, looking more like a ridiculous child. This is the destiny of Momosuke. He was a child himself, slightly older. Advertisement: in fact, my own ability is also very poor, and my ability is not good at all. Looking at this piece of ruins, it really makes people feel endless emotions. This small place can really connect the past and the future, and leave something in memory. Is this really a memory of the past? It's really impressive. Many years ago, a woman traveled to this place. Maybe this woman is still traveling in her own time. Bai Ye belongs to those who see through everything. It seemed that he could no longer hide the secret in his eyes. As long as he stood there, he could make the other party frightened, and some people took the initiative to accept punishment. So this invincible king just looked at this dilapidated building quietly. Once upon a time, the glory disappeared. When Bai Ye was watching quietly, he suddenly noticed something beside him. This made him look strange, because there must be something unusual about this sudden appearance. I don't know what he wants to do. Some of these knives are sharper, and some have powerful attacks and damage. A long time ago, these terrifying blades were very rare things, but they are presented here today. These two people can be described as working hand in hand. They are both the head of the Kurozumi family or warriors for a long time. 0 Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. Your Highness, I have come here to look for you. Even at this moment, he himself wants to jump up and spoon. But there is something wrong with so many knives piled up in front of you. I don't know you, but I know that your name is Kurozumi Orochi, right? You are very important in this world. Maybe those people already had weapons. Next to him, there is an extremely loyal subordinate named Kanjuro. Bai Ye walked forward and found that there were a lot of sabers here. Basically all of them were brand new, and they seemed to be collected by Momosuke himself. And the people under him did not have a strong interest in these swords. Although I don't know the specific information, there must be something special. Bai Ye was very curious about what the hell this Momosuke was doing, as there were all kinds of materials around. Kurozumi Orochi felt very happy. He was recognized by top figures. Nothing made him happier than this. While Bai Ye was watching, suddenly a strange-looking guy appeared next to him, who laughed very weirdly. The speaker is Kurozumi Orochi, whom I haven't seen for a long time. 255 The dog thief who came to surrender. Kurozumi Orochi is definitely not a good guy. He betrayed Kazuki Oden and made a lot of things. The last time Bai Ye came here, he attacked the prison. Kurozumi Orochi was released, so the guy is happy now. Of course he is very happy to have met his benefactor, and more importantly, he has the capital to make a comeback. As the former ruler of Wano-kuni, he knows many secrets and important things. Your Highness, I used to be the master of this place, and I know some of the country's ultimate secrets, as long as you are willing to let me be your subordinate, your slave. I can tell you all these secrets, and some of them are enough to bring you greater strength. The other party is indeed a dog, and now he is kneeling on the ground, looking forward to him, which is ugly in the first place. Especially when he was begging on his knees, it was even more funny. Actually, I have no interest in you. You are not a good person, let alone a loyal subordinate. If I help you, I feel that one day you will betray me as well. This is a fact that will not change. Bai Ye said calmly. What he said was the answer. Not everyone is worth saving, and this person in front of him only had an evil arrogance. Advertisement. He wanted to hurt others and never changed his mind. Your Highness, I never meant to betray you. You are the savior, and you are far above that, much stronger than that Kaido of the beasts. If I betray you, wouldn't I be courting death? So I am an extremely loyal existence. I only obey your arrangements and obey your orders. If you have a request, I will definitely respect it and act exactly according to your wishes. When he was talking, he also put on an extremely low-level posture, as if he felt that he really obeyed the current character completely, and his appearance at this time was really funny. Because Kurozumi Orochi has never been a so-called good person, and what he does is even worse, which is not likable at all. Under this appearance, Kurozumi seems to still want to persevere. Well, I don't really want to know your secrets, such as whether this world has the most powerful weapons of war, right? Hearing this sentence, the other party was suddenly stunned. The so-called war weapons must exist, and they really exist in this underground world, but only a very small number of people can own this thing, and others don't want to think. Your Highness, how do you know? This place does have the ultimate weapon of war. Only a few people know about it. It's really admirable that you can know it. I don't understand how you have this ability at all. Of course the other party will be extremely suspicious, but doubt is just doubt, other things are useless. How I know, it doesn't matter to you, you just need to know that I know everything and have all the answers. Everything doesn't mean much to me. To me, I am a superior person. You are weak, but since you have found me, I am willing to give you a chance, a small chance. If you don't want to die, act immediately. Momosuke, there are many people around. Momosuke, you can't kill the people around him, you can solve them one by one. 256 Yamada no Orochi fruit. Kurozumi Orochi did not expect to take such a task. This task is very difficult, making him feel that he is likely to die. Kurozumi Orochi has a very powerful fruit ability, and what he has is the Yamada Orochi fruit. This is the Phantom Beast fruit among the zone fruits. Any Phantom Beast fruit is very powerful, of course it also depends on how people develop it. At least this Yamada no Orochi fruit is worthy of the name, it can provide people with strong vitality. It's a pity that such a strong fruit is placed on a very ridiculous weak person, it is indeed sad. The Yamada no Orochi fruit has 8 heads, and if one head is cut off in this state, it means that the user loses one life. Under normal circumstances, under 07, the potential of this fruit is continuously developed, almost unlimited, and after transforming into the form of this fruit. The different heads of this Yamada no Orochi can attack the opponent remotely from different angles. Advertisement. The ability of this kind of fruit can be close or far, strong or weak, it is really powerful, but it is a pity that the black-haired snake is pure waste. Your Highness, how can I win against so many opponents? And this Momosuke has a group of elites, all kinds of monster-level powerhouses. If I really let me get started, I may be killed by them. You can send me another mission, or I may simply dedicate Wano-kuni to you. Of course Kurozumi Orochi was afraid, he only wanted to get things done, he didn't dare to waste time, he just wanted to get things done. I won't give you more chances, remember what you have to do is there, if you can do it, it should mean that if you can't do it, you will die soon, don't blame me for not doing it, pity you, you have nothing to do with me. When Bai Ye spoke, there was no trace of human emotion. But this is also true, Kurozumi Orochi is not a good thing, I don't like him at all. When Kurozumi Orochi heard these words, he felt dumbfounded and desperate. The powerful shock on the other side has spread to this kind of building. Kurozumi Orochi was startled, and looked into the distance, only feeling the vibration of the sound and infinite terror. It turned out that a super giant was moving directly next to it, which was the full body Susanoo. Advertisement. Uchiha Itachi seldom opens this full body of Susanoo, his chakra amount is limited. And his own physical problems are even more serious, and it is unwise for him to deliberately waste his life if he is in a state of complete body. But I don't know why this Uchiha Itachi is driven to the limit at this time. His Susanoo is tall and strong, it can be said to be amazing when standing up, and his body is covered with a so-called green light. This same light represents the ultimate power, with strong defense, infinite destruction is the real shining stars, 950 under the powerful force. Uchiha Itachi's performance at this moment is unparalleled, and he walks forward with a strong and powerful force. No matter who you are, at this moment you are my enemy after all. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, the 10-fist sword in his hand swept away, and he wanted to crush all opportunities. This sword can seal everything. Once it hits, even the most powerful warrior will be sealed in another world and turned into a place in the void. Under this powerful blow, the ground trembled silently, and the huge sound waves brought an incomparable terror. The so-called strong bring the strongest destruction. 257 strong destruction. Uchiha Itachi can be said to be extremely powerful now, mountains and rivers are in his hands, and his power has reached ultimate, which is unmatched. He just looked forward, and the surging and infinite power of divine power was gradually dissipating. At his level, his own fighting power is already at a completely different and extremely high level. Uchiha Itachi launched a powerful force to attack forward, and the energy in his hands had reached a terrifying situation. It's a pity that the Straw Hat Luffy seems to be more brave and powerful. Especially after it turned into the 4th gear, the speed of the whole person has already reached an incredible level. The 4th gear status greatly improves the combat effectiveness of Straw Hat Luffy. It allows him to fly in the air, and he has the strongest steel fist, which can smash the opponent's body with a single hit. Flying under Luffy the Straw Hat, he finds a place to strike forward with a valiant punch, delivering the most powerful damage in one fell swoop. The invincible Iron Fist directly caused an explosion. Advertisement Uchiha Itachi's defensive power is still very surprising, and the field score is amazing. Luffy's punch, I thought it could deal some damage, but I didn't expect that the opponent's body was as hard as iron, and he was indeed fearless. In this way, the other party's mission can be achieved, and oneself can also be safe. I can find an advantage between offense and defense. The Ape King's spear is the most terrifying attack, smashing the opponent with a fist, and the powerful defense of the Rhino Cannon, followed by the Big Snake Cannon. Kurozumi Orochi, an insidious guy, hurriedly asked, did the master in front of him have any requests? Straw Hat Luffy's punch directly hit the back of the opponent's head. Although he knew that his attack was likely to be resolved, he still launched an offensive from all directions at a very fast speed. Bai Ye and Straw Hat Luffy are not very close friends, but they always have to say what should be said. After saying this, Luffy and the Straw Hat seemed to wake up, and his eyes became brighter. Straw Hat Luffy, if you punch this punch, you will drag yourself into hell. The opponent's weapon is the powerful sealing force. This is an extremely powerful thing that no one can completely resist. Advertisement when he was in action, his invincible Iron Fist came from another place. This is his very powerful Big Snake Cannon in Gear 4. My lord, have you seen that they are all very powerful, the Wang Zhao? I can only look for opportunities now, but I may not succeed. I don't know if you have any other instructions for me? In fact, if you say something more, I can prepare more. This time the Straw Hat Luffy did not continue to act crazily like last time, but gradually developed a kind of forbearance. If you punch out with a fist, you will be sealed. Whether it is the fist or the whole body, it will become the opponent's property. At that time, there will be no possibility of struggle. Then there was a terrifying explosion that shook the Straw Hat. Luffy was startled, and was about to act again when Bai Ye suddenly spoke. Straw Hat Luffy's 4-level form has different attacks, such as the Ape King gun. You can make your arms very long, like a mad snake running in various places, and hit from other places instantly. He gritted his teeth and moved on. After all, in his eyes, as long as the master has a request, he will naturally do his best to do it. If you are too confident in the battle, you will end up like that in the end. 258 Mobility Kurozumi Orochi stared menacingly at the side. If he finds an opportunity, he will definitely be the first to act and kill the opponent. He is very insidious, but he has learned the way to protect himself wisely and the way to act secretly. Your Highness, I will act immediately. As long as it is your order, I will follow it, and I will definitely satisfy you. I can say with great confidence that these people are not the opponents of your fighters in the first place. When they are helpless, I will rush up and finish them all, no problem. Kurozumi Orochi spoke sinisterly. He didn't intend to do it directly by himself, but he still had to rely on the strength of others. It's just that he was very confident in speaking and felt that he would succeed. Of course, what he was thinking were all useless efforts, absolutely impossible things to do. Bai Ye didn't make a sound either, just quietly staring into the distance, watching the battle. Uchiha Itachi against Straw Hat Luffy. This is a fierce fight. Their speed is very fast, and the sound of huge explosions can be heard endlessly. Looks like Straw Hat Luffy can't take care of his crew for now. Bai Ye left after talking, going out and heading towards Thousand Sunny. There's the crew of Straw Hat Luffy, and a bunch of other characters, top-notch. Their fighting power is quite famous in the world of pirates. Advertisement: there are quite a few people on this ship, and a large group of Straw Hat Luffy's men are gathering there. They all looked at the Straw Hats with concern. Luffy hoped that the other party could win the battle. Among the people left here, Sanji's combat power is not bad. He can be regarded as the first class. There are also masters beside him, such as Keeping or Franchin. When they were watching the battle, they felt a gust of wind whistling in front of them, and when someone got on the boat, they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. The Kurozumi Orochi also followed slowly, with a gloomy expression on his face. He couldn't go to the battlefield by himself, and there were also opportunities for meritorious deeds here. When he felt it, Bai Ye had already confronted everyone. He quickly went up to meet him, and whispered to his master. Master, let me deal with these guys. I can finish Ren Luo very well. Seeing that Kurozumi Orochi was about to make a move, Bai Ye had some ideas. He nodded and said approvingly, do you really want to do it? Their fighting power is not weak. If you won't be instantly killed by them, then you will be my subordinate. You can get my help in the future. Take AHCE back to Wano Kuni, and you can become king. But be careful, really don't get killed. Bai Ye said that at this point, he had already done his duty. He didn't want the stupid Kurozumi Orochi to just get killed. And the fact is another matter. Kurozumi Orochi didn't understand these words, and rushed straight up. Advertisement: these heads are all the heads of huge snakes, and their faces are very ferocious and terrifying. Different heads can exert different powers. The most important thing is to add several different lives to Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was knocked to the ground at once, but his subordinates were able to cover him well. Several huge heads are placed in different places, all of which have a ferocious, domineering and terrifying aura, and their fighting power is of course as amazing as that of a robber. Fortunately, there is no such powerful and sharp attack now, so he can last for a while. 2 moves in a row knocked the opponent down. Kanjuro's sudden appearance turned out to be a long dragon there. If Zoro came directly to the knife, it is estimated that his 8 heads would not be saved. Sanji suddenly jumped up with flames in the soles of his feet, kicking ahead. 8 heads exist at the same time, making its vitality more durable and powerful. Jinbei on the other side also hit a Murloc karate. The confident Kurozumi Orochi was beaten and fled. This all makes for Kurozumi Orochi to be killed 8 times to actually die. The Straw Hat Pirates really deserve their reputation. Kurozumi Orochi still has a little capital, he is not a pure idiot weakling. The person opposite didn't give him any face. At this moment, the Kurozumi Orochi is of course strong in fighting power, and after it came up, it bombed indiscriminately. Kurozumi rushed to the front and transformed immediately. 259 An unexpected battle. Kanjuro is of course somewhat efficient in fighting these people. He himself is an expert in painting, and his fruit ability can turn the things he draws into a form with combat effectiveness. Of course, this is very effective and powerful, but the specific situation is far from the case. The things he draws now reserve a lot of flexible characteristics, and their own combat effectiveness is also very strong. They can reach the opponent's area more quickly, and they can also increase damage during the war. This time it was drawn, the destructive power of a dragon, of course, very terrifying. The dragon wagging its tail and spraying flames are all powerful attacks. He was still painting, and many ferocious monsters appeared one after another. The entire ship is full of these terrifying things, each of them has a ferocious appearance, attacking continuously. And these things have no life, so naturally they're even more fearless. This divine dragon directly collided into the opponent's area, swept its tail, and forced the 2 strong men in front of it to retreat. Bai Ye continued to move forward, but was immediately stopped by Franky. This Iron Warrior still has some courage, although what he does always seems a bit stupid. After all, he may be challenging the strongest person in the world. But such a person is already good. Advertisement: you are the Iron Man Franky. Those weak people still look a little bit, but it's a pity that the strength is not enough. You have to know that what you are blocking is the most powerful person here. While Bai Ye was speaking, he stretched out his hand and pushed the opponent back to the ground, and there were a few big holes, which was enough to see the strength of this blow. Franky was also sweating coldly, but it didn't seem to fade away. Bai Ye's evaluation of him only made him a little angry. He wanted to protect more people. Iron Franky strikes an iron fist again. After the opponent's body has been transformed, the whole body is extremely hard and advanced. Steel power, defensive attack is very powerful. When he punched, there was a gust of wind, and the shockwave began to spread throughout the ship. The battle between the two was only for a moment, enough to tell the strength. The opponent's fist of steel was still of little use. Bai Ye's figure was flexible, and he dodged the afterimage in a flash. Then he waved his hand casually and hit the opponent's steel fist. Franky couldn't stand still, and turned in another direction. The gap in combat effectiveness between them was so large that it was unimaginable. Advertisement: Franky knew this was something he couldn't fight against, so he took a defensive stance and waited for the opportunity. 0. Seeking flowers. Bai Ye didn't take the initiative to attack either, deliberately showing his flaws. Franky directly opened a new form, and the mechanical structure on his body suddenly emitted steam faster, which should be due to the addition of more coke energy. This time his steel fist was significantly more violent, and the fist was directly extended to be driven by the chain and jet device behind him. 0. This time he was aiming to destroy the eyes. His own fist even brought a flamethrower, and when it arrived, the flames spewed out monstrously. One is to increase the attack range, and the other is to launch a flame attack. Bai Ye is very happy with the opponent's change. This robotic variation would naturally be more flexible if applied to pacifists. The powerful raging fire burned and exploded in an instant, and even turned the surrounding area into a sea of fire. These flames are rushing out when they burn, and many things make people stunned. These flames are really terrifying. I have never encountered such a thing in my impression, and it even makes people feel more fearful. Bai Ye thought it was funny when he saw the flames, so he gave a few words of appreciation, but it was really not very useful. 260 The king and the weak Iron Man Franky also has some people's livelihood on the outside. His own combat power is not bad, with extremely strong destruction and brilliant energy. This is what Iron Man Franky is best known for outside. His iron will made him extremely confident. During the spraying of flames, he once again stood there like an iron wall. I will not let you go on, I will use the strongest force to stop you. Iron Man Franky talks the most ridiculous sleep talk in the world. To block Bai Ye, 827, even the top powerhouses in Zhanghai didn't dare to think that they could do this. You performed better than I imagined, why not come under my command? Bai Ye's questioning was completely useless, and the other party shook his head. Iron Man Franky raised his fist again, threw out the chain, connected his fist, and swung bravely. The iron fist became an iron ball at the end of the chain, and it was not slow at all to swing it around. There are afterimages of fists in all directions, and the opponent turned his attack speed to ultimate. With a whoosh, the huge fist had arrived in front of his eyes, probably less than 1 meter away from him. Bai Ye stretched out a finger to block the blow, and then blew forward lightly. The whole movement seemed very smooth and casual. After this breath, what Frankie felt was the endless gust of wind, and he couldn't even stand up, so he backed away more than 10 steps. Advertisement Iron Man Frankie's cold sweat is gone, and now he is absolutely panicking. When he wanted to move again, he felt that his body and mind were completely difficult to move. Either he was frightened and panicked by the powerful force, or there was something wrong with his body structure. Steel Frankie is no match. Frankie can't go, there are other masters beside him. This time it was Usopp who appeared, and the other party was also not a very powerful superpower. It's just that it is very capable when attacking. What he uses is a slingshot bullet, which is a lot of strange things with an infinite number. Usopp's attacks are just plain weird, with all sorts of different stats and support effects. Most of the bullets he uses are plant seeds, which can greatly restrict the opponent and have various effects. I'm also a soldier here, and I won't let you go on, especially I want to protect those weak people on board. This man named Bai Ye, every time he took a step towards him, it was already frightening, and maybe the next contact would be a fatal blow. Don't come here. If you come here again, I have other weapons. I have something here that can instantly kill you. The other party was getting more and more panicked, and this appearance was very frightening. He even kept gesturing with a slingshot, but he didn't dare to make a move. Advertisement in this team, Usopp is relatively weak. As Usopp fell, Jinbei suddenly arrived and unleashed his powerful Murloc karate. Usopp is intimidated by the current man, but when he fell, finally a strong man who could be regarded as the #1 rushed over. Usopp, you are almost the weakest among this group of people. I will give you a chance to show it here, but you only have 1 minute, and you can escape immediately. You will never die. Bai Ye glanced at him, and his momentum exploded. Bai Ye actually finds it ridiculous to see the other party's persistence. The hapless Usopp, indeed overwhelmed by the overlord power, fell straight to the ground. In Usopp's view, these attacks are very efficient, and the tentacles that appear can trap the opponent in almost every place. The opponent fell to the ground in panic. In the blink of an eye, the sea surface exploded, and the water waves were monstrous. For example, making smoke or turning into a terrifying huge plant, stretching out its tentacles to entangle the opponent tightly. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he blasted out of the room facing the sea. I said, you are very weak 4.3, you should have the courage to escape. It's not bad, you'd better fall down. 261 terror gap. After all, Usopp is weak and lacks ability, but this time Jinbei's ability is much higher. Bai Ye looked at each other, but the Murloc displayed an extremely domineering aura. For many years, he has had an unparalleled reputation in the sea, and it is the same now. After all, the name of chivalry is always very rare. There must be very few people who can really be called High Sha, and all of this must have nothing to do with some of the 4 yellows and some strong men. Even if the combat power of the 4 emperors at sea is too strong, there are only a handful of them who can get the name of benevolence and righteousness. It may be that Whitebeard has this ability, and 07 doesn't even think about other existences. Your Excellency is a very powerful, terrifying existence. When I saw you, my whole body trembled. I have never encountered such a powerful fighting force in my life. I really hope that we are friends, but we are enemies, and the old man can only fight. You can also leave, don't hurt people here, how about not destroying this place? Jinbei still wanted to be reasonable, but at least he was polite. Advertisement. It's a pity that it is completely useless to talk about reason in this terrible sea. I really don't know what Jinbei learned from Straw Hat Luffy and others. It's useless to talk too much, and my subordinates will see what they do. Bai Ye directly waved forward and attacked. He thought he could kill the old Murloc easily. But this Murloc is after all a character who can fight top-level enemies, especially existences like Big Mom. Although it is impossible for him to hurt Big Mom with a punch with all his strength, this legendary powerhouse is extraordinary. The other party seems to always have a mission on his shoulders, and there is nothing to say about his powerful combat power. When he punched out, the Murloc karate was really powerful, and there was a burst of ripples extending from his fist. This kind of energy seemed real or fake. The illusion is false, but the truth is that he punched a very powerful fist. The effect is also very significant, and the power can be called powerful. Murloc karate's explosive power boosted Ripple, pushing everything back, but it's a pity that Bai Ye stood firm like a mountain in the middle of the battle. Advertisement. The other party's attempt is useless after all, the gap between the two is really too big. Jinbei is still a very powerful character. He is very persistent and possesses the mood of a warrior. He fights desperately here, and his powerful aura can be regarded as the ultimate he wants. At this time, he was moving forward at a faster speed, and under that strength, he had abilities that no one else had. Suddenly rushing over, he hoped to use Fool's Karate to make a deadly attack, but these attempts are not so easy for the opponent, they are always just some ridiculous ideas. After all, Bai Ye was giving him some face, and pushing his hands forward was also a karate gesture for one person. This move is obviously too high, just quietly push the hand over and instantly kill the opponent, such an easy fight, it takes no effort at all. When it stopped, Jinbei, 247, couldn't stand and fell to the ground. As for the remaining group of weaklings, needless to say, the only one with any fighting ability is that Sanji, who suddenly changed. I want to protect these people and not let them get hurt no matter what. Sanji gritted his teeth and came here, and at the moment he has a bit of hockey on his body. The reason why he can have such confidence is entirely because of the help of his father. Sanji's father is also a top scientist, and he himself has achieved a very high level of scientific research. He uses a blood factor to greatly enhance the combat power of his children, but it will turn them into machines with no emotions. Even so, they are indeed stronger and more powerful. 262 Steel Gene. Sanji's bloodline factor is very powerful, which can make his body as if it has extremely powerful steel power, and its terrifying combat power and destructive power are still amazing. Especially when you can make your power reach ultimate at any time. At this moment, Sanji flinched without fear when looking at anyone. His body was harder than steel, and he possessed steel-like strength every second, and his whole person was extremely calm. The strength of steel brings Sanji the purest and most powerful defensive power. Even in the face of the strongest person in the world, Sanji now seems to be full of confidence and fearlessness, which of course shows his very powerful ability. The young man stood there fearlessly, his steel-like strength was astonishing. Even if Bai Ye pushed his hand there, this Sanji didn't have the slightest intention to back down. It's amazing. Among the Straw Hat Pirates, I'm really curious about you, because your steel-like energy is really extraordinary. When you stand here, you don't seem to be afraid at all. When Sanji was praised, there was a smile on his face, and the eyebrows were curly, highlighting a kind of confidence. I know you're a powerful person, but I'm standing here. I want to protect Ms. Nami, Ms. Robin. I want to protect them all. If you dare to fight, I'll blow you away. The other party was full of confidence. He wanted to protect the people around him. Bai Ye smiled. It's commendable for a man to have such a firm mind, but unfortunately your strength is not enough for us to make a deal. The blood factor in you seems to be relatively perfect. If you lose, then you will become my subordinate. I continue to screen for this powerful blood factor. I need a strong core. Maybe it can be cultivated through your blood. Advertisement. Even when he heard this, he couldn't believe it. Asking him to use his own blood to cultivate a new weapon, isn't this the same as the bad things his father did? So the other party must reject it in his heart. He also knows the capital of my refusal. His combat power is not enough to think about refusal, and it is just the last thought in his heart. Sanji showed his strongest skills, not just defending. He started to take the initiative to attack. He ran forward rapidly, holding the most powerful force and the most terrifying energy in his hands, almost driving to the limit speed. His feet have unparalleled destructive power, and the Devil's Wind kick is his most proud attack and skill. It is a slamming attack in front of him, and every kick has super destructive power. At least for a brief moment, this Sanji reached his limit. His attack speed was extremely fast and his strength was very strong. He keeps launching fierce attacks, and you destroy again and again, which is simply shocking and makes people feel extremely admirable. At least in a very short period of time, he unleashed his most terrifying and destructive energy. Bai Ye personally endured. Are you alright? Hundreds of attacks from the opponent here, and from the beginning to the end, the king appeared very calm, as if he didn't even put in the slightest effort, and the twinkling eyes were particularly full of unlimited confidence. It's a great fun feeling. It can only be said that Bai Ye's combat power is too strong. When he stands here, he seems to control the power of the market forever, so he has no fear. The opponent's countless steel forces kicked at him, and Bai Ye blocked all of them with only one hand. Point 263 Controlling the bloodline factor. When Sanji started, another big boat appeared next to him, and the people who appeared on this big boat, needless to say. This time it turned out to be members of Germa 66 led by Sanji's father Judge. Germa 66 is a very powerful and secretive organization in the sea, and they have extremely strong combat power. They have been operating in the sea all these years, and they are the most incomparable group of monster fighters in the sea. At this time, they came slowly and moved forward on the sea. It was a strong feeling of King Hokage. Not to mention when they are slowly approaching, they always hold the strongest power in their hands. The members of Telma 66 are looking at 813 here, including several of Sanji's brothers. They all glanced there quietly, including his sister Reiju. This girl can be regarded as a very rare existence among these people, and it cannot be said that he has completely maintained his personal character and affection. But at least compared to his indifferent brothers, this woman is obviously much better, and the other party is also a very terrifying fruit ability user. Judge has always hoped to create the most decisive genetic warrior, and what he creates must be the strongest. So he uses his own children to conduct experiments, and will create those ultimate indifferent and very powerful existences, so that these people will completely obey his command, obey his own requirements and changes. Right ahead, that's our goal. A rebellious child took him away immediately. Something happened before, but I don't allow this kind of person to be controlled by outsiders. He still carries a very important and powerful burden. The power of advertisement. After Judge came out, he sailed forward very attentively. He was very different from others. All that this person had in his mind was to use his so-called power to take revenge. Their whole family has a deep hatred for the North Blue Kingdom, and the hatred is monstrous. If he can get revenge, he is absolutely willing to get everything. As an Avenger, he studied various scientific and mysterious techniques, and pulled up his own team, his own family, making these people his best fighters and so on. Judge is indeed a very scheming person, and the fighting power of these children under him is also incredibly powerful. At least under his operation, these children do have some abilities, and it is difficult for ordinary people to compare with them. He sailed nearby and saw the man. Judge had always been a member of the Marine Science Corps. He was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He was an invincible king standing on the highest peak of all things. He saw his son still attacking him. Judge rushed over immediately and pinned his son to the ground. Do you idiot know who you're attacking? Judge roared and pressed his son, almost killing him in one fell swoop. He might offend the person in front of him, and offending the other person would probably mean death. He still had a so-called fear in his heart. Go away, I'm not your son, and you don't have to worry about my affairs, I'm just doing what I want to do. If you keep blocking me, I'll knock you down too. Sanji yelled here very seriously, hoping that he could change all this, but Sanji's persistence didn't have a big impact on the overall situation. Point 264 Captured prisoners. Sanji does not recognize his identity as Germa 66. He was controlled from a young age, like a puppet, suffering for countless years. Up to now, he finally has a partner and achievements, but he still can't escape all this pain. You are my son, you cannot avoid all this, Judge said beside him. As the leader of Germa 66, he should know his identity. Is this talking thing over between you guys? I'm not here to look at you or the family relationship. Bai Ye said coldly, and in the blink of an eye, the other party felt a little terrified. Your Highness, we just said a few words. If you have a request, you will naturally follow what you said. Judge heard Bai Ye's dissatisfaction, and quickly arranged several elite sons under him to rush up one after another. All of them were strong, and their abilities were extremely strong, but they were also terrifying. When it comes to the ability to fight alone, these people are basically not Sanji's opponents. Advertisement, and they have an astonishing number, relying on their numerical advantage, they can always fight here, at least all of them are brave and fearless. Sanji was constantly beaten by these people. Although he had a special genetic ability as hard as iron, he was already injured in a short period of time, and he was far less confident, powerful and flexible than he was at the beginning. Get the hell out of here, you guys, I'm not your brother or compatriot, and I have nothing to do with you. If you continue to fight here, I will knock you down without hesitation. Sanji roared loudly and insisted on what he thought, but most of these brothers were indifferent people. From the beginning to the end, they didn't have much emotional destination in their hearts. Bai Ye is referring to Momosuke et al. Bai Ye had given the order, and all Germa 66 fighters were very careful, and they sent this Vinsmoke Sanji to the ship. Acid's alone's fighting power is enough to freeze the others directly. Since you have come, the war here is interesting. Next to your battlefield, go there and catch all the people who shouldn't be there. The ice is like frost, destroying everything. I can't give up on this person completely, I must let him leave with me. Advertisement. The fierce battle was already very fierce, but it also made people feel extremely cold. Momosuke is a conspirator here with a group of his subordinates who continue to make trouble, but Acid's alone blocks it. Of course his brothers were not bad either, they shot all kinds of flashes at the same time, holding him down like electricity. Only with the will of a lunatic, if you want them to understand it easily and know right or wrong, it must be as difficult as climbing the sky. Sanji was still fighting the enemy, he kicked everyone with his steel body. The cold frost became the strongest will, and became a terrifying force, and the others kept retreating. These people have almost turned into ice sculptures, and they can't support them at all under the powerful force. Put this guy on my private boat from now on. I will take him away, he will become my trophy, my servant, and my most important thing. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Under the mad attack of the brothers, this so-called failed experiment fell to the ground. Yangzi made up the last move to knock him out. You kneel down and beg for mercy, so that I can punish you well. 265 Continue to fight. Acids is too powerful to directly suppress the enemy. At this moment, people from Germa 66 rushed over one after another, they were some clones. After Judge went to capture his son with a strong will, now is the time to carry out the mission. In order to promote the strength of our Germa 66, everyone give me more attention and catch the enemy. This is the order of the adult. Judge yelled loudly in front of everyone. The 683 group of fighters under his command also cared, coming and going freely and marching bravely. The warriors did start attacking Momosuke's men. Those warriors have always been called a terrible existence, and they are extremely respected. The world government is somewhat afraid of them. Wano Kuni also kept calm for a long time because of this. Momosuke came to act with courage again, but saw that this group of people kept attacking his subordinates, which had already caused his team to collapse. In anger, Momonosuke turned into a dragon again. Judge was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. Advertisement. So I thought that this is the fruit of Vegapunk making. It's disgusting. I didn't expect this kind of fruit to exist, what do you think? Judge was burning with rage, and the only thought was that Vegapunk produced such a powerful fruit, but it was used to maintain peace in the end. Such a powerful fruit, the ability is completely wasted on this fool, what's the use of it? Catch this little guy for me, and then I will extract all his blood and make it our plaything. In anger, a group of subordinates kept rushing. However, Momosuke now has a part of the power to become a dragon, and then has some fighting power. After turning into a dragon, Momosuke looked very mighty and domineering, and in an instant, he spewed out countless extinctions. Momosuke can transform into a dragon like Kaido of the Beasts, breathing fire like hell. Under his power, the Master of Wind, Fire and Thunder merged with the face-set monster. When Lu 2.9 Fei saw this scene from the side, he felt shocked and scared. He didn't expect the opponent's ability to be so powerful, terrifying, and extremely ferocious. Bai Ye saw it clearly, he turned on the magnetic energy fully, and fired the electromagnetic cannon. This kind of curse power is also very powerful, but it's a pity that the other party didn't want to give him a chance. Advertisement then came the horrible explosion, which was earth-shattering and very shocking. This rapid attack back and forth made people dumbfounded, showing the strength and bravery of the opponent. Earth resentment final shooting. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Kakuzu didn't care about the opponent's move at all, and even when he hit ultimate, he took out his own fusion skills. This move charged forward and fired a terrifying chakra cannon. As long as you give him enough time, you can kill the opponent. He spewed a large amount of fire towards the place below, pushed several enemies back and stretched out his dragon claws to grab one of them. Hidan on the other side did the same. He got a drop of blood from the other side and was drawing a magic circle there. On the other side, the battle between the fighters organized by Ōtsutsuki and the three captains reached a fever pitch. What is that kid desperately trying to do here? This kind of power is so shocking. A dazzling beam of light is pulled forward abruptly, hitting the opposite side when no one can react. It's a pity that what he is facing is a master who is not afraid of these abilities at all. This opponent still has several lives and can use fire, lightning, and strong wind and water as attack methods. In fact, each member of the small organization has different abilities. 266 Undead Madman Zoro finally chopped Hidan in half with one knife, but even though the body was separated, the guy still didn't die. After Hidan's body was separated, he still didn't stop, still yelling there. You cut me like this with one knife, do you think you can kill me? I won't die? Ridiculous people, do you always think how powerful you are? I am stronger than you. Zoro couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw that the other party was still insisting. It's scary that you are similar to Brook, and you can continue to act with such a serious injury. Zoro was surprised in his heart. When he looked at the other party, he couldn't help but look a little more fearful on his face. Are you afraid too? I am like this. I am an immortal being blessed by the gods. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. I have this confidence. Hidan is indeed full of confidence. He was not the opponent's opponent just now, but now he feels very comfortable. Moreover, after his body underwent Quinn's transformation, its ability to recover was countless times faster, and the sea stone components and bloodline factors in his body could act at the same time. There is also a mechanical structure placed in part of the body, and his lower body flew back. Advertisement. The body reassembled on him in an instant, returning to a perfect state, and stood up with evil Hidan. See, this is a more powerful force, I can defeat you now. Hidan chattered excitedly, here commanding flawless power. He seemed more arrogant and powerful, much stronger than at the beginning. Zoro was a little speechless. Is it okay to cut the opponent into pieces? He can cut iron and steel. It's kind of disgusting to cut into pieces. Hidan came back with a combined body under the condition of immortality. For the second attack, he left with a scythe in his hand, surrounded by madness and terror. The scythe in his hand was a terrifying weapon, and when it was spinning back and forth, the opponent couldn't even open his eyes. That powerful onslaught left no one breathless. After several weeks in a row, he will come to the other side, and the terrifying mad knife is slashing in front of Zoro. Zoro is a master of the three-sword style, and the knives in his hands carry great power. Advertisement. He blocked the blow, but was shocked by the opponent's control over power. What a powerful guy, you can now use a part of the energy similar to the armed color. Hokage, you are so strong. Zoro is sincere admiration. This armament Hokage is not something that ordinary people can learn, and only top existences can control it. That's what I've learned, and I'm different from you. I can change my body, I can change it, it's endless. It's too bad that you only have a fixed form of 563. My life exists for Lord Bai Ye. While the other party was speaking, he slashed back and forth on his chest several times with a knife. There is an extra magic circle above his chest. This magic circle is small but useful, and Hidan stabbed in with a single knife. Zoro immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was prepared, he felt pain in his chest. There was a blood hole there, and the blood spurted wildly. Hidan's attack is pervasive and difficult to defend against. At this moment, Zoro felt pain, anger, and in a rage, he used the black rope tornado to roll up everything and chop everything up. Advertisement. 267 Ōtsutsuki's victory. Zoro was injured since then, and the kid on the other side was also blown away by a powerful force. Uchiha Itachi Susanoo killed the Straw Hat in Seafong. Although Luffy crushed the giant with a punch, he was suppressed to the ground by the sealed force. Only one last person can get away with Entangled, and that is Trafalgar Law. However, the opponent he faced also made him unable to make a move, and a burst of attacks cut through the sea water. But the shark in this water will not fight himself head-on at all. He just moves flexibly and keeps swimming, and he will not fight to the death here at all. This is the special feature of small organizations. It may be the turn of the real long-term battle alone. The three captains plus the crew can always win. Under their continuous strengthening, coupled with the use of various strange skills, the opponent is helpless. Their victory is a fundamental expression of the right place in the presence of all. You have done a good job. I didn't expect that almost all of them won, although I don't think you will have a good ending if you continue to fight. Victory is always a joy. While Bai Ye was speaking, a huge fist hid near him, and he reached out to block it. It was Luffy in the Straw Hat who did it. He didn't dare to admit defeat. He launched his own extremely powerful attack, with invincible fists in all directions, and moving back and forth, the powerful impact was even more powerful. Advertisement. Straw Hat. Luffy's fists are getting faster and faster, more and more in number, and there are ghosts flickering in all directions, endlessly. At the moment of the end, a powerful fist struck. Bai Ye blocked Ultimate's fist, recovered his senses and pushed forward with a palm. The force of pushing out was also very strong, the ground cracked in a short moment and the sky collapsed and thunder continued. With this move, the Straw Hat Luffy was knocked out abruptly. Only then did Bai Ye let go, looking helplessly at the other party. Even if you were awakened and unblocked, you are not my opponent. Why bother? Now they're all arrested and locked up. By the way, you cannot be locked up in Trafalgar Law. I have something to ask you. Trafalgar Law was taken aback, not knowing what His Highness wanted. There's some completely rotting tissue in there. Trafalgar Law doesn't know what's going on. Bringing everyone into the hall, Bai Ye naturally asked Trafalgar Law to treat Uchiha Itachi straight to the point. Thank you, Your Highness. How? Would you like to believe me? Advertisement, how come the body has been healed now? My promise, you can fully believe that none of your crew members will die in this disaster. Uchiha Itachi knelt there. Trafalgar Law has the ability to open holes to treat the opponent. How Nuos? Use the knife in his hand to cut off some rotten tissues, and then give the opponent medicine back from the inside. Isn't the most trustworthy person in this world the Bai Ye in front of you? The whole process is quick, and incurable diseases in the world of Hokage are easily cured. I can treat this disease, but I want my crew to be safe and they won't be killed. Such a person can be called a monster in the Hokage world, and the more important thing is the immortal surgery. He looked at the pale man, activated his fruit ability to explore the other person's body, and found that the other person's lungs had already been eroded by some kind of force. Bai Ye brought everyone to the capital of flowers. Something happened here before, but now it's quiet. Trafalgar Law had its own request, and Bai Ye nodded. It is estimated that some people can't wait to stare at it. When Bai Ye asked, Trafalgar Law nodded. 268 artificial devil fruit as goods. Uchiha Itachi is very grateful to Bai Ye for his help. He is in the Hokage world from the bottom of his heart. He has already suffered from a terminal illness and is bound to die. Now your life is saved. I don't think of myself as a god, but I need your loyalty. If you don't have my help, you will definitely die early. Your life is mine now. What do you think? Bai Ye's words are for Uchiha Itachi to sever the connection with those previous fetters. Uchiha Itachi is fighting for the village and for his own family. Things like his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke are extremely important to him. 200. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's hesitation, Bai Ye was very flat. I know you still want to protect Konoha Shinobi village. I can only tell you that even if you go back again, Sleepy Leaf will take new actions against the Uchiha clan. Even before you got word that Danzo wanted to wipe out the Uchiha clan. You already know these things. Advertisement, the entire family has hundreds of lives, do you want to see them all die? Or are you willing to kill the entire family for a so-called village? As soon as these words came out, Quinn next to him was startled. Your Highness, what is wrong with him? He is a lunatic who killed all his family members for the sake of the village. Quinn was not bad at all. Only a lunatic would do that, only an idiot would value other people's lives. That's true. He wants to protect the entire village and guard the will of the so-called benevolent. Even he almost killed all his family members, including his own parents. So this kind of very distorted ninja spirit, I hate it very much. Okay, let's not talk about it now, Quinn. You recruit some strong people in the world of pirates, and I can also give you some help. You can bring something like devil fruit to the world of Hokage, but it's a man-made one, exclusive to Guy. Quinn knows what the man-made, AHFH, devil fruit that Guy spreads out is a virtue. The energy of the man-made devil fruit that Guy spreads is much lower. Advertisement after eating the man-made devil fruit created by Guy, most people will become zone fruit capable. This is also one of the best produced devil fruits. Back then, Vegapunk got beasts, and Kaido's blood also painstakingly made a replica of the fruit of Kaido of the beasts. I don't know how much energy and time he spent to complete it. But now Gaisa, in order to be able to make more man-made devil fruits, bought a lot of creatures, made them in his own way, and so on. It can be said that Gaisa's performance is not bad, but he still misses the point, and he doesn't have that kind of talent. These man-made devil fruits can only transform a warrior into a half-human, half-beast form. It will increase a certain combat effectiveness, but it will also turn people into neither human nor ghost. Is it really useful for His Highness to bring these fruits to people in the Hokage world? Will they eat this stuff? Quinn looked at some of the fruit ability users under him, but they looked weird, and their bodies were basically upgraded. It depends on whether their ninja will is enough. After all, eating the fruit will always increase the combat power. It's even ugly. Some people will use special methods to help them remove parts that they shouldn't have. The world's top combat power has not yet been dispatched, so it is okay to let them improve, and more importantly, the fruit must be sold at a high price. Let them exchange various ninjutsu scrolls. Point 269 Bai Ye's plan. Bai Ye's plan was astonishing and terrifying. Man-made devil fruit is used as a special purpose cargo. After eating, it will indeed increase the combat power and turn yourself into a monster. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, but those ninjas will lose a lot. It is indeed a disaster. I'm afraid these ninjas will become more determined. As for the few of you who are members of a small organization, you should know about Uchiha Madara's plan, right? Is it Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito who is alive now? These people were a little dazed. In their impression, The living one must be Uchiha Madara, a monster who lived for nearly 100 years. Seeing their curious faces, they introduced Uchiha Madara's plan overnight. What's included infinite Tsukuyomi? These people were stunned to hear that there were so many things behind them. If this Uchiha Madara is allowed to do this, the whole world will be destroyed. Advertisement Uchiha Itachi was a little worried, but others didn't care at all. Uchiha Itachi, what are you thinking? Isn't that what the Akatsuki organization is like? For so many years we have collected tail beasts to raise funds for the next war. Kakuzu said from the side. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak at all, he was really on board. Trafalgar Law, now I can give you a chance. You seem to want to become the One Piece, but if you keep going, you will definitely not succeed. In the world of pirates, there are strong people like clouds, and it will never be your turn, but the world of Hokage can give you a chance. Now you and I are going to the Hokage world, and it just so happens that those album powerhouses from all their worlds are going to hold a conference. There will be some special supplies near there. After you go, take all these things in your hands. After Bai Ye finished speaking, Trafalgar Law did not dare to refuse. He was just more curious about the Hokage world. After all, there were a group of top-notch monsters beside him, which really surprised him a bit. Okay, the portal will open soon, and I will go to the Hokage horizon again. This time, I will go for a while. You will train troops here immediately, and train a powerful army as quickly as possible. Bai Ye explained to everyone, and everyone nodded. That Quinn was especially happy, and he still didn't have to go back for the time being. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. After all, Pirate World is comfortable, especially since he has become the king here. Seeing that Bai Ye was going to leave Kui, Yin remembered one thing. Your Highness, that Momosuke is still making trouble outside, your powerful subordinate sent them away and will come again. Quinn was a little worried. If Momosuke comes again, how to deal with them? The fighting power of these people is definitely enough. Then it will be difficult to deal with if the opponent recruits more reinforcements, such as a group of Straw Hat Luffy's subordinates. Plus that kid should also be able to do things. They're coming, then you have to find a way to deal with them. Now that you have a powerful army, if this is not an opponent, then I will be extremely disappointed. Remember what you should do and keep doing it, I don't care about other things. Hearing this, the other party's face became more confident. Don't worry, Your Highness, no matter who comes here, they will definitely fail miserably. I have this confidence. This guy's self-confidence can be said to be extremely strong, and he feels that he has the momentum of being unparalleled in the world. Quinn just lacks this bit of self-confidence. Of course, his strength also needs to be strengthened, and there will be some opportunities for him in the future. 270 new operations through Hokage Bai Ye brought Trafalgar Law to the portal. His goal is to travel to the world of Hokage with Trafalgar Law. The world of Hokage is far away, and whenever the two worlds are connected, it is very scary. Your Highness, are you going to take me to another world? What are we going to do? Bai Ye glanced at Luo. Several major powers in the Hokage world are holding a meeting with them. The meaning of Chichi-san is very clear. They want to gather more power. The village of Konoha Shinobi in the Land of Fire was attacked before. Of course they will be scared, so this time a large number of soldiers gathered in one place. Don't think about it so much, I want to meet them in person to see and take a look at these. Bai Ye directly opened the door here. The portal really connects the two worlds, and there are countless flowers and plants and scenery there. It is indeed an important place. There were a large number of ninjas standing around, and of course they didn't know that there was a group of people staring at them in this place. From the beginning to the end, they seemed to be at a loss. The two walked in directly, and they could go far and do more without making a sound. Lots of ninjas from the world of Hokage are here. Advertisement. They stand in all the vital places, always looking around. You must know that the Akatsuki organization has almost been exposed, and these ninjas have only one goal, which is to prevent possible wars, so they dare not relax at all. I really don't know what these guys are going to do, there are quite a few of them here. I want to know whether the Akatsuki organization will launch an attack, and whether that Senju Hashirama is dead. Of course, the most important thing now is to take a turn here. Trafalgar Law didn't say anything after hearing the order. Curiosity flickered in his eyes, and thoughts flickered. The two of us go in directly, you are knowledgeable, and Haki can also transmit in real time. I want to see what characters the other party has left here. Trafalgar Law used the fruit power to directly lead Bai Ye into the interior of the building. The two came to a very high floor. Looking around, there are countless guards below, but they can easily come to this secret base. There are not many guards inside, after all, 5 cage-level powerhouses are conducting talks. The vast majority of people do not have the qualifications to listen to news here, they can only leave here and hide far away. The two walked up quietly, not much. After a while, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. This place is not like a meeting place, but more like a database. Advertisement. Bai Ye frowned, as if he felt something. Trafalgar Law also started to be knowledgeable, but Haki couldn't find anything inside the door, which made him a little suspicious. Is my own strength so weak? Looking at Bai Ye next to him, it seems that sometimes he finds himself at a loss. There is no doubt that there is indeed something inside. Bai Ye spoke quietly, his eyes swept over his eyes. With a random push, the door opened and there were 3 coffins placed inside. Trafalgar Law feels weird who is in the coffin. It made him feel very curious. The next moment, a silent enemy appeared from the side. At this moment Bai Ye is not worried at all, because he knows what kind of enemy the person who came is, opponent. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to be here, how did you come to the meeting? 271 Orochimaru's conspiracy. Bai Ye turned his head and looked forward. Orochimaru appeared there, and Trafalgar Law put on a defensive posture. I didn't expect that the person who appeared here turned out to be the biggest threat in the world, Mr. Bai Ye. Before you sent people to act and took the initiative to attack Konoha, which coincides with my plan. You don't need to do anything to me, either. I'm here to ruin this talk, or to add something different to it all. 07's tone was extremely cold when the other party spoke. This Orochimaru used to be a famous Sannin in the village of Konoha Shinobi. It is also one of the 3 legendary ninjas, and his personal abilities must be very strong. Orochimaru doesn't feel like he can only be the trio. He later did more human experiments and was expelled from the village after being discovered. Due to his outstanding personal ability, he still did more things. On the one hand, he joined the Ōtsutsuki organization. Advertisement. He also thrived in this organization, but unfortunately he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi later. He left the organization again. He also did another thing, which is to help the high-level wood industry, that is, Danzo transplant some eyes of the Uchiha clan. Over the years, Danzo has used various insidious methods to get the eyes of many Uchiha clansmen and has improved his combat effectiveness. As for Orochimaru, some experimental material was obtained in this way. It can be regarded as taking what they need, but Orochimaru has not returned to the village of Konoha Shinobi. He is still an evil guy who plots with his own will. Orochimaru, you must have thought about bringing these 3 coffins here. I can guess that 2 of the coffins are first Hokage and second Hokage. These 2 should have been dead for a long time. You have reanimation jutsu, you can call them back, but whose is the 3rd coffin? Bai Ye was just curious, and really wanted to know who the 3rd coffin belonged to. I didn't expect the famous Mr. Bai Ye to tell you without knowing it. This 3rd coffin belongs to this country's movie. 3rd Hokage in this country is strong. He has an extremely tough body and powerful strength. He is a monster that can truly penetrate everything. Advertisement. Orochimaru said so confidently that he found the body of the 3rd Hokage and was going to turn him into a murder tool. Interesting, then just do it. I can promise you one thing, I will let you go if necessary, because you are also an indispensable part of my plan. Although you have come to the Shadowless Conference, I feel that your washing machine will actually promote their unity and let them know that the next war is coming. But you can tell me why you did this. Orochimaru smiled. He remembered that his clothes had the logo of Ōtsutsuki organization on it, but it was covered by him. I'm also a member of half a small organization now, because someone promised me that if I can accomplish this, I can get everything I want. That person is Uchiha Madara, who has been dead for many years. He didn't die, but became stronger. Being with this person is better than being with those stupid ninjas. This is the 2nd mission he gave me. Bai Ye nodded approvingly. What's the first task? He couldn't help asking. Release the virus in the Konoha. Cooperate with Pain 6 paths to destroy everything. Destroy the Konoha. 272 Uchiha Madara's plan. Orochimaru admitted Uchiha Madara was prepared to do both. In this place, I summoned some former strongmen by myself, hindered the whole conversation, and then attracted more attention. The village of Konoha Shinobi had been attacked before, and their attention was of course more focused. Once someone appears, they will use the most powerful force to fight back. Uchiha Madara decided to send Pen 6 paths while spreading the virus created by Orochimaru. This can be regarded as a 2-pronged approach. Riju can handle all the enemies. When Bai Ye heard this sentence, he felt somewhat emotional. It's interesting that Konoha Shinobi village has become your target. I know Uchiha Madara doesn't like Konoha Shinobi village, but it's a bit crazy and over the top. Konoha Shinobi village is just a normal place after all. Now it has become an area that you must destroy. I feel that their luck is really bad. Bai Ye always laughed when he said this. Those unlucky guys really let him have nothing to say. This may just be luck, nothing to talk about. Advertisement. Orochimaru didn't reply, but approached the coffins confidently. So your excellency should know the importance of these coffins. Are you going to block us, or are you going to give us a chance? Orochimaru was not so much helping Uchiha Madara as he was experimenting. I don't want to stop you, but these coffins make me curious, and I know one thing, you shouldn't be able to control the dead first Hokage with your strength, right? Bai Ye looked at the coffin. The lid of the coffin was opened directly, and what appeared inside was first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The other party is also a very magical and powerful legendary figure. Bai Ye had met this person before. At that time, Senju Hashirama was extremely powerful, and his own ninjutsu was very powerful. Let Senju Hashirama wake up, I want to chat with him. I believe he also has a backup. Orochimaru dared not refuse. Not to mention the man in front of him who made him despair. Even the Trafalgar Law next to him is an extraordinary person. Okay, then I'll try. Orochimaru finally starts his own reanimation jutsu. As long as this ninjutsu obtains the body tissues of some dead people, it can make them return from death. Advertisement and these resurrected powerhouses have many amazing abilities. For example, they will have infinite chakra bodies that can be combined continuously. Although they are far from real living forms, they are also very powerful. At that time, these powerful beings will become weapons, and the pinnacle of the ninja world war will also start from this. The man named Yakushi Kabuto was revived, and the large number of dead warriors made them the most powerful fighting force. What Orochimaru wants to revive now are first Hokage, second Hokage and third Raikage. The combat power of the three powerhouses is also not bad. But at this time first Hokage began to recover in the first second. He, Zhao Dezhao, has the strength of a lake patrol. The moment he woke up, his eyes were flickering, and he looked forward in amazement. Orochimaru on the side didn't dare to undo this ninjutsu at all. As long as he gave the opponent more control, this terrifying and powerful monster might break free. I actually returned to the human world again. I am Senju Hashirama, are you pushing? Senju Hashirama looked at Orochimaru curiously, but he saw Bai Ye immediately. 273 The man who returned from death. When Senju Hashirama saw Bai Ye, he was a little surprised, and he walked slowly. You are the man I saw at the beginning. You are very powerful. What is going on in Konoha Shinobi village now? Bai Ye looked at the other party and only said one sentence. The village has been destroyed, and all the people have been killed. What we are now is the location of the last ninja army, but they have just been dealt with and almost only a small number of people are left. When Bai Ye spoke, he directly mocked the other party, which was naturally not the truth. In an instant, where this powerful ninja legend was located, Madoka was filled with incomparable anger. 070 Orochimaru couldn't control it immediately, and the opponent of first Hokage moved forward quickly, and the whole person released the most powerful force. The power of first Hokage is indeed extraordinary. He himself uses powerful wood-style ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, the powerful wood-style ninjutsu exploded with unparalleled power, and trees spread out all around, like a long dragon. It rushed out of it between the explosions, even though it was in a dead state. It's not as powerful as it was when I was alive, but the current first Hokage is also bursting out with the power of ultimate. Everything around him is completely unsupportable under his powerful, ahead, power. Advertisement. The whole building shattered in an instant, and at the same time, a lot of strong men rushed out and stood everywhere. They watched the destruction of the building in amazement. Immediately after first Hokage comes outside, use wooden golem jutsu. A huge wooden man appeared there. This wooden giant was as big as a mountain. The whole person stood quietly and looked into the distance, with an incomparable momentum. Senju Hashirama's ability is really strong. After all, he has the inheritance of the son of Sage of Six Paths until now. This wooden giant of Senju Hashirama has a kind of kamui that shocks heaven and earth like no other. Senju Hashirama glanced and saw his granddaughter. It was a feeling of blood connection. But the expression of the person next to him was even worse. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato saw Bai Ye. As for Kazekage, it's Gaara, an eccentric young man. Facing the resurrection of his grandfather, Tsunade was very surprised. After all, when Senju Hashirama started to fight, the 5 cages next to him were no opponents at all. Everyone, the person in front of you is the man Bai Ye said is going to conquer the world. Advertisement. When Tsunade saw his grandfather again, his expression was completely different. This is the legendary first Hokage of Konoha Shinobi village. This man who had already left came here again, and a deep fear had already risen in his heart. Mizukage Terumi Mei is a beauty. He bent his fingers and a huge space appeared here. No one knows why first Hokage would say such a thing. Trafalgar Law looked at first Hokage, who didn't know if he could win, but still made a gesture. The album powerhouses from various countries looked at the same time, including the rough man of 4th Raikage and the very weak old man of Tsuchikage. Everyone standing here at the same time looking into the distance. The powerful force is indeed extraordinary. There is indeed first Hokage, and this action is meaningful. Do you have the ability to defeat this guy Intrigalo? The opponent is a legendary ninja that exists in the legend, which is surprising and admirable. Namikaze Minato has an idea. This man named Bai Ye is still terrifying. He possesses great power and legendary terror, and he is definitely not an opponent. Are you the last survivors? Fight with me and kill this guy. 274 Trafalgar Law challenged Senju Hashirama. The scalpel fruit of Trafalgar Law can create a huge space. In this space, it can transfer instantly, and at the same time, it can cut objects faster and more efficiently. After all, one's combat power will be raised to an extremely high level in this space. With this ability, Trafalgar Law got to the side in an instant. Moreover, he looked forward quietly, with a few thoughts flickering in the extension, and there was also an incomparably domineering murderous aura. Of course, Trafalgar Law can only execute orders, and in his opinion, Bai Ye can undoubtedly be a top-level existence. When he gave an order, he naturally had to obey it, and as he thought, he instantly expanded the entire space and moved forward. Coming to the nearest place, the long knife in his hand swept across. Trafalgar Law's knife skills are also remarkable. At least under the fruit ability bonus, he has the ability to cut everything in an instant. He's up against, after all, Senju Hashirama, a monster so strong to explode. The opponent is obviously stronger, and his counterattack is also more violent. Countless trees stretch out and become a shield in front, although countless trees were cut when the 10 cuts were made. Advertisement. But these trees also have the characteristic of flexible growth. Trafalgar Law once chopped off countless buildings, which is enough to prove its strength, but it is completely useless in front of these trees. Although these trees were cut in half by him, they continued to grow behind and became tougher. And any tree has its own characteristics. After being injured, it can grow harder again in the injured place. In this way, the opponent's defense has indeed reached a limit value, and the amazing defense makes people feel that it is unparalleled and remarkable. When defending against this blow, the opponent's defensive power has been bursting and flashing there, bringing out the powerful Kamui, the power of the sky. Trafalgar Law was startled, the opponent's strength was really strong. The powerful forces of the two collided, and the other had no fear, and countless trees spread out. It's more like a huge shield blocking all occlusions, and the protection itself is very strong. When seeing this, the other party is naturally surprised, and also has a heart of shock and surprise. Trafalgar Law fell from a high place in an instant, and the ability he used this time was obviously much stronger than before. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers. He dodged indirectly and instantly, with a blade with lightning in his hand. Trafalgar Law's Gamma Knife is a very powerful attack. No matter how strong the opponent is, it will directly hit the opponent's vitals and destroy the opponent's internal body. It can be said that Trafalgar Law's move is very powerful. Even if there are countless trees blocking his attack, it should reach the opponent's body in an instant. It seems so easy and simple on the surface, but this Senju Hashirama is an ordinary character, and more importantly, the other party is a super strong Grandmaster ninjutsu. He created a large number of clones in an instant. The fighting power of the wooden shield avatars is not weak at all, and these avatars scattered around summoned more wooden giants. Just under this kind of battle, more wooden giants appeared directly. They surrounded Trafalgar Law by sheer numbers. Bai Ye looked at terror from the side. Although Fulgaro was well known in the pirate world, he was really helpless in the face of these stronger enemies. It wasn't that Trafalgar Law didn't pay enough attention, it was just that the enemy was too powerful, and it had already reached the point where he couldn't deal with it. 275 Bai Ye steps forward. Trafalgaro swept across with his knife, hoping to hit again, but unfortunately the opponent was too strong. Bai Ye couldn't help being a little disappointed seeing this scene, and wanted to fight with this power. That will only make oneself gradually fall into a more unfavorable situation. The real strong must know how to adapt to changes. Bai Ye didn't have the idea of helping Trafalgar Law, but just came to Wying directly. The 5 Shadow, 350, level powerhouses are all legendary powerful existences, and they have the highest military mobilization ability in the entire country. These few people are enough to talk, and they also have extremely brilliant skills and unimaginable abilities. I didn't come here to fight you, but it seems that you can't bear it anymore. The old man had already started to act while Bai Ye was speaking. This old man is called Onoki. He is Tsuchikage, and he used the original blast technique directly after he came up. This is a very powerful ninjutsu that can break everything into an atomic state, and its destructive power is really amazing. Advertisement. At least at this moment his attack is effective, especially powerful enough to bring a terrifying attack power. Onoki immediately started to create the most terrifying damage directly, especially the attack power that distorts everything and destroys atoms must be very amazing. He took out this power, and the surrounding flickered instantly. But he has reached a very strong state in this power. This kind of energy makes him feel perfect and powerful, and he is even more intoxicated by it. The technique of stripping the original world explodes instantly, with the most terrifying destruction and destruction to all life. Normal people should run away, but Bai Ye stood here as if he hadn't moved at all. He watched the other party's performance quietly. The powerful force was indeed powerful, but he didn't care at all. I saw that he stretched out a hand to block this very powerful and terrifying blow. During this process, he did not move at all, and then he counterattacked with a fist, and the fierce gust of wind hit. Of course Bai Ye is invincible. He blocked the opponent's powerful attack with one hand, and even looked at the opposite side with an indifferent expression. At this moment, he is extremely powerful. In his eyes, there is no so-called enemy, and he is stronger than anyone else. Shouldn't it be time for the 5 of you to cooperate and use various ninjutsu to kill me? Advertisement. You may have this chance. After all, before the next battle is over, I will give you this chance. Bai Ye spoke calmly and saw everyone making moves. In front of his eyes, there were indeed enemies moving, and they were fast and powerful ones. Sure enough, a gust of water rushed in front of his eyes, and he wanted to suck it in. The rushing and turbulent currents wanted to send him directly to hell. Someone has already acted on the other side, and these enemies also have extremely powerful forces. For example, there is a burst of violent sand, and it needs to be gathered slowly, as well as the astonishing thunder and lightning, and the invincible iron fist of the 4th Ōtsutsuki. When several people acted at the same time, they really saw a bit of a gentleman. Bai Ye roared, and the airflow on his body exploded like thunder and lightning. The powerful 0.0 shockwave crushed everything, and no one can reach it, and no one can shake his god position. When he did all this, he took a slight step forward and punched out. The fist of that 4th Ōtsutsuki had just arrived, and he was also sent flying by him. This incomparable divine strike directly blinded 4th Ōtsutsuki, which is too strong. 276 The Strong Siege. Bai Ye appeared alone beside several cage-level powerhouses. These people are all legend-level powerhouses. Their fighting power is naturally good, and they also possess top skills and various abilities. For example, Tsunade next to him has already hit Iron Fist. He is a fighter with strange strength. The punch he punched out with powerful, ferocious, galloping, and terrifying power really seemed to explode with power. At least under the power of this punch, people are shocked, surprised and horrified. The fist that this woman punched was really powerful and destructive. At least for a moment it made people extremely amazed. Bai Ye stretched out his hand to block the punch. Even so, his body was beaten backwards and forwards, and he was no longer as comfortable and flexible as '07 was at the beginning. The fighting power of the opponent is really good, giving people an extraordinary feeling. That's amazing, as expected of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. Bai Ye said Tsunade in surprise, but smiled with confidence bursting out. I am the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. I don't think I'm weak. I want to protect the whole village of Konoha Shinobi. I want to protect the whole world of Hokage. I don't care who you are, I will defeat you. Advertisement Tsunade can still keep talking. Maybe he has enough strength in the eyes of this woman. Or the strength is not enough, and there is enough fighting spirit. Seeing that the enemy was so confident, Bai Ye just smiled slightly. As for the other powerful enemies around him, there are actually quite a few. Many people looked at him with a murderous look, and Huang Yang was terrifying. These people jumped over one after another, especially that fourth Rinnegan. His palm has turned into a shape similar to a steel knife, and his hands are full of lightning power. The Thunder Shield in the Hokage world is a very special attack, and it can be used without the usual ninjutsu. The most powerful way to use this lightning style is to condense on the body. In this way, a person's terrifying and astonishing destructive power can be greatly improved, and the god Thunder rolling on his body is full of destructive power. Bai Ye has received so many attacks, standing alone in it, feeling the attacks from all directions, like thunder waves coming. He broke free from the opponent's shackles, took a step forward and punched him. There was a mighty and powerful divine power in this punch, and it just hit the enemy's body. Advertisement 4th Rinnegan considers himself at least a formidable fighter. After many years of study and improvement, he has already possessed a strong body and extremely terrifying strength, and he punched him fiercely, with the power of thunder. This is a young man who came to Bai Ye's back, and he directly used Sand Dungeon. This is exactly Gaara in the current case gauge. It is already very admirable to have such a level of cultivation at such a young age. Under this market situation, the opponent actually attached a large amount of sand to the opponent 533. Sand Escape, Sand Binding Coffin. Gaara's ninjutsu is obviously very strong, and the power of all this also comes from 10 Tails Shuhei. This ninjutsu is to trap the enemy, and a large amount of sand keeps hitting. There is another ninjutsu in the back, called Sandstorm Funeral. The combination of two ninjutsu can directly crush a person. Gaara thinks so, at least it should be very effective. Under his ninjutsu, he could unleash infinite power. Between the majesty and strength, the incomparable sand squeezed towards Ren's body, killing him instantly without giving him any chance to react. But after all, this is the imagination of some stupid people, and it seems to have nothing to do with the current situation. 277 One-Tail Shuhei. Young people are interesting. When Bai Ye spoke, his body was completely covered by the sand, as if he appeared in a coffin, unable to move. There are always some people in the world who feel that their power is invincible, and they will find various ways to possess various combat powers. These sands can completely wrap people in it and keep squeezing. Anyone who is attacked like this has no way to break free, because he will be trapped in it, and the powerful squeezing force can crush his body. Moreover, one tail guarding the crane is built as a defense among all tailed beasts, and his name itself carries terror, not to mention the terrifying energy in this power. That's right, that's it, trap him immediately. Onoki is very happy. If the leader of the opponent can really be killed, then all ninja countries will be safe and peaceful. Onoki is also very experienced. After so many years of so-called hegemony, my mind became more gloomy and I had more thoughts. Advertisement Tsunade next to him always felt that this matter would not be done easily, and sure enough, countless yellow sands shattered in an instant, and Bai Ye appeared from it, punching past. The one who bears the brunt is Gaara, who unexpectedly summoned his one-tail crane shroud in an instant, and what he used was the crane shroud shield. This ninjutsu is to use one tail to guard the crane, and mix the minerals with higher hardness in the underground with the sand, which greatly improves the defense. The huge statue of one tail guarding the crane is full of defense, and it can provide the most complete and powerful protection here. This force breaks through the sky and instantly blocks this amazing punch. In the world of pirates, Bai Ye's own abilities have already reached an unparalleled level, and no one can compare with him. But now he finds that someone can block this deadly attack, and the other party's skills are really impressive. Powerful, my fist also has thousands of divine powers. Even a mountain can be smashed to pieces. You can block it, but if you don't call out the tailed beast, you are definitely no match. Gaara knew she had no choice as a one-tail person. He could only immediately summon one-tail Shuhei. This thing completely obeyed his orders and obeyed. The huge one-tail Shuhei appeared in front of everyone, which is the weakest among all tailed beasts. Advertisement. But even if it is the weakest, if it is properly developed and used properly, it can make this tailed beast burst out with earth-shattering divine power. One-tail Shuhei has a strong power now. One-tail Shuhei appeared here, and after it appeared, this tailed beast used the most common ability among all tailed beasts, that is, tailed beast bomb. Basically, the yin and yang chakra are compressed into a spherical shape with a ratio of 2:8, which is powerful and can directly destroy the sky and the earth. One-tail's tail beast, chakra, is definitely the weakest, but he opens his mouth and gathers a purple orb that sprays forward. The small purple ball instantly moved forward with a powerful shockwave, which was incomparable. The power of one tail is truly extraordinary. At least for a moment, it brought an earth-shattering and incredible feeling, that was the roar from the ancient beast. Bai Ye was about to resist the blow, but he didn't expect countless logs to appear there, and this wooden giant blocked the blow for him. It turns out that Senju Hashirama mobilized the group Wooden Golem Jutsu. This Senju Hashirama seems to be desperate, and the pressure has come to Trafalgar Law. 278 temporarily suspended battle. Senju Hashirama is amazing, his ninjutsu power is terrifying. Trafalgar Law is determined to cut everything with the knife in his hand again. But this difficulty is extremely terrifying, and it is completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this time he looked over, Senju Hashirama, a large number of wooden giants were running towards it. In a short period of time, the ground shook and the sound trembled. This vicious fight is also extremely terrifying, everyone fights each other and fights desperately. Trafalgar Law only wants to look for opportunities, and he has extremely deadly power in his hands. If it can be reached, it is enough to kill the opponent directly. Trafalgar Law no longer wants to use the slaughterhouse ability. Even if he really gets behind the opponent 897, he doesn't have the ability to instantly kill the opponent. Senju Hashirama is a monster among monsters. This guy's combat power is really too strong, it is completely difficult for him to compare with the opponent, and it seems extremely dangerous to continue fighting. Trafalgar Law was looking for an opportunity, but he didn't expect that countless wooden giants were all smashed to pieces after seeing the howling and flickering punch in front of him. It was Bai Ye who made the move, and after a blow, everything was wiped out and everything was destroyed. After one day, the world was peaceful. Advertisement. Even if the wooden giant is stronger, how powerful can it be? Bai Ye walked over from there and saw Hashirama holding hands, his eyes were full of love for this person. After all, this Senju Hashirama is quite capable. Among the people I know, this level of strength is indeed not bad, and it can be regarded as a person who I can appreciate very much. This battle is almost done, it can be over. I'm having a good time now, but I don't have the intention to continue fighting. Fighting here is just a waste of time, stop it. The opponent's rightful master had already arrived, and Senju Hashirama stopped immediately. When he looked at the opponent, his eyes were filled with a different emotion. Does Senju Hashirama still want to fight here? You are not my opponent. If you continue to fight, it is just a waste of energy. We don't have a very good relationship between the few of us, but we have tremendous hatred, especially the Konoha Shinobi village was destroyed by me a lot. I can see it, when you look at me, there is a lot of resentment. Now you are in impure world reincarnation status. Do you want to go back to Konoha Shinobi village, or do you want to continue playing here? I can accompany you, but I can remind you that Konoha Shinobi village is currently under attack by viruses and Pen 6 paths. Senju Hashirama doesn't know what Pen 6 paths is, but viruses, he does. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled at this moment, and he looked at his granddaughter Tsunade next to him. Is the village of Konoha Shinobi under attack? Go back and support. Senju Hashirama jumped away and came to Orochimaru's side. This powerful momentum must be unparalleled. Orochimaru was taken aback. I'm going back to Konoha Shinobi village now, and I don't want the ninjutsu you put on me to continue. Senju Hashirama has spoken, how dare others continue? Resisting his powerful ninjutsu power is enough to defeat everything, and this powerful momentum is enough. I obey your orders. Orochimaru didn't dare to resist, so he could only tell the truth that he would obey the order and act accordingly. Orochimaru looks downright ridiculous right now, but it is also difficult for him to continue to fight here. Bai Ye watched the other party leave with his own eyes, but not everyone left. The fourth Raikage of the Land of Thunder is standing opposite. This is their country, but Bai Ye is an invader. 279 Operation Konoha. There always seems to be chaos in the village of Konoha Shinobi at this time, though Orochimaru doesn't show up. Here comes the Pain 6 Paths, who have launched the most horrific and destructive attack on the entire village of Konoha Shinobi. Coupled with the large number of plague viruses that appeared before, the defense force in the village has been reduced to ultimate. Uchiha Madara stood in the distance, looking at everything that was destroyed. His eyes were very clear, very clear. Uchiha Madara tried his best to mobilize troops here to continue fighting. He prepared a lot of things, and today finally came the time for acceptance. Will that person come here? Uchiha Madara quietly asked Uchiha Obito next to her, but she didn't know what would happen. I have been waiting here and looking for opportunities. The other party may come, but given enough time, I will definitely protect this place and make things happen. Uchiha Obito is extremely firm when he speaks. He is a fighter to accomplish what he thinks in his heart. He has never given up. This is where he is much better than others. At this moment, Uchiha Obito always has endless courage written in his eyes, much firmer than others. Advertisement. Just as he was thinking, a powerful impact came fiercely, and it turned out to be a huge wooden figure. When the wooden giant arrived at this time, he punched out directly. The powerful, galloping power was simply earth-shattering. If you are hit by this fist, you will naturally suffer heavy injuries. At least the blow was shocking. The powerful energy coming from time to time gives an incomparable and amazing feeling. In particular, the powerful rushing energy is more like flames. Uchiha Obito transported himself to another world directly using Kamui. Uchiha Madara does not have this ability but jumps high, and in the air he turns on Susanoo again. Susanoo can attack and defend perfectly, and what falls from the sky is already a blue giant. When the blue giant stood there, his body was full of power, the flames were burning ferociously, and he looked at the opposite side. A duel between powerful enemies was about to begin. Senju Hashirama finally met again. We haven't seen each other for a long time, because they are all dead people. I didn't expect to meet again today. Advertisement Uchiha Madara misses the past very much. He used to be friends with Senju Hashirama, and later became an enemy. The two had too many bonds and too much helplessness in their lives. 0. Seeking flowers. Now, they seem to have the chance to stand together and talk again. Uchiha Madara didn't expect you to destroy this place. I won't let you destroy the entire village of Konoha Shinobi. This is the last insistence of our country of fire, and it is also the village where everyone lives. I will never allow it to be destroyed. 0. Senju Hashirama transformed into a powerful posture, ready to fight. Uchiha Madara only smiled helplessly. Ever since Bai Ye appeared, you should have understood that ordinary power cannot deal with this kind of superpower, so I thought of many ways, and maybe the final solution is to gather all the power and form a powerful army. You always feel that you are very powerful, but you don't know that this power is completely insufficient. The truly stronger power is in my hands. Uchiha Madara's persistence is really admirable. Over the years, in order to maintain this existence, to persist in him, he has tried everything. I have gone further than you. Let you experience the mysterious power I got from that place. 280 Prestige Susanoo. Uchiha Madara is fearless in the face of any character, and when he attacks violently, he is even more powerful. When he came up, he used it first. Susanoo built a defense system for himself, and then started to summon 9 tails. 9 tails were originally the tail beasts of the Konoha clan. But now this Konoha has been caught by the other party, and after coming up, it is the Prestige Susanoo. Bai Ye stood in the distance. Although he was watching a show, he was very surprised to see the 660 costume Susanoo with his own eyes. After all, this majestic costume, Susanoo's combat power is amazing, and it roars ferociously, making it an invincible monster. Baton Susanoo bursts out with endless power here. A powerful beast, covered with powerful divine power. In this second, his head rushed forward and hit him. The powerful force was like an explosion, endless. There are explosions and destruction here, and everything is extremely terrifying in a short period of time. Advertisement: Senju Hashirama won't win this time, and Uchiha Madara's condition is obviously much better than him. Even with the help of several other cage-level strong players, it seems difficult to succeed. While Bai Ye was speaking, Trafalgar Law felt a little helpless. Your Highness, in the battle just now, I was no match for that person at all. There was a huge gap. It seems that there are really too many strong people in the Hokage world. The reason why Trafalgar Law felt this way was because they were suppressed and beaten badly during the last battle. It's perfectly normal for you to have such thoughts. Trafalgar Law, I can tell you the truth, you have met many powerful people. The fighters from the Hokage world you met last time, their combat prowess is not bad at all. After all, they are the top figures in the Hokage world, members of a powerful organization, and if you don't understand each other's strength, you will indeed be controlled by others. Like a person with fruit ability, if you don't understand the other party's fruit power, you may also suffer cruel and terrifying injuries. This is not uncommon. And most people in the Hokage world know all kinds of weird and powerful ninjutsu, so you can't deal with it. After you understand their methods of action, you will be able to fight against them more simply and effectively, so you have to believe in your abilities. More importantly, after the fruit ability is awakened, your combat effectiveness will increase a lot. Advertisement: Trafalgar Law was actually quite happy to be encouraged by the other party. After all, it was not easy. As a top fighter, Trafalgar Law has beliefs and ideas that are much stronger than others. At this moment, Trafalgar Law looked at his eyes with a determined mind, only to see the terrifying explosion, rolling huge waves, and many things around him would be instantly destroyed, and it was not strong enough to support it. This war was fought so fiercely that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Senju Hashirama also used 100-fold strength to fight fiercely with the opponent. He can't admit defeat, he wants to protect the entire kingdom of fire. Everyone is fighting hard, and there are destroyed areas everywhere. 4.3. The power and ability of these super ninjas to fight is very powerful. So during this battle, the surroundings were destroyed. But that powerful tailed beast was marching crazily with the strongest strength, and fired another tailed beast bomb. The huge energy balls swept across the world and destroyed mountains and rivers. This scene was also seen by many strong people, and they were even more amazed and afraid. 281 Strongest Destruction. Susanoo is an extremely powerful force, the scariest thing in the Uchiha clan. Now use it with all your strength. The power is infinite, it can really destroy the world. The power is unparalleled. This time the power is much stronger than before. Bai Ye watched the battle more quietly, but he didn't expect a person to come to him. It was Uchiha Obito. This Uchiha Obito is someone who really has some ideas about him. Whether he intended to betray before or not was different from what he wanted to do in the live broadcast class. The reason why Uchiha Obito took this path is because the girl beside him really died. He is doing everything, even if it costs his life, he will save the other party with all his strength. 07 This can be regarded as a seed of infatuation. Bai Ye has a bit of admiration for him. After all, it is extraordinary to be able to achieve this level. At this moment, Bai Ye looked at each other quietly, but Uchiha Obito spoke quietly. It's a good thing that Mr. Bai Ye can meet you here. I know you have been to many places, and you have many things to do. Now I want to know more if you are willing to help. Advertisement. When Uchiha Obito asked the question, his eyes were bright and seeking. Trafalgar Law felt that the other party was not a good person. But he had to acknowledge the man, to give him a sense of power. Trafalgar Law, don't need to be so nervous, not everyone is worth your nervousness and worry. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he sat beside him. Uchiha Obito, you want to revive the woman you liked, right? How are you going to betray Uchiha Madara today? It's a foolish act, and you may die for it. And in the ultimate plan, you should also have your own ideas. Uchiha Obito didn't shy away from speaking his mind at all, he was ready to betray the other party when necessary. Get the power of Sage of Six Paths by yourself and open infinite Tsukuyomi. If there is that opportunity, he can become the master among 10,000 people, and he can create a world that belongs to himself and Lin. Advertisement. This incomparably infatuated person is now acting for all of that, and he has courage, so it's not a problem. I can give you a chance to change your life, change your destiny, get back what you lost, and even get that person back. Of course, there's a price to pay for all of this. No matter whether you think the price is reasonable or not, at least you have to choose. If you fail, there is nothing to say. Bai Ye said quietly. The other party was indeed able to persist. At that moment, he was more serious than anyone else. Even if it took the most effort, he was willing to try. Bai Ye has a subordinate from the capital, although this person is like a time bomb, which may explode at any time. 133. He may attack others and kill more people at any time, but at this moment he has a firm heart. As for Uchiha Madara, who is still destroying Bai Ye, the Konoha Shinobi village, but feels something special, this Konoha Shinobi village should not be his goal. It can even be said to be one of his traps. The real goal of this person is more likely to be able to make people discover all of this at that moment. Get out of here immediately, this Uchiha Madara is probably going to attack me. At that moment, I felt that this guy was like a madman. When Bai Ye spoke, the two had left them quickly. Instead of continuing to wait here, they looked at other places for an instant to look for opportunities. 282 Thoughts of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama seemed to have a bloody feud. When the two were fighting, a powerful force burst out like an explosion, and it was as terrifying as the wind and flames. Since Senju Hashirama is in a revived state, many ninjutsu cannot be used at will. But Uchiha Madara used very powerful ninjutsu to bring herself back to life. This time Uchiha Madara has the upper hand, and more importantly he already has Rinnegan. Rinnegan itself brings Senju Hashirama's combat power to a new level. He has become a super soldier in action, using all kinds of powerful ninjutsu to fight against each other one after another. Senju Hashirama seemed to be unable to support himself, and when he kept retreating, he could only use the wooden shield again. This time, the number of trees he summoned is extremely large, occupying various places, as long as he has the opportunity. He will definitely fight until the last second. A large number of trees form a forest to entangle the opponent, preventing the first person's attack from being completed. Hashirama, I have been wanting to fight you again for so long. I want to prove that my choice was right. We cannot fully cope with foreign attacks, but you are still willing to let all countries continue to maintain a few sub-harmonious. 17. Advertisement. This is folly. It is only possible to unite the forces of all nations, and the best union is the complete subjugation of several other nations. So we went down different paths, and I found a solution to everything later on, and I have absolute confidence in myself. And you are just a dead person now. Can someone like you really protect the world of Hokage? When Senju Hashirama heard this, he was not discouraged and insisted. I never felt like a loser, and I did my best to protect these people. But I can't exist forever. I created a peaceful talks with various organizations. The most important thing is that I left them a chance. They can continue to build a powerful force through cooperation and become the most powerful force in the ninja world. I don't want to create a powerful existence through your way. Let everyone obey orders, and the most important thing is to fight together. Bai Ye just shook his head when he heard Senju Hashirama's words in the distance. This indecisive way is really boring. If you really want to do it, you must be firm. There is never complete harmony between several countries. They all have their own interests, and if they really want to act, their own interests are often the prerequisites. If you feel that a few casual words can bring these countries together. Advertisement. That would be too stupid, just like what Bai Ye encountered after coming to the Hokage world again. Although the Hokage world is very special, and there are so many strong people in it, when I arrived again, I was actually quite disappointed. Several countries are still fighting on their own, although there will be some mutual help. In the end, there is no such power that can change everything, which seems very ridiculous and selfish. This is the biggest problem in the world of Hokage. There is no relatively powerful and centralized government to solve all this and distribute benefits. The people behind it will use various methods to exploit the rules and fight each other. Only a strong and centralized government, Wang Lihao, can mobilize all the power. Senju Hashirama puts too much emphasis on the freedom of the people, but ignores the real power zone. Uchiha Obito, do you have such a stupid idea? Under Bai Ye's question, Uchiha Obito shook his head aside. Your Highness, I have my own thoughts. I don't think there can be a completely harmonious and unified country. The best way is to bring the power of all countries together. Infinite Tsukuyomi is probably the most effective way. 283 minds that changed simultaneously. Bai Ye just asked a simple question, and in an instant, a powerful and rushing air current rushed towards him, and this force came very fiercely and quickly. There is a feeling of breaking myself. The powerful force arrived directly, and the horror galloping nearby was unimaginable. The powerful and galloping aura turned here, and there are some things that are always unimaginable, especially when these two people do it at the same time. Bai Ye was still talking before, but Nasunohe directly slashed at him. As for Nine Tails, they also launched a tailed beast bomb attack beside them, and the two forces rushed forward, reaching Ōtsutsuki at the same time. Uchiha Madara, I knew this was your conspiracy before. I already wanted to do something to me, but now I want to verify my strength when we meet. I will give you this opportunity. When Bai Ye spoke, he had already stood forward, and when he saw something approaching, he first stretched out his hand to block the terrifying blade. Then he punched the past, smashing the huge energy planet. Under his invincible power, the two attacks instantly shattered. In the next second, there will be a galloping and terrifying airwave that is unparalleled in the world. The East, AHBD, West that came this time is even more different. It is also a top-level power, and it also comes with a powerful terror. Senju Hashirama, this time suddenly became energetic. The scars on his face are gradually disappearing at this moment, and he has been resurrected at some time, and what is even more terrifying is his powerful ninjutsu power. Advertisement: he is now able to use the wood-style technique, this time simply creating a powerful wooden golem. This wooden man was much stronger than the one he made before, and the power on his body was also more ferocious. After appearing, he faced the front with a terrifying, earth-shattering punch. The most deadly and evil explosive power in this punch is really incomparable. Although he blocked the previous two attacks, Bai Ye didn't have time to react. The third time he was hit by a wooden fist. Unfortunately, it was the wooden fist that destroyed him the most. He stood there without moving, and all the wood disappeared in an instant. The body protection energy on his body is like a flame, like a blade, and anyone's attack is completely ineffective. Standing where he is invincible. At this time, he could only shake his head helplessly. This kind of attack made him quite speechless. It seemed powerful, but in essence it was very weak. He was easily blocked by him, and the next moment it was thunderous again. Bai Ye rushed forward, releasing the Conqueror's haki on his body, shaking the surrounding places almost every second. There was hardly a place where he could really calm down, and he smashed the wooden giant to pieces with one punch. Senju Hashirama fell from a high place and immediately transformed himself into Sage mode. In this state, his ninjutsu became more brilliant, and all kinds of powerful jutsu became more powerful. This is Senju Hashirama's strongest place. Senju Hashirama's control of ninjutsu has already reached ultimate. After he recovered the body of a living person again, he was full of confidence. I just said that you should believe me. I told you before that after you die, I will find a way to bring you back to life. I really don't know why you would rather live there and continue to persist. This is a stupid behavior, but today it is also my choice. Admit your failure next time. Now is our battle. If we can defeat each other here, everything will be over. 284 Bai Ye's strongest power. Bai Ye is a strong man of action, with unparalleled power. Seeing the two strong men coming one after another, he was not afraid. And he has already seen through the behavior of the other two. I know what you two are thinking. Uchiha Madara, you should have planned to kill me. As for Senju Hashirama, who is in charge of integrating all the countries, I don't think you have already set up today's situation from the beginning. After all, how I came to this world is unknown. Uchiha Madara, you really like the person next to you 100 times, but you didn't expect to be willing to use the Rinne Tensei technique. This should be very serious for your energy consumption. Uchiha Madara laughed when he heard Bai Ye's words. He stood opposite, his eyes full of confidence. Since Bai Ye fought with you, we clearly know that there is a huge gap with you. In this world, perhaps only Sage of Six Paths can truly protect the Hokage world. Advertisement. But if we don't do these things, it is absolutely impossible, so I have my own plan. No matter what, I can't let you really destroy this world, this country. I thought of many ways, but the two of us walked on different paths. After I died, I naturally obtained Rinnegan, including other divine powers, and then sought power in the world of death to find the things handed down by Sage of Six Paths. Senju Hashirama is to continue to defend the country's choice for him. I don't fully agree with it, but we are all fighters when necessary. At least his attack at this moment is extremely versatile, quite impressive. Uchiha Madara looked here and held hands. Hashirama was also moving beside him. That man was as fast as lightning, and when he moved forward, he was already so powerful that it was unimaginable. One of his palms can be as big as a mountain moon, which was the miracle of defeating Senju Hashirama back then. His own attack power and destructive power are also extremely strong and unimaginable. Uchiha Madara was silently waiting for Nine Tails to be even more ready to go. Only Senju Hashirama felt the power of his constant awakening, and he did not start learning, improving, and becoming stronger once or twice. Even now after being resurrected, it almost has the power of inheritance in Sage of Six Paths. The door slammed nearby, causing countless shocks. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the explosion rose. Bai Ye went up and smashed a door with a punch, but a super huge giant appeared behind him. This should be a giant statue of Guanyin. Advertisement: the huge door fell down. It was originally used to seal the tailed beast, and it is also very effective as an attack at this time. Under Sage mode, Yumai moves quickly. Once up, he uses his powerful Sage art Nyujinman. I don't want to use this method to revive him. He still has more opportunities, but today we are fighters, we are brave. If you think you are good enough, then do it. A person whose combat power is so strong, of course he will be very terrifying. Senju Hashirama is ready to launch his ultimate move this time. 0. Seeking Flowers. His figure is dozens of times larger than that of Nine Tails, and he can even hold 9 tails with just one hand. Uchiha Madara has been planning for so many years. Of course he has his own reliance on Rinnegan, and since his awakening, his combat effectiveness has been crazily improved. Under his power, gates fell from the sky and smashed there, and the mighty airflow was shocking. The other party said confidently, 285 power attack. Senju Hashirama's attack can be described as unparalleled strength. Any palm is so huge. The palm in the front had already slapped it, and when the powerful shockwave arrived in an instant with the howling wind, the people who had already been frightened were stunned. The surroundings are also turned upside down, as powerful as the wind. The opponent's attack is so powerful. I didn't expect this powerful blow. It really made people look completely astonishing and desperate. The powerful attack of 970 was earth-shattering, and Bai Ye jumped and punched in the air, smashing a palm, but that Senju Hashirama attacked with a big knife. Senju Hashirama has many weapons. This broadsword is one of his magically powerful weapons, with a large amount of chakra attached to it to create a powerful laser-like blade. Senju Hashirama attacked with a big sword, and wanted to sweep the world with a sword in both hands. Its blade was very sharp, and the opportunity he found was instantaneous. When he slashed over with a knife, it carried a very strong impact. Senju Hashirama may feel that his sword is already very sharp, powerful and precise, and the blade in his hand carries a cloud, which is an incredible impact in the world, and it is very powerful when the sword sweeps across. When his blade arrived, the opponent's strength was perfect, exuding, suddenly seemed to have it, and the blade had already slashed in front of his eyes. Seeing the madness of the opponent's knife, Bai Ye still grabbed the blade smoothly, pulled the opponent over, and punched him. After grasping the opponent's blade, even if the enemy in front of him has more thoughts, it is useless. The sharpest knife has been grasped at all times. The opponent's ability is only general, and there is no progress. Advertisement: the other side was the two powerhouses who attacked fiercely and continuously, and their goal was to kill Bai Ye directly. And looking at their powerful attacks, they never stopped almost every minute. The fighting power of these two people is indeed very strong. Under their crazy raid, there were explosions and destruction everywhere, and there were even places that were torn to pieces. Bai Ye suddenly flew forward and kicked 0. Bai Ye's kick hit the small area with a powerful force, and there was even the sound of an explosion with overwhelming force. After the kick, Uchiha Madara was kicked out, and that Senju Hashirama charged with a big sword. He was about to attack from behind, but was caught by Bai Ye, and then used the opponent far away. In almost every second of the battle, these two were able to show some top skills, but they couldn't win no matter what. The person they met was like a Shinigami. No matter how hard they beat themselves, they couldn't win. Most horrible. The two of you are not my opponents anyway. If you really want to continue fighting, what's the use of it? Death here is your end. When Bai Ye was speaking, he didn't like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But at this moment, the sound of the whistling wind brought a bit of vibration, and the loud sound brought a bit of terror. 3.2 In addition to the two, there will be many Pain 6 paths before the arrival of ninjas, which is also prepared by Uchiha Madara. He's manipulating Pain 6 paths though in a sinister way. This Pain 6 paths itself is not uncommon, the real core of which is the man named Nagato. His strength is not uncommon. Nagato is very scary when he attacks, and he uses planetary devastation when he comes up. 286 Pain 6 paths in the world of Hokage. Pain 6 paths is a very special existence. Their subject is Nagato. This person used to be an apprentice from Yi. It was the orphans in the war who were taught some ninjutsu by Jiraiya. And Pain 6 paths is the ability of Rinnegan, which was left in this world by Uchiha Madara before. It can be said that Pain 6 paths is very powerful, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Pain 6 paths is divided into 6 sections. They are heaven, hell, humanity, asura, evil Kido, and animals. Pain 6 paths is divided into 6 parts, which actually represent the 6 ninjas other than the main body. Tiandao was one of Jiraiya's apprentices before, who was called Yahiko when he was alive. The powers of Heavenly Tao mainly include Shinra Tenji, Universal Pull, and Planetary Devastation. Advertisement: it is amazing that powerful ninjutsu has incomparable destructive power. At the same time, this main body can also use some seal ninjutsu, and its combat effectiveness is good. Shira Dao used the body of a puppet master to transform it. His hands can launch special missiles, and his body also has amazing strange power. He can even punch out his palm, attacking the opponent like a rocket, and he can also cut his fingers directly, sweep out rockets, and even shoot lasers on his head. At the same time, this guy can also transform, which can make him seem to be superhuman, charge continuously, and instantly defeat the opponent. Human Dao has the ability to collect information. Those who can read memories and extract souls will die immediately. The speed of extracting souls has a lot to do with the chakra strength of the target. This trick can easily kill people. The Beast Dao in Pain 6 paths is quite special. This Beast Dao is especially good at various summoning techniques. He can summon 10 different summoning creatures, large and small. The opponent's summoning technique can make people messy, and the combination of Jonin technique is enough to create powerful power. Hungry Kido can seal spells and absorb chakra as well. Advertisement. To put it simply, the former is to absorb some other ninjutsu, which can be said to be the strongest defense. As for engulfing, chakra is to completely swallow a large amount of chakra of the opponent after touching the opponent. As long as it is touched, the opponent can lose its combat effectiveness. In the world of Hokage, chakra is more important than haki. The last hell is an auxiliary existence. He can also summoning the King of Hades. After this existence comes up, there will be Rinnegan, which can conduct top-level investigations, and at the same time catch the enemy, by judging whether the other party is lying. You can take out the real answer of the other party completely, and the last one is to put the individual of Pain's 6 paths dispute in your own mouth to chew, and finally resurrect completely. Pain's 6 paths is in these different states, possessing a very top-level combat power. After all, each 753 individuals are different, and the final power that erupts is also different. The real top power lies in creating changes, even the most ultimate destruction and so on. The powerful Pain's 6 paths came up at the same time, and the first attack was Shenluo Tianzheng. Although Bai Ye was powerful, he still felt a super impact force that could not be described in words, and he stood firmly at this moment at any time. The powerful energy fluctuation almost knocked him backwards constantly. At this time, he even felt a kind of earth-shattering and incomparably astonishing destruction. This is not a simple matter, but a real disaster. As long as I stand here, I can feel the most terrifying power among them. The opponent is powerful enough. 287 Bai Ye's Bash. Bai Ye was blown away again under the powerful force. He had already avoided the planetary devastation just now, but this time the Shenluo Tianzheng completely knocked him far away, but at this moment he also appeared very calm. He admired the opponent's extremely powerful ability, which was a bit beyond imagination, and it was amazingly destructive, especially in that short moment. It seemed to have earth-shattering power. The ability of the other party is really good. At least at this moment he saw the fear of the person on the other side. But the victory of the battle is another matter, and it does not depend on the will of a certain person. Bai Ye was blasted into the distance, and he floated quietly in the air, but there was an indescribable smile on his face, and he didn't even feel that the opponent's power would cause him any harm. The smile on his face came from something written in his eyes, which was sarcasm. What a powerful energy! It can destroy almost the entire Konoha Shinobi village. Your combat power is indeed extraordinary, but it is far from my level. I don't know what you think. I really feel that I have something more. Is it a deadly powerful energy? Or think that you are incomparable from now on? If that's the case, it's too stupid and too ridiculous. While Bai Ye spoke, he flew forward and horizontally, and the evil Kido in the front was about to stop him. This evil track can absorb the power of chakra. Even if the powerful ninjutsu is hit on it, it is completely ineffective. But what Bai Ye used was not the so-called ninjutsu. He directly punched the evil Kido. With a bang punch, the opponent's body was shattered, instantly killing the evil Kido. The evil Kido was instantly killed, but it provoked a counterattack from the beast next to him. He summons a ton of different summoning beasts, including centipedes, split dogs, rhinos, bulls. Advertisement, so much so that a huge panda-like thing appeared next to it. The opponent's summoning technique is really extraordinary. All the beasts summoned are very ferocious, and they all come towards Bai Ye together. Facing these ferocious beasts at that moment, Bai Ye made a very ordinary and calm choice, and he began to release the Conqueror's Haki on his body. Conqueror's Haki is the most supreme power. In fact, as long as it is slowly distributed here, it has its own strongest will. The powerful shockwave abruptly sent all the beasts flying, especially the Conqueror's Haki, which has the magical effect of suppressing all low-level creatures. So after this move, the things in front of them felt extremely panicked, and they didn't even have the strength to fight anymore. Conqueror's Haki's unleashing almost ended the war as a powerful move, and the large number of summoning beasts is simply not enough to damage him. Of course Bai Ye will not stop. He rushed forward again, wanting to defeat the animal Dao directly, and acted together with the opponent's Shira Dao. This is the corpse of a puppet master. Even in the state of a corpse, the other party has what seems to be the highest level of transformation. His body can be transformed into many weird shapes, and his Li Mahao person's ability is very outstanding and excellent. The other party's fingers opened directly, firing countless small missiles. On the other hand, he shot out his hand like a rocket. This guy can be said to have made the ultimate creation of the body, with various effects. It looks very unusual. Bai Ye felt the opponent's strength, but unfortunately the opponent just resisted in vain. 288 Shira and Destruction. Shira Dao itself is a puppet master. He can use any wrist he swings casually, and when he hits a powerful and violent blow, the speed and strength are really quite fast. This enemy keeps using similar methods. Bai Ye felt that the opponent's attack was fierce, but it was a pity that he was not his opponent at all. This guy started to use the laser cannon on his head again. His head turned into a scattered form, attacking the front with a large number of lasers. The village of Konoha Shinobi was once swept by this laser and a large number of buildings were destroyed. Powerful lasers penetrate directly into the area ahead. There were bursts of dazzling light, and everything around it seemed to be destroyed. Those dazzling lasers directly make everything around seem to be ignited, and the laser beams are constantly sweeping. During this process, Bai Ye moved as fast as a flash of light, and 743 was like a thunderbolt, constantly jumping and advancing step by step. Breaking forward several times in a row, Bai Ye at this time is doing very well. Bai Ye dodged the laser, and punched in the air again. This time he used Conqueror's Haki's winding. Advertisement: you can kill the opponent without even touching the opponent with a fist. The opponent instantly turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed form, and even took out a sawtooth from behind. In this form, Shira Dao's defensive power has been raised to the limit. Although the blow from the air crushed everything, it still caused some cracks in the opponent's body, but he was not killed. The surrounding buildings collapsed countless under the powerful shockwave, and his volley punch was indeed extremely powerful. After Bai Ye punched, he fell from a height. The power of this blow made everyone feel shocked. Uchiha Madara also has her own Susanoo there, but when I saw this scene, I felt that all of this was amazing. The next moment, Susanoo of Uchiha Madara picked up a big knife and was ready to come. The blade in his hand was invincible. No matter what kind of existence you are, we must defeat you. If we cannot defeat you, this world will be destroyed. Uchiha Madara speaks righteously, not at all like an evil careerist and B*************** D in the original book. Uchiha Madara raised his hand to hold the big knife. Bai Ye didn't even turn his head, and punched again in the air, and the upper, AHFJ, side of the punch covered Conqueror's haki again. This kind of power is very extraordinary, extremely powerful, and has the supreme effect of destroying the world. Advertisement: boom. A fist just hit Susanoo. Under his powerful force, the huge Susanoo was hit continuously by this force, and suffered the heaviest injury in just a short moment. All of this is simply unimaginable. Susanoo's defense from top to bottom is amazing, and the heavy blow he received is unbelievable. Think about it: Susanoo is the creation of the Uchiha clan. After all, it is a physical thing, and it is only natural to be beaten to death by this punch. At this time, only a loud sound was heard, and when Susanoo couldn't help but retreat, she threw out a knife in her hand. Susanoo just threw it out. The knife pierced through the earth, and a terrifying crack appeared there, and the destructive impact would be astonishing. When it stops, everything is simply breathtaking. Especially the torn earth, no matter how you look at it, it feels incomparable. The world seemed to be changing, and everything was going to be completely destroyed. Susanoo was nearly broken, and Uchiha Madara sat on the ground. 289 The opponent's tricks: the power of a fist can almost kill this powerful guy directly. This infinite Kamui has already reached the unimaginable strongest state. Perhaps the next war will be different. After all, many people and many things have been involved here, and the war may come at some point. There will be no answer until the last moment of all that. Senju Hashirama jumped right in, trying to get his ult going again. But for Senju Hashirama, what he thinks seems to be a little far away. Even if he activates the strongest skills, he may not be able to really win. You are not my opponent at all. Have you really thought about it? While Bai Ye was speaking, he felt a powerful suction force. It was the heavenly Tao in Pain's 6 paths, and he used the powerful skill Universal Pull again. This trick is centered on oneself, sucking everything in. Such a move could fly everything nearby, but what he prepared was another terrifying move, the 5-seal enchantment. He wanted to use this method to seal the opponent directly. Advertisement: in fact, Bai Ye really felt that only this sealing technique in the Hokage world could force him to cause some troubles, and other things were not enough at all. This kind of sealing technique is beyond ordinary attacks, and can directly and forcibly seal the opponent's ability to cause damage. And there's not much physical damage to the body. Forcibly pulling the other party into another world, if this kind of tactic really works, it must be extremely powerful and destructive. At this time, although I just looked at it, it made people feel a million surprises. The unparalleled feeling of shock may swallow all the energy in the next second. Comes into action in the middle of the night, though sucked and kicked in the air in the past. Heaven, don't you think you are very strong? If you have the ability to drag me over, I am right in front of your eyes. If you have no way to kill me, you will die soon. 0. Seeking flowers. You know this is just the first move. When Bai Ye came nearby, he directly resisted the opponent's seal. He was covered with a powerful armed color, and haki could defend against some simple attribute attacks. In fact, as long as he is willing, no one can catch him, and it is no problem for him to continue to make a defensive posture here. Advertisement: but now he just wants to play this game, and he is just playing a special role in it. Pain's 6 paths raids are endless. Bai Ye put one hand on top of the opponent's head. The attack with one kick is very powerful and terrifying, and the burst of impact energy is also very shocking, almost kicking the opponent to death. After kicking it out, a powerful shockwave was accompanied by the sound of destruction of everything. At this moment, everything seems to be unable to hold on, and only the current strong can keep their name forever. The power of Heavenly Tao is incomparable. At that moment, the other party summoned a large number of various summoning beasts. The summoning beast has already appeared to bite and attack continuously, but it also has a bit of momentum and hatred. Oh. Bai Ye's movement is strong, he kicks right there, and the damage caused is amazing and unmatched. After all, the methods they use are all very strong, but this Heavenly Tao's attack is useless even though it has a powerful burst. There was a gust of wind and an impact in this kick. Such was the action of the man who was fearless and who defied all creation. 290 Temporarily suspended battle. I don't want to be an enemy of Pain's 6 paths. You can be regarded as the reformers and creators of the world. If you can strengthen your mind, maybe it will be more beneficial. Isn't the meaning of Shao organization's existence like this? Bai Ye is not lying. The meaning of the existence of this Shao organization is Yahiko's idea back then, to integrate the world and create peace. It's just that the man died on the way, and now the organization has changed. May 1st. At this time, Tiandao seemed to have suddenly awakened to have his own thoughts, and he used Shenluo Tianzheng again. The power of powerful fluctuations hit directly. Although Bai Ye flew out, his figure suddenly changed places in the air, and it turned out to be Trafalgar Law. Your Highness, there is no need to fight hard with them. If you wish, I can move them far away. Trafalgar Law has become stronger after recent battles, and seems to be on the verge of the so-called Fruit Awakening. Fruit Awakening is an extremely powerful ability that can unleash powerful damage and attacks in an instant. At that moment, Fruit Awakening can allow Trafalgar Law to attack the opponent's interior. Advertisement: not even the extremely powerful Susanoo can stop it. Susanoo's combat power is of course not bad, but also extraordinary, and there are many ways for the opponent to use it. No need Susanoo. Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, do you still want to fight? Or do you naturally have the confidence to fight me? I believe that not only the Konoha Shinobi village, but also many people are not ready to continue the fight. You will definitely die. Bai Ye spoke quietly, full of momentum, looking at everyone with a real attitude of ignoring the strong in the world. Senju Hashirama still wanted to fight. Uchiha Madara stopped him immediately. Mr. Bai Ye, we really don't intend to continue to act. Continuing to fight is just actively seeking death. Bai Ye didn't say anything, just opened the space door and returned to the world of pirates. We have to leave for the time being. This will be a special war. Later we will integrate all the forces of the Hokage world. We will have an extremely powerful combat force of 0. Wano Kuni seems unusually peaceful now, except that there are still traces of battle near the southern coast, and a piece of land that has been burned and destroyed. The war ended like this. Unexpectedly, the whole war brought unprecedented unity to the Hokage world. Uchiha Madara, that's telling the truth, war, they're not ready. Advertisement: he overwhelmed everyone. This is quite scary. So the war has moved towards 1.9 to another place, another level in such a short period of time. We are not ready for this war either. We need more time, everything for a longer period of time, and it will be difficult to continue fighting. We don't believe that we will lose and continue to fight. We have the qualifications and the ability. Just because Bai Ye's strength is too strong, like a mountain above. When returning to Pirate World, Bai Ye saw many things. This time it was just playing around here. The other party can be said to be a brave and fearless warrior. At this moment, he did not stop, but only moved forward. In the eyes of a person like Uchiha Madara, there is only pure profit, and that is all he is after. It is estimated that many people will die if they go to war directly. Right or wrong, good or bad is another matter. The war is now temporarily over. Uchiha Madara said confidently, maybe the war is very important to him, so he won't stop there. 291 Turmoil in Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni has experienced many wars here, and it is indeed a good thing to return to peace for a while. Bai Ye worked hard for this matter. When he came back, Aestus was standing outside the city, not very interested in everything around him. You must know that the combat power of Asides is terrible. At this time, he looked at the broken area in the south, with a gloomy and indifferent expression. At this time, Aestus seemed to know that he looked at many things and looked into the distance. Bai Ye returned directly. Aestus came here directly when he saw Bai Ye. 07. Your Highness, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. When Asides said this, his face was filled with a kind of happiness. Asides is indeed very happy now, finally able to meet the person in front of him. Don't worry, haven't I come back now? Although it took some time, there is no problem coming back here. Before there were some things outside, I went to the Hokage world, which happened to allow them to build a strong fighting force, and the entire Hokage world united as one. Advertisement: they really wanted to break me down, so it took a lot of effort to move, which is a good thing and a bad thing. 27. Bai Ye spoke quietly, and Aestus smiled beside him. The two finally walked into the capital of flowers, which is at least relatively prosperous. After that Quinn occupied the order, he lived quite comfortably, but recently there are always challengers. Like a straw hat Luffy lingers. There is also the Captain Kid who always wanders around with a group of men, and the red-haired Shanks has also come nearby recently. Obviously, a group of strong men on the sea are all eyeing this place. And Crocodile is on the move. Crocodile is one of the strongest in the sea, and he used to compete with Whitebeard for hegemony. Finally had time to continue hacking Wano Kuni recently. With similar thoughts, there's that Gecko Moria. With these top pirates, of course they want to enter Wano Kuni Pluton. The news that Pluton is here has already spread. Pluton is now about to reappear. It is said that as long as the surrounding barriers are broken, this legendary super battleship will appear in the world. Advertisement: Crocodile Gecko Moria unexpectedly formed an alliance, and with them, Hawkeye and Buggy the Clown. There are not many people, but the combat power is not enough. Except for the last one who stretched his hips a bit, the other people's abilities are still remarkable. Such a small team already has a strong combat power, they have already prepared everything, and they have the intention to act. At this time, a large number of people gathered on that sea area, and they were having a meeting on the boat. The top pirates from all walks of life have a desire to continue to rush forward, they want to kill and fight. Those fabled great pirates gathered together, Crocodile fiddling with his hook, with the desire to keep charging forward. Moon 193 Light Moria is also playing with a few zombies beside her. On this turbulent sea, these madmen are waiting to move on. Gecko Moria looked to the place ahead. He had been there before, lost almost all of his crew and managed to escape, and he had a grudge against Kaido of the Beasts. It's a pity that now he can't get everything he wanted, and the unprecedented resentment in his heart has not changed. Gecko Moria, don't be angry or sad anymore. Yours is in the past, but now we have formed the Pirate Alliance, and we should be able to occupy this country. The king who just appeared on the sea is not qualified. 292 Pirate Guild. A group of pirates are discussing the next thing is more important on the boat. They want to go to sea to fight and attack this legendary country. If they can win here, they will have enough interests and enough things. They will get everything they want. These so-called people have their own desires, and they will not stop the war for a moment, and it is very likely that they will attack here, which will affect more people. Go up, we have to fight. I must hold the whole Wano Kuni in my hands this time. It's worth spending any money on this matter. Gecko Moria was talking about his previous disastrous defeat, which left a deep impression on him, but now he is determined not to lose again. Others are pretty much the same. I'm going to get the weapons here so that I can fight Whitebeard. Crocodile Haze said angrily. You guys are all trivial. I just want to challenge the strongest person, so after finding the weapon, I just want to have this opportunity. The world's #1 swordsman, Hokage, sat next to him, as if he was drinking fine wine, and his whole body was also calm and composed. Advertisement only. Buggy the clown stayed away as if he had been P********* D off, not daring to participate in this discussion. Because he is not the opponent of several people. The clown Buggy is a legendary pirate who is now famous. It is said that the world government wants to make it the Emperor of the Sea. But this is just talk. After all, there are really people who say it. The few people under the clown Buggy are very powerful in Hokage. Gecko Moria also joined the other party's subordinates and became a so-called senior cadre. In short, this matter is getting better and better. Buggy never imagined that he could have such an underling. These top super invincible big pirates are scary enough in other places. I don't have the ability to control everything about them. Let's get together a group of C's. All of them are monsters. They're in the mood to do something. These people are vicious, terrifying and abominable. They're definitely not ordinary people and even more unusual. With their actions, things will definitely be a little different here. Let's log in now. The previous things have nothing to do with us, and we are not Momosuke's subordinates. Advertisement. Gecko Moria can't wait anymore. He has lost a lot and is going to fight now. Several other people also nodded and felt that they should act. Now land on Wano Kuni to prepare for the big battle. They started marching one after another, and they had already reached the border of Wano Kuni, but they found that there was always a group of human slaves guarding here. Not all people here are weak, there is always strength behind them. Acids and Bai Ye were playing here, and when they came to the coast, they saw a large group of so-called enemies, waiting to take action here. The two of them know one thing very well: these so-called enemies are also not good things. There are so many people here, and they all seem to be some so-called big pirates. It's really interesting. Li Nuo Zhao. Aestus spoke quietly. These pirates are the top ones in the sea, and he is actually not that easy to deal with alone. Bai Ye is very ordinary. No matter what, these pirates are not considered to be top powerhouses, so he doesn't care much. It's normal to have a few pirates. After all, they're very restless and always want to do something, but don't worry. Bai Ye looked there, his eyes flickering, and he had already vaguely thought about it. 293 powerful. The so-called big pirates are really powerful, but Acids wants to touch them. You don't need to do anything. This place is still Quinn's territory. He has been classified as the 4 emperors of the sea. If you can't even meet the challenges of these pirates, it will be too shameful. Although Bai Ye said so, he actually understands that Quinn, the emperor of the sea, has a lot of water, and the only advantage of the other party is to go to the world of Hokage and learn some things in advanced technology. It is precisely because he has learned so many things behind the scenes that he is barely able to stabilize this basic market now. But even so, it's not as good as it used to be. No matter how good Quinn was, how could he have beaten so many 7 warlords of the sea? Gecko Moria and Crocodile, let alone. That Eagle Eye is a very powerful monster. 293. The opponent is called the World, and the #1 swordsman also has an extremely powerful force area. Back then, he fought against the red-haired Shanks many times, and their duels were also talked about. Possibly the most powerful combat power, this red-haired Shanks is still a bit stronger than Hawkeye, but there must be a reason for the #1 arrow in the world. Advertisement. The red-haired Shanks are all admired. The Hawkeye is actually pretty much the same thing that determines a fighter's battle is surprising enough. At this time, Hawkeye put on a look, straightened his posture, and showed no fear. Hawkeye, AHEF, was almost the first one to come to the front of the boat and swung his knife at the distant mountain. The powerful energy flew away in an instant, shattering the ground in front of me in the endless dust. The attack of the world's #1 swordsman is so fierce. Boom. The mountain in front of him was actually split open and countless fragments fell here. It seemed that the opponent's astonishing knife was indeed terrifying. But this is at best a kind of demonstration. He wants to show those pirates in Wano Kuni opposite. The world's #1 swordsman's attack is powerful and mighty, piercing through the space between heaven and earth. A terrifying torrent directly splits more gaps in front, and the city of flowers in the distance seems to be even more chaotic. At this time, the capital of flowers still heard a huge sound, and a powerful sharp edge rushed into the city, smashing dozens of buildings. Advertisement: Quinn is still having a banquet. He managed to integrate this place before, and he has a group of strong people around him. Now he is in a good mood. He also got a lot of good things in the Hokage world, as well as genetic modification, various methods to improve combat power, and some ordinary fighters have learned some simple ninjutsu. The power of the two worlds is different, but the induction of some common ninjutsu power is not bad. It's like Quinn didn't stay there for a long time, but taught some people to use hockey power and some biological weapons. It will take many years to completely change the usage there. What's more, the Hokage world has similar technology, which can attach chakra to the body, and the combat power is very powerful. Quinn certainly did a great job this time around and got so many goodies. The whole person seems to be extremely excited, and the powerful combat power is needless to say. Another person came here to make trouble again. Damn you little ones, come out and see who is provoking lousy. It's the 4 emperors at sea. Quinn shouted excitedly. In fact, recently there was another 4 emperors at sea, that is, Buggy the Clown. The name of the other party appeared in an organization called the Cross Trade Union, which was very famous, but it also seemed more interesting. It's luck to be pushed to this position without such a top combat power. 294 Offense. The Crusaders Guild is formed by many pirates, including Gecko Moria, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. There is also Crocodile. Several characters are former 7 warlords of the sea, the great pirate who shook the world. These few people have famous names and extraordinary abilities. They are a group of very powerful guys. There is also a clown Buggy. Unfortunately, the other party is not a very powerful person. Buggy is doing very badly now, but someone put on a normal and extremely powerful performance in front of him. Dracula Mahawk slashed out with one click, directly shaking everything in the distance. Under his powerful power, there was almost a kind of shattering power. This powerful Kamui is enough to make people feel amazing and amazed. He immediately met his opponent. It turned out that there were still many powerful fighters under Quinn's men, and some of them killed them immediately after learning some ninjutsu from the Hokage world. This is the case with the first one, who at least learned some ninjutsu in the world of Hokage, especially Layton. With the power of thunder and lightning attached to his body, coupled with his own combat power, this is an incredible master. With the power of thunder and lightning, there is also a feeling of rushing and surging. This little boy ran forward with lightning and a knife, arrived at the fastest speed, and then jumped high. Advertisement: this person threw the knife in his hand in the air, and the knife contained a strong will to attack, which was extraordinary and surprising. When a knife hits the ground, it explodes directly. Armament hockey mixed with chakra's power is very powerful. Of course Hawkeye didn't care. It seemed extraordinarily easy to wait until the other party arrived to strike forward. With just one move, the opponent was instantly killed. As expected of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, there are only a handful of people who can compare with him. After the eagle eye dropped the opponent in seconds, he looked at another opponent, as if the enemy was still coming. You two are not very powerful guys, bring me some strong ones. The shells of these men were chopped in two. Of course Hawkeye looked down on these weaklings. In Hawkeye's eyes, the combat effectiveness of these people could be described as very poor. When Hawkeye asked the question, he was full of momentum, waiting for the other party to appear. Many of them also have extremely powerful combat power. This move was really powerful, and the few people in front of them seemed to be unable to resist. In this short moment, Hawkeye saw countless shells flying over. Advertisement: the other party was talking slowly, and then more so-called powerful players came. Our captain is resting in the capital of flowers. You are not qualified to trample on it. Even the world's #1 swordsman is not worthy of our captain's personal participation. They are all members of the pirate group, and their hands are naturally terrifying. They began to use various attacks, including advanced weapons similar to artillery, and their attack power is very strong. Let that 4 emperors Quinn come out by himself, and I will fight him. The power of the black knife is terrifying. It can cut through many things at once. These people can be said to be conducting an indiscriminate bombing offensive. After all, their abilities are terrifying. What I want to find is some opponents with high immediate combat power. Oh, the terrifying power is almost endless, and the terrifying energy sweeps through the surroundings, and it even feels earth-shattering. He immediately swung the black knife in his hand, and swept across in front of his eyes. Hawkeye is an instant. Jump is about to be smashed, but there is a knife in the air blocking him. 295 Hidan and Hawkeye. When Hawkeye made his move, there was an extra knife in the air. This knife is covered with black armament hockey, and the person who does it is an undead man. I just learned a lot recently, and I want to ask you to try it. There Hidan burst into the fray with a sneer. The knife in the hand can be extended and retracted, and it can be lost in an instant. Hawkeye is of course a pure swordsman. He doesn't have an incomparably strong body, and an attack from the opponent can, 747, hurt him. It is not easy to hit him. Hawkeye's attack power is very powerful. He dodged for a while and retreated back. When Hawkeye retreated to the back, he looked at Qian quietly. He didn't know who the other party was, and he had never seen him before. I know you're curious. My name is Hidan, and I'm a ninja from the world of Hokage. If you think you are very powerful and almost have invincible power, then you can try it with me. Don't worry, you will not win. Hidan is full of self-confidence, but he looks down on the other party, because the other party is the legendary #1 swordsman in the world of big pirates. No matter who you are, you will eventually be defeated by my knife. Advertisement: Hawkeye said coldly, waving the black knife in his hand. The black knife swept across, with a powerful momentum, and in the blink of an eye, wherever the knife passed, there was really Kamui who cut everything. The attack power of this move is indeed terrifying. A black knife's attack seems to explode before his eyes. Hidan jumped up and moved continuously, dodged many attacks, and kept moving around there. But the last time, he was still hit by a knife and cut off from the middle. In an instant, he was in two parts, and Hokage stepped forward to watch the loser. Your strength is not enough. I didn't expect to be beheaded all at once. Hokage was really bored, but he also discovered one thing at the same time. The other party seemed to be a little different from what he thought. If it was really possible to kill me so easily, I guess many people would have done it long ago. I forgot to tell you, I am an undead. Hidan said coldly. He is an immortal existence. At this moment, there was a bright light in his eyes. All of a sudden, his body reassembled, and this resilience seemed to be much faster than before. Advertisement. It turned out that during this period of time he transformed his body through Germa 66's technology. After the transformation, Hidan is really much stronger. His recovery ability has reached a new level. When he stood up, the sickle in his hand was still flickering, and the black flash galloped out, extremely powerful. He threw out the sickle and a sharp sword in his hand again, looking for an opportunity to instantly kill the opponent. That's exactly what Hidan is thinking about now: faster, stronger, braver and more powerful. He swung forward with the knife in his hand and slashed down. The armament Hokage he controlled was of course powerful, but he didn't expect that Hokage could cut 100 knives in an instant. In terms of knife skills, Hidan is not as good as that Hokage. The opponent's crazy knife attack actually cut his body into countless pieces. The speed and efficiency must be as fast as lightning. When the opponent's body has been turned into countless fragments, it is amazing to see such a high efficiency of 0.1 combination in the air. This power is an incredible thing. Hidan transformed his body to the limit. He laughed. I don't only have the ability to recover, I can tell you that if you keep cutting me, every cut will only make me stronger, and I will have even stronger resilience. Hidan rushed forward again while speaking, was chopped into pieces again, but recovered in a blink of an eye. 296 Meeting and fighting. Hidan's body can recover as soon as possible. Since getting the power of the evil god, coupled with the restoration of the technology of the pirate world, the ability has reached an astonishing level. Today's Hidan recovers at an astonishing speed, and his strength is far greater than in the past. Hidan's recovery ability is very strong, allowing himself to reach a complete state in an instant, and he threw the sickle in the air again. The #1 swordsman in the world. What qualifications do you have to call me inferior? I can fight you head on, and I am fearless. Keep fighting, let me see how strong you are. I don't believe you are stronger than me. 07 When Hidan spoke, he was full of confidence and as strong as a dragon. Slashing the sickle in his hand at the opponent, he is also accelerating, looking for opportunities to fight hard. There must be very few who can fight head-on with Hidan. At least in this battle, Hidan can be regarded as showing his own powerful skills. In a short period of time, Hokage, the world's #1 swordsman, seemed a little chaotic. Hokage swept across the world with a knife in his hand, and chopped off a distant mountain peak with a single knife, but was cut in half and the upper half floated in the air. Advertisement. This knife hit a distance of several thousand meters, and a mountain peak was chopped into two parts. This kind of divine power is unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Hidan looked at the bright eyes, shining with a little brilliance. He knew how powerful the opponent's sword was, and he also knew that although he was an immortal body, it was always uncomfortable to be injured many times. It can be said that Hidan at this time has a bright eye and a bright heart, stronger than anyone else, and he knows all the methods of advancing and retreating. Today's Hidan is also very tough. Bai Ye watched from the sidelines. Although he was just watching the battle, he saw a lot of things he wanted to see. This battle is so fierce, life and death are at stake, and someone will always create a miracle here. It's a good job, at least someone is fighting in front, even if there are some people hiding behind everything. Asides actually finds this kind of battle very boring. The opponent does not have any extreme combat power, so this so-called combat game is very meaningless. I am afraid that only Ōtsutsuki has the qualifications to speak like this. I'm so bored. They're not good at fighting. The one called Hokage may have some skills. But he uses a knife, and the sword in my hand has a kind of hunger and thirst, but it seems that I can't fight him directly. Advertisement. Asides is not kidding. Her top combat power is not even inferior to a monster like Buddha Sengoku. So if you want to fight, it must be no problem, but Hokage on the opposite side is really inferior. Even if Hokage is slightly inferior, he can tell that the opponent is very powerful. The master wields the saber vigorously, and his aim is unpredictable. Slashing 980 several times in a row almost collapsed the surroundings. This is the blade in Hokage's hand, faster, stronger, and unparalleled in speed. His blade almost has the fear of swallowing life. Hokage's attack power is indeed very strong, and the surrounding land is constantly being destroyed under his blade. As if he had found something at that moment, Hokage suddenly made a fierce attack in front of him. The sound of bang was like shaking the earth. Hokage's move can be regarded as showing his real skills. Everything is rolled up. At this moment, there was a sudden gust of wind from the side. This gust of wind even brought flames and lightning, and it was dry and terrifying. 297 Confrontation. The other party probably thought it over a long time ago, and the efficiency of this special sneak attack is still very high. Hokage is indeed powerful, and the knife in his hand carries an unparalleled will. Every time he swung, even a large area around him could be easily cut off by him. There is no ordinary person with such powerful saber skills. Aestus has the desire to do something, but he aimed at the ship next to it, and there are many people on board, such as the clown buggy. Although the opponent is a very ridiculous guy, he can also be called an opponent. After all, he is at least a slightly famous guy in the sea. Ōtsutsuki rushed forward, the icy blade in his hand flashed bursts of extremely smooth danger when aiming at the opponent. This burst of cold flashes has become the most terrifying weapon, and there is a direct blow to it. The attack power of Ōtsutsuki shows that Madara is very powerful and ferocious. Within this move, everything around him was made to flash with endless light and make noises, non-stop. The other party may think that meeting is a good thing when they're talking, but in fact it is not a bad thing to meet, it is normal. Crocodile was taken aback, not expecting someone to attack and block with a hook while asking loudly, "I'm just here to play, you can be my opponent and then I will beat you and kill you." Ōtsutsuki looked down on the other party while speaking, even if the enemy on the other side had some skills, he was not afraid at all. Advertisement. In fact, the blade in Ōtsutsuki's hands is really powerful and fast, with a powerful attack power that others can't imagine. Gecko Moria, do you want to do it too? Who do you want to hit? The woman next to me? That is someone very important to me. If you do it, you may die yourself. No wonder Crocodile asked loudly. After all, he didn't know Ōtsutsuki. At this moment, he felt a little bit at a loss, and he was even more at a loss. Only Ōtsutsuki possessed this effect, forcing the opponent back several times in a row, looking for an opportunity, and piercing through the sky with a single sword. Gecko Moria is now a little panicked, not knowing whether to continue to fight, and how to proceed if he wants to fight, should he endure it for the time being or attack quickly. Who the hell are you? Why did you do it to me? Gecko Moria looked at the sudden arrival of the king, and he lost all confidence for a while and dared not move. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Bai Ye watched from the side, but saw the ferocious fighting spirit of several people. It turned out to be you, the king of the entire pirate world. It's really interesting that we meet now. Gecko Moria also wanted to make a move, but Bai Ye jumped to his side. The skate in Ōtsutsuki's hand kept waving, and the back and forth speed was of course as fast as lightning. After a few weeks in a row, the opponent had already felt quite defeated and unable to support him. Bai Ye spoke coldly, and at that moment, he had the air of a king, which scared the other party so much that he was really at a loss. Gecko Moria's fruit power is still relatively good, so if he is willing to stop now, it will naturally benefit more, and it will not cause any earth-shattering incidents. Isn't it great that Gecko Moria can meet, Lees, now that you have met the king of One Piece world? How are you going to do it or stop now? 298 Ridiculous battle. Bai Ye looked down on this Gecko Moria. The opponent's ability is very special. Manipulating the shadow can be said to be a kind of illusory and strange power. As long as you can harvest the shadow, Gecko Moria, you can turn yourself into a god. He can even capture the opponent's shadow, causing the opponent's fainting and death or injury. In terms of attack power, he is relatively online. It's a pity that since the disastrous defeat, he has been lacking, which is very embarrassing. Moonlight, Moria is still yelling. I know that you are the most powerful man in the world and the man behind the world government, but I will not allow me to lose to you anyway, and I also have that belief in fighting. I want to be the One Piece, I want to be top pirates. Gecko Moria expresses thoughts while in a trance. Over the past 847 years, the other party has indeed had an astonishing name and a resounding reputation in the sea. It's a pity that today, the glory of the past is gone. Gecko Moria, you used to be the 7 warlords of the sea. You were respected by the world government, and your status is very high. Don't say that I look down on you today. It is estimated that not many people in the sea still respect you. This world does not give you leaving too many opportunities for performance. The biggest problem is that you can't grasp it yourself. Gecko Moria was furious for a moment when he was ridiculed by such a sentence. He fully activated the fruit power and charged forward. Advertisement. The huge body and the power of scissors are still possible. Gecko Moria released countless powers, and he threw out all the shadows in his body. These shadows formed a strange shape in the air, similar to it. And he used the ability of Shadow Mage in his hand to create a spear. Under the power of Gecko Moria, this spear is actually very powerful. In the mind, the spear itself has an astonishing piercing power. The Shadow Spear has a terrible attack, and it reaches the nearest place in the blink of an eye. Your attack is too bad. I thought you had some special ability. If you don't have a strong ability, run away as soon as possible. Bai Ye said quietly. He had a very low opinion of Gecko Moria. Although the other party was once a 7 warlords of the sea, he was also one of the most powerful men in the sea. But he was later defeated by Kaido of the Beasts. Insufficient power, and with such an ending, Gecko Moria simply can't do it. Gecko Moria didn't say much anymore and directly opened his Shadow Mage. Bai Ye shattered the Shadow Mage's weapon into pieces with one punch and moved away. He continued to move forward, but this appearance looked very funny, as if he was desperately supporting at that moment. Advertisement. Such a person is of course somewhat helpless and disgusting, even looked down upon. This phantom is very powerful, picking up the spear-like weapon in his hand and stabbing forward. But the short-term failure is nothing compared to the long-term decadence. There is no shame in failure. AHCJ, The opponent's attack power burst out perfectly at this moment. Even a so-called Shadow Mage's combat power can reach 10 powerful and powerful realms. A phantom of it appeared in the back. It seems that it is just casual, but the simple move seems to have the power of gods and ghosts. The funny thing is, since he was defeated, he has really been devastated. In this punch, there was a momentum like thunder and lightning, the sound was huge, and it was full of power. There are so many people in this world who are constantly failing. Gecko Moria was just rolling on the ground when the punch went out. In this moment, it seems that there is a force like power venting. He came to the opponent's back and punched him out. But it looks so sad. 299 subduing the strong Gecko Moria's eyes are always full of fierceness. Many people have died here. I can turn them into my weapons. Even the most powerful people will not be my opponents. For some reason, when the other party said something arrogant, his neck was a little lacking in confidence. Gecko Moria, who relies so heavily on fruit abilities, you are actually weaker. If you want to surrender, I will give you a chance. If you continue to persevere, then I will make you regret it now. Bai Ye is the so-called king, and the power he possesses is the most advanced and invincible. Gecko Moria, if you are confident, go ahead. Bai Ye tentatively only watched the opponent's body start to swell and become extremely huge. This is also an ability of Gecko Moria. He can absorb a large number of shadows, and there are constantly injured people around him. After Gecko Moria absorbed the power of the shadow, his body became huge. He can control more powerful and fierce forces, and even his huge body brings him an amazing improvement. I saw the opponent raised his arm, a huge arm with terrifying power. Advertisement Bai Ye's power is much stronger than Gecko Moria's. Seeing the opponent's arm slamming, Bai Ye was neither angry nor thoughtful at this moment, but looked coldly as if there was endless ridicule in the light. Gecko Moria couldn't accept this look. Why do you look at me with such eyes? I am very strong. Gecko Moria's punch didn't do any damage, and he unleashed a slew of shadow bats that flew here and there, going back and forth as he went. Gecko Moria was even a little distressed. He felt that the other party was crazy. The figure flickered and he couldn't catch it at all. Thinking of Gecko Moria for a moment, Gecko Moria suddenly became ferocious, with an evil spirit on his body. I have thought of how to deal with you. You will definitely not be able to win. It's like Straw Hat Luffy. He used to use the life-damaging second gear form just to win. This time Gecko Moria opens up the next stage of his fruit abilities, and his Shadow Mage status is already strong. Gecko Moria forcibly lost part of his life, made his body huge, and then launched a surprise attack from the shadows to come up as the Shadow Claw. In addition to the Straw Hat Luffy, there are some people who have used life-damaging energy, and of course the power is much greater. Gecko Moria was so arrogant, unexpectedly, it appeared in the blink of an eye. He transformed himself into a huge monster form, hiding himself directly in the shadows. Advertisement behind almost every powerful force in the pirate world is a loss of physical energy, and even damage to life. I just said that you are not an opponent. You are already the loser in my hands so far. From this moment on, I will be the king who controls your life. I don't know why the opponent has so much confidence. Maybe it's because of years of fighting outside that this guy has developed a kind of crazy confidence. It takes an astonishing amount of energy to swallow so many shadows and then hide yourself in the shadows. The other party was very arrogant when he spoke. The other party really doesn't care about it, so they don't care about the short-term loss of life. 0. Ask for flowers. It's just that when it was used this time, it was much stronger and more terrifying than before. Bai Ye couldn't dodge in time, but was caught. At this time, Ninja of Gecko Moria came. The effect of this attack is many times stronger than imagined, and the Shadow Standing Claw seems to be able to penetrate everything. Bai Ye broke free from his grasp, fell to the ground, and patted the dust off his body. Boring mouth. 300 huge gap Gecko Moria is no match for Bai Ye at all. Bai Ye glanced over, Gecko Moria felt his body tremble, and knelt directly on the ground. In my eyes, your combat power is very poor. How do you feel now? Surrender to me. After one sentence, Moria knelt down and begged for mercy. My lord, I don't want to fight with you anymore. I will follow your arrangement. One of the kings of the sea in the past, who used to compete with Kaido of the beasts for hegemony at sea. The other party was completely scared at this moment, knelt there and begged for mercy, not daring to do anything wrong. Bai Ye is very happy about this matter. Since you are already my subordinate, don't even think about doing anything, and listen to my arrangements from now on. What I want now is a loyal servant. Tell me everything about this place. When Bai Ye asked, the other party tried his best to answer, not daring to hide. The other party formed the Cross Union, and many people were in it. Advertisement: there are 4 famous so-called pirates in the sea. These big pirates are all gathered in the trade union. Includes Crocodile, Hokage Oracle, Mahawk Moonshine, Moria, and finally Buggy the Clown. The 4 people are well known in the sea and are unparalleled in the world, and each of them has their own top skills. The world's #1 swordsman once roamed the seas and thieves in the New World, which makes people fascinated. Among them, the most ridiculous one is of course Buggy the Clown. The other party is a buffoon, a master of comedians, and cannot be trusted. And then there's Gecko Moria, the loser of New World's mighty authority, the dog thief on the run. I don't care how you organize yourself, as long as you listen to my arrangements. A powerful whirlwind struck, with an unknown amount of terrifying and ferocious power, which made the people in front of them feel that they couldn't handle it. The desert storm in Crocodile's hands is still very strong, rolling up countless sand and dust, and it is full of power to move forward. Your fighting power is good. You can even turn into sand, but ice can freeze everything. Even if you turn into sand, I can freeze you. Don't think you can escape. The powerful energy of the opponent is coming, and the storm that has rolled up is enough to destroy all life. This time the attack was very powerful, fierce and unparalleled. Advertisement he faced Seeds, who was extremely powerful with a long sword. Being ridiculed by the other party, the person in front of him seems a little scared and a little surprised. Gecko Moria didn't dare to make a sound, and followed carefully to listen. The ice skate in Seeds' hand hid directly, and the opponent attacked again and again, which was unparalleled in speed, completely suppressing Crocodile. One is Crocodile. Ace Deshawn was shrouded in frost, and he was colorless, facing the enemy in front of him, and the ice blade spun up and hit him. Other battles have also come to an end. Bai Ye had a request, and the other party naturally complied. Aestus wraps himself in an armor of ice. Crocodile is a logia fruit-capable person, and when he waved it with his hand, there was a burst of terror, and a whirlwind hit him. It can be said that his ability is still very strong, and the whirlwind is strong and incomparable. At this moment, his body was covered with bitter frost, and the invisible ice armor of power was very thin and strange, shining with a bit of crystal light. The terrifying dust turned into a blade-like appearance, attacking the opponent without any change. Crocodile waved, taking away a powerful whirlwind. 301 ice and sand. You can't beat me, I can kill you and chop you up. Crocodile has been shouting loudly, full of self-confidence, and has a strong fighting heart. He launched countless wild sand attacks again, and countless sand rolled up here. And he galloped forward, the hook of his left hand hit the opponent's cheek directly. The hook in Crocodile's hand is very sharp and can release some toxins. The moment he rushed forward, the hook in his hand pierced through everything at once. Even the wall of ice was smashed by him, so powerful. Aestus smiled slightly while speaking, stepped on the ground and jumped over with a smile. The terrifying freezing brings extremely strong 07 power, and even everything can be frozen. It is conceivable that the opponent has the most terrifying power in the shortest time. The terrifying frost freezes everything, it is really a magical power. Advertisement Bai Ye looked from a distance, and saw a lot of coldness spread on the ground and above the sea, and there was freezing cold everywhere, and the coldness continued to come. It's amazing how different the world has been with the frost everywhere. When Bai Ye saw it, he thought it was amazing. After all, Aestus possesses extremely strong power, and the opponent's top combat power can be seen directly in the water. This is not enough, there is something stronger behind Aestus. Crocodile just felt that all the sand was frozen. He himself was very scared. For a logia fruit-capable user like him, those waters represented terrible power, which made him at a loss. But these ice cubes are the same, it's not something easy, freezing everything in an instant will cause terrible damage to it. Choose all paths by yourself. Everyone gathers to get a share of the new era, and they have enough interpretive power. Don't look at me like that, I'm going to take you to another world. What's the point of being the One Piece? It's more fun to fight in other worlds with me. Gecko Moria didn't know what His Highness had in mind. The other party lowered his head in a grieved manner, not daring to speak more. Advertisement, hold your weapons and fight. I will give you different rewards according to the enemies you defeat. The more enemies you defeat, the more rewards you will get. 0. Immediately gather the remaining group of men, including crocodiles and yours. 110. Find them all, and then gather them together. I will lead you to launch an expedition. I have nothing to be angry about, you pirates are a very ordinary group of people on the sea, and you do the same things. You people wanted to do something before, but it seems that you are bound to fail. Follow His Highness's arrangement. I have a lot of admiration for you, so let's not talk about it. It's the pirate's true intention to do anything for the sake of profit, which makes people look down upon. Crocodile is no match for the woman next to me, the difference in combat effectiveness between the two is quite large. But with your existence, we know that we will never be able to do all this. Please don't be angry, my lord. Bai Ye looked at Gecko Moria next to him, who looked at him helplessly. Hearing this, Gecko Moria had a spirit, and he also had a desire to fight. My lord, I don't have much power to speak of, but you know that we pirates have organized the trade union in front of us. 21. 302 War mobilization. Gecko Moria called a large number of pirates over. He has his own requirements, and these pirates gathered together to listen to his arrangement and his orders. These people are actually a mess and don't have much respect for Gecko Moria when they come here. You are Gecko Moria, we are Lord Crocodile's subordinates. You are not qualified to give orders. We came here with Buggy the Clown, don't you try to manipulate us. I came here following Hokage, the world's #1 swordsman. I just want to challenge him. I don't care about anything else, so don't tell me it's useless. Everyone's face is full of murderous intent, and the flames are soaring into the sky, but this appearance is different. Gecko Moria is very speechless, he is indeed not the boss of these people, but they don't listen to a word, he really can't help it. You people must obey orders. I will tell your boss the truth, those captains of yours, or any followers are now His Highness's subordinates, and no one can resist His Highness's power. Let him continue to fight the person in front of him, it's just wishful thinking. You are not qualified to say such things in front of me, even Crocodile and Hawkeye and those other characters are not my opponents, so I can do whatever I want. Hearing this, The countless people in front of them had strange expressions. They thought a lot and realized a lot. Moonlight, Moria pointed to the side and shouted loudly, the so-called His Royal Highness is right next to him. That is the supreme, strongest and most powerful figure. Everyone's eyes are curious. It seems that this highness is indeed sitting quietly opposite. Advertisement: this invincible highness should be the master of Gecko Moria, and also the master of the highest level. I don't want to resist. I will obey his highness's orders. You said you were going to fight in another world. I'm ready, Li Jiaohao. Let's go to fight. A pirate is talking. I don't know you. Who the hell are you trying to control us now? Although Crocodile is a Logia fruit-capable user, it took some effort to recover, and he was not as calm and composed as he was at the beginning. Mr. Crocodile, you are here too. Are you willing to join me? I need some very obedient men, and you can join me if you want. That's very good. Well, you should tidy up, be ready to go to another place at any time, follow the arrangement, that's enough. But also remember, don't think about making something happen, you must not run around by yourself. Okay, I brought you bastards here today just to tell you that you will fight in another world later. You can go there and try to fight, go down and fight with each other, only the survivors can enjoy the most things. The other party was talking devoutly and sincerely, no matter where he went to fight, he had this kind of fighting heart. I asked the victors to follow me, but the losers don't have much to say. Death may be the fate of some of you. When he heard this, Crocodile didn't mean to refuse, he only knew that it was useless to resist here. The woman just now completely defeated him. The moment Bai Ye spoke, Crocodile suddenly flew up from a distance, but he was a little embarrassed, with several sword marks on his body. Hearing this, all the pirates kept cheering. With the boss here, things would be easy to handle. This is ice damage, 303 passing through the space gate. The rest is Hokage. As a strong man with the title of the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage has been fighting by his side. The knife in his hand is extremely sharp, and he has already repelled several enemies. Hidan, who has the ability to revive, is not his opponent. A few times in a row, the opponent was knocked back like a rainbow. At this time, Hokage jumped to the forefront. He carried his knife on his shoulders, his eyes gleaming with blood. Do you people want to retreat? Or do you want to do something else? It's ridiculous that they are running away from each other even though they're a pirate organization. Hokage said 330 sarcastically, an organization so collapsed, he really couldn't lift his spirits. There's nothing wrong with me. After all, following me can lead to a safe life and everything in peace. Bai Ye stood up in front of everyone. Hokage, don't you want to challenge the strong? Come with me. I will always let you meet those who are strong. I'm afraid you can't beat them. Hokage is a powerful man, and he just finds it ridiculous when he hears these words. Advertisement: Your Highness, I know that you are the person with the highest status in the world, and you are already much stronger than many people, but is your judgment, AHBF, somewhat curable? Hokage is indeed qualified to say that the prestige of the world's #1 swordsman is not fake after all. He is truly the top monster powerhouse in the sea. If he wants to do something, no one can stop him at all. I didn't lie to you. It's definitely a good thing to be by my side. You can choose this path yourself. Follow me. Let's try. When he heard this, Hokage couldn't help but feel a little moved. After thinking about it, the fighter he was sure of really had this belief. Then I will go forward with you, and I also want to see how this opponent is doing. It's a very special place. I can feel that there are some strong people around, and this move just now has attracted them. Hokage followed this time. Sure enough, Haki's power can also be used in this world, and extremely strong swordsmanship can also be used, which means that there is almost no difference between this world and the world of pirates. The ninjas in the land of day and night thunder use special ninjutsu. Walking into it with a knife, there are all kinds of powerful pirates walking slowly behind them. They simply organized a corps. When they passed through the gate of space, everyone was very surprised. Someone has already said it, the world behind the space is obviously a bit weird and wonderful, which makes people unable to figure it out. Advertisement: and there are indeed people walking around, jumping and marching like a shadow. After all, they don't know what's behind the space gate. After a while, a group of ninjas came, and these people were really from the land of thunder. Is this the door behind that space? It's very strange. They can gather the power of thunder and lightning in their hands, and their ability to attack and destroy is very powerful. It can be said that these ninjas from the land of thunder are all powerful men with incredible fighting power. The powerful sword energy is still flowing out, hitting everything in the distance. At the moment when we really arrived at the back world, everyone stared, and everything seemed very novel. At this moment, he really took his time and looked into the distance. Hokage was the first to stand in front. Looking at the distance, he didn't even have much thought, just swept across with his knife, and the mountain in the distance was cut in half by him abruptly. It feels the same when fighting here. Hokage spoke quietly, as if he sensed someone moving nearby. 304 Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Even though the ninjas of the land of thunder are extremely powerful. But in Bai Ye's view, it's just a group of top sellers. However, the people he brought from the Hokage world, who have devil fruit abilities or powerful systems, seem to be somewhat stretched when facing these ninjas from the land of thunder. After all, the power of ninjutsu of ninjas is very powerful, more direct and violent than the body skills they practiced day and night. Bai Ye looked at Hokage, the world's #1 swordsman. I don't know if the black knife in your hand can withstand their thunder ninjutsu? Hokage heard this, although he was a little unhappy, but there was already a strong interest in his heart. Don't worry, your highness, no matter what happens this time, I will disappoint them. Bai Ye nodded vaguely. Let's deal with the ninjas from the Kingdom of Thunder over there, and I will arrange other battles in the future. After all, except for Hokage, the rest are some large pirate groups, except for the Clown Buggy and Moonlight Mariah. Advertisement, especially the Moonlight Moria, has now passed through, absorbing the shadows of people around her, and becoming a very powerful presence. His body seems to have opened up the law, heaven and earth. At this moment, even facing the gigantic ninjutsu of the Hokage world, it is not too much to give up. Among the ninjas who came to the Land of Thunder this time, the most powerful one is naturally the legendary 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. This special shadow clone technique is called Devil Fruit's special ability by him. Otherwise, it would not be the weakest among Shichibukai, but it has never been eradicated. According to people's word of mouth, the strength of 8 Tails Jinchuriki is slightly weaker than that of 9 Tails, but it also has the ability to destroy the world. Once the sealed energy is released, these children cannot bear it. Bai Ye glanced at him. Suddenly I feel that Gecko Moria is not as useless as I thought it was before. They were fighting at sea before. The shaking of the ships and the constant current made it impossible for them to fight so smoothly. It seems that he still has a little heart. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. Gecko Moria took out the shadows of those ninjas who died in the battle and stuffed them on his body, so as to obtain some special abilities of ninjas. For example, he can now split his body into 2 or 3 by manipulating the ability of Devil Fruit. It seems that your integration into this world is really deep, and you can actually feel that the transcendent ability of the fruit has become so strong in an instant. Okay, don't say anything. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki don't need you to deal with, but the Cloud Shinobi from the Kingdom of Thunder need you to deal with it, no problem. But now when they were standing on the land, the down-to-earth feeling made them extremely comfortable. Everyone attached to armament hockey, and rushed forward clamoring to prepare for the battle. The Gecko Moria thief smiled a little. Not only Moonlight Mori, but also the pirates under him were furious. They haven't had such a hearty battle for a long time. Then he summoned all the zombies under him. 0.0. The victory of this battle is inevitable for me. The shadows of these ninjas are also very delicious. If there are more strong ones, I will become stronger and stronger. That's natural. 305 Zombie Legion. As soon as the voice fell, a large area of thunder and lightning clouds gathered in the sky. It seems that it should be a combination skill performed by some ninjas. They detected these intruders the first time, because they have never seen it before, and there is no explanation in the records included in the historical books. The ninjas in the Land of Thunder felt that there must be some major problem. Especially the message, March 20th, sent by the Land of Fire. Let them feel that their own world must have undergone some earth-shaking changes. Immediately after Bai Ye finished making arrangements, a shadow of thunder and lightning attacked him. Presumably the leader of the other party took a fancy to it at first sight, and this place should be under his control. That's why they attacked directly. Taking a closer look, Bai Ye immediately realized that the person in front of him was 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Killer Bee was once known as the most perfect Jinchuriki, with 8 Tails Gyuki sealed inside her body. The strength is strong and the body is strong. He also likes to sing while attacking. Killer Bee used Thunder Shield Super Yings and Thunder Shield knife at the first time. Advertisement inject latent chakra into the knife, and the ultra-high frequency vibration cycle wave caused by latent strengthens the sharpness of the knife and Zhou Chen. Before Bai Ye could react, he was hit by this powerful ninjutsu. He raised one hand and a stream of spatial air covered his hand. Not only easily resisted the ninjutsu released by Killer Bee, but also used his shock force to grab his neck and fell to the ground. The boundless smoke was shaken. Killer Bee obviously didn't think that the person in front of him was so strong. He stood up and rubbed his head with some dizziness. Who are you? Why did you come to provoke our country of thunder? Although he usually looks a little foolish, but when it comes to right and wrong, there will never be ambiguity. Bai Ye obviously didn't intend to explain all this to him. He just raised 2 fingers with one hand, compared with an action that you have the ability to come over. This move naturally has no way to anger Killer Bee. Look over there, your clansmen have been seriously injured. Are you still talking about this with me? If you want to do it as soon as possible. Although he has a point in mind. Advertisement, you can't even touch Gecko Moria's side at all. Just walking 2 steps forward can crush 3.4 weak ninjas to death. So he just pointed his finger at the battlefield next to him. The whole person became like a pitch-black demon. He really didn't expect to meet such a narcissistic person in this world. On the battlefield below, Gecko Moria, who has stuffed his shadow into his body, has grown gigantic. But in fact, he doesn't like this 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the bottom of his heart. But it made the other party have a strong desire for Bai Ye. Bai Ye was very helpless. It's just that their current state is a bit miserable. My uncle knows that you must want to communicate with me about something, but you don't bother to say it. Now I can give you a chance. Most of the people Lei Zhiguo came this time were Chunin. As soon as it got close, it was immediately crushed into a corpse, and then the shadow was taken away. There are also some genin who have just passed the exam mixed in. He also calls himself my uncle. The body is about 10 or 20 times larger than those next to them. 306 Fourth Raikage is here. These hordes of zombies, controlled by Gecko Moria, overrun the city. Almost in an instant, Lei Zhiguo's Genin Chunan's army was smashed to pieces. When Killer Bee saw this scene, even if he was in a good mood, he couldn't help it. I'll settle some things for you later, and now I have to deal with things over there. After he finished speaking, he used a lightning-style thunderpen. Wanted to penetrate Moriya's body and make him pause. But he really didn't realize that the giant shadow of Gecko Moriya's Suo Demonization 07 would not be easily resisted by this kind of attack. Instead, the ninjutsu he threw was instantly bounced back, causing himself to suffer backlash damage. At the same time, Moonlight, who had transformed into a giant shadow demon, turned her head to see where Killer Bee was. And showed a mocking smile. Killer Bee couldn't stand this kind of humiliation, so he directly turned on the tailed beast mode without any explanation. In an instant, 8 Tails Gyuki was released. Advertisement. The tailed beast in State 1 is turned on. Since you are not being reasonable, then I will have a good time with you. Killer Bee took off his sunglasses with a loud roar, and then drew out the 8 knives behind him. 8 sword style, ghost. Killer Bee's figure formed a tornado through these 7 knives, plus the 8th knives of tailed beast. Countless sword shadows accompanied his land of thunder, and ninjutsu continued to circle in the air, finally forming a posture similar to that of a thunderbolt. Such a scene must be very interesting. Then let Killer Bee of 8 Tails Jinchuriki face off with the world's largest sword 670 How Hokage. After all, they all use knives. He was standing in front of Hokage at this moment. This move is finally somewhat threatening. He has the same tall and rough appearance, with 2 beards. It is wearing white puffs, and there seem to be some iron rings around its wrists that can limit its energy. And the other person is still 8 swordsmanship. Advertisement Gecko Moriya and Killer Bee came across first. He took the lead and used the lightning-style armor. The moment I saw Bai Ye. But what surprised him was that because his body had expanded countless times, armament hockey had no weight attached to its body surface. But he didn't expect the battlefield to be so fast changing. And with the moonlight, after the battle on Moriya's side started, another person also stood up, and he was also a heavyweight figure. Those shadows that were originally contained in his body suddenly ran around, causing Gecko Moriya's body to shrink a lot, and his strength was also reduced. In fact, according to Bai Ye's plan, let 4th Rinnegan fight with Gecko Moriya. So 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee's lightning tornado cut his skin in an instant. Bai Ye recognized him right away. He was from the Yui clan and from 8 Tails, and the older brother of Julie Killer Bee was 4th Rinnegan. At least it made Gecko Moriya feel that his life would be in danger, so he immediately turned around, trying to use armed colors to attach a layer of defense to his body. Then 4th Rinnegan can only stand in front of Bai Ye and confront him head-on. 307 chakra exhausted because before that, he had seen his younger brother kicked down by Bai Ye. Therefore understand that there is no possibility of any peace talks between them. So not only didn't he even say a word, he even condensed the chakra in his body first, and started ninjutsu to confront Bai Ye. You people from the Yui clan really make people feel uncomfortable. They are all a bunch of ruins. 17. Bai Ye said very unhappily. 4th Rinnegan naturally couldn't hear the sarcasm in Bai Ye's words. He immediately resorted to a violent storm. Concentrate Leiden's chakra on the fist and bombard the opponent continuously. The energy of lightning attaches to the opponent's skin, and then produces a burst attack, making the opponent lose the ability to fight back instantly. But who is Bai Ye? His body is surrounded by a layer of space ripples. The chakra that caused these ninjas had no way to pass to him through the air. This also means that Bai Ye is absolutely invincible in front of them. Unless it's the kind of tough physical skills you have. To be able to break the wrist with Bai Ye, for example, the guy who opened the 8-gate dead door. As for the others, they appear to be very weak. Advertisement includes 4th Rinnegan. After several fruitless attacks, these ninjas finally chose to retreat. Only Bai Ye is still fighting, mainly because of 4th Rinnegan, who is weak offensively but has a lot of speed. It is said that it can be compared with Namikaze Minato, who has the Flying Thunder God skill. After some competition, Bai Ye also felt a little tricky. But the opponent's chakra is limited after all. It is not possible to stimulate Thunder Shield all the time to enhance one's own combat effectiveness. When his chakra is almost consumed, it will be Bai Ye's home game. As for the battle below, it is basically almost the same. The Killer Bee with 8 tails turned on has a strong combat power, and almost wiped out the pirates below in a sweeping state. Now he's in a one-on-one battle against the gigantic Gecko Moriya, stuffed with countless shadows. What's going back and forth? Are you out of your mind? That's 4th Rinnegan being beaten up and running around. From the perspective of those people below, there are countless thunderbolts circling around Bai Ye. Those are all 4th generation's thunder shadows whose speed has been increased to lightning form. Advertisement, yes, one of them can become so big, it's just terrifying. They are discussed later. Did you see above? That person stood with his hands behind his back, and was able to be fought back and forth by the 4th Rinnegan. The speed is also getting slower and slower. A vacuum has formed beside it. His chakra is almost bottoming out now. The fight between these two people is really earth-shattering. I'm terrified watching it. But no matter what method he uses, there is no way to cause harm to Bai Ye. Whether it is pirates or genin, people can only watch from the sidelines and dare not go forward to participate in this battle. Finally waiting for one of the gaps, Bai Ye punched it out of the lightning form. There was tiredness in Fourth Raikage's eyes. He really didn't have any chakra, not a single drop of it. But the most talked about is the duel between Bai Ye and Fourth Raikage in the sky. Yeah, I've never seen Raikage beaten so badly. Are you ready now? Then grab him by the neck. 308 continued to provoke, arrogant. Fourth Raikage never expected Bai Ye to be so strong. Although he had already lost, he was not reconciled at all. After all, he believed that he was defeated by chakra exhausted, and he was not placed in Bai Ye's hands dignifiedly. His life is controlled by Bai Ye, but he is still very arrogant. You won't win by force. I just ran out of chakra. When I recover, you are no match for me at all. Okay, since your chakra is in operation, let's be more pure and directly compare our efforts. What do you think? It's still too late for you to admit defeat. I've never lost in arm wrestling. Your arm is not half as thick as mine. Bai Ye just smiled and said nothing. He, ahad, got ready, then blinked from Fourth Raikage. Fourth Raikage stretched out his hand to hold Bai Ye's hand, and then wrestled with him, but Bai Ye interrupted. Seeing his behavior, Fourth Raikage thought that Bai Ye was scared, so he laughed even more happily. How happy Fourth Raikage was laughing just now, and how shocked he is now. The expression on his face froze. He thought he had heard wrong, so he quickly rubbed his ears, and he didn't believe it until Ye said it again. Heard. Fourth Raikage thought about it and thought it was right. His own chakra was exhausted, so there was no need for Bai Ye to play tricks. He signaled his younger brother Killer Bee to move a table with his eyes. He was angry, and lightning started to appear on Fourth Raikage's body, which looked very scary, but Bai Ye was not afraid. Fourth Raikage slowed down for a while, and then said through gritted teeth. Fourth Raikage's body fell heavily to the ground. Advertisement, but he thought that Bai Ye was deceiving on purpose, and he couldn't believe it. Fourth Raikage laughed very happily, but he misunderstood Bai Ye's meaning. Bai Ye put away his thumb and forefinger, and then said in a voice that was almost flat enough for Fourth Raikage to hear. When the table was placed between Fourth Raikage and Bai Ye, everyone gathered around. Bai Ye made a gesture of please. Fourth Raikage should not come to the two sides of the table with him. I've known for a long time that your strength is not as good as mine, so you're going to admit defeat now. What kind of fat man did you slap your face just now? It's good for you and good for me to admit defeat earlier. Manly man, once you say a word, it's hard to chase. Besides, you are already defeated by me. Do I need to cheat and try to win you? You didn't mean to lie to me, did you? The Fourth Raikage team is very confident. In order to prove their strength, he slapped the table heavily, as if his handprints were left on the table. He yelled arrogantly. Bai Ye was overjoyed. Fourth Raikage had been defeated so thoroughly, he actually thought he could defeat himself. At this moment, where did he have the confidence? Bai Ye really couldn't understand him. Bai Ye let go of his hand. Bai Ye spread his hands, then pursed his lips and said. Today, Fourth Raikage must be convinced. No matter how he challenges himself with 937, Bai Ye thinks he is the final winner. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Fourth Raikage only thinks that Bai Ye is very arrogant, very arrogant. He climbed from the ground looking up. His physique is much larger than Bai Ye, and he is also very strong with muscles all over his body. You misunderstood me. I don't want ninjutsu. I think your chakra is exhausted. Am I going to wrench you with only 3 fingers? 309 disposal at will. Okay, very good. Just wrestle my wrist with 3 fingers. You are very confident. You don't take me seriously at all. Bai Ye is also very innocent. Of course it's impossible for me not to take you seriously. Since you think you will win me, let's not waste time. If I lose, it's up to you. If you lose, what do you plan to do? How to do it? Fourth Raikage didn't think he would lose at all. I lost, and I will do as you please. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Bai Ye nodded without saying a word. It was useless to say anything. Fourth Raikage's hand firmly grasped Bai Ye's 3 fingers. Killer Bee was crazy, cheering for his big brother. After counting 3 times, the two of them began to exert all their strength desperately. It must be said that Fourth Raikage's huge size made him very strong. In addition, Bai Ye deliberately dragged himself bigger, using only 3 fingers, and he fought, and at first the two of them were deadlocked. Bai Ye used several % of his strength, and Fourth Raikage also concentrated all his strength on his hands. They both wanted to press each other's hands on the table as soon as possible. The muscles on their bodies bulged. Their faces turned from white to red, from red to purple. They all forgot to breathe. The people next to them no longer cheered. The scene fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone's heart, they were all very anxious. Because they didn't know who was the final winner, everyone stared at the 2 hands on the table. After waiting for a few minutes, Bai Ye's hand slowly fell. When it was time to win, Bai Ye gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, roared, and then with all his strength, quickly wiped Fourth Raikage's hand on the table. Everyone at the scene was silent. They thought that Bai Ye would be the final winner, but they didn't expect to win so quickly. Fourth Raikage looked at his hand in shock. Depending on his strength, he is not Bai Ye's opponent. Thinking of relying on physical strength, he is not Bai Ye's opponent. Advertisement shocked. He couldn't believe that all this was true. Bai Ye walked up to him at this moment, bowed his head and asked him. I beat you with 3 fingers, you can admit defeat. Facts speak louder than words. If you don't want to admit defeat, it's already too late. Fourth Raikage slowly put down his hand. Now he seems to have lost all energy, and his huge body fell heavily to the ground. 0. Seeking flowers. He seemed to have aged many years, and his younger brother didn't seem to care, and walked over to comfort his elder brother. but Killer Bee just walked in front of Fourth Ōtsutsuki. Just as he was about to speak, he was kicked and flew away by Fourth Ōtsutsuki. Bai Ye waited for the moment when Fourth Ōtsutsuki accepted it. Fourth Ōtsutsuki is a straightforward person. This kind of person is worthy of deep friendship. When the sun went down, Fourth Ōtsutsuki came out of the shock. He admitted that he had failed and accepted his defeat. Although he was very unwilling, he raised his proud head and walked in front of Bai Ye. Today I lost, but sooner or later I will win. After finishing speaking, Fourth Ōtsutsuki took another deep breath and said through gritted teeth. Since ancient times, winners and losers admit defeat, and now that I am defeated, I will let go of my harsh words and let you deal with me. Now I am at your disposal. Unexpectedly, Fourth Ōtsutsuki was so calm. Bai Ye looked at him a little bit higher. 310. I'm willing to bet and admit defeat. I'm not your opponent. Then I want your head. Are you willing to give it to me? Fourth Ōtsutsuki's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Bai Ye in disbelief and asked. You want my head, my human head? Bai Ye looked at him provocatively and asked. That's right, it's your head. Would you like to give it to me? I just want this. Fourth Ōtsutsuki's breath became short of breath. His fists were clenched so tightly that he could hardly bear it, and started to move his hands again, but in the end he was relieved, and he slowly bent down. I'd like to admit defeat. Besides, I'm not your opponent. If you want my head, it's useless if I don't give it back. I hope you will give me a good time and don't torture me. After finishing speaking, Fourth Ōtsutsuki closed his eyes, but his younger brother Killer Bee was unwilling to accept it and wanted to rush to save his brother, but was knocked down by Fourth Ōtsutsuki again. It's just that you talk a lot of nonsense. I usually ask you to practice hard, but you cheated on me. Now get out of here quickly, and don't embarrass me. Although Fourth Ōtsutsuki blamed him, but he looked at his younger brother with reluctance and doting in his eyes. The reason why he let his younger brother leave was because he was afraid that Bai Ye would hurt this lovely corner of himself. But how could the brotherly loving Killer Bee leave his brother behind and live alone? Even if he risked his life, he still wanted to save his elder brother. He planned to become Eight Tails, and then find Bai Ye to fight for his life. Fourth Ōtsutsuki interrupted his younger brother's action, then knocked his younger brother unconscious with a punch, and let the ninjas around him take his younger brother Killer Bee back. Advertisement. After all this was resolved, Fourth Ōtsutsuki obediently returned to Bai Ye, lowered his haughty head again, and closed his eyes. Although his heart was full of nostalgia and reluctance for this world, he could only win or lose. Obediently let Bai Ye deal with it. Bai Ye took a big knife from the hand of the pirate beside him, raised the big knife and asked Fourth Ōtsutsuki at the same time. Now you can regret it. I can also give you a way to survive. I admire you very much. If you kneel down and beg me for mercy, I will spare your life. The survival instinct moved Fourth Ōtsutsuki's heart, but after thinking about it, he said unmoved. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. I'm a filmmaker. I'm not that spineless. It's up to you to kill or cut. Anyway, we are already yours. I just hope you let my village go. And my brother, please. What if I don't let them go? Having accepted death calmly, Fourth Ōtsutsuki quickly opened his eyes wide and looked at Bai Ye when he heard what Bai Ye said. Then I will choose to die with you. Even if I can't do it, I will not let you go if I am a ghost. If you don't believe me, you can try it, and don't think that my village is so easy to bully. Facing the threat of the Fourth Ōtsutsuki, Bai Ye doesn't take it seriously, and he doesn't have any interest in Ying's village. Don't worry, I won't. After all, I'm not interested in your village. You should die 2.0. I'm only interested in your head now. Having said that, Fourth Ōtsutsuki is still a little worried, and while accepting his fate calmly, he still threatens Bai Ye. If you don't let my village go, I'm a ghost and I won't let you go. Bai Ye dealt with him with a few words and urged Fourth Ōtsutsuki to get ready. Fourth Ōtsutsuki closed his eyes and stretched his neck. When Bai Ye raised the big knife high, he asked deliberately. 311. Get ready to turn war into jade. Aren't you afraid? Everyone should be afraid of death. Isn't it good to be alive? You just need to kneel and I can let you go. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have knelt on the ground and begged for mercy at this moment, but Fourth Ōtsutsuki didn't want to. He didn't speak, he didn't want to waste time. Fourth Ōtsutsuki seemed to be ready. Bai Ye roared the sword in the extremely fast speed, but when he was in midair, he spun and the back of the knife touched Fourth Ōtsutsuki's neck. When the cold feeling struck Fourth Ōtsutsuki, he was terrified in his heart, but suddenly found that it didn't hurt at all. He opened his eyes and found Bai Ye looking at him with a smirk. Of course I keep my word, but I don't know if you are willing to be my friend, and if you are willing to turn hostility into friendship with me. Fourth Ōtsutsuki saw that Bai Ye was so addicted, he didn't know how to face it for a while. He was silent, he was at a loss, and his mind was confused. What's going on? Don't you want to kill me in another way? The pirates around Bai Ye felt that it was a pity to let Fourth Ōtsutsuki go like this. What they didn't know was that Bai Ye thought he had already conquered half of Fourth Ōtsuki's heart. You are such a frank person. How could I be willing to kill you? It's too late for me to appreciate you. Not only that, I want to be friends with you. I don't know if you are willing or not. Bai Ye can see that Fourth Ōtsutsuki has concerns. It is very easy to defeat a person, but it is very difficult to conquer this person. There are some things that cannot be rushed and must be treated with sincerity. At 2H a carat at plus advertisement. Sure enough, when Bai Ye lay down to sleep that night, a figure appeared at the door. Bai Ye sat up from the bed, and shouted at the figure at the entrance. Bai Ye took off his shirt and exposed his upper body, proving that he didn't wear any protective gear and had no defenses, and let Fourth Ōtsutsuki beat him, and he also closed his eyes. Fourth Ōtsutsuki struggled, but Bai Ye walked over to hug him instead. This time Bai Ye laughed even louder. He threw down the big knife to straighten Fourth Raikage, grabbed his shoulders with both hands and said, "What you said is true, you won't kill me." Fourth Raikage fell into silence. He didn't know whether he should agree to Bai Ye and become his friend. He also admired Bai Ye, but there was a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over. Bai Ye's tone was very polite, and he let someone out of the way, allowing the fourth generation Raikage to leave. Fourth Raikage walked a few steps, looked back at Bai Ye, and found that Bai Ye was looking at him with a smile in the distance. Seeing that Bai Ye had nothing else to do, he speeded up and ran until he disappeared in front of Bai Ye's eyes. "When my friends come and stand at the door at night, it seems that I have no way of hospitality, so let's come in and have a cup of tea." Fourth Raikage caught Bai Ye, not only did not kill himself, but also became friends with him. What happened? He couldn't believe that all this was true. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Do you think that I just defeated you and hurt your self-esteem, and now I stand in front of you and let you beat me with open hands, until you vent the anger in your heart? If you don't want to, I won't force others, you go, I won't hurt you, and I won't hurt your village." Bai Ye nodded. How could such a straightforward and innocent person be willing to kill him day and night? 312 Bad taste. "How is my singing?" The figure at the door was not polite. He opened the curtain and walked in directly. He was a little surprised to see the person who came in, Bai Ye. He thought it was the fourth Raikage, but he didn't expect it was Killer Bee. "Why is it you who came? Your brother didn't come." Killer Bee was not too polite. He regarded Bai Ye's room as his home, and started singing his own song while sitting on the stool. Bai Ye listened with embarrassment, and didn't know whether to interrupt Killer Bee. After Killer Bee finished singing the song he wrote recently, he asked Bai Ye. Killer Bee was kicked out of the room by Bai Ye in this way, and could only leave in despair. When Bai Ye's room fell into silence again, and he was about to lie down and rest, another person broke into his room, is one of his friends. "If it's someone else, maybe I have this kind of worry, but I don't worry about Raikage, the fourth generation, Li Jiao Jiao. I can also promise to leave, so don't worry, rest early, I have to go to the banquet tomorrow." Killer Bee, who didn't recognize Bai Ye's voice, thought that Bai Ye was praising him and he was about to perform another song for Bai Ye, but Bai Ye quickly interrupted him. Bai Ye's expression was awkward. Killer Bee's song can't be bad, at least it's not good, of course. Bai Ye can't refute Killer Bee. "Don't give him face," Bai Ye said embarrassingly. "Then I'll be there on time tomorrow. What do you think of my song? Does it sound good and can become a world-renowned superstar?" Killer Bee slapped himself on the forehead suddenly. He almost forgot the business. His expression became serious. "Advertisement. It is normal for my friends to worry," but Bai Ye said disapprovingly. Seeing that his task had been completed, Killer Bee was about to leave, but when he reached the door, he turned back. Bai Ye thought he had something else to say to him, and just as he was about to ask, Killer Bee started on his own sang. "Singing is still good, with great potential. Your potential is great. As long as you work a little bit, it will be a big improvement. They invited you to dinner. I'm afraid the person who came is not kind, and they are probably trying to solve it while you were surrounded." Now Bai Ye finally understood why fourth Raikage sent Killer Bee to deliver a message. Either he also disliked Killer Bee's singing, or he just wanted to send Killer Bee to torture himself. The visitor is a guest, and Bai Ye is not easy to interrupt him. Listening to Killer Bee's unaesthetic song, Bai Ye wished he could chop off his ears. After Killer Bee finished singing, Bai Ye didn't give him a chance to sing again, so he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and another one arm around his waist. Killer Bee pushes him out of his room with extreme reluctance. "Your song is pretty good. I've already listened to one tonight, so don't sing anymore. And why are you here? Tell me your purpose. I'm going to sleep, and I don't want to disturb you either." The man voiced his concerns as soon as he entered the room. Fourth Raikage wanted to invite him to dinner, which was beyond Bai Ye's expectations. Since others wanted to invite him, Bai Ye would naturally go, and he readily agreed. "My brother wants to entertain you tomorrow. I hope you will come then." After speaking, Bai Ye closed his eyes and fell asleep as quickly as possible. When it was dawn, he got up early to tidy up himself. After all, he was going to be a guest in someone else's place. At least he had to dress up beautifully so as not to lose face. 313 The little man's success. Of course, he didn't plan to go empty-handed. He brought some souvenirs and then came to Raikage's territory. Fourth Raikage had already arranged people to wait for Bai Ye. After seeing Bai Ye coming, several people from Lian village Jonan appeared next to him with a fierce eye, wanting to eat him. If they weren't Bai Ye's opponents, they would have attacked Bai Ye long ago. Bai Ye also expected that they would not do anything, and asked with a sneer. "Why are you looking at me like this? Do you want to kill me? If you want to do it, go ahead. It would be best if you can defeat me." Their own people still let go of the 547 attack on Bai Ye. They have a feeling that as long as they dare to attack Bai Ye, they will all die in the hands of Zhang Yi in the next moment. Seeing the disappointment in the eyes of his own people, Bai Ye urged them to take him to the banquet as soon as possible. Under the leadership of these people, Bai Ye found that something was wrong and remote. As he walked, he stopped and asked Road. "It's weird. Fourth Raikage asked me to go to a banquet. How could it be arranged in such a remote location?" The atmosphere was tense, as if they were about to start their hands in the next second. At this time, Killer Bee fell from the air and began to sing on his own. Killer Bee realized that Bai Ye had misunderstood him, so he hurriedly told these people to leave. His own people didn't want Killer Bee to take action, so he taught them a lesson, and now they left reluctantly. "I'm really sorry, our village is not monolithic, and my elder brother is not monolithic either. He does what he says. Some people do things behind his back that he doesn't know. Please don't blame him, and don't be angry. Killer Bee wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. He was afraid that he had said the wrong thing. Bai Ye didn't speak, and he didn't want to. In fact, he also understood that there were so many hostile eyes staring at him. These people dare not do anything. Don't talk nonsense, just follow us quickly. Seeing that Bai Ye's tone was so unkind, his own people were not polite, and they took out their own weapons one after another. Advertisement hearing that Bai Ye didn't care, Killer Bee was relieved. He put away his playful thoughts, and took Bai Ye politely to his own village. When Bai Ye appeared at the gate of Rinnegan village, he found that lots of double hostile looks. Killer Bee was a little nervous, he reminded Bai Ye in a low voice. These Bai Ye did not leave instead, he found a stone and sat down and said, "Ahei. Since you all sincerely want to entertain me, please lead the way quickly, I don't want to delay the meal." "Then you are not by my side, isn't it that they are going to besiege me soon?" "I can leave if I want to, and I won't leave if I don't want to. What can you do with me? I want to do it." "You must hold back, don't get angry, don't worry, with me by your side, they dare not do anything." "Now is not the time to mess around. Bai Ye is not in the mood to coax Killer Bee," he scolded. "Hurry up and shut up, and do it if you want to. Are you here to help them deal with me?" "That's not true. Because of my brother's prestige, they don't dare to fight you casually." Bai Ye is not narrow-minded, so naturally he doesn't take these things to heart. He looked up at the sun in the sky, it was getting late, and besides, he hadn't even eaten for the banquet, and now his stomach was growling. Killer Bee walked up to Bai Ye at this moment and said guiltily, 314 extremely arrogant. Even the most powerful Killer Bee and fourth Hokage in this village have been defeated by him. What are they going to fight with him? Bai Ye can defeat them with one finger. If they really do something now, Bai Ye still admires them and thinks they are heroes, and they can only be hostile to themselves, or speak ill of themselves behind their backs. Everyone who walked into the village looked at Bai Ye with malicious eyes, and Killer Bee next to him was very nervous. He was afraid that the behavior of these people would arouse Bai Ye's resentment, and then Bai Ye would fight with these people, but Killer Bee was less looked at Bai Ye's measurement. Bai Ye didn't pay attention to these people, and when he followed Killer Bee into the village, he also warmly greeted these people, and the people in the movie village were dumbfounded. Killer Bee was also very curious why Bai Ye still greeted these people in front of him. Wasn't he afraid that they would attack him? Killer Bee asked curiously when there was no one around. "Why are you not afraid that they will do something to you, but they can't wait to chop you up and feed them to the dogs?" Bai Ye glanced sideways at Killer Bee, then asked with a smile on his face. This time Bai Ye was really frightened. This is the seat that the host should sit in, no matter how honorable he is. He can't take the lead. Bai Ye hastened to take the best shot. Killer Bee thinks about it and thinks it is right. Bai Ye is so powerful that even he and his elder brother were defeated by him. Even if the other people in the village don't like Bai Ye, they dare not do anything to him. "You are sitting here today, don't tell these people, you are my good friend, you are my most respected guest, they can't be rude to you, they respect you, just as they respect me. It's just some little thieves, don't worry, I didn't take it to heart, don't let these people disturb our good mood, don't forget that I want to eat the meal you invited me, I am so hungry." With an angry face, Third Hokage shifted his eyes to Rie and said, "Advertisement 0. Ask for flowers. This is a guest I invited, but there are still people who dare to disrespect him. They don't take Bai Ye seriously, but they don't take me seriously. Could it be that they are tired of work?" When they came to the center of the whole village, Third Hokage had already prepared a banquet. Seeing Bai Ye coming, he stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically, and waited until he approached. Killer Bee told Third Hokage what they encountered along the way. "Do you think I will be afraid of them? Don't you forget that even you were defeated by me, will I be afraid of them?" Third Hokage couldn't control so much, he directly pushed Bai Ye on the main seat. "I know your kindness, but I still won't take this position. After all, you are the host and I am the guest. I took your position, which seems a little ignorant of me." After hearing that Bai Ye was not angry, Third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Bai Ye's hand excitedly, and dragged him to the main seat. Bai Ye didn't care, he said with a smile. "Tell me, who is it that dislikes you? I'll go to trouble him, and then I'll give you a lesson to vent my anger." Third Hokage looked at Bai Ye anxiously. The reason why he got angry in front of everyone was because he was afraid that Bai Ye would fight the people in the village in a fit of anger. "You are my most respected guest, you sit in this position." Third Hokage said angrily after hearing this. 315 Hospitality. Under Third Hokage's repeated request, Bai Ye sat on the main seat with a face full of embarrassment. Although many people were hostile to Bai Ye, they dared not say anything because Third Hokage was beside him. Third Hokage also prepared a program for Bai Ye, in which several young talents performed the ninjutsu they were good at. It was very exciting, and Bai Ye was fascinated by it. After the 040 show was over, a beautiful girl walked up to Bai Ye with a glass of wine. "I heard that you defeated the 2 strongest people in our village. I like the strong one the most, so I toast you." The beauty toasted Bai Ye naturally accepted. He took the fine wine and drank it in one gulp. "I have to say, this wine is very delicious." Bai Ye drank 1 glass, and wanted to drink a second glass. But this is someone else's territory, so Bai Ye should restrain himself a bit. When Bai Ye was drowsy after drinking for 3 rounds, Third Hokage ordered someone to take Bai Ye to lie down in the most luxurious room in the whole village. Bai Ye was also a little sleepy. He just lay down and was about to rest when he found the beautiful woman who toasted him just now walked into the room wearing a bathrobe. Bai Ye, who was full of sleepiness, immediately woke up with a jerk, and he quickly stood up and asked, "Beauty, did you go to the wrong room? This is my room." The beauty blushed, lowered her head and whispered, "I did not go to the wrong room. I am a gift arranged by Third Rakage for you, please let me accompany you." Although beautiful women are good, Bai Ye is a gentleman, he said embarrassingly. "I thank Third Rakage for his good luck, but I really don't need it. I like to sleep alone, please leave the room and let me sleep peacefully." There was a grievance on the beauty's face. Advertisement. "Am I not good looking? Don't you like me? Don't you belong?" Facing the beauty's question, Bai Ye didn't know how to explain it, so he could only open the door awkwardly, and then said to the beauty, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't leave you to sleep in my room, please leave, or I will be angry, and you don't want Third Rakage to be angry either." The beauty's eyes were full of tears. If she stayed any longer, she would be humiliating herself. Although she was very unwilling, the beauty could only leave obediently. After the beauty left, Bai Ye sat on the bed, and his breath was unsatisfactory, and there was another wave, and the door of his room was knocked again. He thought that the beauty had returned. Just as he was about to open the door, he refused to find Rabbi G standing at the door. Bai Ye invited Killer B into the room with a dark face, and then said bluntly, "What gift did you prepare for me? I just want to sleep well." Hearing Bai Ye's accusation, Killer B said with some embarrassment, "Actually, it's not the arrangement of our two brothers, it's the arrangement of those old men in the village. You can't blame us, we know what you are." Bai Ye snorted, one sang red face, the other sang 0.6 black face. After Bai Ye rejected the beautiful woman, Killer B came to be a good person, really treated Bai Ye as a 3-year-old child. Of course Bai Ye would not care so much. After simply reprimanding Killer B for a few words, he said, "Could it be that you invited me here today just for dinner? There should be a purpose. Tell me, what is the purpose of you inviting me here?" After speaking, Bai Ye looked straight at Killer B. 316 Yell 5 Drink 6 Killer B explained in a panic, seeing that Bai Ye is not a 3-year-old child, and of course he will not pursue too much. After chatting for a while, Bai Ye was curious about the attitude of the entire Lian village towards him, so he asked Killer B, "You are already considered the most important person in Rakage village except your brother. Can you tell me what your village thinks of me now? Do you want to do something to me or want to make friends with me?" Bai Ye's eyes fixed on Killer B. If Killer B dared to lie, he could tell at a glance. Killer B, who was staring at 07 with eagle-like eyes, coughed very nervously and said, "Don't worry, of course we regard you as a friend. After all, your strength is so strong, it will definitely be miserable to be your enemy." What Killer B said was also reasonable, but Killer B suddenly changed the subject and said to Bai Ye, "It's just that our Rakage village is trapped inside and outside, and the days are getting worse day by day. Alas, life is really hard. I don't know what to do in the future." Killer B had something in his words. He was crying miserably in front of himself on purpose, to let himself help him. Killer B had a wishful thinking, and it was in vain. Bai Ye will definitely not follow his topic further. Just when Killer B kept expressing his sadness, Bai Ye's expression also became sad. "Yeah, the days are getting more and more uncomfortable, and I am also very uncomfortable. We're in the same disease. Hey, why don't we grieve together?" Killer B's eyes were wide open. Why didn't Bai Ye play his cards according to the routine? He changed the topic and said, "Your difficulties are different from ours. You are powerful. Your difficulties are as difficult to us as the sky is falling. In your eyes, our difficulties are just easy work. Please help us. We need your help very much." Bai Ye walked up to Killer B with a smile on his face. Advertisement, "I want to ask you to do me a favor, and I don't know if you'd like to." Seeing Bai Ye's pleading eyes, Killer B agreed without thinking. "I am willing to go through fire and water for you, just ask, as long as I can do it, I will do it right away." Seeing that Killer B agreed, Bai Ye patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and helped him up. He held Killer B's hand and led Killer B to the door slowly. "Since you let me speak casually, then I will, don't blame me." Seeing Bai Ye's serious eyes, Killer B was very nervous and uneasy. He didn't know what kind of task Bai Ye was going to entrust to him, but the task entrusted to him was definitely not ordinary. In order to win Bai Ye's favor, even if it was he is willing to go through fire and water. Bai Ye coughed softly and spoke slowly. "Then I said, please go, don't disturb my sleep in room 790, thank you, please." Killer B thought that Bai Ye wanted to ask him to do something, but he didn't expect that he said it so seriously just to drive him away. Bai Ye's words made Killer B a little embarrassed. He didn't stand here, and he didn't stand here. Under Bai Ye's disgusting eyes, he also knew that if he stayed here, he would make money. Bai Ye kicked Killer B out. The room finally became quiet, and Bai Ye could finally have a good rest. He thought he was just here to communicate and have a meal. Unexpectedly, Third Rakage actually wanted to use himself as a gunman, and it seemed that he underestimated that guy. 317 Too many thoughts. Bai Ye lay on the bed, closed his eyes and was about to have a good sleep, but someone knocked on the door of the room. Bai Ye slowly opened the door, and found that he had never seen this person before. But he exuded a rich aura, telling Bai Ye in front of him that his status was unusual. Bai Ye let him into the room first, and then asked him, "Who are you?" The masked man questioned Bai Ye. "Did you beat Third Rakage and Killer B?" Bai Ye nodded. After all, There were so many eyewitnesses who saw it, so it wasn't his own bragging. I defeated 3rd Rinnegan and Killer B, so what do you want to do? Go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing. You shouldn't come to chat with me, right? This person took off the mask on his head, revealing his original face, that handsome face, who has captivated many young girls. When Bai Ye saw this face, he was very jealous. How could there be such a handsome person in this world? Why didn't this face grow into his own? The man smiled kindly, and then said to Bai Ye politely, I heard that you were a pirate. You should like treasure very much. As long as you promise to do something for me, I can give you as much as you want. Hearing that the person in front of him wanted to trade, Bai Ye suddenly became interested, and he asked, Let me do things. My price is very high, and let me do things. It must not be a trivial matter. What do you want me to do? Advertisement. The person said calmly, Help me kill 3rd Rinnegan and his younger brother Killer B, and take away the 8 tails from Killer B and seal them on me. As long as you complete the task, you can get whatever you want in this village, and I can give it to you. Bai Ye looked at the young man like an idiot and said, Are you really helping me be a fool? Or are you a fool yourself? Why do you have such an unbelievable dream? Hearing Bai Ye say that he is a fool, the young man wanted to get angry, but thinking of Bai Ye's strength, he could only endure the anger in his heart and said, Why don't you agree? The conditions I gave you are already very generous. Bai Ye snorted coldly. He could get these things with his own hands. Why should he rely on young people to give them to him? Bai Ye opened the door to let the young man go away. The young man walked up to him and said, Do you think I'm an ordinary person? To be honest, I'm a distinguished person. My name is Bogula. You can find anyone in the village and ask me who I am. Bai Ye has no interest in Bogula's identity at all. He just wants to rest, he said to Bogula, just like chasing Killer B. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in asking you to leave. I just want to sleep now. It's getting late. Bogula clenched his fists tightly. If it wasn't because he couldn't beat Bai Ye, he would have beaten Bai Ye a long time ago. He left with a cold snort, and finally sent this guy away. Bai Ye can finally have a good rest. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, Bogula came again. Seeing this guy coming like a brown candy, Ye asked a little annoyed. Didn't I tell you? It's impossible for me to agree to your request, and you'd better get out of here. 0. Seeing Bai Ye's disgusted eyes, Bogula said disapprovingly. Invincible Chapter 318. You don't know my identity. After you know my identity, you will beg to cooperate with me. No matter what Bogula's identity is, it is impossible for Bai Ye to cooperate with him, and at this time Killer B came to him. When Killer B saw Bogula, his eyes were very complicated. Bai Ye could see that these two guys knew each other, and the relationship was not very good. After Bogula and Killer B glared at each other, Killer B stepped forward to greet Bai Ye warmly as if he hadn't seen Bogula, and Bai Ye responded to him. But when Killer B was about to discuss serious matters with Bai Ye, Bogula said to Killer B unceremoniously, Killer B has nothing to do with you, please go away. Killer B was very unhappy when he heard the eyes talk to him in such an arrogant tone, but he couldn't fight Bo 530 Gula in front of Bai Ye, and it would appear that they are not united in Yinkan. He endured the anger in his heart, and then said to Bogula in front of him, Bai Ye is a distinguished guest invited by my elder brother. Naturally, I entertain him warmly. If you need to discuss with him, you can inform him through me. Bogula said with a cold snort. In this village, whenever I speak, I need to send a message through you. Don't you take me too seriously? Get out of here quickly. I want to have a good chat with Bai Ye today. What purpose did Bogula have? Killer B also knew that he would not let Bogula achieve his goal so easily. Of course he refused. Advertisement, I'm really sorry. It's impossible for me to hand over the distinguished guests we invited to you. Let's talk about it later. Hearing that Killer B dared to reject him, Bogula said unceremoniously. Your brother, 3rd Rinnegan, dare not speak to me with this tone here. You dare to speak to me with this tone. Do you not take me seriously, AHDC? If anyone else dared to speak to Killer B in such a tone, Killer B would have beaten him long ago, but Bogula's identity is too precious, and he must give Bo Shi 10 face. He looked unhappy, and after glaring at Bogula, he said to Bai Ye apologetically. I'm really sorry, let Bogula entertain you today. I'll leave first if I have something to do. Killer B kept staring at Bai Ye with pleading eyes. He hoped that Bai Ye would allow him to stay, but Bai Ye didn't say anything, just smiled at him. Bogula sent people to drive Killer B away. After Killer B left, Bogula walked in front of Bai Ye arrogantly and said, Now you should see my strength. No one in the entire Rinnegan village dares to say no to me. It is your wisest choice to cooperate with me. Bai Ye is also curious about Bogula's identity. Killer B is the kind of person who is not afraid of anything, but he is actually afraid of him. But no clue could be seen from his clothes, Bogula said proudly. To be honest, let me tell you my identity. My grandfather is the founder of this village, the first generation of Rinnegan, so they must give me face. Bai Ye frowned. If Bogula was really the grandson of the first generation Rinnegan, why would he make such a bloody deal with himself? Invincible Chapter 319. Seeing the curiosity in Bai Ye's eyes, Bogula gritted his teeth and said, This village was founded by my grandfather. This village must belong to our family. How can an outsider occupy the position of Ying? That position must be mine, and I want to take it back from the position held by others. Bai Ye rolled his eyes at Bogula. If he really wanted to get the position of Ying, he should rely on strength to win it, not rely on others. Bai Ye was too lazy to talk nonsense about the background. He thought this guy was amazing, but he didn't expect it was just the background. Bogula said to him, seeing Bai Ye's impatient eyes. Do you think that the conditions I offer you are not generous? If you have any requirements, just ask. As long as you help me kill third Rinnegan, Killer B helps me win the position of Ying. I can meet any of your conditions, and you can say anything, I can satisfy you. Bai Ye is not interested, and has no intention of participating in the power struggle in Rinnegan village. He just wants to get along with third Rinnegan and attend his banquet. Seeing that Bai Ye was a little impatient, Bogula was uneasy. He didn't know how to bribe Bai Ye. Seeing this guy keep making unreasonable conditions, Bai Ye couldn't stand it anymore. Bogula said, okay then, I'll make a few requests, and if you can do it, I'll kill third Rinnegan and Killer B for you. Hearing that Bai Ye let go, Bogula finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there were really people in this world who would not bend their backs for money. It seemed that he was worrying too much, and Bai Ye had been successfully bribed by him. He felt that Rinnegan's position was getting closer to him, so he asked Bai Ye excitedly. Tell me what you want, just ask, and I can satisfy you. Bai Ye pointed up with a finger and said, advertisement. I want the sun in the sky, and if you can give it to me, I promise you to kill third Rinnegan and Killer B. The smile on Bogula's face froze. He didn't expect that Bai Ye was just teasing himself on purpose. After a moment of silence, angry flames appeared in his eyes. Do you think I'm a bully? I just admire you very much now, so I give you a lot of face. If you make me unhappy, you won't even be able to leave this village. Hearing Bogula's threat, Bai Ye didn't care, he said calmly. No one can drive me away where I want to stay, and no one can keep me when I want to leave. You think too highly of yourself, and I don't think much of the whole Rinnegan village. Really, to be honest, all of you together are no match for me. 0. Seeking flowers. Although Bai Ye's words are very hurtful, what he said is the truth. Although the entire Rinnegan village is one of the 5 major countries, it is not worth mentioning in his eyes. Bogula gritted his teeth and yelled at Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't want to waste his energy on this kind of person, so he let Bogula scold him, and waited for Bogula's mouth to dry up. 0. He appeared in front of Bogula at an extremely fast speed, and when Bogula was about to react, Bai Ye grabbed his neck. Bai Ye tightly strangled his neck, making him unable to speak out. Bai Ye asked him with a sneer. Isn't it cool to scold you just now? Why don't you scold me now? Keep scolding. I'm here to listen. I just want to see how you can scold me. Although Bogula still wanted to scold, it was difficult for him to breathe because his neck was strangled, let alone cursing, because breathing became more and more difficult. Bogula gradually lost consciousness. After he was completely unconscious, Bai Ye threw him out like trash. Chapter 320. The solution. After Bai Ye solved Bogula, Killer B ran out from nowhere, and gave Bai Ye a small gift, but Bai Ye didn't accept it at all, so he told Killer B to go away. He was in a bad mood. In order not to make Bai Ye angry, Killer B could only obediently leave his sight, but he hid not far away and kept monitoring Bai Ye. After waiting for a while, his brother third Rinnegan appeared behind him. 393. After the two brothers glanced at each other furtively, Killer B only followed his elder brother to a relatively remote and uninhabited place. Third Rinnegan asked with a sad face. Third Rinnegan patted himself on the head fiercely. He was going to have a good exchange with Bai Ye, but his younger brother grabbed him firmly. Third Rinnegan, who was afraid of disturbing Bai Ye, quickly shook his head. Brother advises you not to be impulsive. Bai Ye is very angry now. I am afraid that if you communicate with him, you may provoke him and make him even more angry. But Bai Ye is in a bad mood now. How to make Bai Ye feel better? The two brothers are in a difficult situation. They tried S**X, but it didn't work. Bogula tried it too, using money to lure. Thinking of this, third Rinnegan stopped in his tracks. He felt that his younger brother was right, but what should he do now? He won't know for a while. Bai Ye frowned worriedly, and after much deliberation, he decided to talk to third Rinnegan face to face. He opened the door and found Killer B and the main representative Rinnegan looking in his direction furtively not far away. Third Rinnegan felt very annoyed. Isn't this guy Bai Ye not good enough? Doesn't he have a weakness as a man? Everyone in this world can be bought, but the price is different, but the price of Bai Ye makes them unpredictable. This guy, third Rinnegan, has been using crooked ways to buy himself off, and he still wants him to do things for him. Bai Ye couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Advertisement. Bai Ye stayed in the room and was also thinking about how to get third Rinnegan to cooperate with him. With the help of his friend third Rinnegan, he and his pirates could have a place in this place. Third Rinnegan was uneasy. He was very curious about Bai Ye's attitude. Killer B told third Rinnegan what happened just now. Third Rinnegan was relieved after hearing it, as long as Bai Ye did not choose to support Bogula. What's the matter? Sneaky, if there is anything, please come into my room and talk face to face. After waiting for a while, Bai Ye opened the door, seeing third Rinnegan's crying face, which was uglier than crying, and asked in embarrassment. Whether Bai Ye agrees to Bogula's request. What is day and night's attitude towards us now? Bai Ye, what does this mean? After seeing the two of us, he closed the door again. Is it because he doesn't want to see the two of us? Third Rinnegan didn't know either, so he chose to remain silent. After the two brothers waited for a while, they felt that it would be better to take the initiative to communicate with Bai Ye face to face if they continued to stay here. It didn't work either. Third Rinnegan tidied up his clothes and came to the door of Bai Ye's room 5.1. After knocking on the door lightly, he waited anxiously at the door. He quickly closed the door. Seeing all this, Killer Bee and Third Ōtsutsuki were puzzled. Killer Bee anxiously asked his brother Third Ōtsutsuki. Will Eternal Chapter 321. I'm fine now. I just want to see how my people treat you. If they treat you badly, you can tell me. I'll teach them a lesson. Third Ōtsutsuki smiled flatteringly. Bai Ye said truthfully. There is nothing wrong with the hospitality, but there is a guy named Bogula who keeps harassing me. Can you help me drive that guy away and don't let him bother me? Third Ōtsutsuki patted his chest confidently and said. Brother 097, I advise you to think twice before acting. Although Bogula is too much, he is just too young and ignorant. As long as he grows up a few years, he should understand that what he did is too much. After Third Ōtsutsuki finished speaking, the two fell into silence. Bai Ye and Third Ōtsutsuki didn't know how to speak. After a while of silence, Bai Ye really didn't know how to speak and asked. While regretting, he remembered what Bai Ye said. He took out Bogula's photo from his desk, looked at Bogula's handsome face, and said gloomily. Third Ōtsutsuki took a deep breath to let his subordinates in, and then said seriously to his subordinates. After Third Ōtsutsuki left, Bai Ye returned to the room, regretting why he didn't make it clear to Third Ōtsutsuki just now. When Third Ōtsutsuki returned to his office, he also regretted why he didn't have a good chat with Bai Ye when he had such a good opportunity. Woolen cloth? Killer Bee, who has been with his brother all the year round, already understands what his brother is going to do, but he is a little worried that some people in the village will oppose his brother because of this. I miss the old love, so I haven't done anything to you. You have been going too far recently. Your grandfather is indeed the founder of this village, but you must rely on your own strength if you want to win the position of the shadow of this village. Now it's embarrassing, don't blame me for being merciless. Advertisement, are you looking for me? If you have something to do, just speak up. Third Ōtsutsuki took the lead in finding an excuse, saying that he had business to deal with and was leaving. Bai Ye said a few polite words, and watched Third Ōtsutsuki leave. I used to think the same way, but he went to Bai Ye recently, in order to let Bai Ye do things for him and give him those conditions. He didn't care that the village was too much. I can't tolerate him anymore. I must shut him up forever. Third Ōtsutsuki looked gloomy. Killer Bee still wanted to persuade his brother to change his mind, but Third Ōtsutsuki had already made up his mind. He tapped the table lightly with his hand and told his brother Killer Bee to keep quiet. Third Ōtsutsuki was very embarrassed. He quickly shook his head and said that he was fine. The two of them fell into silence again. After waiting for a while, the two knew that if they continued to communicate, they would not be able to communicate with each other, so they might as well leave first. I'm going to give you a very important thing now. I didn't want to do it at first, but he has gone too far recently. I can't not do it. Call my brother Killer Bee. I need him urgently. Soon Killer Bee came to Third Ōtsutsuki's office. Killer Bee just wanted to say a few words, but was interrupted by Third Ōtsutsuki. He stopped. Don't worry, from today onwards, you will never see Bogula in these 07 villages again. I will make it disappear without a trace. After all, I am the shadow of this village. He wants my place, must rely on strength to win.